Introduction asterisk. With a single stroke, ice shatters and the lingering sorrow remains. Should I ever ascend as the Night King, I shall eradicate the entire Stark lineage. Before you stands the formidable sovereign of the Seven Kingdoms, the ruler of the vast icy plains, the protector of the ice tribes, the resurrector of the deceased, a spear-throwing enthusiast, a monarch transcending the boundaries of life and death. The Night King, a warrior whose very essence shatters ice with a mere touch. Bow down, mortals! Chapter 1. Transcendence. Is that not the Night King? After a few days of absence, he seems to have grown weaker. One stroke, and he shatters. How unsatisfactory. What kind of scriptwriter is this, forcing a premature exit? I demand to witness rivers of blood. On the big bed in his cramped dormitory, where even turning over felt laborious, Yin watched a certain platform's video titled Night King, borrowing another 500 years, and he couldn't help but comment, a smile creeping onto his lips. Having not moved for an entire day, he struggled to flip over. While his dorm mates were busy with their romances and outings, he alone had declined an invitation from a classmate to watch a movie, all in pursuit of the latest season of Game of Thrones. Ouch. Thud. No one could fathom the commotion caused when a 180-pound figure tumbled from the top bunk, face first onto the ground. But now, Yin understood. With a crack, his spirit departed. Where am I? Snow enveloped everything. Gazing around, he saw an endless expanse of ice, devoid of any signs of life. Looking down at his hands, he noticed his icy blue skin and antiquated soft armor. I have transformed into the Night King. He recognized the familiar visage, one he had seen countless times, the Night King, the formidable antagonist who roamed the North for 8 seasons, a global threat whose life was grand, but whose demise was trivial. Something feels amiss. Suddenly, he recalled his legs. Where's my G2? Return my G2, Yin exclaimed, staring at his limbs. What is this? Ice devoid of warmth. I had such a robust G2. I haven't even held a girl's hand yet. A scream echoed across the desolate ice plain. After what felt like an eternity, the Night King, now somewhat composed, wore an expression of profound disappointment, evident despair glimmering in his icy blue eyes. Let destruction reign. Let the world feel my anguish. Beep. The ultimate boss support system is now online. Current host, Night King, Yin. Primary ability, Resurrection. All corpses within a 500-mile radius transform into low-level undead, impervious to pain, eternally hungry, devouring all, only susceptible to decapitation, obedient to the host's command. Secondary ability, Superhuman Strength. The host possesses unparalleled strength, delivering 999 damage with a single stroke, a spear capable of slaying dragons. Tertiary ability, Magic Resistance. No magic, be it fire or frost, can inflict even a modicum of harm upon the host. Quaternary ability, Extraordinary Physique. The hardened icy body is impervious to any weapon known to man, Valyrian steel excluded. Ha. I am invincible. Suffer world. You deserve to perish. Children of the forest. What purpose do you serve in creating the Night King? Activate Resurrection. Minutes later, gazing at a few frozen wild chickens, a handful of hares, and a dog with only half its body remaining, our esteemed Night King fell into a deep silence. Is this it? He glanced toward the towering wall, adorned with intricate magical runes. Ha. Foolish mortals. You have no idea what you are up against. In the midst of a blinding white expanse, he stood alone, accompanied only by a few frozen chickens, hares, and a half-dog, which emitted a deafening roar. Fierce.jpg. What is this? With these scattered remnants, you expect me to bring about the end of the world? With a single watermelon knife, I could slash from Winterfell to King's Landing, then from King's Landing to Dorne, and even then, I would scarcely slay a few. What kind of dead end is this? The wall is impassable, and within a 500-mile radius, this is all I have. Could I simply surrender and lose only half? Yet, surrender was not an option. Even 216, I would press onward. Let's move. I recall that the original series featured wildlings and Jon Snow's girlfriend. Once I eliminate her, Jon Snow, the one who betrayed Daenerys, will be left without a partner, bursting with frustration. I, the Night King, the destroyer of couples, the expert in severing love on the vast, icy plain. Come forth. My ultimate technique. A shadow darkened the bright sky as the Night King took measured steps, counting to 100. A smile adorned his face, unchanged for a millennium. In the boundless ice, a tree, as thick as a man, stood amidst the expanse. The Night King raised his hands, invoking resurrection. The bodies buried deep within the earth felt their master's call as the sky dimmed. One by one, all the corpses rushed towards their master, giants, mammoths, and flying creatures, each eager to pledge their loyalty. Forever hungry, these bodies endured an eternal torment, yearning to drag the entire world and all living beings into their realm to share in the suffering and calamity. Step by step, he traversed an unknown distance through countless nights and days. Never weary, never fatigued, devoid of any emotion or sensation, the Night King repeatedly summoned those who had found eternal peace, immersing them in everlasting agony. On the vast ice plain, the absolute cold ensured that these bodies would never decay. Hands, broken and marred with black spots and dry blood, emerged from the ground. Time passed unmeasured until a soldier's rusted sword fell upon the ice. The crack of the blade startled the Night King awake. It had been far too long. This power consumed him, and in that moment his consciousness became entranced. Looking up, he beheld an endless line of figures, a giant with only half a face, leading a skeletal mammoth, raising a massive club in homage to its master. Is this real? The fragmented bodies surrounded him chaotically, forming a protective circle. This is truly magnificent. The frozen corpses were unable to express much, yet the smile remained, the blue eyes devoid of the earlier despair. Beep! The system has detected that the host has summoned over 500 undead, automatically initiating the next phase of the task, Undead Guardians. The host may select the Undead Guardians. The Guardian can be transformed into an undead horse, and the Guardian automatically advances to a mid-level undead, acquiring intelligence equivalent to that of a 10-year-old. Beep! The system has detected that the host has summoned 500 undead. Please designate the Undead Guardian. The Night King pointed to the giant and beckoned. The giant, swaying, approached him, its one remaining eye clouded. As the giant bowed before the Night King, he pressed his icy blue fingernail against the giant's face, piercing through. The giant's massive form suddenly grew taller, its muscles shriveling, skin rapidly withering, hair turning pale, and its body elongated. Roar! The giant let out a bellow, only to be met with a punch from the Night King, causing its head to cave in. Stop that! It sounds dreadful. The Night King displayed a look of disdain. From this day forth, you shall be the supreme commander of my army, standing above all yet beneath but one. Are you not delighted? Observing the bewildered expression on the giant's face, the Night King felt a pang of frustration. Look at your countenance, he remarked. Never mind, from this moment on, it shall be just the two of us in this world. Let us strive together. I shall call you giant. But do not be like those ceremonial guards from the original tale who are utterly inept, merely standing idly by. The giant comprehended this, picking up a club and striding toward a nearby tree. With a single swing, the stout tree fell with a resounding thud. Dragging the tree, the giant approached the Night King, nudging it towards him, an unusual attempt at endearment gracing his otherwise grim visage, albeit a sight more pitiful than tears. The Night King sighed. Very well, let us consider you a mascot. Chapter 2, Castle Craster. The frozen earth lay barren, save for towering trees that stood as the only vestiges of life. A woman, bow in hand, stealthily emerged from the thicket, poised to shoot a distant deer. In her mind, she envisioned a bountiful dinner, ready to release the arrow when abruptly, the deer turned to gaze at her. What a ghastly visage it bore! One half of its head was grotesquely decayed, flesh rotting and teeming with maggots. The other half revealed a skeletal form, the stark white bones contrasting sharply with the pristine snow beneath. Startled, the woman collapsed onto the ground, her arrow forgotten. When she turned back, her camp blazed with fire. Cries for help and screams of anguish echoed through the air. The ravenous undead surged into the camp. Eerily, it was only the women who emerged to resist or flee. No men remained. In mere moments, the entire camp fell under siege. Those who dared resist or escape lay lifeless on the ground, blood saturating the earth. As night descended, a bone-chilling wind howled. The sound of clattering echoed. The Night King had arrived, treading upon a path of corpses. Predictably, the survivors were all women, spare for the Night King's need for human intelligence, such as maps of the wildlings' territories and the locations of their largest camps. The Night King approached the crowd. Upon meeting his icy blue gaze, the already terrified women succumbed to a profound despair. It is the Night King, a voice cried out, igniting chaos among the throng. with some women breaking into tears. As they beheld the undead, their fates became starkly clear. Yet, the moment they fully grasped their destiny, only anguished wails remained. Yet, there was a glimmer of hope. The Night King did not intend to execute them all. This was merely a small wildling camp, with around 50 souls, an insignificant addition to his undead ranks. Just as the Night King was about to speak, a man rose, drawing a steel dagger and lunging at him. The Night King seized the blade effortlessly. The sharp steel failed to inflict even the slightest harm upon him. With a mere exertion of strength, the dagger shattered. The assailant stood stupefied, revealing himself as a man of around 40. His pallid complexion betrayed a hint of ferocity, akin to a lion encroached upon by rival beasts. The giant roared in fury, raising his club to crush the man into pulp. "Lord Night King, I possess a treasure," the man shouted, terror evident in his voice, prompting the Night King to halt the club just before it struck. "Castor, I am aware of you." The frigid voice penetrated the man's ears. A liaison for the Night's Watch, a harbinger of chaos in familial bonds. "Your castle is devoid of men. Any male offspring born to the women you keep are cast into the hills." The Night King's nail grazed Castor's face, frost creeping over him as he trembled. "Now, tell me, how shall you secure your survival?" As frost enveloped Castor's visage, facing imminent death, he disregarded everything else, stammering through chattering teeth, "I possess information on all nearby wildling camps, gleaned from past exchanges with the Blackcloak scouts. My lord, our forces are still too few. If we eliminate the wildlings in these camps, we shall surely gain the strength to assault the wall." He was adept at seizing opportunity, and the Night King bore no disdain. He harbored a profound loathing for humanity and the children of the forest, viewing them as adversaries of all existence. Yet, as a traveler from another realm, he understood that necessary cooperation was both possible and essential. The Night King spread his arms, a malevolent smile gracing his features. Under the gaze filled with trepidation, the lifeless bodies, now bloodied, began to stir, their icy blue eyes flickering open. The remaining dozen women beheld their once beloved mothers, daughters, and sisters rise in incomprehensible forms, unleashing a roar of hatred towards the heavens, their bloodied bodies yearning with hunger. Simultaneously, a more horrifying sight emerged from the forested hills. Newly born infants crawled forth, their desiccated skin, wrinkled and pale, let out cries from unrefined vocal cords. Years of frost preserved their forms, and the frozen ground ensured the absence of serpents and vermin. Fathers, mothers, those once discarded as burdens now returned. The women wept profusely, some fainting from despair. Only Castor, the progenitor of all these infants, with lips tinged purple and teeth trembling, gazed upon the assembly, praying to the old gods for a sliver of solace. The Night King pointed at Castor. "You, command them." And those. He gestured towards the risen undead and infants within Castle Castor. "Go forth and slay all the wildlings in their camps. Let them fuel my insatiable hunger for all living beings," the Night King declared. Yet Castor remained oblivious, still lost in prayer, until the undead roared in unison, jolting him to awareness as he frantically searched for a map. "As your reward, I promise you that should you successfully breach a wildling camp, I shall grant you these women as a prize." The Night King continued, and Castor's trembling hand stilled, his eyes revealing a desperate yearning for life, alongside a thrill at dominance. He was a man of pure malice, eager to lead, even as a captive, a master over the subjugated. "At your command, my lord." Castor quivered as he knelt, hand clasped over his heart, bowing in reverence. "Now," the Night King grasped Castor's chin with his icy blue hand. "Tell me, Castor, what shall you do?" At that moment, the undead encircled them, their unwavering gaze fixated on him, a chilling reminder that this was no mere conqueror of humanity, and he possessed no room for negotiation. He hastily produced a map. "Master, there exists a savage encampment 30 kilometers away, frequently engaging in the exchange of goods with our castle, comprising approximately 500 individuals, complete with a dedicated hunting party. I propose we set our sights there first. Their hunting party embarks at dawn and returns only at night. I recommend we strike when the sun is at its zenith." Castor, eager to demonstrate his loyalty, shows little regard for his fellow humans. However, the Night King is unyielding to his counsel. "Castor, it is time for you to reassess your perspective. The ravenous undead possess the power to obliterate all living beings in this realm. and those hunting teams serve as the finest kindling. Listen well, you lot. Ensure my precious ones do not suffer undue harm. Giants, you shall lead the charge, following Craster to obliterate that savage encampment. Chapter 3. The Death of Cast in the Pitch-Black Night. The silent undead surged towards the wildling camp. The gates of the camp stood firmly shut, devoid of any sound. All its inhabitants were deep in slumber, save for a few guards in the towers, clutching their weapons and dozing off. Suddenly, a series of thuds resonated, followed by the clinking of broken weapons colliding against exposed bones. Amidst the darkness, a colossal figure dragged a massive tree, even from a distance, despite the dim sky. The giant's immense form was unmistakable. My old gods, what is that? Towering a third taller than a typical giant, the gates appeared diminutive in its presence. Yet, it bore a gauntness as if devoid of flesh, its thin skin stretched tightly over its bones. An attack. The horn sounded, and the signal fire blazed, casting a brilliant light across the front of the gates. At last, the guards could discern the approaching enemy in the inky blackness. Come quickly. One guard called to his companion. Look below. The companion's voice trembled like a leaf, the weight of terror nearly overwhelming him. A dread unlike any beast from the icy plains could conjure. Before their eyes, a throng of bodies charged recklessly towards the camp, colliding with the gates in a futile attempt to topple the towering barrier, only to smash themselves into a gruesome mess. They rose again to collide once more, oblivious to pain, unyielding in their torment. That is, the undead, the guard uttered, collapsing to the ground, his spear clattering from his grasp, oblivious to the icy chill that enveloped him. With a thunderous roar, the giant hurled the massive tree, crashing it against the gates. The undead in its path were sent sprawling, their bodies a bloody ruin. With a resounding crash, the entire camp was roused, yet the gates had fallen. The guard tumbled from the tower, hitting the ground, disregarding his injuries, his lips turning purple as he trembled, shakily lifting the splintered halves of his spear. Kill, he bellowed, as if to embolden himself, charging towards the undead like Don Quixote charging at windmills. But in an instant, it was over. He fell, a gaping hole in his head, blood flowing like a stream. The camp was doomed. From a distance, the Night King watched the advancing horde. Suddenly, he noticed that after the giant shattered the camp gates, it did not follow the throng of undead but began dismantling the surrounding walls, even tearing down the spiked barriers and flattening them underfoot, striving for a more even surface. Upon catching the Night King's gaze, the giant let out a tremendous roar, hoisting a section of the wall as if it were a mere toy, saluting the Night King, as if to proclaim, "Behold my prowess." The Night King forcibly diverted his gaze, as the giant diligently fulfilled his task of flattening the camp. I weep. Yet, more mindless creatures, driven solely by pain and hunger, surged into the encampment, and this time the Night King imposed no restrictions. Let the entire world experience terror. Before them stood beings who possessed everything. They were sentient, envied by us, capable of feeling all, while we are condemned to endure the relentless chill and hunger. The children of the forest, in their defiance of humanity, created us, disrupting our tranquil and blissful slumber. Now we seek vengeance upon all. This is a righteous retribution. Now, my beloved undead, draw them into your realm. Let them endure the torment we experience every moment. Hate, O undead, let your hatred for them flourish. They possess everything. The Night King gently raised his hands, and the guards and all the lifeless souls opened their icy blue eyes. A massacre ensued, a one-sided slaughter. The cries of women, the wails of children, as men, unable to don their armor, were bitten at the neck by the undead, silenced forever. Soon, the entire camp fell silent. The fallen bodies rose once more, sorrowful and mute, as the unending pain and hunger consumed all rational thought. Then, all the undead let out a thunderous roar, paying homage to their sole master, their only king. Ding. Detection confirms that the host's undead minions exceed 1,000, unlocking magical perception privileges. The host can sense any magical scrutiny. The host can perceive all living beings within a 500-mile radius. As the system activated its permissions, the Night King felt as if all his actions were being watched by an unseen force. A power, or perhaps a person, observed him closely, yet remained inactive. The Night King closed his eyes. Magical perception, activate. Not far from him, a figure cloaked in black gazed intently at him, appearing to be in their 60s, with graying hair and a face lined with wrinkles. Despite being surrounded by the undead, fear was absent. They traversed through the undead, who remained oblivious. It is you. The three-eyed crow, A profound loathing surged from the depths of the Night King's soul, nearly overwhelming him, the source of millennia of anguish. The prophet of the children of the forest stood before him, gazing directly at him. Even after 1,000 years, despite the many incarnations of the three-eyed crow, he recognized him immediately. Yet, the consciousness of the traveler swiftly quelled that hatred. Now is not the time for vengeance. The three-eyed crow is far too cautious. The moment I approach, he will swiftly return to his true form. I cannot ascertain the location of his essence. Now, one must wait for a child. A child who will guide one to the whereabouts of the three-eyed crow, extinguishing the last of the forest's kin. Meanwhile, Craster, hidden in the shadows, draws near to the Night King, kneeling before him. Great King, I have cleared a wildling camp for you, and brought you your loyal warriors. I beseech you to bestow upon me a reward. I have not seen my family for a day. Craster prostrates himself, his head bowed as if to touch the earth. The Night King, with his icy blue gaze, briefly regards Craster, and a smile dances upon his lips. You seek a reward, Craster? Know that I, the Night King, am most faithful to my promises. With a wave of his hand, a group of undead emerges from behind, and the Night King selects one at random. He thrusts the chosen one toward Craster. Now, I return her to you, Craster. Overjoyed, Craster rushes forward, only to be struck with horror as a hand with icy blue nails pierces through the woman's side, blood spilling forth. Her eyes swiftly transform to blue. Craster's lips tremble. Now, Craster, come and accept your reward. She belongs to you, your unwavering subordinate. A voice, laced with an eerie chill, whispers in his ear, as a dozen wrinkled infants surround him, and the surviving women from Craster's castle gaze upon him. Demon, you fiend, you promised me. Craster's spirit shatters. In a single night, he loses everything, his kingdom, his castle, all that he held dear, reduced to this moment. Drawing the only dagger from the sole of his boot, intended for the lost souls of the frozen wasteland, he lacks the courage to end his own life. He charges at the Night King, only to be halted by the imposing figure of a giant beside him, stumbling in his advance. With a flick of his hand, an undead retrieves the dagger and presents it to the Night King. The Night King toys with the dagger, then suddenly exerts force, twisting it into a twisted spiral. Ladies, I offer you a chance, the Night King declares. Kill him. Whoever manages to slay him shall be granted freedom. In an instant, over 20 pairs of cold eyes fixate on Craster, yet none dare to move. I require a messenger to relay word to the realm of men, to inform them that the long night approaches, and they must prepare for my arrival. However, the number of messengers need not be great, perhaps, 2. Before the words fully escape his lips, a woman draws an unfinished arrow from her chest and steps forward, others following her lead. What are you doing? I am your husband. I am your father. What is this madness? Craster bellows, yet soon he collapses. 1, 2, all advance merely to witness his demise. As he falls to the ground, devoid of life. In a world sculpted from ice and snow, moss provides the only whisper of green. In the midst of the monotonous hues, a vivid scarlet hue splashed across the earth. Craster lay upon the ground, blood seeping from beneath him, resembling the solitary red flower amidst a sky of white. Chapter 4. Even the passing dogs must endure 2 slaps. The Night King sneered as he watched everyone execute Craster. Now, endowed with the ability of perception, he no longer required a guide, rendering Craster meaningless. Let us go forth. Spread the word to the world. Tell them we have returned. The Night King spread his arms wide, and the undead parted to form a path. Under the ghastly moonlight, the undead stood in a line, their weapons clanking against their pale bones, shadows spilling forth as the moonlight bathed them. In the shadows, trembling women with long black hair cascading over their shoulders supported one another as they trudged across the icy expanse. A howl echoed from afar, the sound of ice wolves seemingly awaiting the arrival of these unfortunate women. Suddenly, the Night King stepped forth. The ice wolves stared in bewilderment at the ice-blue figure before them. Abruptly, the ice-blue man raised his hand. A resounding slap struck the face of the ice wolf. Begone! The Night King roared. The wolf leader let out a pitiful howl, rallying the pack to retreat. Despite their battered forms, the women, having endured a night of turmoil, found within themselves the innate resilience and mutual support that this cursed, ice-laden land, where they battled against the heavens, the earth, and humanity, had bestowed upon them. They slowly advanced, step by painstaking step, under the moonlight, a chill radiating across the ice, surrounded by the bloodshed of their kin. Thus, supporting one another, they emerged from the ranks of the living dead, departing with a flicker of hope for life, yet bearing only one message for the world. Just as the night watchman's oath states, the long night is coming. Today, the long night has arrived, as the Night King observed from a distance, accompanied by a throng of undead watching their departure. The giants wished to pursue and slay them, but the Night King intervened. No, do not disturb them. They are but insignificant insects, easily crushed by a single hand. Yet, in the annals of the future, the epic tapestry painted by humanity shall bear the likeness of their departing silhouettes. The Night King turned to face all the undead, baring his teeth, a semblance of satisfaction creeping across his pained and fearful visage. At that moment, the coordinates of 3 camps flickered into the consciousness of the undead. My darlings, let the revelry of the night commence. The undead erupted in roars, their voices resonating through the silent night sky. A wave of turmoil surged across this land cursed by the gods. The night sky was no longer dim. The sun illuminated the ice plains, and moss quietly began to flourish. All things began to awaken. 100 miles away, within the once silent wildling camp, a trickle of blood seeped from within, dissipating silently into the world alongside the melting waters of the glacier. Yet, more blood flowed forth as they surged from their encampment, relentlessly assaulting the stream, striving to taint its crystalline waters with their feeble strength. Like their former masters, they raised their battered swords, courageously yet futilely charging at the undead horde. With a single strike, one of the undead was felled, yet more advanced, toppling them to the ground. In despair, they gazed upon these harbingers of terror, these creatures that consumed their blood, their flesh, their very essence. In their final moments, as life ebbed away, their bloodshot eyes flung open to reveal the very undead they had slain, now feasting ravenously upon their remains. The once extinguished ice-blue eyes sparkled with a piercing luminescence. In the dimness, they rose once more, endowed with ice-blue eyes, reclaiming their shattered weapons. They followed in lockstep behind the ranks, consumed by agony, hunger, and an unbearable, eternal chill. Let the world feel this torment. May those who have led them into such suffering, along with their progeny, be ensnared in this unending state of unrest and anguish. Another encampment fell. From afar, the Night King observed, his countenance betraying rare satisfaction only upon witnessing the trickling blood mingling with the stream. Thus it was, my beloved minions, in this world of suffering. You are my sole reliance, forever loyal, never weary. Most crucially, you endure a torment akin to the original curse of the Night King, harboring eternal resentment, dragging the world into everlasting night. Chapter 5. The Wild King's Rebellion. The Night King smiled as one after another, his undead soldiers roared and rose from the ground. The 3 sensed encampments turned to ash, and his legion swelled to 3,000. Ding. Detection indicates the host's undead count has reached 3,000. Rewards are being dispensed. Congratulations, host, you have acquired a new ability. Extraordinary creation. Ability description. The host can create ice-imbued weapons, specifically the ice crystal spear, possessing the attribute of guaranteed shatter upon impact. All weapons encountered, except those of equal magical rank, will shatter with a single strike. Additional attributes: sharp, sleek, and lightweight. These weapons may be bestowed upon other undead, possessing unique properties. When wielded by anyone other than the undead, they revert to mere blocks of ice. Ding. The host may enchant ordinary weapons, imparting any characteristic of the ice crystal weapon. Ding. The host may enchant ordinary tools, bestowing any attribute of the ice crystal weapon. Ding. The host may enchant any undead being, granting it any characteristic of the ice crystal. Ding. The host may now designate a guard of undead. 5. Ding. The undead guards acquire a new trait, the ability to convert other undead, capable of transforming up to 500 lower-tier undead. The transformed beings will lack intelligence, driven solely by instinct, and will belong to the dominion of their creator. The Night King gazed upon the newly manifested powers, his heart as tranquil as an ancient well. Raising his gaze, he beheld 5 undead emerging from their ranks. In a flash of azure light, the 5 pallid figures materialized, their flowing white hair clinging to skin that radiated an icy chill, each bearing a frost-laden spear upon their backs. Together, they knelt in reverence to their sovereign. Standing amidst the ruins of the camp, the Night King's senses awakened once more. Within a radius of 500 kilometers, he perceived the sounds of animals in flight and the moss breaking through the ice, quietly thriving. Yet, a formidable barrier seemed to envelop the wall of absolute despair, shielding it from all external scrutiny. The Night King remained unperturbed, biding his time for the day when the wall would fall, for it could not eternally safeguard the denizens of Westeros. At this moment, he transmitted the coordinates of the wildling camp to the 5 undead sentinels. Go forth, my companions. Initiate a grand recruitment, for we require more allies to plunge the world into suffering. As the Night King actively sought new recruits, the Wildling King's domain was hosting a peculiar guest, a woman. When the Wildling, known as Crossbones, discovered her outside the fence, she was frozen. Lying motionless by the deserted road, her body marred with wounds, some inflicted by thorns, others by fierce beasts. These marks commanded his respect, for only the most exceptional warriors could survive alone on the frozen plains, yet she had managed to do so. Even though Crossbones suspected she might be one of the ill-fated hunters who had encountered a devastating beast. Soon, the camp's healer and the Green Seer arrived, and through their collective efforts, the woman regained consciousness. However, her first utterance astonished all present. Run. The undead have risen. After uttering this, she succumbed to unconsciousness once more. The prolonged tension and the arduous journey across the icy expanse having drained her of vitality. Yet, time was of the essence. Aside from those cloaked in black, the inhabitants of the frozen expanse had no inclination to deceive, and no one understood the menace of the undead's resurgence more than the free folk of the icy plains. The stark murals etched upon the walls conveyed a chilling truth. When the long night descends and the dead return, the world shall be engulfed in everlasting darkness, shattering the order that had persisted for nearly a millennium. Unsurprisingly, the woman was taken into the Wildling King's tent, and panic began to fester. The news of her arrival echoing throughout the camp. Ultimately, a message emerged from the Wildling King's encampment. The woman they had found was merely startled by the ice wolves, mistaking them for the undead, and thus there was no imminent threat of a resurgence. The panic was swiftly quelled. However, within the Wildling King's camp, a vigorous debate commenced. Some argued that while the undead were still unsteady, all tribes should unite their forces to launch a decisive strike against the undead army. In the discourse of women, the revival of the undead is a process that demands time. Provided the pace is sufficiently rapid, it is indeed feasible. Some believe that the undead are invincible, and the only path for the beleaguered is to assault the Black Castle, to breach the defenses of the Wall of Despair and retreat to the southern reaches beyond it. By utilizing the fortifications of the Wall of Despair, they could gradually deplete the forces of the undead, ultimately ensnaring the Night King. However, this notion quickly met with opposition from the leaders of other tribes. Even under the leadership of the Wildling King, this generation of wildlings had achieved unprecedented unity. Yet, beneath the watchful gaze of the Black Castle, their numbers appeared rather meager. At this moment, a small, timid voice emerged. Why do we not consider aligning ourselves with the Night King? The assembly fell silent. In this frozen expanse, a leader must possess not only the most formidable physique and exceptional hunting skills, but, more crucially, outstanding planning and strategizing abilities to ensure the survival of their kin against the encroaching icy wasteland. Each individual bore the weight of potential extinction, trudging forward under the burden. Yet at this juncture, that pressure was on the verge of snapping their taut resolve. Perhaps, just perhaps, the Night King is not as fearsome as we imagine. After all, he has driven away the ice wolves for these women, even if his motive was merely to rid himself of their nocturnal disturbances. The assembly remained unresponsive. What if I send a team of scouts to investigate the location she mentioned? Proposed a seer. It can only be thus. Came the agreement. Indeed, I shall also dispatch scouts. The berserkers have hunting parties that could scout. I assure you, they would make the finest scouts. Eventually, they dispersed, leaving only a few teams of scouts to quietly depart from Hardhome, venturing deep into the icy wilderness unbeknownst to all. Chapter 6. The Night King's benevolence. More despairing than the endless barren expanse was the seemingly infinite army of the undead. Yet, even more disheartening than the boundless legion of the undead was the fact that this army stood before them. This was the sentiment of the first wave of scouts sent forth. In just a few short days, the entire frozen landscape seemed to transform, rendering those who had dwelled there for generations unrecognizable to it. The undead were everywhere, and the most terrifying aspect was that they bore no semblance of a conscious or disciplined army. They resembled the most ferocious beasts of the wasteland, ravenously consuming every living being within this world. One of the undead spotted them and charged with a deafening roar. A wildling scout, quick on his feet, severed the arm of the undead with a swift stroke, yet the creature appeared utterly unfazed. It clamped down upon the scout's face, leaving him bloodied and gasping. Meanwhile, another companion managed to behead an undead foe. However, more ice-blue eyes lifted their heads, and almost all the nearby undead surged toward them with frenzied aggression. Suddenly, all the undead came to an abrupt halt, standing in a stupor, oblivious to the blades and axes striking them. A chilling, mist-laden cold drifted from the distance. heralding the arrival of the Night King, clad in ancient armor, mounted upon a spectral steed, accompanied by a towering giant and several sentinels wielding ice-blue spears. Observing the encircled humans, who brandished their weapons against the undead horde, the Night King advanced deliberately. "Have you journeyed from the difficult encampment?" he inquired. The crowd gasped. Having only known of the undead through ancient texts, they now realized that these were sentient beings, capable of communication and dialogue. The possibility of communication signified a chance for survival, a chaotic ascent to a higher plane. After a prolonged silence, a wild man pushed his way forward. "Indeed, esteemed ruler of the undead, I am the leader of the scouting party from the Voka tribe. The difficult encampment harbors no ill intentions. Our chieftain sends you his regards." The Night King regarded the trembling assembly, his ice-blue gaze imbued with a frigid demeanor and a hint of unseen mockery. The people clutched their blades, as if the frail steel could grant them the courage to confront the undead legion, awaiting their destined judgment. "Please, follow me," came the Night King's voice. "Allow me to host our distinguished guests." They arrived at a frozen expanse, where the Night King closed his eyes, and behold, 13 icy columns surged from the ground. Mist began to swirl, revealing layered eaves and a staircase ascending to a grand hall, where an icy throne materialized at the head. The fog solidified, and one by one, ice chairs took form. The onlookers gaped in astonishment, having only witnessed mundane forms of communication through the fluttering of birds. They now beheld what could only be described as a miracle, a magic that left them speechless. At last, the crackling sound of hay bursting into flame reverberated through the hall, as ice-blue flames ignited in the braziers. Yet something remained amiss. The Night King gestured. Soon, all the undead dispersed, leaving only the Night King and his guardians. He brandished an ice spear, activating a life detection mechanism. Closing his eyes, he hurled the spear, which vanished from sight. It missed. A simple voice echoed in the Night King's ear. A giant, possessing the wisdom of a 10-year-old, had learned some rudimentary phrases from the Night King's hive mind. "Do not rush. Let the spear fly a while longer." After what felt like an eternity, a roar resounded from afar. Silence followed, and a blue light flickered in the Night King's eyes as the earth trembled. Something was approaching. Soon, a white bear emerged before them, a spear embedded in its chest. The bear, with its paws pressed together, respectfully withdrew the spear and approached the Night King. The Night King raised his spear, directing it toward the bear, an unsettling scene that instilled terror in the hearts of all present. The bear's pelt, dragged by its own weight, gradually peeled away, leaving not a single drop of blood to stain the exposed flesh, save for the wounds still oozing with crimson. Soon, the entire pelt lay discarded, and with a mere gesture, the Night King summoned a frost-forged roasting rack amidst the flames. The icy blue fire failing to affect it in the slightest. The still bleeding bear clung to the rack, rolling within the flames. Before long, the aroma of roasted meat wafted through the frigid air, yet none dared to move. It was not until the Night King removed the icy spearhead and sliced off a piece of flesh, presenting it to one of the onlookers, that the stunned crowd found themselves in a stupor. The man, almost instinctively, caught the morsel with his mouth and chewed tentatively. The Night King gazed with insatiable longing, his ice-blue eyes wide, inquiring, "Is it delicious?" The man, trembling uncontrollably, stammered a response, "Delicious." In the bone-chilling expanse of the frozen tundra, the palace made of ice and the bear that had leapt onto the roasting rack challenged the limits of human acceptance. Yet, the undead offered no choice to the onlookers. The Night King scrutinized them, and after what felt like an eternity, a satisfied smile broke across his frozen visage, reminiscent of a cat revealing its most prized hidden fish. Yearning for human praise that had been long overdue. Time had rendered him indifferent. No one mattered to him anymore, and nothing could capture his attention. Endless suffering. Perpetual cold. He had become one with eternal night and anguish. He was the embodiment of night itself, of suffering, of ice, heralding the long night that lay ahead. Time, he lamented. It bestowed upon me immortality, yet I can only decay and wither within its grasp. Return, he commanded. Inform the Wildling King. Tell all the tribes of the Wildlings that I come bearing goodwill, for our aims align. Once the barrier of the wall is breached, you shall be the sole human beings on the entire continent of Westeros. For the undead require no resources. With a wave of his hand, the bear, now exuding the scent of roasted meat, descended from the rack. Just like it. Once the wall's blockade is shattered, all lands conquered by the undead shall be yours. You may revel in abundance, indulge in slaughter, and plunder at will. From that moment forth, all free folk shall no longer endure hunger, no longer suffer the cold while hunting, nor drown their newborns in the icy rivers to save a morsel of food. You will possess boundless lands and infinite wealth. All I ask in return is a modicum of loyalty." With another gesture, the Night King parted the throng of undead, revealing a path through the endless mist, leading directly to Hardhome, unobstructed and devoid of any confusion or difficulty. Chapter 7. Departure. As the trembling crowd departed from Difficult Station, an eerie silence enveloped the air, with no undead daring to utter a sound. At this moment, the Night King summoned the giants and all his undead sentinels, conjuring massive, spherical ice blocks at his command. The giants, alongside countless undead, transported these formations to the summit of the mountain adjacent to Difficult Station. The smile that once graced the Night King's visage had long since vanished, replaced by a countenance as frigid as if he had just emerged from the nearby palace. He advanced a few steps, gesturing with his arm, prompting the undead sentinels to follow suit. Suddenly, he halted. "Do you think I have frightened them?" he inquired. The sentinels remained silent, kneeling on the ground. Indeed, the hive's consciousness communicated only one notion: absolute obedience to the hive. "Never mind, asking you is futile." The Night King waved his hand and mounted his steed. On the ice-forged earth, sunlight began to wane, and darkness gradually encroached upon the land. Gazing down, one beheld an endless legion of undead, sprawling across the terrain. The clattering of shattered weapons striking against pale bones echoed once more, reminiscent of ancient battle hymns tracing their former paths. Tirelessly, they advanced, unceasingly, through day and night. A singular army, one that had been executing the task bestowed upon them by their creator for 5 millennia, awakened once more in this era of encroaching night. The Night King sat astride his spectral horse, flanked by undead sentinels wielding ice-forged spears, as he pointed toward the direction of Difficult Station. The spectral horse neighed, rearing its hind legs while its forelegs hung in the air. The spear was hurled by the Night King, slicing through the air with a resounding whoosh. Boom! A deafening crash reverberated as the watchtower of Difficult Station collapsed in a cacophony of destruction. The sound of horns echoed, resembling the humans within Difficult Station rallying their forces. Yet it served more as a signal for the undead to commence their assault. A bone-chilling cold, a penetrating frost, resonated with a thud as the Night King raised his left hand. From the distant ice mountain, countless ice blocks surged forth from the summit, racing toward Difficult Station, accompanied by an unending torrent of snow. At that moment, an avalanche ensued. An infinite mist of cold, along with snow capable of entombing all obstacles in its path, cascaded downward with astonishing speed. Meanwhile, the Wildling King and several tribal leaders listened intently to the returning scouts recount their experiences, entirely oblivious to the impending doom. A mark, or perhaps a piece of flesh, became vividly discernible within the collective memory of the undead hive. Under the Night King's perceptive abilities, this mark glimmered like a firefly in the night, a guiding star in the celestial expanse, directing the entire legion of undead. A giant took a step forward, the sound of splintering bones resonating as a decayed sword, akin to refuse, fell from the grasp of an undead it had crushed, striking the icy ground. A colossal spear materialized in the giant's hand, clearing the path of all obstructing undead, who were sent crashing to the earth, the sound of clattering bones echoing as they fell. Beside them stood several undead guardians mounted on spectral steeds, their hooves thundering as their spears pointed resolutely at their targets. Swiftly, the agile warhorses outpaced the clumsy giants, and upon reaching the fence, they showed no sign of halting. With a tug on the reins, the steeds reared and leapt into the air. From the icy mist, 5 lithe figures sprang from their mounts, vaulting over the barrier and landing within the confines. As they touched the ground, a cloud of dust billowed forth, the mist mingling with the last vestiges of twilight, illuminating the endless snow and the colossal ice blocks tumbling down from the mountains. The dust began to dissipate. In the darkness, 5 pairs of ice-blue eyes emerged, the frosty spears held firmly in hand, their ancient leather armor clinging to weathered skin and flowing white hair. Wails echoed everywhere. The ice blocks had overturned the braziers, igniting the tents in the beleaguered encampment. On one side lay frost and snow, while on the other raged an unquenchable fire. At this moment, the encampment, flanked by rivers and snow-capped mountains, seemed transformed into a desolate wasteland. A group of wild men, emboldened, rushed forward with their weapons, striking at one of the ice-blue figures with a blade aimed for its head, only to be met by the icy spear that pierced deep into their abdomen. Another spear swung towards the side. The wild man attempted to counter the icy spear, but found his weapon shattered in an instant. blood spilling forth from a gash that appeared on his brow before he collapsed. With a thunderous crash, the fence fell. It was the silhouette of a giant. In its grasp, a frosty spear was wielded with great force, demolishing the barricade that had been reinforced by the wild men for generations as if it were mere paper. The structure crumbled to the ground. The signal fire blazed to life, illuminating the night as the undamaged watchtower served its purpose, casting a daylight glow upon the darkness. Yet, the wild men could spare no thought for such matters. On one side were their struggling families in the heavy snowfall, and on the other, the advancing undead. The wild men, trembling with their long spears, could barely maintain their grip. Those who had not yet lost everything were still tethered by their loved ones. Their resolve was on the brink of collapse, despite the leaders of the tribe striving to steady their spirits, consolidating the remnants of their forces and urging more wild men to join the resistance. However, at this moment, the wild men were consumed by despair. An elderly figure wept amid the ruins, frantically clawing at the debris, oblivious to the blood streaming from her hands and the pain of her broken nails. Seeking her child buried beneath the snow. A child sat in the snow, crying out for their mother. Who could say whose mother this was? Whose wife? Whose child? Perhaps it was one's own mother, one's own wife, one's own child, all in the same plight. They awaited the return of their loved ones, yearning for just a single embrace, believing it far better than facing the relentless onslaught of the undead with weapons on the verge of shattering. If this moment marked the conclusion of the free folk's history, oppressed and driven into this barren land by the lords of Westeros, then so be it. The free folk yearn to be reunited with their families. Blood flows, flames rage, and snow descends. The undead sentinels march toward the marked location. Occasionally, a couple of individuals armed with weapons or merely wielding sticks emerge from the alleys, recklessly launching futile assaults against the undead guards. The sentinels swiftly dismantle their weapons with a spear, piercing through them with a single thrust. Blood trickles from the corners of their mouths, cascading onto the snow-covered ground, freezing upon the icy earth. Their eyes gradually lose their luster, only to be rekindled by the glimmer of ice-blue orbs as one of the fallen stirs and struggles to rise once more. Silently, it approaches the sentinel's back, ready to join the fight and conquer every inch of this world. Chapter 8. Capturing the difficult stronghold. The seven gods draw the veil of night for the Night King. As the blades of the old gods tread upon every inch of human soil, the Lord of Light surrenders, while the God of many faces begins to seek his kin. A profound despair, the power to reverse life and death. 5 undead rush with astonishing speed toward the Wild King's encampment. Spears are wielded incessantly, claiming one human life after another. As more newly resurrected undead gather around him, a circle of encirclement gradually forms, enveloping the entire camp. Suddenly, 3 unfamiliar giants burst forth. Their massive clubs swing, reducing the undead to mere pulp. A pool of blood on the pale ice field becomes as inconspicuous as a drop of mosquito blood. The foremost undead sentinel is caught off guard and sent flying, desperately hurling his icy spear, which strikes the giant, yet fails to pierce its skin, igniting the giant's fury as it begins to swing its club amidst the undead ranks. The earth trembles as the undead giants charge forward, entangling with one another. Each blow reverberates with tremendous sound until one giant's club shatters under the force of impact, faced with the descending icy spear. The other 2 giants hastily wield their clubs to protect their unarmed companion. However, the enraged giant, spotting a tree as thick as a man's waist nearby, grips the trunk tightly with both hands, bends down, and yanks it free. The tree trembles, even amidst the chaos of battle and cries. The sound of its roots snapping can be distinctly heard. With a mighty roar, the giant exerts its strength, causing the ground to shift as if the tablecloth of a dining table had been abruptly pulled away. The roots are torn asunder. Rising once more, the giant hoists the tree, unleashing a thunderous roar. Charging forward with the tree in hand, it gains momentum toward the undead giant. The other 2 giants clear a path, and the tree crashes into the chest of the undead giant, sending it crashing to the ground, the spear slipping from its grasp while 2 clubs descend upon its head. The pale, gaunt visage of the giant is struck so forcefully that it teeters on the brink of consciousness, unsteadily rising to his feet. He could only use his arms to shield himself from the relentless blows, retreating behind the barriers. Before him loomed an endless horde of the undead. The giant let out a furious roar, wielding 2 hefty clubs, while another brandished a large tree, now splintered from a recent strike. In a provocative manner, he swung his weapon towards the infinite throngs of the undead. Suddenly, a shard of ice, a spear, shot forth from the distance, piercing through the giant's eye socket and emerging from the back of his skull with a singular strike. Another icy spear followed, impaling the giant clutching the tree through his chest. With a thunderous crash, the ground trembled as the two giants fell. The lone remaining giant brandished his club, wary of the unseen icy projectiles. Unbeknownst to him, two figures at his feet opened their ice-blue eyes. A horrified scream escaped as all three giants collapsed in a tangle upon the ground. The undead sentinels regrouped for yet another assault on the beleaguered encampment. The barriers reduced to mere splinters by the confrontation with the four giants, now utterly ineffective against the advancing undead army. Soon, the horde surrounded the entire camp. Suddenly, the tent flaps parted, releasing a wave of bloodshed. A figure emerged, previously marked and fed. The scout knelt before them, clutching a severed head. The wildling king is dead. All humanity on the frosted plains surrenders to the Night King. Henceforth, the Night King's desires shall be our own. His blade shall guide our own. I beseech an audience with the Night King. The newly transformed undead gnashed their unclosing jaws, eager to rend the scout to pieces. Yet, a mere glance from the undead sentinels held them at bay. The battle neared its conclusion. All who dared to wield arms had been slain or transformed into the undead. Only the weak, the elderly, women, and trembling adults, hiding amongst them, remained alive, hoping not to be seen. All were now under control. The encampment of hardship had dwindled to a mere third of its original populace. The undead parted, allowing the sentinels to cleanse their weapons of blood, bowing in reverence to welcome their sole king. Only the four giants remained, obliviously rooted in place. The Night King strode past the undead horde, past the five sentinels, and the four giants, muttering to himself, "Indeed, what a bunch of worthless fools, my retinue." He soon approached the kneeling figure holding the severed head. "What is your name?" the Night King inquired. "Todd, my master," the man replied. "Excellent, Todd. From this moment forth, you shall be the sovereign of all free folk on the frosted plains. Take this." A small emblem of an icy spear materialized in the Night King's hand, emanating a chilling aura. As Todd reached for it, a mark was frozen into his palm. The insignia slipped from his grasp, yet the mark it left radiated a chilling aura. The insignia clinked as it fell to the ground, and the Night King remained utterly indifferent. From that moment forth, anyone bearing this mark would be regarded as kin by all the undead. "I bestow this authority upon you, as long as you obey. All the land south of the Great Wall of Despair, along with their riches, shall belong to you. The free folk will finally realize the long-cherished dream of vengeance across generations. Now, take your insignia and decide who shall perish and who shall survive. Go forth to the tents. I grant you a quarter of an hour. Those marked shall live, while the unmarked will join our ranks." Chapter 9. Choose wisely. Time. Perhaps the only thought on Todd's mind was the desperate wish for a little more of it. He disregarded everything else, snatching the insignia from the ground and rushing towards the crowd, only to find them recoiling in unison, their gazes filled with disdain. Painful memories flooded his heart once more. Everything felt as it had upon his arrival. Fragments of recollection flashed in his mind. The Wild King had placed a blade against his own throat, gazing at him with a mix of love and gentleness, urging him to live, for life held hope. Then the king drew the blade across his own neck, blood splattering onto Todd's face. The soul that should have departed was his own. In this camp, he was the one who deserved death. Yet Todd understood there was no time for contemplation. The Wild King's survival was not merely for his own sake, but to lead the struggling settlement and his people, potentially representing humanity and preserving the hope of countless lives. He seized a wailing child, disregarding the child's resistance, and pressed the insignia onto the tender skin of the child's arm until the mark was unmistakably visible. A sigh of relief escaped him, but upon lifting his gaze, he was met with countless eyes, some filled with contempt, others with complexity, and some with yearning. Todd reassured himself to press on and protect more lives. With the insignia in hand, he marked one, then two, and more individuals. Spit landed upon his face. "Traitor! Regicide!" The voices grew louder. Yet Todd operated with the precision of a well-oiled machine, meticulously placing the insignia on the arms and backs of hands of those around him, murmuring to himself, "He cares. He cares. He truly cares." It was only after he emerged from the tent, or rather, forced himself out despite his wounds, that he felt disoriented. In a fleeting moment, he sprinted to the next gathering place, beginning to mark more people. At that moment, fatigue surged through him, yet he pressed on with sheer willpower. Soon he reached the second tent, then the third. Some drove him away upon sight, hurling insults and shaming him for associating with them. Others attempted to snatch his insignia, only to be met with swift retribution from nearby undead, as a massive head rolled from its neck, tumbling for what felt like an eternity. The blue eyes illuminated upon the cranium, enduring the eternal agony even in death. Oblivious, he moved to the next place when driven away, and upon being despised. He merely covered himself with a seal before departing, uttering not a word. In this fleeting moment, he seemed to lose all sense of self, consumed solely by the act of stamping. Yet, a quarter of an hour passed, and he found himself back at the original encampment. The Night King, observing the man who had completely lost his sanity, gently placed a hand on his shoulder. Todd, the time has come. He looked up to see a smile, more grotesque than tears, etched upon the Night King's frozen, gaunt visage. The shattered longsword of the undead legion had been drawn, and the icy spears held by several undead sentinels glimmered ominously. It was then that he suddenly comprehended the gravity of the situation. Many lives remained unrescued, and he felt unworthy of the opportunity granted to him by the king's sacrifice. He collapsed to the ground, tears cascading down like a torrential downpour. Clutching the Night King's feet, "Please grant me another chance. I beseech you, just once." Todd lay upon the unmelting ice, his tears flowing uncontrollably. Yet, the Night King showed no hesitation. With a single command, those lying on the ground. Chapter 10. The trail of the three-eyed raven knight still lingered. The ice-blue eyes returning from the depths of hell, as slaughter continued, staining every inch of the arduous land with blood. Crying children, fleeing faceless ones, and calling elders filled the scene. The Night King observed it all, silently watching until everything settled. Until the trembling souls in the biting wind dared not utter a single sound. All heads were bowed, fearful of attracting the attention of this tyrant. Yet, within those lowered heads lay not only fear but also a thick, indelible hatred, nearly impossible to dissolve, eternally unforgettable. Todd had composed himself, wiping away the tears frozen upon his face, kneeling upon the ground where everyone had gathered. Originally a settlement of tens of thousands, only a few thousand remained alive after this great battle. At this juncture, the Night King commanded the undead to gather all the humans together. Mothers embraced their children, singing softly to comfort them, while tears glistened in the eyes of the elders, and the adult men dared only to lower their heads, concealing their wide, fearful eyes. Once everyone was assembled, the Night King gestured for Todd to speak. Clearing his throat, Todd gazed at the pitiful assembly, words lodged within his heart, yet utterly unutterable. What could he say? That he had betrayed them? Or that he had acted to preserve the lives of the free folk? Ultimately, he mentioned nothing of the sort, instead lifting the seal in his hand and explaining its significance. However, those who had already been marked by the seal understood its purpose entirely. In the end, it was the Night King who spoke. "Todd is your newly appointed wildling king." Todd's head hung low, as if he wished to bury it in the sand like an ostrich. Let him ascend to the throne of the great ice expanse, unifying the various tribes to achieve a southern conquest, thereby fulfilling the ancestral wishes passed down through generations. A chill breeze swept in, and Todd felt as if he were but a wisp in the wind. At times, choices were present, while at others they were absent, yet most often, he merely floated along like the drifting fluff. The Night King extended his arms, commanding, "Awaken, all spirits entrapped in slumber." Hands emerged from the earth, breaking through the soil. Ruined swords and blades accompanied the fleshless corpses, their ice-blue gazes resembling flames blazing fiercely. Ding. Detecting that the host's undead legion has reached 30,000, the ability mark transfer is activated. The host may leave a mark on any living being and, after 10 seconds, teleport within 100 meters of that entity. Note: movement during the teleportation process will automatically interrupt this skill. Note: this skill can carry 500 undead humans. Ding. Detecting that the host's undead legion has reached 50,000, the ability Extraordinary Speed is activated. The host gains a movement speed 100 times that of a normal human. Ding. Detecting that the host's undead legion has reached 70,000, the ability Consciousness Capture is activated. Before the host, whether it be consciousness, corporeal form, or soul, shall revert to its true appearance, allowing the host to seize its existence. As the abilities awakened, the familiar sensation of being observed returned. The figure in the black robe, the elderly man, was lurking in the distance, silently watching all that unfolded. He did nothing but quietly observe the prophecy's realization, a scene he had witnessed countless times in his ancestral memories. The long night was approaching, and no one could escape its grasp. In a certain sense, his role, or that of the three-eyed raven, was merely to record, not to protect. The Night King appeared indifferent, yet he subtly activated his extraordinary speed. One might act as an unobtrusive chronicler. Before your power, none would dare object. However, should you wish to evade death, merging with the trunk. You would incur the wrath of the old gods, losing their protection. Despised by the outsider, you would forfeit the safeguarding of the 7 gods. When you harbor the children of the forest, accepting their care and sheltering them, you become a target for the Night King's wrath. The three-eyed raven's consciousness had yet to register the danger when suddenly, a heavy weight pressed upon his shoulder. Just as he turned to look, a jolt of realization struck him. He was a being of consciousness. No one should have been able to touch him. He had been discovered. Or perhaps he had always been known, only now realizing it. Panic spread across his face. He was acutely aware of the enmity between the Night King and the children of the forest. Ancient memories etched into the hearts of every generation of three-eyed ravens resurfaced. Now, this generation of the three-eyed raven would pay the price for its choices. All thoughts transpired in an instant, and his consciousness returned to its essence. The Night King, however, wore a faint smile. The wind began to stir. In an instant, the snow aided the gusts, and as the wind transformed with the snow, a white tempest enveloped the Night King and the 500 beside him. The blizzard abruptly ceased, and upon reopening my eyes, I beheld the nascent sun. Its crimson rays illuminating the icy expanse, casting a brilliant white light that enveloped the surroundings in a dazzling haze. Amidst the interplay of white and red luminescence stood a red-leafed Yuliang tree, encircled by irregularly shaped stones towering to a height of a man. At the base of the tree lay a cavern, where the Night King perceived a delicate membrane shrouding the grand tree, akin to the protective barrier of the Great Wall of Despair. Yet, a thought flickered within the Night King's mind. The vast resources and human efforts employed to fortify the Great Wall far surpassed the feeble membrane before him, which served primarily to obscure his vision. However, at this moment, he discerned that the soul he had marked resided within this very tree, within the confines of the cavern. With a wave of his hand, the undead surged forth, only to be met by a spherical device that erupted before them in a thunderous explosion. The blast inflicted minimal damage, yet the undead collapsed nonetheless, their icy blue eyes flickering before extinguishing entirely. It was magic, a form of sorcery specifically designed to counter the undead. Nevertheless, the undead pressed on recklessly, undeterred by the sporadic explosions that erupted among them, limbs and skulls scattering amidst the chaos, until a diminutive figure emerged, brandishing a dagger upon the essential path. With skin ashen and dark, a stature short and stout, adorned in armor crafted from wood, and hair resembling worms. This figure bore a resolute gaze as it gripped the dagger. Upon sighting the dagger, the Night King descended into madness, and soon, all the undead were consumed by a similar frenzy. It was Dragonstone, of the same lineage, bearing the same Dragonstone. 5 millennia had passed. 5 millennia. The piercing of the heart by Dragonstone heralded a millennium of solitude, a millennium of icy desolation, a millennium of torment. The undead surged into the cavern, trampling the forest child beneath their feet, yet a tremendous force erupted from within the cave, hurling all the undead that had ventured inside back out. Severed limbs and dismembered bodies, alongside those bereft of their icy blue eyes, were cast forth by the force of the eruption. Curious heads peeked out from the mouth of the cavern. It was the forest children. The ground trembled, and in that moment, all the creatures of the nearby forest charged frantically toward the Yuliang tree. Simultaneously, all the undead received a signal, racing towards the location of the Night King. Todd led a handful of humans in pursuit. Soon, a multitude of saber-toothed wolves, mammoths, and countless other beings became wedged within the narrow confines of the membrane, surrounded by an uncountable horde of the undead. A skeleton cautiously extended a foot into the membrane, only to lose control, its leg disintegrating as it withdrew, leaving behind a flickering white calf. The skeleton collapsed, inadvertently landing within the membrane, shattering into a multitude of bones. A howl erupted from the saber-toothed wolves, echoing like an ancient battle cry, signaling all their kin to converge. However, in the face of tens of thousands of undead converging at this very moment, it is evident that there remains a considerable gap. At this juncture, within the cavern, the three-eyed crow, closing its eyes to observe the entire battlefield through the perspective of a soaring bird, opened its eyes once more. The weight of ancient memories dulled its reactions. It witnessed the rise of towers, the feasting of guests, and the collapse of structures, yet the three-eyed crow continued to endure, destined to persist through eternity. Upon reopening its eyes, the unchanging visage of the ancient deity upon the fishling Moog imparted enlightenment. The forsaken by the gods shall inevitably face retribution. Yet the three-eyed crow remains intact. The crow's gaze shifted as the forest child, previously blocking the doorway, appeared before it, a shattered form now bleeding upon the ground. A single leaf floated down from the heavens, gently landing upon the forest child. The body began to regenerate. The heart pulsed powerfully, blood gushing forth as the old blood was expelled, replaced by a new crimson hue tinged with green. The skin commenced its healing, and finally, with a tremendous inhalation, as if having endured profound terror, the forest child's soul was summoned back from the depths of hell. The leaf rested in his hand. My child, the long night approaches, and the three-eyed crow cannot escape its fate. Take this leaf and journey to Winterfell. Seek out a boy named Bran, who, at this moment, should be lying injured in bed. Do not fret over whether you will see him. The leaf you hold possesses the power to heal all afflictions of the world. Trust in a mother's bond with her child. Go forth. Entrust everything to him. Every being revived has its own purpose, and yours is to enable him to become the new three-eyed crow, uniting all green prophets to collectively withstand the onslaught of the undead. The divine will guide your path. Chapter 11. Breaking the barrier. At this moment, the Night King advanced with a light step, as the throng of undead parted to create a path. Following him were 5 undead guardians and 4 giants. The giants had become the new undead sentinels, their massive ice spears slung upon their backs. The Night King turned his gaze towards the distant fishlobe, the entirety of the protective barrier radiating outward from it. With a subtle motion of his hand, he seized an undead, carelessly tossing it into the barrier. Instantly, the magical force sustaining the undead was stripped away, and a lifeless, mangled corpse fell to the ground. The Night King smiled knowingly. He understood. This power had both a source and a limit. With a gentle lift of his hands, a smile graced his features as he looked up at the birds soaring in the sky. There, through the eyes of the soaring birds, the three-eyed crow perceived him, suddenly feeling a sharp sting as his strength began to wane. The revival commenced. Countless undead surged into the protective barrier. At first, the ice-blue eyes lost their luster, and under the influence of the Night King's resurrection, they flickered with a faint hue of blue before quickly fading away. However, a more potent force of resurrection surged within them. Initially, their eyes regained life, followed by their arms and legs, until ultimately, the fallen undead, once prostrate, rose menacingly. The undead, initially cast into the protective barrier, regained their vitality. Their fingers curled grotesquely, their faces twisted backward, struggling to rise, yet recklessly charging forward. They fell once more, as the Yuliangmu emitted a crimson aura, and a tempest swirled within the barrier, centered around the Yuliangmu, as if all breath were converging there. Yet, with a crack, the barrier, perceptible only to the Night King and the three-eyed crow, shattered. Wind. A fierce wind. Everywhere, there was wind. Snow. Heavy snow. All around. Snow, the dawn resembling blood. In this tumult, the three-eyed crow faltered, not due to a waning of his strength, for with the Yuliangmu, a natural magical amplifier, his power was nearly boundless. His failure stemmed solely from the absence of divine trust. The old gods reclaimed the Yuliangmu's authority, and the three-eyed crow hung like a bird ensnared in a hunter's net. Having once profited greatly from this place, now compelled to repay, perhaps even with his life. Or rather, he was meant to return to the embrace of the gods long ago. A spurt of fresh blood erupted from the three-eyed crow's mouth, staining the roots of the Yuliangmu with crimson droplets. The backlash surged violently, causing him to convulse, yet he could not afford to lose, not now, at least. Before the children of the forest found their escape from this place, the Night King advanced step by step toward the ranks of the undead, leaving the undead sentinels behind. The shattered barrier could no longer impede anything. The colossal Ice Wolf King let out a howl and charged forth, followed closely by bears, tigers, elk, and bison. In the ranks of the undead, 4 giants and 5 mounted undead sentinels led the charge, their forces as sharp as a blade, poised to pierce through the opposing lines. The Ice Wolf King leapt high, jaws agape, revealing sharp fangs, its taut visage twisted into a fearsome snarl. It lunged for the giant's head, but the giant was swifter, unable to draw its spear in time. In a moment of raw confrontation, all its strength coalesced with the force of its charge, striking the Ice Wolf's skull. The Ice Wolf King yelped twice, crashing heavily onto the ice-laden ground. It struggled to rise, taking 3 faltering steps before collapsing onto the icy surface. Blood flowed from its innards, trickling from its mouth, the whimpering sound growing ever fainter until it ceased entirely. The once vibrant Ice Wolf King lay motionless upon the ground, while the undead horde engaged in a fierce clash with the animals. In an instant, blood and bones mingled, claws and swords alike were drawn. The giant and the great bear grappled fiercely, while the undead frantically clambered onto every beast, tearing and biting into flesh as blood flowed from the animals. mingling with the scattered teeth of the undead. Suddenly, a flash of white light surged forth. The ice spear soared like a meteor across the giant's path, piercing through one side of the great bear's head and emerging from the other. Blood dripped along the shaft of the spear, yet the giant, seemingly provoked, let out a furious roar directed at the undead sentinel who had thrown the ice spear, as if these beings had stolen away his most cherished toy. Chapter 12. The answer. The throng of beasts clashed with the horde of undead like two tempestuous storms, subsequently dispersing in opposite directions. Though the undead were temporarily hindered, the relentless resurgence of those rising from the ground foretold the inevitable outcome of this conflict. It was not until the fallen ice wolf's eyes shimmered with an icy blue that the tide of battle shifted, as an unyielding multitude of ice wolves, bears, and mammoths rose anew. The beasts, stricken with panic, beheld their erstwhile comrades, who had been meant to guard their flanks, now brandishing their razor-sharp fangs against their own throats. The mammoth with ice-blue eyes, its long tusks, pierced through the belly of a companion, causing a cascade of blood and entrails to spill onto the ground. It emitted a mournful wail, blood gushing forth like a spring, its eyes still reflecting a profound confusion until they lost their luster. The war subsided as every creature present donned the icy blue gaze, and the 5 undead sentinels moved towards the cave. A dragonstone dagger emerged from the shadows, its master lunging towards the undead sentinels. Yet, the sentinels deftly sidestepped, and with a swift motion of their ice spears, a brown head rolled from a diminutive body. It was a child of the forest. Soon after, more children of the forest appeared, singing ancient ballads passed down from their forebears, extolling the old gods, venerating the sacred trees, and celebrating all that nature bestowed. They wielded dragonstone daggers, possibly handed down from their grandfathers or ancestors. The explosive magical orbs had been expended. Perhaps a single charge from the undead would obliterate these last children of the forest. Yet, they stood unflinching, despite having evaded for a millennium since their ancestors' time. Regardless of the countless hardships endured, they persisted. Gazing upon these valiant singers, the Night King felt a profound hatred swell within him. Had they, like now, embraced their fate with such serenity, instead of striving for survival and forging their existence to conquer humanity, he would not have endured a millennium of cold and solitude. For countless years, day and night, he had felt naught but the thrill of slaughter, devoid of desire, his heart encased in the relentless chill of eternal torment. He yearned for a peaceful slumber, but found none. The Night King closed his eyes. Alas, the Night King, with a heart of compassion, could not bear to witness the suffering of others. Thus, the immortal sentinels captured the children of the forest and drove them deep into the woods, where they would eternally slumber alongside their beloved forest and cherished weirwood. What a pity, the Night King mused. Regrettably, his own resurrection could not extend its influence upon the very kin who bestowed this power upon him. Otherwise, he could have allowed them to experience the unending agony of existence. The Night King took a step, the icy surface now devoid of any living impediment. The profound tree hollow had lost its final vestige of defense. The protective barrier had vanished, and the once vibrant weirwood had begun to lose its color. The Night King entered the tree hollow. A voice resonated, "You have arrived." A characteristic false smile graced the Night King's face. Continuing forward, he beheld an elderly figure in a black robe, his entire being pierced by branches, merging with the roots, a manifestation of the three-eyed raven, whose consciousness he had encountered before. Yet now, he appeared exceedingly frail, the roots enveloping him marred by signs of decay, though the grand roots still exuded an imposing presence. The Night King halted, gently caressing the roots. "Beautiful, isn't it? This is the first weirwood I discovered after traversing the entirety of Westeros for 11 years. Strangely, despite knowing his end was nigh, the three-eyed raven's voice bore no trace of fear. Rather, he seemed pleased to have found this weirwood. The Night King shifted his gaze to the three-eyed raven. "It is said that the three-eyed raven possesses knowledge of all things. I wish to pose a question to you." The Night King began. The three-eyed raven remained silent for a long while before finally responding. "I already know the question you wish to ask. However, I must tell you that there is no answer. Even if I were to fulfill the task bestowed upon me by the children of the forest upon my creation, it would remain the same." The Night King inquired. "Indeed, when you embrace the world, you may seek eternal peace. Yet, with the next long night, you will awaken from your slumber and continue your journey. The moment you came into existence, they discovered you and granted you this power, the remnants of history, unwilling to fade into obscurity, can only be resisted by fear. Fear is the only force that can stave off the power of forgetfulness." With that, the three-eyed raven expressed disdain. The Night King began to ponder. You speak of the old. Stop. The three-eyed raven interjected sharply. The Watcher is ever vigilant. Do not utter his name, or you shall be seen. The Night King fell silent, gazing intently at him. Were you just playing dumb to buy time? The Night King queried. The three-eyed raven's relaxed demeanor faltered, and he fixed his gaze upon him. The Night King clapped his hands, and the immortal sentinels brought forth a child of the forest, brown-skinned, with resolute eyes and disheveled hair, the very one from earlier, writhing in an attempt to shake off the ropes binding him. I am terribly sorry, the Night King said, extending his right hand, whereupon a Valyrian steel dagger materialized within his grasp. He intended to assassinate me with this toy, but was apprehended by my guards before he could reach me. I wonder if you recognize him. The three-eyed crow closed his eyes and fell silent. Oh, ancient god, is it truly your wish to annihilate your most loyal servant for a single act of disrespect? The three-eyed crow pondered. For 20,000 years, he has served you, his reverence etched into his very bones. Yet, even if you abandon him, the lineage of the three-eyed crow shall endure. The Night King, however, paid no mind to these thoughts, advancing step by step with his ice spear. It is said that you possess the power of prophecy. Do you foresee your own demise? The voice of the Night King resonated. The three-eyed crow opened his eyes to behold the glimmering spear before him, feeling an inexplicable tranquility in that moment. This was a moment long awaited, a culmination of years of anticipation. I am too old and weary now. Suddenly, the Night King withdrew his spear and turned to sever the bindings constraining the child of the forest, causing the dragonglass dagger to tumble to the ground before him. Let us depart, the Night King instructed his undead guards. He exited the cave with an ethereal lightness characteristic of ice, the chill accompanying his spear. For millennia, he sought nothing but one answer. Even as he held the fates of countless lives in his grasp, his own destiny drifting like a reed in the wind. The memories and aspirations of centuries shattered in that instant, leaving only the consciousness of the traveler to endure suffering, to enact slaughter, to descend into madness. Until the moment of God-slaying, the three-eyed crow in the cave exhaled in relief, only to be pierced through the chest by an ice spear. The look of shock would forever be frozen upon his face. Chapter 13. The castle of the Night's Watch. The sun had risen in the sky, yet the chill of ice remained biting. There is something you ought to see. Todd approached the Night King and declared. He extended his hand, revealing a white crystal, accompanied by a scattering of yellow powder. In an instant, the consciousness of the traveler illuminated the Night King's understanding of what this was, as well as the nature of the orb held by the child of the forest. The components, sulfur, nitrate, and charcoal, seemed inscribed within the DNA of the children of Huaxia. How many years had it been since fireworks graced his home? Perhaps since the onset of the first smog-laden skies. Yet, it mattered not. Soon, fireworks would erupt above the wall of last hope. At this moment, a unique individual arrived at the wall, having sworn allegiance to the Night's Watch. This individual was Jon Snow. Throughout history, members of the North's royal family have joined the Sworn Brothers, the previous generation being Eddard Stark's brother, the current First Ranger of the Night's Watch. Now, summoned by fate, the illegitimate son of the North's royal family, Jon Snow, had come to the Black Castle, to the Wall of Last Hope. Accompanying him was the impish Tyrion, urinating atop the Wall of Despair. The frigid winds howled across the battlements, while Tyrion stood resolutely, the flames in the braziers flickering brightly. The Night's Watchman, tasked with his protection, gazed at him lethargically as he brandished his needle, fulfilling a whimsical desire. For nearly a century, the wars and glories belonged to the South, as did the Iron Throne. Despite the perpetual strife at the Wall, no human had ever breached its defenses, whether it be the wildlings, the long-vanished children of the forest, or the undead. As long as the Watchman stood guard atop the wall, none could threaten them. After fulfilling his whim, Tyrion adjusted his attire and inadvertently cast a glance down the wall. There, upon the ice-formed ramparts, a beam of sunlight reflected onto the ground, revealing a dark spot beneath. Tyrion's demeanor shifted to one of urgency as he pushed through the gathered crowd and hastened towards the watchtower. There, he discovered a child, seemingly lifeless, sprawled at the edge of the wall. "Help! There's a child!" Tyrion shouted, prompting several Night's Watchmen to focus their attention, clearly discerning a human silhouette. With a disconcerting creak, the gates of the wall swung open, and Tyrion, accompanied by several cavalrymen equipped with bows and swords, galloped forth. Upon reaching the location he had observed, Tyrion's unease deepened as he approached the figure on the ground. The child was frail and diminutive, and as a dwarf often ridiculed by society, Tyrion felt a familiar pang of sympathy for those who bore the marks of monstrosity. Upon reaching the spot, Tyrion knelt and turned the child over, eliciting gasps of astonishment from the onlookers. "It's a child of the forest," they exclaimed. "Kill it!" The accompanying watchmen shouted vehemently. In truth, the Night's Watch had seen a significant decline in their ability to combat the undead, and preventing the wildlings from plundering had become their foremost concern. With the rare children of the forest now marked for death. However, Tyrion raised his hand to halt them. He scrutinized the creature before him. A legendary being emerging from the pages of lore, now lying vulnerably at his feet. The child of the forest was bloodied, clad in tattered garments, and appeared exceptionally frail. Tyrion made a fundamental assessment. Something had gone awry on the Frostfangs. According to ancient texts, the children of the forest were the rightful guardians of the woods, adhering to the most primordial of codes, taking only what they required, honoring nature, and despising all that would disrupt it. Even if but one remained, they should not be in such a wretched state. The Night's Watch had long since abandoned any notion of cleansing the Frostfangs due to their dwindling forces, making it unlikely that they were responsible for this tragedy. Something had transpired on the Frostfangs. They are either wildlings or whites, certainly. Tyrion leans towards the belief that they have been driven from their homes by the wildlings, for the whites have not been seen for many years. Soon, the group arrived at the southern side of the wall, outside the Black Castle, carrying the unconscious child of the forest. Maester, there is a frostbitten individual here." Upon entering the Black Castle, Tyrion exclaimed, his voice betraying his excitement. Indeed, he was thrilled, having encountered this child of the forest. He had already claimed him as his personal possession. Regardless of the cost or the Night's Watch's opposition to his taking the child, the Lannisters would always stand behind him. For it is universally acknowledged that a Lannister always pays his debts. However, there is another saying, which is truly the Lannister motto: "Hear me roar," without harming himself. Tyrion had no qualms about employing certain unconventional methods to achieve his aims. Yet, he had miscalculated in some respects. The trembling Maester glanced at the child on the ground and bent down to examine his injuries. Waves of Night's Watchmen gathered, eager to catch a glimpse of this foreign being. Soon, the concern of the Lord Commander was piqued, and the Maester's gaze underwent subtle changes. Although his look of astonishment lasted but a moment, Tyrion noticed it. "Lord Commander, we may need to converse," the Maester said after administering rudimentary bandaging to the child, instructing the others to carry him into a room to warm him, before speaking to the commander. The two entered the tent, and as Tyrion stepped forward, the Maester halted him. "My Lord Lannister, I meant to speak with the commander alone. Your presence may be somewhat inappropriate," the Maester asserted, turning to enter the commander's office, where two guards stood at attention. Tyrion slowly retreated, yet his resolve had already been solidified. A gold dragon slipped into the guard's pocket. The sound of coins jingling echoed in his own pocket. His ear pressed against the door, catching clear sounds within. "Are you certain?" "Indeed. It is the frostbite inflicted by the whites, just as recorded in the Citadel." The sound of pacing footsteps filled the air, clearly indicating the owner was somewhat anxious. "We must ascertain how many there are. What is their current strength? Do they possess the capability to breach the wall?" This information was vital in deciding whether to seek aid from the north and the southern kings. "No. Perhaps it is imperative that we seek assistance. The Black Castle has fallen into disrepair, compounded by the loss of personnel. We cannot hold them off. Moreover," the commander interjected, "the days are growing shorter, and the nights longer. The long night approaches, my Lord Commander. We must send someone to seek aid. Before reinforcements arrive, we must halt the whites' advance southward. Now is the time for all members of the Night's Watch to uphold their sworn vows." Bang! A diminutive figure, sidestepping, with a hand to his ear, crashed through the great doors and tumbled into the hall. Chapter 14 News from the Great Ice Plain. "Gentlemen, would you believe me if I said this was an unforeseen circumstance?" Tyrion addressed the two men, who directed their piercing gazes toward him before softening, a singular thought emerging in their minds. Surrounding sounds grew chaotic, with faint echoes of cries calling for his demise reverberating throughout the room. The clang of steel ensued, and the expression of the Lord Commander shifted alarmingly. Trouble was afoot. The children of the forest had not been adequately restrained. He hurried outside to find a throng encircling the injured child of the forest, who lay prostrate on a bed. Several Night's Watchmen, harboring enmity toward the wildlings, shouted vehemently, brandishing their swords with intent to slay the child. Yet one figure stood resolutely before the child, wielding his sword with remarkable skill to deflect the onslaught, remaining purely defensive. This was Jon Snow, the Night's Watchman from House Stark, hailing from the north. "Cease this at once," bellowed the Lord Commander, draped in a black cloak. Jon held his sword horizontally before him, and as the assailants prepared to strike, they were struck by the sudden silence and the formidable presence of the commander, compelling them to lower their weapons. 7 gods above. What has transpired? Exclaimed the maester, who had followed closely behind the commander. His voice a mixture of ire and urgency. Commander, you must elucidate why your men have damaged the private property of House Lannister. Should their possessions be harmed, Tyrion cleared his throat, interjecting. House Lannister reserves the right to sever all provisions to Castle Black and will no longer supply condemned prisoners as manpower. The Lord Commander paid him no heed. For the long night approached, and he was prepared to meet his fate with valor. Contemplating the future seemed futile in such dire times. All combatants shall receive 30 lashes. Those merely observing shall receive 10, he proclaimed, issuing his orders before turning to depart. Sir, this child of the forest claims he possesses a means to save my brother Bran. Allow me to bring him back, Jon shouted fervently. The commander, having just turned away, halted in his tracks. News of the second son of House Stark, Ned, having fallen from the abandoned tower and remaining unconscious, had already reached Castle Black through Tyrion and his companions. With the long night looming, the north stood as the closest bastion against the encroaching army of the undead. Only aid from the north could offer a glimmer of hope in repelling the onslaught. You and the child of the forest shall accompany me, he instructed. Turning back to Jon and the child, the 4 of them re-entered the office, the awakened child of the forest being shepherded in under watchful eyes. You may leave now. The Lord Commander addressed the 2 escorts, who complied. Faced with a being that existed solely in the pages of legend, even the commander felt a twinge of apprehension. At this moment, the child of the forest seemed to be engulfed in the anguish of witnessing the annihilation of his homeland and the demise of his kin. The shot that pierced the 3-eyed raven left an indelible shadow upon his heart. Before the leader could utter a word, a guttural, stammering sound emerged from his lips. In truth, he was unfamiliar with human language. The remnants of his vocabulary were akin to a bilingual dictionary, transmitted into his mind by the 3-eyed raven in its final moments. Thus, each word he spoke was derived from a comparative analysis with the lexicon in his mind. Night King, undead, resurrection, 3-eyed raven, death, free folk, death, child of the forest, death, Bran safe. He fixed his gaze upon the eyes of the Night's Watch commander, articulating each word with precision. The leader remained silent, yet the maester grew anxious. How many are they? How are their forces arranged? Do they possess the capability to breach the wall? How many high-ranking undead? Mid-tier undead? Low-tier undead? The child of the forest displayed an expression of confusion, his large, blinking eyes filled with uncertainty as they fixed upon Jon. Jon touched his own face, revealing an expression of helplessness. My lord, he is not familiar with our language. You are speaking too swiftly, Jon remarked. The maester too recognized the issue, hastily apologizing. Yet, as if struck by a sudden revelation, a profound terror appeared on his countenance, and he urgently implored Jon. Have him repeat what he just said. Jon conveyed the message. Night King, undead, resurrection, 3-eyed raven, death. At this juncture, the trembling old maester seemed on the verge of collapsing, luckily supported by Jon. The 3-eyed raven is dead? How could that be? The earthly representative of the old gods has perished? Have the old gods abandoned humanity? This transcends the issue of the undead. It is divine retribution. How could he die? How could he possibly die? A spark ignited in the old maester's eyes. No, I must go. I must journey to Old Town to deliver this news. The old maester fumbled about, oblivious to the expressions of those around him, resembling a zealot whose faith had crumbled, utterly devoid of hope for survival. The citadel might be the sole bastion for rediscovering faith. Jon stepped forward, blocking the departing maester. Maester, calm yourself. We must consider the veracity of his words. Jon insisted, then turned to the child of the forest. How many undead are there? Countless, he replied. All dead. They are all dead. Every one of them. Wildlings, animals. The children of the forest. No, they did not perish. They have risen again, their terrifying, ice-blue eyes gazing forth. The child of the forest trembled. I must find Bran. I must save him. He is our only hope. The stammering voice of the child of the forest echoed, his teeth chattering in fear. Why? Why is Bran the only hope? Jon anxiously seized the child of the forest, inquiring about his steadfast bond with Bran, ever concerned for his well-being. I cannot divulge anything unless I am granted an audience with him and his mother. Upon uttering this, the child of the forest closed his eyes, falling silent as Jon shook him in a frenzy. Jon, commanded the Lord Commander of the Night's Watch, halting his actions. We must confine the child of the forest. We require further information. Jon, you must venture out to inform Elisa, instructing him to ride forth and gather intelligence beyond the wall. The Lord Commander issued his orders, prompting Jon to withdraw. The old maester, claiming the need to procure some records, also took his leave. Only the Lord Commander and Tyrion remained, the former's unwavering gaze upon Tyrion rendering him uneasy. Just as Tyrion prepared to speak, the Lord Commander bowed low, startling Tyrion, who felt a sudden chill. A gesture of deference often signifies a request. This request, he feared, might not be an easy one to fulfill, and now, within this realm, he felt he had no right to refuse. With a silent sigh, he acquiesced. What is it that you wish? I shall do my utmost. Chapter 15. Tyrion's new task. A cart rolled along, with the diminutive Tyrion at the helm and the child of the forest confined within a cage behind him. As he drove, Tyrion lamented, "Alas, encountering you has truly brought me misfortune. I, Tyrion, once the second son of House Lannister, would have preferred to indulge in melodies or visit the pleasure houses, surrounded by beauty and living a life of leisure, with carriages at my disposal and a grand estate to return to. Yet here I am, having ventured to the wall to fulfill a long-held desire, only to find myself entangled with you, a wretch whose life I saved, escorting you to Winterfell, all while enduring the harsh elements. Ah, the relentless winds and scorching sun. Meanwhile, on the vast expanse of the frozen tundra, the Night King's minions toiled to produce gunpowder, sporadic explosions echoing in the air as a white ascended into the sky. The smoking steel furnace expelled molten iron, while a dilapidated cauldron simmered with perilous concoctions. The whites, some burdened with heavy firewood, others wielding tools, clanged noisily as they moved forward. A commanding shout rang out, and the tireless whites unceasingly shoveled freshly refined coke into the furnace. Nearby, humans observed, and when the flames surged, they revealed the icy sigils of their frozen spears, halting the whites from adding more carbon. The cauldron contained a mysterious stew of unknown beast. 4 giants stood guard, while 5 whites maintained watch. At the forefront stood the Night King, with an additional 5 whites dispatched to scour the frigid expanse for new recruits. Preparations for the impending battle were fervent. Bundles of explosives were affixed to the backs of ice wolves, which occasionally soared into the sky when the explosives detonated. However, the surrounding humans collected the dismembered wolves, piecing them back together. A flash of blue light illuminated the scene, and the fragmented ice wolves rose once more. The undead's inherent ability to defy death was vividly displayed in that moment. At this moment, the Wild King Todd had his own mission. Within an iron cage, a revenant, reduced to a mere arm, was shackled by 4 iron chains and placed upon a cart, while Todd sat at the front, hastening toward the wall of despair. His singular task was to report the presence of the revenants through the actual manifestation of one, and to collect wildfire under the pretext of acquiring it for Black Castle. Ultimately, to obliterate it all. Todd's character had been validated by the Night King. With the entirety of humanity in his grasp, he was unlikely to betray his own. Moreover, Wildfire's effectiveness against the undead was genuine. The revenant he carried would serve as a testament to this truth. The only weapons capable of vanquishing the undead were 3, dragonglass, Valyrian steel, and wildfire. After witnessing Wildfire's effects on the undead, the Night King could not believe any leader would remain untempted. No one could resist the allure of achieving a monumental victory at minimal cost. However, it must be clarified that Wildfire could only restrain lower-tier undead. Mid-level revenants required dragonfire for subjugation, and even the Night King himself was impervious to dragonfire, with only Valyrian steel, a weapon of advanced magical craftsmanship, capable of countering him. Yet, Wildfire bore a slight side effect. Its extreme heat could compromise the icy structure of the Wall of Despair, creating minor vulnerabilities in the protective enchantments. The Night King imparted only the restraining properties of Wildfire to Todd, assigning him the task of its destruction. Even if Todd were to betray humanity and be reviled by his kin, the Night King held no faith in him. No matter how formidable the defenses, they could not shield against humanity's own alchemical creations, for humanity harbored a consciousness of self-destruction, and the Night King merely nudged it along. As he watched the cart recede, a thought echoed through the Night King's mind, resonating far and wide. The revenants raised their blades, and human heads tumbled. Perhaps Todd required a catalyst to drive him to madness. When he beheld the revenants' agonizing wails amidst the wildfire, he would grasp at the last straw. Like a drowning man expending his final strength, a faint smile flickered within the Night King's heart. Should he grow lax in his vigilance, leading the Night's Watch to discovery, the last remaining tribe of wildlings in the vast expanse of ice might perish, leaving him with vengeance as his sole recourse. In the boundless, lifeless tundra, crimson blood enveloped the icy ground, while the life-filled eyes gradually closed, giving way to the rise of ice-blue orbs. Hands, reduced to mere bones, pierced through the earth, their grimy nails encrusted with mud and snow. The ice wolves howled, their ravaged throats resembling torn bellows, producing a hoarse wail. A traveler, leaving his kin behind, embarks on a solitary journey, burdened with the weight of ensuring the survival of all. He departs from a homeland stained with blood, unaware that an additional layer of crimson has been added to the sorrowful soil he leaves behind. From that moment forth, there is no home, and the vast icy expanse remains devoid of life. The flames continue to burn. The great steel furnace blazes with fervor, molten metal poured repeatedly into molds fashioned from ice, producing hollow spheres of iron one after another. Once cooled, the undead fill them with gunpowder. Chapter 16. The undead's first encounter. The light upon the icy plains is blinding and fearsome. The Night's Watch Chief Instructor, Alicia, leads Jon Snow and others onto the frozen wilderness. Observing Jon's tense grip on his sword, several fellow Night's Watchmen burst into laughter. Rookie, there's no need to be so anxious. It's merely a routine patrol. If we encounter wildlings, it will be a fine opportunity to demonstrate the sharpness of our arrows. Unbeknownst to them, the commander had other intentions for their reconnaissance, as they assumed it was just another customary patrol, despite the encroaching dusk rendering such an outing rather illogical. Yet, similar occurrences had transpired in the past, resulting in a sense of unease. Suddenly, a massive bear ambles into view, prompting a surge of excitement among the younger members of the party, who spur their horses forward, whips cracking in the air. Jon attempts to intervene, but Alicia restrains him. Let the lads have their fun. Fear not, Chief. Tonight, we shall feast on bear meat. While riding, the youths draw their bows, and a sharp arrow swiftly pierces the bear's flesh. To prevent its escape, they hasten forward, attempting to encircle the beast. However, the bear does not react as expected. Instead of fleeing or charging in a frenzy, it turns its head, confused, revealing half of its skull as bare bone. A gash across its belly exposes its innards, now conspicuously absent, with only a few intestines swaying in the wind. The Night's Watchmen immediately pull on their reins. The sound of hooves and urgent cries fills the air. The foremost watchman, unable to stop his horse in time, is knocked down by the bear, which sinks its teeth into his neck. His struggles grow feebler until, in mere moments, he breathes his last. Alicia spurs his mount, attempting to advance, but to his shock, the once docile horse refuses to comply, instead throwing him to the ground and galloping back towards the wall in a panic. Alicia, blood streaming from his head, rises in disarray, clutching his braid and shouting, "What on earth is happening? What transpired?" As he approaches the front, he is struck dumb by the sight before him. From the depths of the forest, pairs of ice-blue eyes begin to emerge. A cacophony of heavy footsteps accompanies the clanging of swords and blades, as a throng of undead shamble forth from the woods. Alicia was rendered speechless, as was Jon Snow. All those present beheld the staggering, incomplete horrors before them, and a singular thought consumed their minds. By the seven, this is far too many. Run, Jon Snow bellowed, turning towards the wall, with Alicia and the surviving Night's Watch members hastily trailing behind him. The undead pursued them with frenzied zeal. One by one, Night's Watchmen were swallowed by the relentless tide of the undead, vanishing without a trace. As they glanced upwards, the faint outline of the wall became discernible, but the once formidable group of several had dwindled to just three. Exhaustion drained their will to flee any further. Jon drew his sword, gripping it with both hands, resolved to fight to the bitter end. Yet, Alicia suddenly collapsed to the ground, muttering to himself, "It's over. I am doomed. I should have slain that forest child. He has brought this calamity upon me." Soon, the undead swarmed over the hills, overwhelming Alicia without resistance. Jon, in a desperate attempt, swung his sword wildly, but one by one, his companions fell beside him until he was left utterly spent, his vision obscured by blood. Despair surged within him, nearly engulfing his very being. In that haze, a voice pierced through, "Get on the cart." Jon rallied his spirits and focused, spotting a cart, reminiscent of a prison wagon, racing towards him. He extended his hand, and a tall, robust driver grasped him and heaved him aboard. To Jon's astonishment, within the cart's confines, a formidable undead was shackled by four thick chains, resembling a captive. It was Todd's cart. The undead, upon seeing Jon, let out a furious roar and lunged toward him, only to be halted by the shackles binding its wrists. "Don't just stand there. Raise your sword," commanded Todd, who wielded reins in one hand and a sword in the other. As an undead creature scrambled up the side of the cart, Todd swiftly severed its arm with a single stroke, sending it crashing to the ground, its bones cracking beneath the wheels. Jon hastily grasped his sword, fending off the undead surrounding them. Strangely, the once manic pursuit of the undead began to wane, as if they were deliberately easing their chase. The cart accelerated, and the gates of the wall came into clear view. "It's a cart," shouted the Knight's watchman on duty. But soon silence fell over all as they witnessed the throng of undead, a seemingly endless horde, frantically trailing behind. "Is it?" The speaking watchman stuttered, his voice quaking, his teeth chattering. "The undead?" As the cart breached the gates, the guards forcefully engaged the mechanism to close them. The massive gates thundered down, trapping the undead that had not managed to enter, leaving only half their bodies struggling in vain to breach the threshold. A sword plunged into the skull of one, its ice-blue eyes dimming gradually. At this moment, the Night King activated his comprehensive perception, resurrecting the dead. The fallen undead, having completely lost their hive-like sensitivity, could no longer respond to his summons. Under normal circumstances, he could awaken them with his own call, even with a sword embedded in his head. However, now, they remained utterly unresponsive. The Night King chuckled softly, for his objective had been achieved. He had sent Todd inside, while simultaneously probing the workings of the wall's magical defenses. The real spectacle was yet to come. With a mere wave of his hand, he departed from his hiding place in the woods, followed closely by the undead sentinels. All the undead seemed to receive an unseen signal and swiftly departed. The entire process transpired without the Knight's watch on the walls even realizing it. The stones for the catapults had been set, and then it was over. Chapter 17. Todd's plan. The objective of this assault was twofold: to send Todd into the stronghold and to deliver a surprise to the opposition. The Night King was further pleased to have successfully gleaned the secrets of the wall. The undead were perpetually hungry, cold, and isolated, even in their numbers. They felt no warmth of community, having lost all sensation. They aimlessly carried firewood, their skeletal hands, devoid of flesh, extracting dried charcoal without feeling pain. The vast expanse of the frozen tundra was ablaze, preparing for the morrow's offensive. Meanwhile, Todd entered the wall and was immediately astonished. The warm, windproof stone walls and the eternally burning hearth were unimaginable to him, for on the frozen plains, he was accustomed to unyielding ice and snow, as well as drafty tents. However, he reflected, this place would soon mirror the desolation of the tundra. He had witnessed despair firsthand, and if he were to extinguish their wildfires, they would face an even deeper hopelessness. Yet, he felt no animosity towards those south of the wall who had driven out the free folk and slaughtered countless lives. Instead, he felt a twinge of pity for them. After all, who could truly harbor hatred for lifeless corpses strewn upon the ground? Before long, Todd's carriage was seized, and he, due to the commander's inquiries, was escorted before the commander, accompanied by John. The commander, cloaked in black, eagerly commenced his questioning. In truth, much of the information had already been gleaned from the children of the forest, and this inquiry served merely to confirm the details. Despite the dilapidated state of the Night's Watch's Black Castle and their insufficient numbers, the morning's battle had demonstrated that the undead were not truly immortal. Even severed heads could bring death. He felt a sense of relief, for as long as the enemy could perish, with the wall's towering fortifications and 1,500 Night's Watchmen, all he needed to do was hold out until reinforcements from the north arrived. Todd twisted his neck and, with an air of defiance, spoke to the commander in a tone that suggested a lack of concern. "Once your questions are concluded, I shall take my leave." As Todd spoke, the icy spear's sigil slipped from his arm into his hand, swiftly slicing through the ropes that bound him. The bond snapped audibly, and Todd clapped his hands. Rising to his feet, "There is a matter that requires your assistance," he declared to the Night's Watch commander, feeling an absurdity wash over him. Here he stood, a former free man who had spent the first half of his life opposing the Night's Watch, now conversing with their supreme leader. It was akin to a capitalist who exploits his workers, addressing a leader of a nation filled with noble ideals. Nevertheless, Todd refrained from uttering a word. Instead, he gestured for the commander to lean in closer, whispering his intentions while the icy spear's sigil emanated a chilling aura in his grip. The commander leaned in, eager to discern Todd's message. In an instant, Todd pivoted, his right arm tightening around the commander's neck, a frigid sensation enveloping the commander's throat. Todd's expression contorted into a fierce grimace. The Night's Watch members reacted almost instantaneously, the sound of drawn blades ringing out. "Do not move. Any one of you who dares will meet death." Before they could fully comprehend the situation, the commander was taken hostage, and several members encircled Todd with their drawn swords, hesitant to advance for fear of endangering their leader's life. Todd spoke, his voice firm yet restrained. "Return my wagon and the undead within it." His words were not loud, but they carried immense weight. The commander attempted to respond, only to be struck on the head by Todd, rendering him unconscious. Soon, the reins of the wagon dragged away by the others returned to Todd's grasp. At that moment, John approached. Todd tightened his grip, the sharp sigil leaving a crimson mark upon the commander's neck, heightening the tension among the onlookers. John raised both hands, signaling his lack of weapons. Realizing that intimidation was futile, Todd was not inclined to escalate the situation further. He had no intention of eliminating the Night's Watch leader. In the grand scheme of the Night King, the commander was not a critical target due to his replaceability. Should the commander perish, a lieutenant or captain would readily assume his role. John shouted, assuring Todd that he bore no arms. Inquiring if Todd found himself in an insurmountable predicament that necessitated the abduction of the commander. Todd seized the moment to explain, I have no home left. All the free folk of the Frostfangs have perished. After great toil, I managed to procure the body of a companion and secured it within a prison cart before he could transform into an undead. Now, he has become one of the undead, attacking anyone in sight. I must journey south, preferably to a place teeming with people, to sell this undead and savor the last few years of ease. At last, the commander stirred awake, hearing Todd's words. A surge of incredulity swelling within him at the notion of selling an undead. Yet, he refrained from voicing his thoughts. In truth, he was aware that, in stark contrast to obtaining sufficient funds to lead a stable life for several years, the desperate savage before him was far more preoccupied with the fear that, upon receiving the money, he would be killed. Thus, he spoke. Are you truly that lacking in ambition? Are you afraid? Terrified? Is that why you fled? Over there. That icy expanse is the ancestral home of your free folk, and now you abandon it, forsaking all your kin. You are their potential, their solitary hope. Yet now, hope is extinguished, declared the commander. Todd's face flushed crimson, his teeth clenched as he uttered through gritted lips, silence. What do you know, you southerners ensconced in your warm, sturdy abodes? That is invincible, the undead immortalized in the ancestral murals. We cannot prevail. I have witnessed it. One night, merely one night, the entire arduous settlement, the savage king, the children, the strong men, the women, all perished. The next time I saw them, their blue eyes had joined the ranks of the undead. I was powerless to intervene. Todd wept, his eyes reddened, for indeed he felt powerless. In reality, he had accomplished much. In a certain sense, he had wronged no one. Yet, he still endeavored, striving to achieve more, to ensure the survival of more of his people, risking his own life in the process. Then, Todd uttered a fateful phrase. Unless we possess greater power, there exists nothing in this world more formidable than dragons. Chapter 18. The Undead. Attack. Upon hearing these words, the crowd fell into silence. Ever since the Targaryen dynasty was overthrown and Robb ascended the Iron Throne, news of dragons had ceased entirely. Over time, even the very existence of dragons had become but a legend. Yet, dragons were real. Their legends still circulated, even inspiring the creation of a new alchemical product, wildfire, which the Mad King had once used to incinerate foes. Indeed, wildfire. John exclaimed to Todd. Dragons may now be extinct, but we possess wildfire, which mimics dragon fire and wields tremendous power. Where? Todd inquired. John responded, slightly taken aback, for he had not anticipated Todd's genuine interest in wildfire. Compared to wildfire, the people of Westeros still favored bows and broadswords. In King's Landing, my father is the hand of the king. You could release the commander and take me as a hostage. We could bring that undead creature to King's Landing and request support in the form of wildfire. Todd cast a sorrowful glance at John and replied, It is too late. Drawing the Night's Watch commander's sword, he positioned it against his throat and closed his eyes. The sigil of the ice spear sliding down into his garments. He contemplated suicide, yet inwardly he thought, I cannot endure this any longer. Hurry and take the sword from me. Indeed, as Todd released the commander, John swiftly seized the long sword, which had been perilously close. The sharp blade instantly sliced through his palm, blood dripping onto the ground along the edge of the sword. Despite Todd's increasing strength, the blade remained unwavering. Ultimately, John, grasping the blade, wrested the sword from Todd's grip, sending it clattering to the ground. Meanwhile, the commander of the Night's Watch, now free from peril, fell into deep contemplation. Perhaps it would indeed be prudent to send the son of the hand of the king, even if he were a bastard, alongside this wildling and that undead creature to King's Landing in search of aid. Even if the army could not arrive due to logistical concerns, wildfire and blades, along with arrows, could precede them. After confining Todd to the dungeons, the commander of the Night's Watch wasted no time. He summoned the chief ranger, Benjen, who had previously been on patrol, to confer with John about seeking assistance. In contrast to King's Landing, John harbored greater trust in the north, where he had grown up. He believed that once Tyrion departed from the north, he would certainly head to King's Landing, rendering that region a lesser concern. King Robert would surely rejoice at the prospect of battle. Conversely, the North Guardian, Ned, had recently traveled to the capital, leaving the North without a leader to unite the noble houses, and Jon felt compelled to return to aid his brother, Robb. This course of action would ensure the swiftest means of garnering the strongest reinforcements. However, the commander of the Night's Watch opined that relying solely on the North could not withstand the onslaught of the undead. The prophecies of the Long Night invariably foretold humanity's defeat until the arrival of spring brought renewal. Presently, the 7 kingdoms of Westeros were at their zenith. And despite years of peace, the memory of the first warrior of the 7 kingdoms lingered, as did the image of King Robert rising to claim the Iron Throne after toppling the Mad King. Only by uniting all of humanity's strength and harnessing wildfire could they hope to repel the undead. Ultimately, under the commander's orders, Jon set forth in a cart, with the undead on one side and Todd on the other, making their way to King's Landing. The cart journeyed day and night, and by midnight, Jon, nibbling on his rations, approached the cage. He extended the food to Todd, who stared back at him wide-eyed. Todd, however, received it with disdain, hurling the provisions back at Jon's face. Unperturbed, Jon produced a key and unlocked Todd's cell, gesturing towards the wilderness. "Go, wildling. You saved my life, and now I repay you. Should you arrive in King's Landing as a prisoner, you will surely face execution. One life for another, and we are even, before the undead. All humanity stands as allies." Todd gazed at him in astonishment, acutely aware that a man under a lord's dominion was fundamentally different from a free man like himself. Jon's actions felt tantamount to betrayal, with dire consequences looming. Moreover, he had a mission. The people of his tribe awaited his return. Todd's eyes gleamed as he snatched the rations from Jon's grasp, tearing off a piece and tossing it into his mouth. The dry, hard food felt like stone, nearly impossible to chew, yet Todd stubbornly swallowed the small morsel. "Leave? Why would I leave? This is my undead, and I intend to sell it in King's Landing. You wealthy Southerners surely wouldn't hesitate to pay a handsome price for such a rare spectacle. Enough chatter, let's set off. I'll drive the cart, and you can rest. We shall switch later. Our time is limited," Todd declared. Meanwhile, beneath the wall of despair, a wolf of the frozen tundra, laden with explosives, stealthily approached the city gates. Boom! A burst of flames shot into the sky, illuminating the night in an instant. The Night's Watchmen atop the wall gazed down, their pupils constricting in horror as they beheld the throngs of undead below. The sound of horns echoed, and beacons were ignited. Countless arrows were loosed, while the dilapidated catapults creaked ominously. Massive stones rained down upon the horde of undead, yet those struck merely retrieved shattered bones from their chests, discarding them on the ground, and pressed onward. Despite the immense boulders capable of inflicting significant casualties and demoralizing the enemy, they stirred little reaction among the relentless undead, who charged fearlessly ahead. The Night King observed from a distance, watching his minions advance as he commanded the catapults to fire. Enormous steel balls were ignited and hurled towards the wall, exploding upon impact. However, a gust of wind swept through, leaving the wall unscathed. The Night King remained unperturbed. Even the powers of the gods have their limits, and this was merely their handiwork. One wave of undead was halted, yet countless arrows rained down from the wall. Giants wielding massive wooden shields surged forward, reaching the iron gate beneath the wall. The gate was entirely braced by immense logs, with not a single gap in sight. A giant, shield in hand, charged the iron gate but only staggered from the impact, the gate remaining undamaged. The Night King issued commands, and the catapults moved forward. The remaining 3 giants, each wielding a shield, protected the catapults as another steel ball was launched towards the wall. A tremendous explosion followed, accompanied by flames and screams. The agonized Night's Watchmen plummeted from the wall, swiftly swallowed by the horde of undead. Chapter 19. The Undead's Assault stalled. A rain of arrows fell from the heavens, and swathes of undead collapsed to the ground. The Night's Watchmen atop the wall took note of the catapults below, and massive stones were released from above, crashing down towards them. The giants roared in fury, standing firm to face the descending boulders, only to be struck by the tremendous force against their shields, sending one giant crashing to the ground, his shield cast aside. At last, the direction of the massive stone was altered, hurtling towards the trebuchets. At that moment, the commander of the Night's Watch was atop the wall, orchestrating the battle. Even as the flames of war licked at the battlements and the situation grew increasingly dire, he remained unflappable, despite the persistent entreaties of the chief ranger, Bran, urging him to join the fray. He remained steadfast. Born of House Mormont, He had once fought alongside the Targaryens and the King of Storm's End, engaging in warfare for the better part of his life. To him, the current undead forces were still within manageable bounds, though the cavalry charge seemed a plausible tactic to disrupt the enemy's siege capabilities. Yet, it was evident that, before a horde of deathless foes, the cavalry's critical mobility was rendered nearly non-existent. He could scarcely bear to acknowledge the reckless cavalrymen who sought glory at the cost of their lives. Moreover, it appeared increasingly unlikely that the cavalry could breach the line formed by the giants. With a wave of his hand, several members of the Night's Watch hefted a massive stone from the cart to the trebuchet, which once more began its descent, capable of crushing a man under its weight. The boulder struck the giant's shield with a resounding crash, sending it flying, but the giant quickly regained its composure and lifted the shield anew, only to find the trebuchet unleashing another volley. A thunderous explosion reverberated through the air, while the wall remained unscathed. Many of the Night's Watchmen fell, their anguished cries piercing the din of battle. Some succumbed to the violent tremors that ruptured their insides, while others were struck down by shrapnel, and those who did not cry out had long since met their demise. The commander issued a brutal command. The wounded were to retreat, and the dead were to be cast into the inner sanctum of the wall, awaiting cremation. All the trebuchets emitted a screeching sound as they launched their projectiles with full force towards the base of the wall. At last, one of the trebuchets was struck. A boulder directly impacted the throwing arm, shattering it instantly. A lit steel ball, yet to be launched, detonated beneath the wall, knocking down the giants stationed nearby. However, more terrifying was the sight of a giant, riddled with shrapnel, rising once more as if ignited by a primal fury, seizing a steel ball and charging towards the iron gate. The multitude of arrows embedded in its flesh did little to hinder its speed. With a resounding crash, the iron gate was blasted askew, yet remained steadfast. The blue light in the giant's eyes flickered out. Even as its companions and the Night King simultaneously attempted to revive it, there was no response. This was the power of the magic circle. Both the Night King and the commander of the Night's Watch shared a knowing smile, one for halting the advance of the undead, the other mocking the Watchmen for mistaking a feigned attack for a genuine offensive. A cadre of undead, guided by the Night King, advanced forward, retrieving the fallen undead to be resurrected anew. Meanwhile, more undead continued their relentless assault. The ice spear in the Night King's grasp gradually took form before being hurled forth. With each formation of a frost spear, another Night's Watchman was claimed. Soon, the sky began to pale with the first light of dawn. The Night King, through the hive mind, issued a command for retreat, and the undead swiftly vanished, bearing the bodies of their fallen comrades. As the sun rose, its crimson rays bathed the earth, casting a stark whiteness over the vast ice plains. Were it not for the occasional spatter of blood and the lingering, moving severed limbs, one could scarcely discern that a fierce battle had taken place here. Upon the wall, the Night's Watch finally exhaled in relief, collapsing onto the ground. The wounded ceased their wails, quietly awaiting the arrival of the healers. Yet the commander of the Night's Watch furrowed his brow. Was retreating at dawn truly wise? Just yesterday, during daylight, the undead had roamed freely. However, there was little time left for contemplation. After a night of relentless siege, he himself was utterly exhausted. His forces were not composed of elite soldiers, but rather a ragtag assembly of hopeless prisoners and bastards. That they had not crumbled under the weight of fear and death was a small miracle. What mattered now was to inspire hope. Meanwhile, the Night King, upon retreating, realized that in this magical realm, the power of gunpowder might not be as formidable as he had envisioned. The violent explosions could not even rattle the ice atop the wall. Though his undead army had suffered minimal losses due to his resurrection, a prolonged stalemate would inevitably allow the human forces to consolidate near the wall. The sole purpose of the wall in this grim tale seemed to be toppled by the breath of a dragon. This thought filled him with rage. He had not forgotten the Light King's priestess in her crimson robe, nor the endless scholars of the Citadel. If humanity truly united in their resolve to gather at the wall, it was he who would ultimately be drained of strength, an unfortunate impossibility. In the hive mind, the undead could rally as one for a singular purpose, yet humanity would forever remain divided. Meanwhile, Tyrion, upon entering King's Landing, learned of Bran's assassination attempt. After some inquiries, he sighed in relief. Bran was alive, saved by his dire wolf. Arriving at Winterfell, he stirred quite a commotion as crowds gathered around his carriage until Bran's mother, Lady Catelyn of the North, led the way through the throng. At last, the crowd parted, allowing Catelyn and her cavalry to approach. Upon glimpsing Tyrion, she was momentarily taken aback, and then her gaze fell upon the caged children of the forest, causing her pupils to constrict in shock. Countless questions surged within her. Yet she understood that this was not the time for inquiries. She ushered Tyrion into Winterfell's castle. Having traveled with frenzied haste, Tyrion appeared somewhat haggard, but at last. He stood before the central figure and, discarding all formality, pointed at the caged child of the forest, uttering but a single sentence. He claimed to possess a means to save Bran, who now lay in a deep slumber. It was less a matter of exhaustion, and more an evasion of the consequences that would arise upon Bran's awakening, for Bran had witnessed the sordid entanglements of his sister and brother. He too was gambling, wagering that under the pressure of the undead, Catelyn could temporarily forget these matters and focus solely on combating the undead to support the beleaguered wall. A gentleman may deceive through his demeanor. Tyrion considered himself no virtuous man, yet in his eyes, Ned and Catelyn Stark were gentlemen worthy of such deception. His temporary absence stemmed from the understanding that certain words spoken by himself would yield different effects than those uttered by the children of the forest, the parties directly involved. He could only play a supportive role. Chapter 20. News from Winterfell. At this moment, Winterfell stood with its gates firmly shut, the populace dispersed, and dark clouds loomed over the castle, as if portentous events were imminent. Catelyn entered the great hall, accompanied by a maester and several remaining bannermen within the castle. Before her stood the captive child of the forest, guarded by sentinels poised with weapons at the ready. Catelyn initiated the inquiry. Since her birth, the child of the forest had existed only in tomes and legends, with no one having truly witnessed its presence, nor was there any certainty of its existence. "Can you speak?" Catelyn asked. The child of the forest's eyes widened as it fixed its gaze upon her, just when everyone presumed it to be akin to a beast. Incapable of speech and surviving purely through instinct, a raspy, fragmented voice emerged. "I want to see Bran." In truth, on the journey here, the child had already assimilated the lexicon within its mind, mastering the language of humankind. Not only the tongues of the Seven Kingdoms, but even Valyrian and all known languages since the dawn of human record. "I am Bran's mother. If there is something to convey, speak directly to me," Catelyn replied. At that moment, the words of the three-eyed raven echoed in the child's mind. Never underestimate what a mother would do for her child. Painful memories intertwined with icy blue eyes cascaded him into despair. Yet, a sense of purpose and vengeance yanked him back to the realm of the living. "I can save Bran." The words escaped him as he expelled a leaf of weirwood from his mouth, holding it out to Catelyn. "Give this to him. He will awaken. And tell him the three-eyed raven sends his regards. The child of the forest remained forever your enemy, even if I alone still exist." With that, he ceased to speak, collapsing to the ground as the leaf danced in the wind, a stream of blood trickling from his form. The guards rushed forward, flipping the child over, only to discover a sharp dragonglass shard embedded in his chest, his heart having ceased its rhythm. This scene left all present in shock until the guards presented the leaf on a tray before Catelyn. Only then did she come to her senses. She reached out to take it, but was halted by the maester, who examined it, and, finding no issue, handed it to Catelyn. She glanced at it and inquired, "Why this? Does anyone know its significance?" The individuals present shook their heads in unison, save for the flicker of evasion evident in the bachelor's eyes. After considerable hesitation, he stepped forward. "If I heard aright, the forest child had just alluded to the three-eyed raven. According to legend, the three-eyed raven serves as a terrestrial emissary of the old gods, immortal and undying. As long as human history endures, so too does the three-eyed raven. It embodies the grandeur of nature's might, possessing knowledge of both past and future, yet refraining from undue interference, a sentinel of time. However, recent scholarly research suggests that the three-eyed raven is not truly immortal. Rather, it bequeaths its essence across generations. Upon each death, the raven encases its memories within a fishleaf wood, awaiting the next incarnation of the three-eyed raven to unearth and explore them. The key to unlocking the fishleaf wood and inheriting the raven's powers is said to be a singular, extraordinary leaf from the fishleaf tree. The forest child mentioned that the three-eyed raven greeted Bran, perhaps having glimpsed something in the future that deemed Bran worthy to become the next three-eyed raven. Yet, the scholarly city has not reached a definitive conclusion regarding whether a person who becomes the three-eyed raven remains their true self or transforms into a mere symbol. Nonetheless, one truth stands indisputable. In comparison to the raven's immense magical prowess, healing Bran and awakening him, even mending his shattered leg, would be a trivial endeavor. Upon hearing this, Catelyn was plunged into deep contemplation. A dilemma unfurled before her. Should she save her son, thereby exchanging him for a stranger, or allow him to remain in his serene slumber for the duration of his life? Yet, the world granted her little time for reflection. Tyrion had arrived. Upon regaining consciousness, Tyrion grasped the implications of the forest child's words and recognized the moment of his own emergence. If circumstances permitted, he even entertained the notion of becoming the three-eyed raven himself, regardless of the cost. Having been deemed a monster by his father since childhood, a supposed harbinger of his mother's death during childbirth, a source of familial disgrace, he yearned to undertake a significant act to alter his father's perception of him, to proclaim to the world, to his father, that he could indeed be the son of which his father could be proud, even if that son was no longer himself. Upon entering the great hall, he offered a respectful bow and inquired, "My lady, may I see that leaf?" Catelyn nodded, and a guard presented a tray before Tyrion. Suddenly, tension gripped the assembly. Catelyn had yet to voice her words, and the crowd refrained from rushing forward. Tyrion grasped the leaf of fishleaf wood. Unlike the fear and trepidation exhibited by others, Tyrion's gaze reflected disappointment. The leaf emitted no extraordinary essence, appearing as mundane as any leaf one might find upon the ground. It did not acknowledge Tyrion. The power of the three-eyed raven was beyond his reach. However, this was not the time for lamentation. Tyrion scrutinized the leaf closely, undeterred by the peculiar stares of the onlookers, and spoke. "There is no significant danger." Attempting to disguise her actions, Lady Catelyn became furious and ordered the guards to take back the leaves, the sole hope for her child's recovery, and expelled Tyrion. Tyrion offered no resistance. He calmly placed the leaves on the tray and extended his hands, allowing the guards to seize him. Just as he was about to exit, he uttered a composed remark. "My lady, you would not wish for the undead to breach Winterfell, would you?" With that, Catelyn halted the guards who were about to throw Tyrion out. "What do you mean by that?" she inquired. "Merely the literal interpretation. I possess another identity that I may have forgotten to introduce. I am the full representative of the Night's Watch from the Black Castle. If I am not mistaken, the wall is currently besieged by the undead. My lady, war has commenced. This is a conflict that involves all living and dead beings. And one of my paramount missions in Winterfell is to seek aid." Tyrion's mention of the undead startled everyone present. On that day, they had encountered the fabled children of the forest and heard news of the undead. The world had irrevocably transformed in the eyes of those who had lived for 4 or 5 decades, becoming unrecognizable. Previously, the most significant news was merely the succession of kings. But now, the world had changed. Chapter 21. Catelyn's Dilemma. Tyrion stood at the threshold, and entering the room in succession were the guards and the vassals of the North. Robb, the eldest son of the North's protector, had returned to stand by. At the far end lay a small bed, where Bran rested, serene as a sleeping beauty. Catelyn sat beside the bed, her guard holding a tray bearing a leaf. "My lady, allow me to handle this. It is far too cruel." Tyrion entered but was blocked by the guards, preventing his approach. Catelyn glanced at him. "Please convey my gratitude to the Lannisters for their kindness, but I am his mother. I must bear this responsibility. The old gods have chosen him as their messenger on earth, cruelly snatching away a child from his mother. Yet, I hope he remembers that I shall always be his mother. Children must eventually depart from their homes, soaring into the storms of nature." As she spoke, Catelyn produced the leaf and gently pressed it against Bran's delicate face. "I only hope that he will not resent me for this decision I have made on his behalf." The leaves gradually lost their color, slipping from Bran's visage as a surge of green energy erupted from him, forming a translucent green barrier. His broken leg began to visibly mend at an astonishing rate, and a single tear rolled down his cheek. "Do you not think we adults are utterly useless? We must rely on a child to combat the undead." Catelyn watched the tear glide down Bran's face within the green shield, her heart wrenching as she realized that as the child took steps away, one would not feel the pangs of separation, even while smiling at his departure towards broader horizons. However, when the child departed from her presence, her heart felt as though it were being torn asunder. Soon, Bran opened his eyes, and, upon seeing Catherine, his brother Robb, and several uncles and relatives, he curled up like a frightened kitten and timidly called for his mother. Tears cascaded down Catherine's cheeks like a torrential flood as she embraced Bran and wept. Observing this poignant scene, Tyrion exhaled a sigh of relief and subsequently beckoned Robb aside. "We must provide support to the Black Castle," Tyrion stated. "The Night's Watch consists of only about 1,500 men. Even relying on the wall, they cannot endure for long." Robb glanced at their mother cradling her son and signaled for Theon and a few bannermen to join them outside, allowing space for Catherine and Bran. Once outside, Theon spoke first. "I can seek aid from the Iron Islands. I am the sole legitimate heir of the Iron Islands. The strength of the North may not suffice to withstand the onslaught of the undead." The group fell silent, but Robb embraced Theon, saying, "My brother, The situation has not deteriorated to that extent. The North can first dispatch cavalry, swiftly and lightly equipped, to the wall, while summoning bannermen and subjects subsequently, and also sending a rider to inform King's Landing. Maester, how many men do we currently have in our standing army? Robb inquired. The old maester pondered for a moment. Approximately 5,000. Theon, gather the standing army. I will lead a contingent to the wall, while simultaneously issuing a summons for all males aged 15 to 60 from Winterfell and surrounding towns to head to the wall. During my absence, all affairs of Winterfell shall be overseen by our mother, Catherine. Before Robb could finish, a resolute no echoed from beside him. It was Catherine, who had approached unbeknownst to him. I will accompany you, Robb, she declared. Robb looked at his mother, who had rushed out. Mother, Winterfell needs someone to provide support from the rear. Bran and Rickon are too young, and furthermore, he cast a glance back at Bran's room, realizing Bran had not followed. Moreover, we cannot ascertain Bran's condition, and he requires your care. But now that your father is absent, perhaps we should wait for news from King's Landing before proceeding to the wall, Catherine suggested. No, Mother, you know well that our family is the wardens of the North. The North is under threat. We must march forth, as we have always done. Robb insisted. Then, will you depart tomorrow or the day after? Provisions must be prepared. And supplies, clothing. The wall is frigid. One cannot venture without warm attire. As Catherine spoke, she began to rummage through her eldest son's garments, wishing to pack them neatly for his journey. Robb grasped Catherine's wrist, compelling her to quiet down. It was then that Catherine realized her child had surpassed her in height and strength. Mother, the time for my departure is now, Robb declared, his tone imbued with a calm, yet resolute strength. Alas, Catherine sighed deeply, rising to enter the house. She emerged holding the black cloak once worn by Robb's father, the current warden of the North, and her own husband. She draped it over Robb's shoulders. My child, have pity on the poor woman who has just narrowly lost a child. Do not let her suffer the loss of another. As she spoke, Catherine adjusted Robb's attire. When a thunderous sound of hooves resonated, the sound of Theon's horses striking the ground. Robb, I have gone to the training grounds. The standing army is assembled, with lances, steeds, and armor fully equipped. I instructed them to prepare, each carrying 7 days' worth of provisions. Theon declared as he entered, suddenly sensing a disquiet in the atmosphere. He looked up to see Catelyn's silhouette, forcing a smile. My lady, you are aware then. I had already advised Robb that he should inform you sooner, Theon remarked. No, Theon, Catelyn wiped away her tears. You have done well. It is by listening to your lord that one survives the battlefield. Yet Theon's expression faltered briefly before transforming into a grin. Indeed, my lady, Robb is my brother, he said, emphasizing the word brother, though Catelyn paid it little heed. Having watched Theon grow from childhood, Catelyn believed she knew him well. She fastened Robb's cloak and proceeded to the barracks, watching as he mounted his warhorse, the red satin ribbon fluttering in the breeze. The oppressive dark clouds had dissipated at some point, and though the weather remained grim, a faint glimmer of light was discernible, emanating from the reflection of Robb's armor. Robb lifted the banner of the dire wolf, a symbol passed down through generations, and entrusted it to the standard bearer. As long as the wolf banner stands, the House Stark endures, the North endures. The North shall never forget, whether in the past or the future. Adhering to the chivalric code, bringing forth the light of hope. Chapter 22. The death of Voltali upon the wall. Flames of war blazed fiercely as another dark night approached. Since the emergence of the undead, each night had been accompanied by their relentless army. With every passing night, lives were lost, only to vanish without a trace by dawn. Wounded soldiers strewn carelessly upon the ground, their anguished cries echoing. The remaining soldiers grasped their bows and spears. Another night has fallen upon us. How much longer can we endure? The rotund Voltali questioned, reluctantly picking up the bow he had initially resisted. He loosed an arrow downward, but soon a spear of ice shot up towards him. Voltali had already taken refuge behind the protective wall, denying the icy spear any opportunity. A thunderous sound resounded, reminiscent of the last vestiges of vitality in the realm of existence. The echoes of explosions reverberated as the night watchmen, huddled atop the battlements, clutched their leather armor tightly. Initially, the ranks of the 1,500 night watchmen had dwindled under the relentless onslaught of war to approximately 500, their morale remarkably intact, perhaps owing to their status as prisoners with nowhere to flee. The giant, bearing a massive shield, charged forward once more, while the Night King mounted his steed of the undead, flanked by the skeletal sentinels on horseback, activating their heightened senses. It was evident that the number of defenders on the wall was rapidly depleting. Although the wall had yet to be breached, it bore the scars of conflict. its structure compromised but still standing, barely holding the line. Now was the moment to initiate the final assault. The hive mind conveyed orders to the over 70,000 undead. As the bomb-laden ice wolves howled beneath the moonlight, dozens of catapults emerged gradually from the forest, these wooden war machines laden with miniature explosive devices. Utilizing the minerals left behind by the children of the forest, black powder began to reveal its formidable might. Magic was potent, yet when countered, it proved futile. Against this line of defense that humanity had upheld for millennia, the flames of gunpowder would shatter all barriers. The throng of 70,000 undead surged forward, undeterred by the rain of arrows descending from the wall. Occasionally, an undead would fall, only for the subsequent wave to tread upon their remains and press onward. Amidst the chaos, the ice wolves, clad in explosive armor, charged toward the iron gate. With a series of resounding blasts, the iron gate trembled on the brink of collapse. In quick succession, a dozen steel bombs were launched from the catapults, landing at the base of the gate. The gate swung open as the trees behind it were forced apart by the tremendous impact, and the already battered entrance could withstand no more. A gaping hole, blasted open by gunpowder, marred its surface. Through the hive mind, the Night King's awareness spread to every undead, drawing them frantically towards the gate, while the night watchmen, under the command of their leader, converged upon the entrance. A fierce melee loomed imminent. The giant, wielding a massive ice spear, charged forth with unyielding momentum. The gate was obliterated in an instant, vanishing from sight. Looking back from the giant's perspective, an array of humans drew their bows and arrows. The giant raised his considerable shield to protect himself and surged forward, each adversary unable to impede his advance, sent reeling by the force of his shield. With a couple of fierce swings of his ice spear, he let out a provocative roar towards those armed with pikes, instigating a retreat among the fearful humans. Soon, the undead surged wildly through the gate into the city. The commander of the Night Watch grasped his long sword, donned his armor, and secured the ties of his dark cloak. Descending with composure, all around him, the Night Watchman engaged in desperate battles against the undead. One undead rushed forward, only to be decapitated by his blade. He caressed the edge of his sword, reassuring himself of its sharpness, contemplating that when the time came for his own demise, he must muster greater strength to ensure he severed his own head. With thoughts racing through his mind, Willie the Fat pressed onward, his movements unwavering. Suddenly, he was knocked to the ground by a relentless, undead creature, peril looming ever closer. With a swift stroke of his sword, the head of the undead tumbled down his face. At that moment, the Night King commanded all the undead to accelerate their assault. The situation was turning dire. A rumble resounded, a tremor coursing through the earth. What was happening? Had the undead catapults been activated? Mused the commander of the Night's Watch. From beyond the wall, a cavalry unit surged forward with remarkable speed, igniting excitement among the remaining Night's Watchmen. In the distance, the wolf banner waved proudly. Leading the charge was the young wolf lord. Rob, the forces of the north had arrived. Hold the line, brothers. Drive the undead back to the frozen plains. They rallied, courage swelling within them. Even the giants could not withstand the deluge of arrows raining down, their icy blue eyes dimming. In an astonishing turn of events, the Night's Watch began to push back against the onslaught. The gate was narrow. Even if fully opened, it would only permit a mere 10 individuals to pass. The undead that had infiltrated were but a fraction, with the majority still congested at the city gates, some unable to move due to the throng. The Night King, sensing the battlefield's dynamics, could not help but press his forehead in frustration. These undead were, indeed, too foolish, he thought. He issued a retreat order for all undead forces. The wall would eventually crumble, but perhaps not today. The protective power of the magical formation still safeguarded humanity. The ancient wall was a bastion against destruction, impervious to all forces save for magic. Yet, there was no need for haste. Rob would return, leading his soldiers towards King's Landing. The realm of humanity had yet to descend into chaos. If the burgeoning civilization faced excessive oppression, it would only rebound, not collapse. Only when the Night King gazed into the pitch-black night did he realize the true necessity. Only when all rose in rebellion would he and his undead legions march to the ancient battle hymns, conquering one human stronghold after another, leading to the obliteration of all ancient houses. The long night would envelop every inch of land, bringing ice, hunger, and eternal suffering upon humanity. The war between the first men and the children of the forest had birthed the Night King. Now, the children, their failures, had been eradicated, and the descendants of the first men would inevitably fall into the graves they had dug for themselves. There was no need for urgency. The Night King's hand gently brushed over the skeletal steed beneath him, its tender chill causing the horse to sneeze involuntarily. Within the wall, conditions were improving as the external undead retreated. Those that had breached the defenses began to fall, weakened by the magical formation and bolstered by Rob's reinforcements. The cavalry charged again and again, their unstoppable force cleansing the ground of the undead wielding swords and blades. The giant lifted his massive shield, positioning it defiantly before him, unleashing a provocative roar. A cavalryman, embodying the spirit of a martyr, charged towards the shield with reckless abandon. The long lance, upon mere contact with the shield, shattered with a thunderous crack, while the horse crashed violently into the giant's defenses, causing the colossal creature to stagger under the immense impact. The cavalryman was left mangled and bloodied. Yet, fear did not grip the hearts of the onlookers. They cheered and exulted, as if the presence of the giant was merely a stepping stone to the quickest path to Valhalla, where fine wine and exquisite feasts awaited. For knights simultaneously charged forth, their enormous lances glinting ominously, instilling a palpable fear even in the giant, whose icy blue gaze visibly dimmed. The magical array not only rendered the dead's resurrection futile, but also significantly weakened the power of the undead, preventing any replenishment of their strength. The giant turned to flee, his feet dancing in haste, unaware of the countless undead that fell beneath his tread. The Night King's command resonated through his mind via a hive consciousness, compelling him to seize several corpses and carry them as he fled. The knights halted their steeds, issuing taunts and drawing their bows. Several arrows struck the giant, further diminishing the icy blue glow in his eyes. At that moment, the rotund will and a few others ascended the city walls, where they used a cart to hoist a massive stone intended for a trebuchet. From afar, they observed the giant charging towards the gates. 1, 2, 3, fall. Will felt that never before had he bellowed with such fervor. The enormous stone plummeted from the heights of the wall, crashing directly onto the giant. The icy blue orbs extinguished completely. Direct hit. Will rose, arms raised in triumph, exclaiming with exhilaration. A notification chimed. Detection of undead sentinels losing connection. The host may designate another undead sentinel. With a swift motion, the Night King summoned an ice spear into his grasp. In the pitch-black night, not a glimmer of light could be seen. A sound sliced through the stillness as Will's companions turned to witness a spear hurtling directly towards him. Watch out. The jubilant expressions of the crowd froze in an instant. The spear impaled him against the wall, blood flowing from his abdomen. Hold on, Will. Hang in there. Came the voices of his comrades. Am I to perish? Will's vision began to blur. His final thought lingered. Father, your most disappointing son has not brought you shame. I've embarrassed you all my life, but in this last act, let me call you father once more. Is that not worth something? A smile graced his face as he closed his eyes. Chapter 23. The conclusion of battle and preparation victory. With a resounding shout, Shaun joined the fray, while Rob and his cavalry deftly maneuvered across the battlefield, wielding their swords to reap the heads of the undead. Shaun, leading the foot soldiers, charged into the melee. However, even with their attributes diminished, the undead remained formidable adversaries. Sheehan lunged left and right, yet could not break free. With fierce determination, he exerted all his strength, causing his sword to dull and the bowstring to lose its tension. At last, the final undead fell to the ground. He continued to wield his blunted weapon until Rob galloped toward him and exclaimed, Sheehan, we have triumphed. Sheehan's hand froze, stained with blood. Rob took a few steps forward, lifting Sheehan's hand that clutched the dulled sword with one hand, while raising the severed head of a giant with the other, proclaiming loudly, we have won. The crowd erupted in jubilant cheers. The Night's Watch embraced one another, weeping with relief. They had survived, persevering through 10 days of relentless defense. The fear of the night had haunted them, never knowing which of their companions would perish by dawn. In that moment, terror and anguish were released, as the sturdy men wept openly, tears streaming down their faces. The commander of the Night's Watch, unable to bear the sight, sought to intervene but was halted by Rob. Let them weep. Another battle awaits us. Turning back, the commander, stifling his own tears, discreetly wiped away a single drop from his eye. As the hopes of humanity rested upon these 500 prisoners, bastards, and criminals, they withstood the pressure and the pain. All the while, the commander, who had appeared confident, had secretly prepared himself for a noble demise. Though everything remained unresolved, this moment of tranquility was enough. As dawn broke, the sky lightened, and the sun, reluctantly emerging amidst the cheers, cast its glow upon the earth. Even the wounded felt a sigh of relief. Everyone, set up camp here. More reinforcements are on the way. We shall ultimately achieve victory in this war. Countless supplies were transported from the north, and throngs of people began to converge upon the wall. Strangely, from that day forth, the undead ceased to appear, as if they had never existed. Even when Robb led cavalry out to scout, no trace was found. If it were not for their previous battle, Robb might have begun to doubt the existence of the undead. This continued for 5 days. The numbers at the wall grew to 30,000, as all the lords of the north brought their standing armies to aid their young lord. Even the guards atop the wall could rotate in shifts, yet the undead remained elusive. Robb continued to oversee all deployments from the command center, having witnessed the vastness of the undead army. In his mind, a new storm may be brewing. Letters seeking aid had been dispatched to King's Landing, and he believed that upon reading them, his father would grasp the gravity of the situation. Robb gently rubbed his forehead, feeling utterly fatigued. As he embarked on his first military command, he feared that a single misstep on his part might result in the undead breaching the wall, leading to devastation across the realm of Westeros. Perhaps I should rest for just a moment, he thought, sinking into the chair, and before he could contemplate further, he succumbed to a deep slumber. In his dreams, a voice called out to him, "Brother, brother, wake up, wake up. We must go to King's Landing. Save father. He is dying. Brother, hurry." He jolted awake, turning to find Theon beside him. "How long have I been asleep, Theon?" Robb inquired. "It is now 9 o'clock in the evening. You are utterly exhausted, Robb. You should rest a while longer," Theon replied, his gaze fixed intently on Robb. "Is there still no sign of the undead attacking tonight?" Robb asked. "Indeed, I believe the situation may not be as dire as we feared. The undead do not pose a threat to us. Perhaps we have been overly alarmist," Theon responded, echoing the sentiments of many soldiers who had journeyed from the north. After some contemplation, Robb found himself largely in agreement with this assessment. However, he knew that vigilance must not wane. It was imperative to seize the moment while the opportunity presented itself. After a brief deliberation, Robb concluded that his forces were still insufficient. He penned a letter, dispatching a messenger to Winterfell with urgency. He then turned his attention back to military matters. Theon, standing nearby, had grown up alongside Robb in King's Landing, absorbing not only the ideals of knightly honor and integrity, but also the principles of governance. He occasionally offered valuable insights. Suddenly, a thunderous roar erupted from beyond the wall, a massive flame engulfing the surrounding expanse, and the undead reappeared beneath the wall in droves. Enemy attack. The blaring of horns resonated throughout every encampment, prompting all to seize their bows and spears, hastily don their armor, and assemble. Robb donned his cloak, fastening it with a swift motion, and hastened out of the black castle, racing towards the wall. Have the undead been sighted? Those atop the wall exchanged anxious glances, only to witness the legion of undead retreating below, leaving no trace of even the fallen struck by arrows. This occurrence repeated itself time and again until Theon led a pursuit beyond the wall, clinging tenaciously to the rear of the undead horde, yet ultimately losing them in the icy woods of the frozen expanse. Strangely, the cavalry that ventured forth, aside from a few who fell due to unfamiliar terrain, suffered no injuries whatsoever. It could even be said that no battle had taken place. As night wore on, Robb astutely discerned that the undead might possess a form of intelligence, albeit not akin to human cognition. Rather, it seemed to be a collective intelligence, orchestrated by a singular entity, or perhaps a being, guiding their actions. If that entity could be vanquished, then perhaps all of this could come to an end. However, he was cunning. Since the onset of battle, he had yet to reveal himself. Like a serpent, he taunted himself repeatedly, hoping to gradually deplete his own vitality. Yet, he forgot that while Robb perused the information, he was also contemplating. A wolf is never short of patience. Only with ample patience can one discern the flaws of an adversary and deliver a fatal blow when they are most relaxed and vulnerable. Through constant probing, the map in Robb's hand began to take shape. As all the undead retreated, their escape routes gradually converging towards a single location, the depths of the Frostfangs. Chapter 24. The Return of Jon and Todd Robb. A distant call echoed, the voice belonging to Theon. "Robb, come see who has returned." In the distance, a tall figure appeared, with black, curly hair and striking eyes. "Jon, my brother, it is you. You have returned." Robb's heart swelled with joy at the sight of snow. Since arriving at the wall, the memories of training alongside his brothers seemed like a distant past. Overnight, they had all transitioned from boys to men, burdened with responsibilities and the weight of duty. Only a few brothers remained to remind him of all that once was. "Robb, you must see what we have brought." Jon, brimming with excitement, led Robb to the storeroom, carefully unveiling a vial of green liquid. "What is this?" Robb inquired, a look of confusion crossing his face. Wildfire, John exclaimed enthusiastically. Crafted by sorcerers to mimic dragon fire, it is the most potent alchemical creation ever known. In King's Landing, I have tested it. Just a small amount of wildfire can ignite the undead and burn them relentlessly until they are consumed entirely. At this revelation, Rob too felt a surge of excitement. Let us go, my brother. The undead have been persistently troubling us. Mount your horse, take your new weapon, and let us ride, Rob declared. If your new weapon proves effective, you will have rendered us a great service. As they mounted their horses and exited, they encountered Todd at the entrance, gripping his axe and confronting the guards. Who is this? Rob inquired. John quickly stepped forward. This is my companion Todd. He is a free man from beyond the wall. His entire tribe was slaughtered by the undead, and thanks to him, I was able to reach King's Landing with great haste. It was also he who captured the undead, allowing me to demonstrate their peril and validate the efficacy of wildfire. Free man, isn't that a wildling? Theon shouted, having formed a basic understanding of the various factions beyond the wall during his time at Castle Black. Todd's expression darkened, and he raised his axe, ready to explain himself, but was restrained by John, who discreetly prevented him from advancing. Indeed, no one wishes for their deceased loved ones to be referred to as savages. In the face of the undead menace, humanity stands united, and he believes he ought to contribute to the greater good, John remarked, offering some comfort to Todd. Yet for Todd, upon stepping onto familiar soil and preparing to reunite with his kin, a sense of unease clouded his heart, leaving him restless, even to the point of feeling a profound anxiety. The four soon readied themselves. John, carrying a small box of wildfire, mounted his horse. Just as the designated team to confront the undead was about to depart, the newly repaired gate creaked as it slowly ascended, and a cavalry unit surged forth under the leadership of the four. Todd, well acquainted with the path, took the lead. Follow me. I know of a nearby tribe that was slaughtered and turned into the undead, Todd shouted, urging the others to catch up. The icy spear emblem in his pocket offered an unseen guidance. As they approached, the horses drew nearer, revealing over 1,000 figures standing motionless ahead, as if frozen in time. The foremost wild woman, upon spotting them, displayed a flicker of excitement in her ice-blue eyes and charged towards them with a shriek. Rob, exhilarated, rushed forward, his massive lance gleaming as it pierced the advancing wild woman, impaling her to the ground. She let out a feeble wail, her hands desperately grasping at the air, yet she could seize nothing, neither life nor death, only enduring the anguish of the cold. Turning back to Todd, he expressed, "Thank you, Todd. This is the largest wave of undead we have encountered in days." The knights behind them surged in, their colossal lances piercing through the undead's bodies. Discarding the lances to draw their swords and engage in battle, all joined the fray, save for Todd, who stood in a daze, feeling an icy chill deep within. How could he dare? The Night King. How could he commit such acts? That thought echoed relentlessly in his mind. Each face of the undead before him was hauntingly familiar. Even the distinct imprint of the icy spear upon their palms bore his own mark. He stood there, expressionless, watching as one after another fell. Among them was Tormund, a childhood friend whose family had not returned from a hunt, leaving Todd often to share meals with them. This year, Tormund had welcomed a new son, a robust lad destined to become an adept hunter. There was also Ygritte at the door, who often gathered laundry in exchange for food. Her husband had injured his leg while hunting, relying on her to provide for them, and she had once received a portion of his first catch. This is Rig. This is Eric, and this one is somewhat unrecognizable, half of her face ravaged. He forces himself to look away, initially fixated on the woman who is still howling in agony, impaled by Rob's lance. Unbeknownst to him, tears stream down his face. His lips quiver, yet he bursts into laughter. Is it pain? Is it sorrow? This woman, who always fastened his garments tightly whenever he ventured out with the hunting party. This woman, who incessantly urged him to refrain from leading the charge during their hunts. This woman, who awaited his return home with a warm meal prepared. This woman, who would snuggle with him in the deep of night, sharing tales of the day in an effort to elicit her laughter. Now, her ice-blue eyes have lost their former brilliance, her frail form seemingly reduced to mere bones. When did she become this way? Was it after he remarked that beauty in the South lies in being slender? Foolish woman, we free folk find beauty in strength. Silly woman. Silly woman. Todd cannot fathom how to halt the tears from cascading down. He laughs heartily, attempting to stave off the collapse of his tear ducts. The smile before him melds into one with him, as tears fall like droplets, striking the frigid expanse of ice, freezing into tiny beads before they can create a splash. Merging with the vast icy plain, gazing at the woman before him, Todd begins to hallucinate. The body embedded in the ground transforms into her silhouette. Once waiting at the door for his late return, his trembling hand morphs into her, beckoning him, as if he were transported back to the most casual of evenings. He envisions himself returning home, hurling the scarf in his hand over his shoulder, angrily chiding himself. You still remember to come back. A smile graces Todd's face as he strides towards the woman, the figure from his memory drawing ever closer. He cannot discern its authenticity. No, he knows. Yet, he is weary. When there is nothing left in this world to cherish, what distinguishes it from hell? He walks on, step by step, slowly yet resolutely. My dear, let us go. Just as we have countless times before. You grasp my hand and say, big silly bear. Let us go. Todd extends his hand, nearing her, almost brushing against his beloved's palm, and he closes his eyes. Suddenly, a cold, viscous liquid splatters across his face like a knife. He wipes it away, revealing darkened, crimson blood on his hand. Raising his gaze, he sees that Erin has been dismembered. Sean stands with a knife, glistening with fresh, vivid red. No need for thanks. It is what I ought to do, Sean declares. Chapter 25. The news of the Sovereign. The four quickly sense something amiss. The undead outside the wall, and within its boundaries, seemed to be entirely different creatures. They possessed immense strength, swift speed, and most crucially, a genuine undead nature. No matter how many blows were struck, as long as the head was not severed, they would not perish. After a fervent charge, the cavalry suffered significant losses, with half of their number fallen and their steeds injured. John, use wildfire, Rob commanded. John promptly produced the wildfire, dousing the area before him, and tossed a torch onto the ground. The undead, upon contact with the wildfire, erupted into roaring flames. In a matter of moments, they were reduced to ashes, leaving not even a bone behind. Rob was elated. The wildfire proved effective. He drew his sword, mingling it with the burning flames, thrusting it into the undead. Though the destruction was not as swift as before, it still possessed considerable lethality. Yet, as he gazed into the distance, he beheld an endless horde of undead advancing toward them. Turn back to the horses. Brothers, retreat, Rob ordered, having achieved his objective. After dispatching the nearby undead, they mounted their steeds and galloped away. Among the group stood Todd, bewildered. John seized him, sensing something was amiss. Todd appeared frozen, his mind plagued by unsettling memories triggered by the sight of the advancing undead. Urging him to hasten, John urged him to mount. Together, they rode toward the wall. The undead relentlessly pursued them. In the distance, the Night King smiled, for the stage was set, and the supporting cast had taken their places. The leading character, however, would need to wait just a little longer. Containing his impatience, he whispered to himself, just a bit longer, soon enough, not just these individuals before me, but the entire realm of humanity shall succumb to the chill of ice. Rob and his companions swiftly returned to the wall. Upon seeing a contingent of cavalry on the ice plains, the Night's Watch guards recognized Rob's party and hurriedly opened the gates. The cavalry streamed in, yet the guards bore expressions of sorrow as they regarded him. Rob, however, remained immersed in excitement, unaffected by their demeanor. He tossed his reins to a nearby guard, instructing him to tend to his horse, and then led his companions hastily toward the interior of the Black Castle. Confronted by the commander of the Night's Watch, the man seemed to have something to convey, yet hesitated, unsure of how to counsel. Rob, filled with enthusiasm, thought of the past 10 days of defense without offense, merely due to a lack of suitable weapons. Now, those weapons had finally appeared. Without further deliberation, he commanded the surrounding guards to summon the lords of the northern houses to the council chamber. Soon, the lords arrived, gathering beneath the banner of the wolf, accompanied by their personal guards. The valor of the North had never been doubted by anyone. I have discovered a means capable of vanquishing the White Walkers, Rob proclaimed with excitement. However, the lords did not share in his enthusiasm. Instead, they regarded him with pity and a peculiar gaze. After a prolonged silence, Rob inquired, "Are you not excited? Consider this. We are on the verge of accomplishing a remarkable feat, eradicating the White Walkers, who have never been vanquished by our forebears. The wall shall no longer need to exist, and the frozen expanse will transform into the territory of the North." Rob passionately articulated all of this. The crowd, finally awakened, erupted in cheers and fervent discussions, eliciting a satisfied smile from Rob. Yet, amidst the jubilation and discourse, there lingered an undercurrent of concealment. A commotion arose at the entrance, and Rob turned to see Theon engaged in a scuffle with the guards, escalating to the brink of drawing swords. Rob hurried to intervene. The guard, upon catching sight of Rob, lowered his spear and stepped aside for Theon to pass. At that moment, an eerie silence enveloped the hall, as if everyone held their breath. fearing even the slightest sound. The earlier spirited discussions faded into oblivion, as if they had merely revolved around trivial matters. Dark clouds began to blanket the earth, and the previously clear sky abruptly dimmed, with not a single ray of light daring to enter the council chamber. Theon, disregarding the guards who had obstructed him, hurried forward, intending to call out to Robb as he usually did. However, he felt the weight of every gaze in the hall upon him, compelling him to halt and bow. Looking up at Robb, who stood at the head of the table, 1,000 words surged within him, yet were abruptly stifled. A sheepish smile crept onto his face. Robb, I have recently heard something. Of course, it's merely hearsay and may not be accurate. Theon began. They say there has been an incident in King's Landing. The king was injured while hunting and has died. Enough. A voice interrupted. Theon, perhaps you should take a moment. Such matters ought to be communicated by the lords of the north directly to our liege. Theon's feigned cordiality and obsequious smile froze upon his face, fists clenched tightly, nails seemingly digging into his flesh. Robb, the warden of the north, Lord Eddard Stark, your father has been charged with treason and is to be executed. The middle-aged man who had emerged from the crowd knelt before Robb, regardless of the circumstances in King's Landing. The House of Karstark has always rallied under the banner of House Stark, ever guided by the direction of the Stark sword. Your choice is my choice. Your command shall be the order of the north. Whether to march upon King's Landing or to eradicate the undead is entirely yours to decide. All lords of the north shall follow the direction of your blade, fighting to the death. The assembly began to chant. All lords of the north shall fight to the death at the direction of your blade. Faced with the expectant crowd awaiting his decision, Robb found himself at a loss. The cawing of crows echoed overhead as he observed the soldiers below, preparing their packs and replacing the wolf banners with black standards. A palpable atmosphere of impending conflict permeating the camp. A continuous stream of supplies formed a long line, leading to Winterfell. Robb's mother provided him with unwavering support, seemingly affirming her complete backing for any decision he might make. Yet, Robb found himself engulfed in anguish. Upon first receiving the news, disbelief had been his immediate reaction. Now, however, all the lords knelt before him. The peculiar gazes of the guards as he entered the city, coupled with the profound silence of the crowd, weighed heavily on his heart. He was uncertain of how to proceed. Theon stepped forward. Your Grace, he addressed Robb, though the honorific felt unfamiliar when speaking to a brother raised alongside him. Permit me to return to the Iron Islands to reclaim my identity as heir and launch a naval assault on King's Landing, providing you with support from the flank. Robb gazed skyward as a vulture cried out, as if poised to feast upon the corpses that lay below. Don your armor and secure your cloak, he commanded. Theon, you shall return to the Iron Islands to seek reinforcements. Remember, you are my brother. Regardless of whether aid arrives, you must come back. Todd, take 1,000 men and prepare wildfire within the trebuchets atop the wall, awaiting the arrival of the undead. John Ui, and all the lords shall lead the cavalry to lure the undead away. Uncles, aunts. A confident smile spread across Robb's face, reminiscent of the indomitable young wolf, Lord of Yore. We shall stake all on this one decisive battle. Chapter 26. The Northern Expedition. As evening approached, the wall buzzed with activity. Barrel after barrel of wildfire was cautiously transported up to the wall, carefully placed in small containers for the trebuchets. Arrows, soaked in oil, were stacked in boxes, and no one dared to disturb them. In the distance, knights busied themselves with their armor and weapons, while the archers atop the wall stood ready. The sound of hooves echoed as Robb led the charge, flanked by lords draped in black cloaks, those who had once followed the North's protector, Ned Stark, to overthrow the Mad King and elevate Robb to the Iron Throne. Now, they rallied behind Robb, intent on eradicating the undead and restoring peace to the continent of Westeros. The North's noble families, having endured tumult for 5 millennia, remained steadfast. Once victors, they were now united in the belief that victory must be achieved once more. The mere 200 Night's Watch members present upheld their oaths, bidding their comrades farewell. Hear my vow, bear witness to it. Below the wall, an elderly woman transporting supplies lifted her head. The long night approaches. From this day forth, I shall watch, until death claims me. In the distance, the cawing of ravens echoed, rallying them onward. I shall take no wife, grant no lands, nor father any children. Nearby, a widow cradling her child pointed towards the distant sounds. Did you hear that? Don't follow in your father's unremarkable footsteps. He merely guards the wall and may perish at any moment. Mother, did you not say that I have no father? Ah, you have many fathers. Once the war concludes, I shall find you another. I shall not don the crown, nor seek glory. The brother on the wall of despair gazed at his sibling, who galloped forth from the city, tears welling in his eyes, yet resolutely holding them back. A companion beside him patted his shoulder. What troubles you? Are you afraid? Not at all. I merely believe it should be I who goes. The Lord declared that only the sole heirs need not participate if there are elders over 70 or children under 3 at home. I have usurped my brother's birthright. And now he fights while I cower atop the wall of despair. His companion embraced him. They are all valiant souls. We cannot falter, he declared, placing a fire-soaked arrow into the quiver. I shall serve with utmost loyalty, whatever may come. Upon the wall, John joined in the resounding chorus. An ancient battle hymn deeply etched into the consciousness of humanity. The present transforms into the past into stories, stories into ballads, and ballads once again into the present. Countless humans advance, the tales of heroes ever unresolved. I am the sword in the darkness, the light at dawn, the steadfast shield guarding the kingdom. The stable hand, leading his horse, raised his whip in farewell to his beloved, grasping a spear. The blacksmith hoisted the hammer he had wielded all his life, donning the armor passed down through generations. The North fears not hardship. Its people steadfastly uphold their traditions, living a life of toil, as they always have and always shall. I dedicate my life and honor to the night's watch. This night, and every night henceforth, the thunderous sound of horns echoed, bidding them farewell. To the cloud platform to summon the old guard, 100,000 banners to slay the king of the underworld. The stage was set, yet the Night King lurked not far away, observing them, surveying the vast, dark mass of cavalry stretching beyond sight. Calm, eerily calm. A command resonated with the hive mind of the Night King. Let them enter. 70,000 undead dispersed, filling the forest with their relentless presence. A blue light emanated from the Night King's form as one undead swiftly underwent transformation, ascending to become a new undead sentinel. Among the 70,000 strong, over 100 glimmering lights flickered simultaneously, mid-tier undead sentinels emerging from the throng. They turned to kneel before the Night King, their ice spears reflecting the glistening snow. The first command was issued. 5 undead sentinels led 500 undead to intercept the initial wave of cavalry, ensuring they met their demise at the hands of the horsemen. 3 giants commanded 1,000 undead, holding firm against the subsequent assault, still allowing for slaughter. As the carnage neared its climax, the undead sentinels and giants lured the human cavalry into a tightening encirclement. Over 100 undead sentinels stood guard beside the Night King, while more than 70,000 undead were strategically positioned, poised to rush to the Night King's side, utterly immobile. The Night King gazed at the sky as it gradually dimmed. You wish to play? How fortuitous. I have prepared a stage for you. You desire to slay me and bring this war to a definitive end? How serendipitous, for I too yearn to devour you and utterly conquer the realm of humanity. Just outside the city, Robb Stark swiftly encountered 500 vanguard undead. Under the iron hooves of 20,000 cavalry, those 500 undead appeared exceedingly insignificant. The pounding of hooves left only a gruesome smear upon the ground. Only 5 undead guards remained, futilely resisting the onslaught. Robb's steed snorted, initiating the charge. Flanked by his kin and bannermen, his ancestors had once led the forebears of these men into battle. Now he led them forth, as had always been the tradition, and would continue to be so. The horses collided with an undead guard, sending him sprawling. Robb drew his sword, and with a swift stroke, severed the guard's neck. The clash of ice and steel resonating through the air. Soon after, the horses trampled over the fallen guard, and when the dust settled, nothing remained but a scattering of ice shards. The remaining undead guards, devoid of any will to fight, mounted their spectral steeds and fled with all their might. Pursued relentlessly by Robb, the entire cavalry surged forth like a released arrow, with Robb as the tip, charging ahead. Suddenly, a deafening roar erupted ahead, and 3 giants burst forth from the flanks, followed by over 1,000 undead. The arrowhead pivoted to confront the giants, their icy pikes sweeping through the ranks, claiming lives with each sweep. Yet, countless knights hurled themselves against the towering giants, their steeds racing onward. Riders were unseated by the giants' lances, blood spilling forth as they fell lifelessly, yet the horses continued to crash into the giants, aiming to stagger them even slightly. Countless lances and arrows embedded in the giants, who staggered backward under the relentless assault. At last, upon colliding with a massive boulder, they crashed to the ground, hooves lifting and pounding heavily upon the giants' forms, as 1,000 steeds thundered forth, unceasing in their advance. The only sound that remained was the echo of hooves striking the earth, silencing all else. The dire wolf banner fluttered in the air, blood staining the ground, the wind howling, a chilling light piercing through the gloom. Chapter 27. The young wolf confronts death. The cavalry carved through the ranks of the undead like a steel blade plunging into the heart of a grotesque giant. Wherever they passed, they left naught but remnants. Closer now, Robb's army visibly advanced, nearing the unmistakable figure of the Night King, flanked by his distinct undead guards. The Night King sat upon his steed, awaiting their arrival. Soon, it is nearly upon us. Do not rush. The hive mind began to expand outward. Widen the gap. Widen it further. Let them approach. At last, over 100 undead guards clashed with the cavalry. Now is the moment. The Night King turned, his figure engulfed by an endless sea of dark, unholy beings. Surrounding him, over 70,000 undead surged towards the center, where Robb's cavalry was ensnared, thus forming a tightening circle of doom. Meanwhile, the Night King lurked in the shadows, observing as the undead, with their claws and fangs, dragged down the encircled cavalrymen, devouring and shattering them. The tide of battle had swiftly shifted. The cavalry, now fully encircled, found themselves isolated and alone. However, Robb faced the encroaching darkness with unwavering resolve. Sound the horn. The resonant call echoed, reminiscent of ancient battle hymns reverberating once more. The cavalrymen produced small vials containing a swirling, emerald-hued liquid, wildfire. Their lances lay shattered, and those intact were discarded. Long swords were anointed with wildfire, igniting into flames with a swift strike of flint, transforming into blazing blades. 20,000 cavalrymen wielded these fiery swords, illuminating the night as if it were day. Blow the horn again. Robb issued his command anew. The thunderous sound of hooves echoed as thousands of steeds charged, trampling all that dared to obstruct their path. With the fiery blades leading the charge, no undead could withstand their onslaught. They surged straight towards the Night King. Surprised, the Night King had anticipated a battle of attrition, never expecting Robb to forsake the safety of a fortified position in favor of a direct assault on him. This was characteristic of the young wolf. Present him with a foe's weakness, and he would seize the opportunity. Yet, this was where it would end. The Night King beheld Robb charging toward him, the glow of the flaming sword illuminating his youthful visage, which radiated the courage of one unafraid of death. With a single sword strike aimed at the Night King, a crisp clang resonated as the Night King caught the flaming blade, effortlessly extinguishing the fire with a flick of his wrist, twisting the iron sword into a helix. Robb, wielding the longsword, was unseated by the force of the Night King's strike. Terror gripped his features, not born from a lack of bravery in the face of death, but from the realization that the Night King had extinguished the wildfire with a mere hand. If the wildfire held no effect on the Night King, then his intelligence had been fundamentally flawed from the outset. The Night King thrust his spear toward Robb, who barely had time to react as a vassal pushed him aside, only to be pierced by the lance himself. The cavalry, trapped in the center, lost all mobility, desperately attempting to break free, yet suffering significant losses instead. Over 100 undead guardians, brandishing their long spears, charged into the cavalry ranks, killing indiscriminately. Swords proved ineffective, and fiery blades offered no salvation. All known weapons lost their potency at that moment. The icy long spear, with its frigid blade, claimed lives with each swing, its fragile nature beginning to manifest. Every armor was pierced in a single blow, and all weapons shattered upon contact. The cavalry retreated further still, until every direction was filled with the undead. Retreat was no longer an option. The sound of the horn echoed once more as Robb, sword in his right hand and the direwolf banner in his left, bloodied and battered, mounted his horse again. Turning to the hornblower beside him, he commanded, "Sound the order." All forces charged towards the wall. Upon hearing the call, the knights, undeterred by their multitude of wounds, rallied once again behind their lord for another charge. The Night King led his legions of the undead in close pursuit. Meanwhile, within the confines of the wall, Jon Snow awaited anxiously, witnessing Robb's army plunge into the encirclement of the undead, his heart heavy with dread. Rallying 5,000 infantry, he prepared to sortie and assist Robb. By the time he reached the battlefield, Robb had already returned, emerging from the fray with a mere 5,000 remnants of the 20,000 cavalry that had initially set forth. Robb's first words struck Jon with confusion. "What are you doing here? Who is guarding the wall now?" Jon opened his mouth to respond, but Robb interrupted him. "We must go." Behind Robb, the Night King, riding his spectral steed and wielding an ice spear, pursued rapidly, flanked by 100 invulnerable undead guards, with an endless tide of the undead surging behind them. Jon drew his sword. "You must return. I am a night's watchman. I must fight." With a flourish, the 5,000 infantry raised their pikes high.
We will buy you some time. You still have Lord Ned to save. By the way, if you see Lord Ned again, please ask him for me. May I call him father? Gripping his sword tightly, he assumed a battle stance, resolutely turning to face his predetermined fate. In a fleeting moment, Robb envisioned that boyhood figure, practicing his swordplay while others rested, the one who endured scorn for his bastardy, yet strived to excel. That blemish on the Stark family honor. Now alone in the night, bore the true legacy of House Stark. The relentless undead pressed forward, most halted at the wall's threshold. But a greater number surged past the 5,000 infantry, charging directly towards Robb. The Night King, evading Jon's defense, began his pursuit towards the wall, closely tailing Robb. As he beheld the outline of the wall, he activated his senses, observing the ice that encrusted its surface, a vast protective array perpetually safeguarding humanity within the wall. The Night King regarded this edifice. It was less a testament to human ingenuity and more a manifestation of humanity's own fears. Advance, the hive mind commanded, and the undead surged forward, frenzied, towards the wall. Robb's cavalry had already breached the wall's interior, and the soldiers upon the battlements ignited arrows wrapped in pitch atop the signal towers. 5,000 arrows were simultaneously unleashed, igniting a region before the wall that had already been drenched in wildfire, where countless wights struggled amidst the flames. The obsidian night sky was illuminated as if it were day. In the midst of this inferno, Todd glimpsed the Night King at the forefront, intentionally leaving space for Robb's retreat, thus refraining from deploying wildfire in that area. The Night King, accompanied by 100 wights, stood resolutely on horseback, observing his subordinates' futile struggles in the fire without any intervention. As if sensing a gaze upon him, the Night King raised his head, locking eyes directly with Todd. In an instant, Todd's eyes turned crimson. An overwhelming tide of hatred surged within him. His reconnaissance companions, the Wildling King, the entire beleaguered encampment, and his beloved wife. All units, heed my command. Todd bellowed. Release. Buckets of wildfire cascaded down the walls of the wall, crashing straight to the ground below. As the green liquid inched closer across the slick ice, nearing the inferno before the wall. Chapter 28. The Fall of the Wall. The green liquid splashed upon the Night King and his 100 white sentinels. The Night King advanced leisurely, stepping through the verdant fluid as though he were a carefree tourist on holiday. Todd's reddened eyes glimmered with the thrill of vengeance. He retrieved an arrow soaked in pitch from his quiver, drew his bow, knocked the arrow, and ignited it. A messenger's voice rang out from behind him. Report. The young wolf has commanded the abandonment of the wildfire traps and to regroup outside the city to support Jon Snow. Todd, clutching the blazing fire arrow, paid no heed to Robb's order. This time, no one would deter him from releasing this arrow. The sound of the wind was broken as an arrow, infused with Todd's hatred and hope, struck the green liquid before the Night King. Boom. Almost instantaneously, flames erupted beneath the Night King's feet, with green fire threatening to consume all. Todd watched as the Night King and his white sentinels rolled and struggled in the flames, becoming ever more saturated in the wildfire liquid. The inferno swelled, transforming the night into day. Hatred surged forth like a flood unleashed. As Todd tirelessly loosed arrow after arrow toward the base of the wall, he rose to his feet. Everyone, pour down all the wildfire. With his eyes aflame, Todd had succumbed to madness, willing to sacrifice anything to slay the Night King. Yet, the others exchanged glances, hesitating. Finally, the messenger stepped forward. General Todd, the young wolf has issued a command. Your duty is complete, he declared. But Todd's eyes blazed red. His adversary lay before him, and he was on the cusp of exacting revenge. How could he halt now? How could he dare to cease? Step aside, Todd shouted vehemently. The messenger hesitated, bowed slightly, and withdrew. All eyes remained fixed silently upon Todd. A palpable atmosphere of desolation enveloped Todd's swollen eyes. He hastened to a wildfire barrel he had brought back. No one heeded his words any longer. Balancing on his toes, he supported himself with his heels against the wooden barrel, which brimmed with a dangerously vibrant green liquid. With a forceful exertion, sweat beaded on his brow as he slowly tilted the barrel, which typically required the strength of 5 or 6 men. The green liquid cascaded down the wall of despair, ultimately sending the barrel crashing down. A resounding whoosh echoed as flames roared back to life, accompanied by the sound of explosions. Everyone stood transfixed, observing Todd struggle with the barrel, the sweat glistening on his face, and his unsteady steps after the task was complete. With each subsequent barrel, Todd felt the weight of his losses, his family, his beloved, everything around him. Life had become indistinguishable from hell. The sole reason for his survival lay in the thirst for vengeance. Hatred gnawed at him through every dark night, driving him to the brink of madness. longing to shatter his own teeth, sleepless for countless nights. 1 barrel, 2 barrels. The wildfire surged with greater ferocity as he moved like an emotionless machine, mechanically pushing the barrels towards the precipice of despair. At last, he reached a spot designated for the wildfire, only to discover it was barren. The general was gone. What? What has vanished? The wildfire. It has all been extinguished. Oh, Todd looked down to behold a sea of flames, the undead tainted by the green liquid writhing in agony. The air was thick with the acrid scent of charred flesh. The Night King and his legion of undead also struggled amidst the flames. Todd's eyes moistened at this unimaginable scene, which had haunted his dreams. Countless souls, his wife, parents, family, and friends cried out in his mind. Kill him! Kill him! Kill him! Todd gazed skyward. Do you see? I have succeeded. A voice from behind, Rob's, pierced through. Who allowed you to extinguish the wildfire? The wildfire holds no power against the Night King and his undead minions. The sharpness of the words struck Todd like a thunderclap, rendering him momentarily stunned. No effect? Wasn't he struggling in the flames? As he raised his gaze once more, he saw the Night King rise, delicately and gently extinguishing each flicker of flame on his body with his palm. Meeting Todd's eyes, the blazing inferno illuminated his face, and a subtle smile graced his lips. Todd, you must understand how much I long for you. The earth trembled violently. In the Night King's eyes, the barriers of his spell were shattering in that very moment. To Todd and the soldiers on the Wall of Despair, it appeared as though the wall was melting at a visibly accelerated pace. Before him lay the Great Wall of Despair, its surface cloaked in perennial frost, now succumbing to the relentless heat, revealing a somber, ashen facade. In an instant, the entire edifice crumbled. Clouds of dust enveloped the icy expanse before the Night King, with a few unfortunate souls, not entirely buried beneath the debris, struggling in agony. Yet, many more were entombed below, 5,000 archers, scattered in a heartbeat. The mightiest among them, Todd, was the first to emerge, pulling the unconscious Rob from the ruins. Once he entrusted Rob to his vassal, Todd unsheathed his sword, adopting a crouched stance, gripping the hilt with both hands, his expression a tempest of hatred and long-lost relief. In the distance, the Night King approached, flanked by a smattering of undead sentinels, sauntering through the wreckage with a smile cast in his direction. Todd's grip on his sword tightened, as if he would shatter the hilt, his nails digging fiercely into his flesh. He charged at the Night King, forsaking all caution, intent on delivering a single, decisive strike upon the Night King's head. Yet, this blow was intercepted by an undead sentinel wielding an ice spear, effortlessly parrying Todd's desperate attack. With a mere flick of its wrist, the spear halted Todd's blade, which shattered into countless fragments upon impact. Reeling backward, Todd fell to the ground. His face and nose grazed by the spear's tip, blood beginning to flow. The crimson stream cascaded down his visage, akin to tears of blood. Struggling to rise, he seized the bow of a fallen archer nearby, knocking an arrow. With a swift whoosh, the arrow sped forth, only to be caught and snapped in two by the undead sentinel. Night King, Night King, Night King, Todd murmured, his voice trembling with fervor. I am your foe. Night King, remember this. He brandished an axe, declaring, you must remember, I am your enemy. The axe met a similar fate, its blades severed by the spear. Undeterred, Todd pressed onward toward the Night King, amidst the dark night illuminated by flames and filled with anguished cries. He drew nearer, lifting the axe, now bereft of its blade. A spear plunged into his abdomen, followed by a second, then a third. With a gasp, Todd spat a mouthful of blood, summoning his last ounce of strength. He hurled the axe handle at the Night King, spinning through the air, yet lacking the force to strike. It fell feebly at the Night King's feet. Night King, remember this. Though I perish today, I, Todd, a humble scout of the 3rd Reconnaissance Team under the Wildling King, remain your enemy. Forever. The Night King approached Todd, who lay lifeless upon the ground, devoid of breath. The spear quivered, igniting a green flame that engulfed Todd's remains. His corpse blazed fiercely. The Night King gently raised his hands, and from the ruins, a hand emerged. On the ice plains, soldiers clad in armor opened their ice-blue eyes, and the valiant cavalry awakened once more. The power of resurrection surged forth. Chapter 29, Preparations for War in the North. At this moment, in Winterfell, it was midday. Caitlin had finished a day's worth of administrative duties, with Bran sitting nearby, his small frame wrapped in thick clothing. Tomorrow, I shall send provisions to your brother Rob. He recently wrote, mentioning a shortage of horses. The number of the dead beyond the wall is increasing, Caitlin remarked. Suddenly, a tear fell from Bran's eye, landing heavily on the ground. Caitlin, noticing, quickly took out a handkerchief to wipe it away, but Bran abruptly embraced her and began to weep. "What is it, Bran? What has happened?" Catelyn asked anxiously, her heart sensitive to every movement of Bran's, fearing for his life. Bran choked on his sobs, his voice trembling. I saw Father's head impaled on the castle walls. I saw Jon with a sword, facing horrifying creatures, their faces half hidden, revealing only their skeletal remains. I saw you with your throat cut. I saw Robb stabbed while he slept. Hurry, flee, mother, flee. Someone is coming from the water. With that, Bran fainted. Catelyn fell into a profound silence. At that moment, a messenger was galloping towards King's Landing. Dismounting, he rushed towards Catelyn's location, his face etched with sorrow. "So, Robb has been defeated?" he inquired, grief-stricken. "Yes, my lady. Lord Robb and 5,000 cavalry are in the process of retreating," the messenger replied. Catelyn felt dizzy, the world spinning around her. She barely managed to steady herself against a chair to avoid collapsing. "Is it certain? 30,000 went out, and only 5,000 remain?" she questioned. "Yes, 5,000 may even be an overestimation. In truth, several demoralized soldiers have deserted along the way, leaving around 3,000. The messenger continued. "Lord Robb has ordered the gathering of supplies. We may be embarking on a long journey." "Enough," Catelyn interrupted. "You haven't informed anyone outside, have you?" "Not yet, my lady, but the news will inevitably reach them." The messenger replied. "That is well. I must trouble you to leave the city once more and inform Robb to return. We shall regroup and prepare for battle. The Stark family is rooted here. The North is the foundation of House Stark, and the banner of the dire wolf can only flutter in this harsh land." Rising, Catelyn declared, "Without men, we shall call upon women. Without women, we shall summon the elderly and the children. He is dead. I shall take his place. If I perish, Bran shall take my place. If Bran dies, Rickon shall step up. The North will never surrender. We must fight to the last man and woman, as we have always done." Having uttered these words, Catelyn turned and left, unflinching, commanding the guards to issue a summons to all the lords of the North in the name of the North's guardians, urging them to uphold the ancient vows and bring their forces to Winterfell. Inform them that the long night has arrived. On Bear Island, beneath the dim midnight sky, dense forests loomed, and bizarre rocks dotted the landscape, with waterfalls cascading down. On a hill, the sole scion of House Mormont, the young Bear Lady, sat in her family's council chamber. The summons from House Stark had been dispatched, yet the people of Bear Island remained unmoved. Instead, many were preparing to flee southward to escape the undead. In the vast council chamber, the young Bear Lady occupied the seat of honor, flanked by a maester, while before her sat the weary souls who had not followed Robb into battle, most of them elderly, as the youth and able-bodied had perished on the front lines. "My lord, I believe we, the people of Bear Island, have shed enough blood for House Stark. My son fell in the war against the Mad King, and now my grandson has perished beneath the wall of despair. Even within our House Mormont, you are the last of our line. If this continues, Bear Island will be left without defenders, and our house will be extinguished." An elderly man, dressed in black robes and leaning on a cane, bowed deeply to the young Bear Lady. The young Bear Lady surveyed the assembly. Each individual represented a region or a village. "Do you all share this sentiment?" she asked, her voice youthful yet resolute. "Indeed, my son also fell in battle. Yes, my grandson. He was but 15 years old. I had just taught him to ride." The clamor erupted, drowning the chamber in chaos, with cries of grief and lamentation echoing throughout. For the common folk were only brought indelible scars, as heroes rose with swords drawn, leading to 10 years of suffering for the innocent. "Silence," the maester called out, seeing the young Bear Lady's discomfort. "Uncles, you are all my elders." "I am merely a junior," the young Bear Lady stated. "By rights, I should remain silent, but I must inquire, what has allowed Bear Island to endure to this day? This history is known to all of you, familiar from childhood tales. The Starks contended with the Iron Islands for ownership of Bear Island, and upon its acquisition, they granted it to their vassal, Mormont. Thus began our family's nearly 1,000-year allegiance to House Stark, wherein we swore an oath, and they provided us protection. It was their guardianship that deterred the pirates of the Iron Islands from raiding our shores. The Boltons of Harrenhal, infamous for their cruelty, fashioned cloaks from the skins of Stark captives, disemboweling the very souls of those they captured. However, after the Stark family conquered the Terror Castle, they chose to retain their position as Lords of Terror Castle. The North requires this banner. The Stark family must not falter. For millennia, the people of the North have recognized only the banner of the wolf. The royal standards of the Southerners find no footing here. It is this stubbornness, This unwavering resolve that has enabled us to repeatedly vanquish the Targaryen family during their first and second conquest wars, even breaching their homeland. The North is a realm perpetually shrouded in ice and snow, a land of unyielding stone. The Northerners detest war before conflict arises. They will exhaust every means to avert it. Whether it is the Stark family's forgiveness towards the Boltons of Terror Castle or Tormund Stark relinquishing his crown to the conqueror Aegon, we have endeavored to avoid the outbreak of war, even if it means the crown falls, or the king in the North is reduced to a duke. Yet now, war is unavoidable. My friends, the undead are upon us. This is a war for all living beings. We have no retreat. Now, return to your homes, polish your weapons, don the armor bequeathed by your ancestors, and mount the old horses used for plowing in your yards. The Stark family requires Bear Island. Bear Island must respond. As always. Chapter 30. The Choice of White Harbor. White Harbor. The Manderley family, the wealthiest family in the North for a millennium, has been tasked with guarding the mouth of the White Knife River, which serves as the North's sole commercial port. The current guardian of the White Knife River, Wyman Manderley, sits in the council chamber with his retinue. In his hands are 2 missives delivered by ravens. The attendees, adorned in splendid garments, bedecked with golden ornaments, and wielding ornate swords embellished with emeralds and rubies, flaunt an opulent grandeur reminiscent of the lords from the fertile South. No, the lords of the South do not exhibit such lavishness. Duke Manderley passes the messages to those around him, and as they circulate, their expressions vary. The news conveyed by the ravens consists of 2 messages, one from my son, Wyman Manderley, still in Robb's army, reporting the defeat at the Wall, with their remaining forces regrouping at the last bastion of Winterfell. This is a devastating loss. Of the 5,000 soldiers provided by the Manderley family, only a few hundred have survived, and the vast supplies of provisions and military resources have been squandered. The other missive, dispatched by Lady Stark of Winterfell, urges the Manderley family to honor their oath and rally their forces to Winterfell for a final stand. The atmosphere instantly erupts. Some curse Robb, while others weep in despair. Silence. You all have family members who followed Robb into battle. So do I. My heir. My finest eldest son. The time for sorrow is not now. It is not for mourning. Duke Manderley straightens his posture, leaning slightly forward, as his face gradually emerges from the shadows into the light streaming through the window. Rather, we must deliberate on whether we should continue our journey to Winterfell. The crowd was momentarily taken aback. For millennia, the commands of House Stark had been regarded as sacrosanct, and the thought of forsaking one's oath had never crossed their minds. Ever since the Manderley family was sworn to guard the mouth of White Knife 1,000 years ago, seeking assistance from House Stark in times of peril had become a consensus. With the backing of House Stark, they had repeatedly repelled pirate incursions, safeguarding the port's trade and ushering in nearly a millennium of prosperity. However, now the Lord presented them with an entirely different choice, a path previously unimagined. I have arranged to borrow a ship from Theon Greyjoy of the Iron Islands. He has promised that for 1/3 of our wealth, he will transport us far from the continent of Westeros to the free cities. You must contemplate whether to uphold your oaths or to venture to the free cities and escape Westeros. I must caution you, Greyjoy is far from a benevolent figure. His willingness to trade rather than seize by force is solely due to our remaining military strength, which might still inflict some damage upon him. Once we consolidate all our forces in Winterfell, placing our faith in House Stark, we shall have no retreat left. Victory is impossible against those legendary beings, impervious to blades. Swift and frenzied, House Stark cannot emerge victorious in this war. I have received word that Lord Eddard Stark of King's Landing has been charged with treason and is to be executed forthwith. The capital is eager for turmoil in the North to resolve their own troubles. There is no support left for the North, and House Stark finds itself with no avenue of escape. Yet we still possess options. We can journey to the free cities, to Dragonstone, retreating to a place where the undead cannot pursue us, and wait for the long night to pass, for spring to bloom once more. With House Manderley emerging as the ultimate victors, the assembly fell into silence, weighed down by the 3 long-standing iron rules of Westeros: the Oathbreaker, the Regicide, and the treachery of a guest at a feast. Any transgression of these would render one reviled throughout the realm. Now, the head of the house urged them to forsake everything, to betray their oaths, and the atmosphere grew heavy with contemplation. Yet it must be acknowledged that their hearts were stirred. From the intelligence each had received, it was clear that the undead had crossed the wall, unafraid of any weapon, capable of summoning all who had perished. In this war, all were left with the simplest, most rational assessment. The North was doomed to defeat. The vast council chamber echoed with an almost deathly silence. none daring to speak first, despite the Lord's apparent inclination towards flight. Should they reach the free cities and encounter difficulties, the one who spoke first would inevitably be the first to face the consequences. Each chieftain was a cunning fox in the realm of commerce. The crackle of burning wood stood out starkly against the backdrop of silence. It was then that one voice broke through, that of Lord Manderley's brother, the staunchest supporter of House Manderley, Lord Comet Manderley. I advocate for the evacuation of the North. My son is among Rob's forces, and I have received the grim tidings from the ravens. He has perished under the onslaught of the undead. Rob, heedless of counsel, stubbornly insists on annihilating the whites beyond the wall, leading to this catastrophic defeat. Initially, Ned sought to overthrow the reign of the Mad King. We from White Harbor have contributed troops, and I have already lost one son in battle. Now, as Rob prepares to confront the undead, I have lost yet another son. White Harbor is weary of further bloodshed, especially of this futile kind, devoid of hope or victory. Let those who wish to march to Winterfell do so. I, Commander, shall never set foot in Winterfell again. Upon hearing his words, the murmurs of the crowd erupted into a cacophony. Indeed, my lord, it was House Stark that granted our ancestors their lordship in White Harbor, yet we have sacrificed much for them. Now, it is the Stark family that owes us, not the other way around. One of the clan leaders, a descendant of the Mandlers, spoke up, though he had long diverged from the core lineage. My son fell in the Stark's war, and my grandson as well. To hell with this. White Harbor desires no more conflict. Why must we remain the sword of House Stark? As long as life persists, the sword shall shatter first. This has been our fate time and again. Hearing the crowd's loud agreement, Duke Mandler's face broke into a satisfied smile. In a corner stood a figure clad in rough-spun garments, adorned with a patched hat and wielding a battered ceremonial sword. The assembly finally took note of this individual, typically relegated to the fringes during meetings. A member from a farming family, toiling daily in the bountiful port. At each council, he would don a sycophantic smile, humbly beseeching them for assistance in the name of distant kin. What was his name? The crowd pondered, struggling to recall. Yet, this man approached the table. The ingratiating smile vanished, replaced by a grim visage. He unsheathed the ceremonial sword and placed it upon the table. A sudden silence enveloped the gathering. The ancient ritual awakened memories within each individual. The gesture signified a plea for the Lord to reclaim his lands and titles. I have heard tales of a bird in the south, as large as a horse, with 3 toes capable of shattering a lion's ribs with a single kick, sprinting faster than the swiftest cheetah. Yet, when danger looms, it buries its head in the sand, pretending that the predator before it does not exist. I had thought I would never encounter such a creature in my lifetime. Our family's fortune scarcely affords even a ticket to behold such a marvel. To my astonishment, here I stand, surrounded by an entire room filled with these birds. Truly, the world is vast and full of wonders. With that, he turned and departed. On the table lay the ceremonial sword he had left behind, devoid of rubies, sapphires, or opulent sharkskin, yet it shimmered brilliantly under the light streaming through the window. It left behind the scowling Duke of Mandler and the speechless chieftains of White Harbor. Chapter 31. The choice of the terrifying fortress. The last hearth, a soldier supported another whose leg was injured, while the wolf banner sagged precariously on the ground of the camp. An air of decay and impending twilight pervaded the entire encampment. Rob walked through the camp, accompanied by Luke Bolton. Everywhere he looked, despair reigned supreme. A great fire had consumed everything. The wall of despair, the annihilation of the undead, and the rescue of his father all appeared ludicrous amidst the flames. Rob's gaze was hollow, filled with evasion. In the absence of his father, he had become the protector of the North. Yet what had this guardianship brought forth? Endless cold and death. Countless souls had followed him, driven by the honor of House Stark, expecting him to vanquish formidable foes and bring glory to themselves and the North, just as his father had once done. Yet he had witnessed them rush headlong into death. Brave knights charged forth on their steeds, undeterred by the specter of mortality, repeatedly responding to his command to advance against the undead. The North, this harsh and frigid land, had never feared death. While the stranger's spade gathered the souls of the homeless in the streets. Yet he would never forget that day, when the Night King raised his hand amidst the unending flames, and countless fallen comrades opened their ice-blue eyes. The soldiers who had once stood by his side now bore those same ice-blue eyes, howling in agony amidst the ruins. The cavalry he had led into battle, riding bloodied steeds, charged through the endless wall of fire, brandishing long knives against him. He recalled the night before his departure, when his mother held his hand and solemnly urged him not to let her endure the pain of losing another child. Little did she know that this time, He would cause countless mothers to lose their children and innumerable children to lose their fathers. The last rays of the setting sun cast a warm glow over the camp. Robb surveyed the ravaged site, witnessing injured soldiers moaning in anguish due to lack of treatment, as tattered rags simmered in a large pot. The suffering soldiers could only bind their wounds tightly with strips of cloth. Soldiers armed with long pikes stood silently in place, a shroud of death and decay lingering over their hearts. Two grizzled soldiers, their hair half white, lowered their heads as they supported one another while passing by him, offering no words, as though he were invisible. "Bolton, do you think I am utterly useless?" Robb finally spoke. The once spirited young wolf lord had vanished, leaving behind only a curled-up, tormented youth, his bright eyes pleadingly seeking solace from Luke Bolton. Bolton gazed at him and spoke. "Robb, a single defeat is of no consequence." When Lord Beric rose against the Mad King, he stood alone, hunted by the king's decree across the realm, yet he managed to escape. Ultimately, he overthrew the Mad King and ascended to the Iron Throne. While he uttered words of comfort, his gaze inadvertently drifted ahead, towards the soldiers he had brought along. Observing these battered remnants, even Roose Bolton could not suppress a pang of pain. These were his most vital retainers. "Robb, in terms of feudal rights, you are my liege, and I heed your command. However, in age, you are nearly the same as my son. I must remind you that what truly matters is not how many soldiers one has once commanded, nor the victories one has achieved, nor the wealth one possesses. What is paramount is steadfast conviction and an indomitable spirit. Moreover, you still have Winterfell, the Dreadfort, the Stark lineage, and the unwavering support of the North. We have not been defeated. Let us return and regroup. Who dares to claim that the Northmen cannot triumph? Who dares to assert that the Northmen cannot prevail?" Robb's eyes began to regain a glimmer of hope, and in that fleeting moment, Roose Bolton believed that the once spirited young wolf had returned. "Indeed, I have not lost. How could I surrender? My younger brother is still but a boy, and my mother has not engaged in politics for over a decade. Yet she is learning anew for my sake. My father remains in King's Landing, waiting for my rescue. I cannot and shall not concede defeat." Robb turned to Roose Bolton, the elder who had steadfastly stood by his side during the charge. Despite the previous conflicts between the Stark and Bolton families, at this moment, in Robb's heart, Bolton had become the North's most reliable vassal. "Uncle Bolton." Robb's voice startled Roose, for the Stark family's authority still resonated in the hearts of the Northmen. Even if one day the Stark family were to fall into complete ruin, with no soldiers left, as long as the banner of the wolf still flew, they could summon an army of thousands at any time. Roose Bolton was about to respond that he did not require such titles when he suddenly seemed to recall something and graciously accepted the term uncle. "Lady Catelyn has issued a call to arms. I shall lead my contingent of several hundred soldiers to the Dreadfort to recruit anew, and then to Winterfell. You should proceed to Winterfell to meet with Lady Catelyn and reorganize the troops," Roose stated, his keen eyes fixed intently on Robb, with tears glistening in his eyes. Robb looked at him. "Are you still willing to support me?" he asked. "Of course," Roose replied, kneeling slightly, sword in hand. "The Bolton family shall steadfastly uphold the oaths sworn by our ancestors to the Stark family. We shall adopt the will of House Stark as our own, becoming the spearhead of House Stark and the shield of the North. We shall never betray our vows, not until death." Robb grasped Roose Bolton's hands tightly. "You are all I have left. I shall provide you with 1,000 soldiers. You led them to the Terror Fortress. My mother issued a summons in Winterfell. I hastened to Winterfell with an additional 2,000 soldiers to unite with our forces. As the sun descended, painted clouds of crimson engulfed the sky, reminiscent of a great conflagration. Securing command of the army, Lucius Bolton surveyed the defeated remnants before him, along with the demoralized soldiers in the nearby encampment. He spurred his horse forward, beckoning the others to follow, their minds consumed with thoughts of resurgence and vengeance. Yet, atop his steed, Lucius felt an overwhelming dread. The chieftain of the most brutal and formidable family of skin changers in the North, the Lord of Terror Fortress, was gripped by fear akin to that of a lamb beset by wolves, bleeding as it fled into the distance. Without pausing, he raced towards the Terror Fortress, indifferent to the stragglers behind him. In that moment, all faith, glory, and ambition vanished from his gaze, leaving only a singular thought: I must escape. To King's Landing. To Dragonstone. To the Iron Islands. To the Free Cities. I must survive. As the distant sun set, behind him lay the eager eyes of Robb, while the galloping steed trampled all former aspirations beneath its hooves, burying them in the earth. Chapter 32. Lords and Commoners of the North in Winterfell, Catelyn inquired. How many have come from Bear Island? 68. A youthful voice piped up in the council chamber. Laughter erupted around the room. Though they were aware of Bear Island's modest size, the figure of 68 seemed comical. Even Lady Caitlin couldn't suppress a smile, while the young she-bear flushed with indignation. Every warrior from Bear Island can stand against 100. The young woman's voice rang out in anger. Lady Caitlin's expression turned serious, as if a realization struck her. She clapped her hands together. Gentlemen, I believe we should not jest. The Mormont family has upheld their vows for generations. Their chieftain, Gior Mormont, served as the Lord Commander of the Night's Watch and perished bravely at the wall. The reason their chieftain is a young girl is that the Mormont family has no other eligible heirs. This is an ancient, proud family, rich in honor. We salute you, Countess Mormont. With that, Lady Caitlin bowed deeply to the young she-bear. This caused the girl to flush even deeper, at a loss for words, until a nearby scholar prompted her. You should thank Lady Caitlin. Finally, after a prolonged silence, she managed to respond. Thank you for your understanding. Now, moving on, Caitlin continued. Has the Duke of White Harbor not arrived? Surveying the surroundings, one could see the once loquacious Duke of White Harbor, who had been so disdainful of others during past council meetings, was now conspicuously absent. It was not until a hand was raised in the corner that silence was broken. The Mamler family pays its respects to you, my lady. A man clad in simple linen, devoid of ceremonial sword, and appearing almost as a commoner, stood and declared. What connection does the Mamler family have with the Mandrell family? Caitlin inquired. Just 2 days prior, I was his vassal. Now, I am no longer. The Duke of Mandrell has borrowed a ship from the Greyjoy family of the Iron Islands and fled to the Free Cities. As these words resonated through the hall, a profound silence enveloped the assembly, heads bowed in uncertainty, unsure how to approach Lady Caitlin. Yet, she was neither as disappointed nor as furious as they had anticipated. Rather, there was a palpable sense of liberation in the air, as if this moment had been long awaited. In that case, Mandler, what is your name? Lady Caitlin inquired. Carmen Mandler, my lady. Very well, Carmen Mandler, in the name of House Stark and as the acting warden of the North. I hereby bestow upon you the title of Duke of White Harbor, with the lands of White Harbor as your fief. Lady Caitlin spoke with serene authority. Carmen Mandler, his expression composed, thanked her and returned to his seat. Is the Bolton family of Harrenhal present? Again, a profound silence fell upon the assembly, leaving everyone hushed and apprehensive. It seems my eldest son has misjudged the situation. Caitlin jested, attempting to lighten the atmosphere. At that moment, a man draped in bare skin rose to his feet. The Karstark family pays its respects to you, my lady. Caitlin regarded her vassal. The Karstark family, a branch of House Stark, had been steadfast supporters since the days of yore. Now, however, 2 of the North's 3 great noble houses had departed, concealing her noticeably trembling hand behind her back. Caitlin maintained a facade of composure and inquired, how many from the Karstark family have arrived? Reporting to you, my lady. 5,000 cavalry, 5,000 spearmen, 3,000 archers, 13,000 men ready for battle, along with 20,000 supplies, horses, and support personnel en route to Winterfell. Caitlin stifled her excitement and urged him to take his seat, continuing her inquiries regarding the other families. Outside Winterfell, a throng of soldiers and support personnel had amassed, numbering no less than 200,000. Camps lay adjacent to one another, with some families boasting tall steeds, gleaming weapons, and robust, pristine armor, while others donned merely thick leather as armor, wielding tools that had only days prior been used for farming. Nevertheless, every encampment and the troops of each family were meticulously organized under Lady Caitlin's direction. The blacksmith's forge blazed unceasingly, the roaring flames melting down every piece of iron available in the city, the rhythmic clanging forging them into sharp weapons. All the bachelors gathered together. Although the wall met an unimaginable defeat, it allowed the North to discover the potency of wildfire against the lesser undead. The alchemical workshop commenced mass production of wildfire, which was tirelessly poured into small ceramic vials, corked securely. Within the encampments, instructors from House Stark taught the method of wildfire usage, one camp at a time. A single droplet of wildfire slid down the smooth blade of a sword, and with incredible swiftness, a spark ignited along its length, engulfing the blade in a fierce inferno. The long sword blossomed in the hands of the instructors, piercing through a straw man set up for practice. Flames erupted rapidly, and soon only a wisp of blue smoke remained, leaving behind a mound of ashes. At this moment, in House Stark, on Bear Island, in White Harbor, in the Dreadfort, and throughout the North, an elderly man donned armor upon his grown son, while a weeping grandson tugged at his father, wishing him to discard the weighty attire and play. The boy's mother pulled him away, administering a couple of light smacks to his backside. Heartbroken, The child retreated to the inner quarters to cry alone. The man, clad in ancestral armor, mounted a warhorse that had toiled for years. The woman gazed after her departing husband, his solitary figure swallowed by the cold wind, the leather skirt of his attire billowing with the breeze. Before him lay the solitude of man and steed. Behind him, a cart laden with their possessions, their children, their family. In this moment, the husband ventured north, while the wife faced south, uncertain if they would ever reunite in this lifetime. One went forth to protect home and country, to battle against the seemingly indomitable undead. The other carried the hopes of the entire family, leaving behind their homeland to confront the arduous journey in search of a glimmer of life. Such is the nature of humanity. The old man, however, felt weary. He had no desire to part from the place he had inhabited for a lifetime. Since the passing of his beloved companion, he had been waiting for the day he would seek her out, reminiscing about the moment when the matchmaker brought the young woman to his home. How radiant she had smiled. The old man sighed, reflecting on how her youthful visage gradually became etched with wrinkles, her once raven hair turning gray. On her sickbed, he held her hand as she whispered her final words, "Take care of our grandson, and try not to quarrel with our son." She was truly kind, just as she had been when he first met her, ever devoted to her family. The old man closed his eyes, dressed in his finest attire, resting in a coffin he had long prepared. He had gazed upon that coffin many times, finding solace in its presence. Surrounding it lay firewood, and inside was a bamboo horse he had crafted for his grandson. "My dear," he thought, "I can no longer care for my family. Perhaps all I can do is ensure I do not burden them." With that thought, he grasped tightly the dagger concealed against his chest. The searing pain of the flames is unbearable. It is unseemly to come see you in such a state. Yet, I know you would not wish for me to become an undying specter after my demise, engaging in battles alongside my son. I have fought tirelessly for a lifetime and am weary now. Therefore, I have prepared a small dagger. Please wait for me, for the old man shall arrive shortly. Chapter 33. Robb returns home. As the young wolf Lord Robb hastened back to Winterfell, he beheld the fervent construction taking place outside its walls. With over 20,000 souls gathered in fervent anticipation, tears brimmed in his eyes, despite the dispirited soldiers surrounding him and the many losses he had endured. The North remained steadfast. The loyal supporters of House Stark still stood by him, for the North never forgets the legacy bestowed upon it by the Stark family. Preparations for war commenced. After ordering the troops to take position, Robb ventured alone into the home where he had lived for over a decade. He found his mother, Catelyn, diligently attending to her duties, her hair now touched with strands of white, tirelessly occupied without a moment's respite. As Robb approached, Catelyn lifted her gaze. Her eyes momentarily clouded from long hours spent poring over documents. "Who are you?" she inquired. Robb looked upon his mother, her weary face etched with fine lines, the white strands of hair framing her forehead. Beneath the dim light of the oil lamp, pen in hand, she regarded him with astonishment. "Mother, I have returned," Robb declared. Catelyn's emotions surged uncontrollably, tears cascading down her cheeks. Her hoarse voice reached Robb's ears. "You have returned. Robb has returned." Countless nights of worry, dreams in which she cradled his lifeless body in despair, flooded her mind. Now, here he stood before her, though clad in battered armor, hair unkempt, and a beard overtaking his face. He had not lost the essence of his spirit. He stood before her, whole and calling her mother. Catelyn hurriedly rose from her seat, embracing her son, tears falling upon the remnants of his armor. After a long while, Catelyn finally regained her composure, standing before Robb with a steady demeanor. "My child, I have arranged for a carriage. Take Bran and Rickon to King's Landing to seek out Lord Peter Baelish, the master of coin, and rescue your father." "He is an old acquaintance of mine," Catelyn said calmly. Robb was taken aback by her words. Catelyn's gaze bore into him as he lowered his head in silence for an extended moment before finally raising it to meet her eyes. "Mother, I do not wish to flee," Robb replied. Catelyn regarded him, her eyes filled with pleading. Both understood that even if the North had made every preparation and gathered all its strength, this battle would be fraught with peril. "My child, consider it a plea from your mother. Go to King's Landing. If not, then to Dragonstone. Even if we hold enmity with the Greyjoys, they would never forsake an opportunity to grasp a foothold in the North," Catelyn urged. Robb raised his head, his gaze slow yet resolute. "Mother, take Bran and Rickon and leave. I can no longer run. Along this journey, I have witnessed the desolation of abandoned villages. I have seen the undead wandering between the homes, seeking each living soul. I have observed husbands valiantly wielding their plows, once used solely for tilling the earth, to protect their wives against the formidable undead. I have seen adolescents seize spears taller than themselves, charging bravely into the fray against the undead. They are all vassals of House Stark, to whom I and my ancestors pledged our oaths to safeguard the peace of the North and protect their tranquil lives. Yet I have failed. Now, countless souls unite beneath the banner of House Stark. I cannot flee. With my father gone, I am the wolf's banner. You are different. Your kin is of House Tully. You can return to Riverrun or seek refuge in the impregnable Eyrie, where your sisters await. Amidst the towering mountains that the undead may not easily ascend, your son is no coward, even in the face of death. He possesses the courage to draw his sword against it. Caitlin cast him a glance, filled with pride, reluctance, and sorrow. Meanwhile, the Night King trod upon the ruins. Surrounded by humans battling the undead, with the crumbled walls of Last Hearth beneath his feet. As Robb departed from Last Hearth to rally at Winterfell, the Night King's army stealthily approached, sensing the significance of this land to humanity. It had been irrevocably reduced to a wasteland. Without the barrier of the wall, the undead effortlessly breached the final defenses of Last Hearth. The injured within the city wailed in agony, while the dead clawed their way from their graves. Flames ignited, and Last Hearth was transformed into a furnace. The Night King remained accompanied by 5 undead guards, while more were dispatched to deal with particularly troublesome foes. He stood amidst the devastation of Last Hearth, a castle of classical design that served as both fortification and town center, encircled by villages. In times of war, the castle would sound the horn, summoning the villagers to its protection. Typically, such fortresses were incredibly resilient. At the very least, one could seek refuge within its walls until the enemy retreated. Alas, they encountered the Night King's army of the undead. The ancestors, who once lay in deep slumber beneath the earth, reached forth with fierce hands. The Night King appointed 2 undead guards within the castle, and the main gate of Last Hearth was breached in a single assault. The Lord of Last Hearth, the ancient Amber family, still upheld their vows. They were loyal. When Robb found himself in peril, it was they who suggested he take refuge in Last Hearth. They were steadfast, even in the face of the invulnerable undead guards. They endeavored to close the castle gates and stabilize the situation. They displayed courage, even until the final moment, as some of their kin clutched small knives, hiding beneath the rubble, attempting to assassinate the Night King at the cost of their own lives. Yet, the loyal perished during the siege. The resolute were pierced by long spears, and the valiant were met with a twisted neck, rising from the ground with icy blue eyes. Ding! The system detected that the host's undead had surpassed 100,000, thereby activating the Advanced Undead classification. The Advanced Undead possess the intellect of a typical adult. They fear no weapon save for Valyrian steel, can conjure frost spears independently, and can initiate a weakened resurrection, governed by a hive mind consciousness. They can designate 1 commander among the Advanced Undead, along with 50 intermediate undead guards and 50,000 low-level undead. Currently, the assignable quantity is 5. Ding! The system has detected the collapse of the Great Wall of Despair, marking a pivotal shift in the narrative, thus initiating the world quest. The long night has arrived. In every location traversed by the host, they may activate the skill Eternal Night. Eternal Night State 1, Endless Darkness. Upon activation, a radius of 500 miles will transform into night, enhancing the stealth capabilities of all undead within, allowing them to conceal themselves in shadow and launch attacks unseen. Eternal Night State 2, Extraordinary Speed. Within the same radius, all undead will experience a 100 increase in movement speed, attack speed, and reaction speed. Eternal Night State 3, Frenzy. All undead within the 500-mile radius will enter a state of frenzy, gaining an additional 100 strength. Ding! The task for the normalization of Eternal Night has commenced. Upon completion, Eternal Night can be permanently solidified in a designated area. When the number of undead equals that of humans within a 500-mile radius, the night will occupy 1/3 of the day. Should the undead outnumber humans 2 to 1, the night will encompass 2/3 of the day. When the undead surpass humans by a factor of 2, Eternal Night will descend, and all conditions within its realm shall become permanent. Chapter 34. The undead besieged the city of Winterfell. Preparations for battle were fervent as Robb reassembled his forces to resist the undead. On a silent night, small groups of soldiers took turns standing watch with their long spears, beside blazing braziers. Suddenly, one soldier rose and informed his comrade of his need to relieve himself. The comrade, unconcerned, waved him off with a yawn, urging him to return swiftly. The night sky, cloaked in silence, seemed to consume the solitary souls. As darkness deepened, visibility dwindled to nothing. Suddenly, a blood-curdling scream echoed from the direction of the latrine. This is bad. Something has happened. The comrade grasped his spear and hurried toward the sound, arriving to find his companion standing still. A breath of relief escaped him, only to feel a pang of irritation for having frightened himself. He gave him a shove. "Hey, you scoundrel! Hurry back!" To his dismay, the push yielded no response, and he sensed an unsettling chill. What is this? Why is it so cold? The comrade slowly turned around, a rusted sword, reduced to half its length, embedded in his chest, with blood trickling down in droplets. His ice-blue eyes fixed upon him, emitting a ghastly roar. For a moment, it was unclear whether the soldier was paralyzed by shock or fear, as he stood motionless until the man, howling in agony, charged towards him. Attempting to bite, he found himself held back by the hilt of the sword lodged in his body. The soldier, in retreat, grasped his spear, a look of terror manifesting on his face. There are the undead, not far from the camp. The monstrous cries stirred the entire encampment, and reinforcements began to rush to the scene as the soldier trembled and raised his spear. The undead charged once more. This time, they collided directly with the spear. Yet the undead pressed on relentlessly, allowing the weapon to pierce their body. The force of the impact caused the soldier to lose grip of his spear, and he fell to the ground. Seizing the opportunity, the undead advanced, only to find the spear obstructing their movement once more. The soldier, in a panic, crawled on the ground, drawing his sword and fumbling for a small vial of wildfire. In his trembling hands, the vial slipped and fell. Just as he leaned to retrieve it, the undead had already closed in. It was over. Watching as the spear protruded from his chest, now fallen from his back, and the sword within the undead's chest vanished, a grim thought surged within the soldier's mind. My dear, I may not return home for dinner. Find someone kind to our child while you are still young. This was the soldier's fleeting thought as the undead lunged forward, their sharp claws poised to strike him. Suddenly, flames erupted around the undead, as a flaming arrow found its mark in its eye socket. A greenish vial affixed to the arrow shattered upon impact, spilling wildfire liquid over the undead, igniting instantly due to the intense heat. The inferno reflected on the soldier's terrified face as the undead, writhing in agony, fled before collapsing beside him, rapidly consumed by the flames. From the shadows emerged a man clad in black armor, with hair and beard intertwined, wielding a bow. He was the archery instructor sent by House Stark. Approaching the fallen soldier, he extended his hand, lifting him from the ground and crouching to examine him. Was that an undead? The newcomer inquired. Yes, he was my comrade just moments ago. He transformed into an undead while I stepped away for a moment, the soldier stammered. Clearly shaken, his voice laced with fear and sobs. Before long, a throng of soldiers arrived. I must report to the city. This soldier did not transform on his own. There are undoubtedly other undead nearby, so exercise caution. With that, the instructor mounted his steed and sped towards Winterfell. The night deepened, and at that moment, the Night King and several undead watched from a distance. Though the two parties gathered merely a few meters apart, the soldiers remained oblivious. While the Night King gazed intently at the living beings before him, the eternal night has commenced. A shroud of darkness enveloped the position of these soldiers. My children, go forth. Let all who still draw breath join our ranks and embrace suffering. The consciousness of the hive resonated with the undead surrounding the Night King. At that moment, the soldiers' captain distinctly sensed a shift in the atmosphere. Companions, once clearly visible under the moonlight, now appeared indistinct, as a dark cloud swept across the sky, obscuring even the moon. In the depths of the unknown, it felt as if someone were lurking nearby, observing their group. Suddenly, a soldier let out a horrified scream, turning to see a hand emerging from his chest, blood cascading down that hand, belonging to a figure with a skeletal leg and a gaping chest. Upon that chest, the frozen flesh was infested with white maggots, intertwined with the blood and muscle, half of its hair a disheveled gray. One side of its face intact while the other revealed stark, white bones. As those undead gazed at him, the contorted visage seemed to struggle for an expression, attempting and ultimately failing to convey anything, abandoning the effort to reveal a mouth filled with decayed black teeth. With a ferocious roar, it bellowed at them. As the soldiers finally reacted and aimed their weapons, the creature retreated a step, vanishing into the darkness. Light the fire, commanded the captain, and the soldiers lowered their long rifles, drawing out their blades. They bit through the oak cork, allowing a stream of green liquid to flow over the swords, igniting them with flint, flames soaring into the night. Yet, the silent darkness offered no sounds, no sight of the undead, no movement, no actions. All the soldiers formed a circle, back to back, wielding their blazing swords. Suddenly, one soldier felt a chill at his ankle. looking down to find the hand of a fallen comrade grasping his foot. Believing the comrade still clung to life, he hastily reached down to assist him. However, the fallen comrade yanked him down to the ground, crawling and pouncing upon him, a gaping maw aimed at his neck. "Ah!" the soldier screamed, rousing the captain who, brandishing his fiery blade, thrust it into the chest of the undead. The sword pierced through, halting just before the eyes of the soldier who had been attacked. Flames erupted, and the captain pushed the burning undead away. Panting heavily, the soldiers were gripped by fear. Among them, one began to pray to the seven gods. Trembling as he clutched his sword, unable to bear it any longer, he discarded his weapon and fled towards the camp. After a single, anguished cry, silence fell once more. "Steady yourselves." The captain endeavored to stabilize the morale of his troops, yet it was evidently a futile effort. These soldiers, mere days prior, had been farmers wielding hoes. The mere fact that they stood their ground without fleeing was a stroke of fortune. In the shadows, the Night King beheld the trembling multitude and quietly extinguished the eternal night. Darkness transformed into light as the moon ascended the night sky. The undead emerged one by one, a relentless throng that encircled the soldiers, leaving no avenue for escape. A raven, oblivious to the severed limb it possessed, opened its ice-blue eyes as it flew overhead. Gazing outwards, the perimeter of Winterfell was devoid of any sentry camps. 100,000 undead besieged the entirety of King's Landing, and a bloodied bear howled towards the moon. An ice wolf, with a gaping wound in its belly, charged towards the city gates, its matted, blood-soaked fur billowing in the wind. Giants reappeared on the battlefield, wielding massive shields and frost-laden spears. However, this time, they were markedly different. Their ice-blue skins shimmered like gemstones, and with every thunderous stomp of their colossal feet, the ground trembled. Their speed surpassed that of the ice wolves, marking them as advanced undead. The captain, witnessing the encroaching undead, succumbed to profound despair. Although the undead merely surrounded them without launching an attack, he tore away a small segment of fishbone hanging from his neck, clasped his hands in prayer, knelt, and plunged a dagger into his abdomen. Flames erupted in a fierce blaze, inflicting excruciating agony that was beyond imagination. The soldiers began to flee, yet there was nowhere to escape. One after another, they collapsed, expressions of torment etched upon their faces as their ice-blue eyes began to awaken. Only the captain remained. Once the flames had extinguished, all that was left was a small segment of charred fishbone that fell to the ground, bouncing twice before shattering into two pieces. Chapter 35. The final battle of Winterfell. The horn sounded, the beacon blazed to life, and the slumbering lords donned their armor, while the cavalry mounted their steeds. The undead gathered at the gates. Arrows soared through the abyss of night, illuminating the sky as if it were day. The Night King stood afar, observing the innumerable arrows descend upon the earth, igniting flames that were swiftly engulfed by the undead, leaving no trace of disturbance. The darkness enveloped the entirety of Winterfell. The Night King watched the futile resistance as wildfire cascaded from the walls, reducing the undead to ashes. Yet, in mere moments, more undead surged forward. Tens of thousands collided against the gates, their twisted necks revealing only the stark whiteness of bone, carelessly draped over their bodies. The undead, even in shattered fragments, endeavored to hurl their limbs or heads against the tightly shut city gates. The Night King raised his hand gently. In the pitch-black night, clouds drifted down from the moon. How beautiful this night is! Beneath the darkness, human arrows fell like rain. In the shadows, the undead raced like the wind. The obsidian armor revealed no glimmers of light, even under the moon's glow. The skeletal remains, stark and formidable, serve as the most potent weapon in this world, clashing with their very bodies to exact vengeance and drag humanity down into despair. They compel all to experience the biting chill and the depths of suffering. The Night King, having raised his hand, now lowers it. The cycle of death and rebirth commences. Moonlight cascades down, illuminating the graveyard where the ancestors of House Stark lie interred. A hand breaks through the earth, pale beneath the silvery glow, revealing a slender palm devoid of flesh. The eternal night awakens. Extraordinary power surges forth, wild and unbridled. In the span of a single breath, amidst the war-torn graveyard, mounds of earth stir, dust swirling in the air. Gazing around, one witnesses a multitude of bones rising in the moonlight, their bodies hollow save for the piercing blue of their eyes. Starvation, frigid despair, and anguish awaken the undead, who gaze upon their own with suffering. An insatiable hunger gnaws at them, yet they find no sustenance. A chilling cold envelopes them, yet no garments offer warmth. The Night King's senses have been reactivated. In his awareness, All the bones of Winterfell rise, some from graveyards, others from cellars, some from the depths of wells, and still more from forsaken fields. All that remains is to await. My undead, I bestow upon you the power to avenge all living beings. Now, reveal your choice. The moon is once again shrouded by dark clouds. The biting northern winds cut across the faces of every creature like a blade. A piercing scream erupts from the city, followed by the wails of the tormented. The city has succumbed. Every dwelling, every corner, even every inch of land is overrun by the undead. They invade homes, dragging trembling souls from their hiding places. With mouths long devoid of teeth, they sink their jaws into human necks, leaving only crimson stains, void of blood, filled with agony. Starvation drives them to consume all living beings, yet they find nothing to satiate their hunger. Flames begin to engulf the city as panicked citizens topple braziers in a futile attempt to thwart the onslaught of the undead, only to have their embers extinguished beneath the relentless feet of the skeletal horde. Bones, stripped of flesh, feel no heat. As buildings ignite, countless displaced souls flee in madness. A woman, pursued by several skeletal figures, rushes into the street seeking aid, only to be overtaken and consumed by the undead, her cries echoing in the stillness. Those atop the city walls watch the inferno spread behind them, one side displaying the crumbling gates, the other, the chaotic flight of the populace, their hearts heavy with dread. Aside from the lords of the north, at least 50,000 soldiers had been hastily summoned by Lady Catherine in Winterfell, entrusted to the leadership of seasoned veterans. Their minds race with worry, pondering if their parents, wives, and brothers are, like those on the streets, helplessly fleeing into the chaos, pursued and driven away, engulfed in anguish and terror. Most crucially, are they still present? The archer's hand trembles. The once formidable 7-foot man, who faced the undead without flinching, now finds his heart stirred, even his bow quivering in his grasp. A smile flickers across the Night King's face. It appears that Winterfell is destined to fall today. A cacophony of chaos erupts at the heart of Winterfell, where the Stark household lies. The Night King's perception extends here, revealing skeletal hands emerging from the effigies, which then explode in a shower of debris. In the silent cellar, marked by the names Bran, Stark, Lannister, Stark, lies the resting place of House Stark. The skeletons cautiously pry open the cellar door, frantically lunging at anyone within sight, be they servant or maid. With Lady Catelyn and Robb commanding the battle from the military camp, the entire Stark household descends into disarray. Meanwhile, Bran remains ensconced in slumber, beads of sweat dotting his delicate face, as if ensnared in a nightmarish vision. In his dreams, he transforms into a bird, a wolf, a bear. He witnesses the decade-long night, 10 years devoid of sunlight, as the undead ravage the land, forcing humanity to cower in forests and seas. The cold wind sweeps across the entirety of Westeros. In his dreams, at times, he is an active participant, at others, an observer. He beholds King Robert Baratheon ascend the Iron Throne. He sees a swordsman wielding a great sword, vanquishing all adversaries in a tournament. He gazes upon the house of the many-faced god, a coffin-like matchbox housing countless faces. He witnesses the faceless men embrace death, regarding it as their ultimate gift. He observes the Red Woman of Dragonstone, gently caressing the sharp blade, which then erupts in flames. Yet, in the waking world, the skeletons rush towards his chamber. Countless souls wail in agony, while many flee in desperation. The wildling maid Melisandre, though still young, remembers her sole task bestowed by her mistress, to protect Bran at all costs. Suppressing her fear, she hurries towards Bran's room. At last, while the undead pursue others, she reaches Bran's chamber, finding him bathed in sweat, and anxiously calls his name. The sounds of the undead grow ever nearer. Finally, they sense the living essence within the room. A series of thuds reverberate against the door. Melisandre, in a state of urgency, shakes Bran and calls his name, attempting to rouse him to flee together. Yet, despite the beads of sweat adorning his brow, Bran remains unresponsive. Ultimately, the pounding at the door intensifies, becoming more frantic and heavy. Boom! A resounding crash echoed through the air as the grotesque skeletons surged into the room like a deluge unleashed. Gazing beyond the threshold, Bran beheld a scene of devastation, the ground littered with corpses, and blood saturating the earth. Gently, he unsealed his tightly shut eyes. In that moment, his once clear, innocent gaze transformed into one clouded with the weight of worldly sorrows, eyes resembling those of a three-eyed raven. Chapter 36. A dream of a millennium. A visible surge of emerald energy erupted alongside Bran's ascent, manifesting as a vibrant shockwave. wherever this verdant energy traversed. The grass pushed aside the boulders that had long oppressed it, flourishing with renewed vigor. The wounds of all present began to mend, and the panic-stricken populace found solace in their emotions. This green energy, akin to the nurturing hand of Mother Earth, gently caressed the wounds of every living being on the planet, ushering in a verdant revival. In the frigid north, a region long steeped in despair, an extraordinary vitality began to emanate. Undead within the reach of this green energy collapsed as if their very souls had been siphoned away, their ice-blue eyes dimming. Yet, a smile graced their lips, reminiscent of weary souls who had struggled through a lifetime of hardship, finally finding eternal peace at this moment. The skeletons ceased to stand. No longer pursuing any living creature, they crumbled into mere heaps of bones. Phosphorescent embers shimmered upon the skeletal remains. At that moment, Bran finally sensed the omnipresent energy of the world, the ever-renewing vitality, and the unwavering faith of humanity. His brother, Rickon, entered the room, gazing at the unfamiliar visage of his brother. Little Rickon stood rooted to the spot, his hands entwined and fidgeting in a bid to alleviate his anxiety. He yearned to call out to his brother, yet hesitated, uncertain whether this being, who bore an uncanny resemblance to his brother, yet possessed eyes filled with the weight of ages, was indeed still his sibling. At last, a hand gently caressed Rickon's head. He looked up to find it was Bran. "What troubles you, Rickon? You mustn't neglect your sleep, or you won't grow tall," Bran remarked, a scrutinizing smile gracing his features. "Brother," Rickon exclaimed, leaping into Bran's embrace. In that moment, the two children appeared as the sole protagonists in a world rife with chaos. All the terror and suffering of the night dissolved into nothingness. As long as family remained close, any adversity could be overcome. Robb had arrived at the Stark family stronghold, engaged in a fierce battle against the undead. Just as he struck down his foes, he sensed a sudden shift. The undead around him had lost their strength, collapsing to the ground with smiles upon their faces. What had been a moment of conflict transformed into a cacophony of bones clattering to the earth. Hand in hand, Bran led Rickon out of the chaos, followed closely by Mira, the wildling maid, and the simple-minded servant, Hodder. Upon sighting her two young sons, Catelyn's heart swelled with worry and urgency, prompting her to rush forward, only to be halted by Robb's outstretched arm. Robb raised his sword, his demeanor alert as he gazed at Bran. "Rickon, come here," Robb called out loudly. Upon seeing his elder brother and mother, Rickon could hardly contain his excitement. Yet he cast a furtive glance at Bran, only to observe Bran releasing his grip on Rickon's hand. A smile blossomed on Rickon's charming little face. Like a bird returning to its nest, he dashed towards his brother and mother, enveloped in her warm embrace. Nevertheless, Robb's vigilance did not wane. His grip on the sword tightened even further. Finally, after drawing 2 deep breaths, Robb spoke. "Are you now the three-eyed raven or Bran?" At his words, an oppressive silence fell over the assembly. Catelyn seemed to recall the day she had watched Bran, unconscious, and had personally affixed that green leaf to him. Mira gazed in astonishment at Bran's silhouette, having believed her sole duty was to protect young Bran, completely unaware that he had inherited the legacy of the three-eyed raven. Only Hodder stood there, dazed, occasionally muttering his own name. A smile spread across Bran's face. "Is there truly any distinction between Bran and the three-eyed raven?" he inquired. "Indeed, there is," Robb replied. "If you are my brother Bran, I shall treat you as a brother, a sword to safeguard our family, forever standing in front of you. Anyone wishing to harm you must first step over my corpse. If you are the three-eyed raven, consuming Bran's consciousness, even if I cannot confront you now, you may leave. Even slay me if you wish. However, from that moment forth, the North will forever deny you a place among us. All houses under the Stark banner shall regard the three-eyed raven as an eternal foe. Even if it takes a millennium or 10,000 years, the North shall never forget." Bran surveyed the serious faces around him, yet the joy in his eyes threatened to overflow. "Brother, I have returned." The moment those words escaped his lips, Catelyn's tears burst forth uncontrollably. This woman, who had not faced a single grievance in her life, wept more since Bran's fall from the tower than in all her previous years combined. Robb could no longer restrain the overwhelmed Catelyn, who stumbled forward to embrace Bran. All the grievances, uncertainty, solitude, and helplessness of the intervening time seemed to find an outlet at last, flowing forth with her tears. Bran wished to explain further, but Robb still held his sword aloft. Nonetheless, it was no longer necessary. The sword was lowered, and Bran clung tightly to his mother. A millennium had passed. This dream felt like 1,000 years away from home. From the lonely, helpless boy who could only weep, to the three-eyed raven, who had silently observed the tides of time. It felt as though yesterday he had seen his mother, yet it seemed they had been separated for an eternity. Bran closed his eyes, savoring this rare moment of tranquility that had eluded him for millennia. The hazy image of the north began to sharpen once more within his heart. Where am I? Oh, I am in the north. There are trees everywhere that one can climb. A father who becomes enraged at the sight of me scaling them. And a mother who stands protectively behind me when my father raises his hand. There is my brother Rob, who practices swordplay daily, and my beloved brother John, who dotes on me. Here is where I truly belong. Bran gazes upon the unchanging scenery before him, fresh yet as if seen for the first time. After millennia of experience, the vicissitudes of the world have unfolded, and the complexities of the human heart remain inscrutable. Yet, upon returning, he finds himself still the same youth. He has traversed every corner of the world, enduring countless separations and farewells. The endless passage of time, like a relentless river, has smoothed the jagged edges of his heart, rendering it devoid of any sharpness that could pierce the palm. He once relinquished all hope, retreating into a cave, awaiting the arrival of death. An elderly man, leaning on the cane he has used for a lifetime, shuffles forward, yearning for eternal peace. Yet, upon awakening the next day, he finds it to be a new existence. Loneliness and suffering. Having experienced both splendor and ruin, he observes the gatherings of guests, engaging in grand discussions, witnessing the encroachment of power upon the realm, and feeling the weight of the world. He has seen both failure and exile, solitude and hardship, and has known despair and degradation. Reduced to a prisoner at the foot of the throne, he once led the green seers against the children of the forest, and at other times, he stood with the children of the forest, futilely resisting the hunters among the trees. At times, he possessed the power to change the world, yet chose to live out his days in isolation within the eternal night. At other times, he forsook his innate strength, wielding a steel sword solely to protect a wailing child, until he had tasted every hardship the world could offer, until all tears were exhausted. Finally, he could return to his mother's embrace. Watching her weep, he gently pats her back, whispering into her ear, "Mother, your son has returned." Chapter 37. Outside Winterfell. Outside, the Night King makes his advance. After a night of assault, the largest stronghold of the north displays the undead with piercing ice-blue eyes upon every wall. The rustling leaves of the weirwood echo as blood seeps from the mouths of the old gods' visages. The sky lightens, the dawn is imminent. The power of eternal night is about to lose its grip. The giants, roaring with fury, charge forward, their immense forms pressing against the walls. As countless undead scramble up their backs, only to tumble down, creating heaps of corpses that rival the height of the walls. Suddenly, an entire oak barrel of wildfire is hurled from the ramparts, igniting the battlefield in an instant. The burning undead surge up the walls, only to be cast down by soldiers wielding shields, until they are reduced to ashes. The ground is littered with charred remains of the undead, alongside the scarred bodies of soldiers who were pulled from the walls. The brutal siege reveals its ferocity at this moment. The giant, shield raised high, begins to ascend, as countless arrows rain down, igniting the massive shield in flames, until it finally reaches the top of the walls. The blazing shield was violently cast aside, slipping from the giant's grasp, igniting countless souls caught in the inferno, who cascaded from the city walls, engulfed in flames. At last, a breach was created in the formidable defenses of the wall. Treading over the mountains of corpses amassed below, the undead howled as they surged onto the battlements. The ranks of the undead swelled, heedless of their surroundings, charging at every living being they encountered, employing weapons, claws, teeth, and all manner of means to assail humanity. Morale among the living had utterly collapsed. The undead pressed forward relentlessly, causing the humans to jostle and trample one another, resulting in entire groups being shoved over the edge of the walls to plummet to the ground below. Suddenly, the Night King sensed a tremendous surge of energy erupting from the heart of the city, a force of life that fostered growth. The essence of the ancient gods' core emissaries from a bygone era. The three-eyed crow had discovered its successor, fulfilling its legacy, primarily empowered by the might of the weirwood to transcend the boundaries of mortality. This former three-eyed crow, a pawn long forsaken by the old gods, still bore remnants of divine strength, yet was profoundly weakened. In contrast, the newcomer radiated vitality, akin to the sun newly risen. As this power manifested, it swept across Winterfell, banishing the undead within the walls, reducing them to lifeless forms once more. The force of life began to rejuvenate, hastening the emergence of the sun. The more beings revived, the weaker the effects of the eternal night became. The newly arisen three-eyed crow immediately showcased its prowess to the Night King, embodying the strength of life in the world, the revival of all things, and the cyclical nature of existence. The Night King beheld the sun breaking through the nocturnal sky, its bright rays piercing, almost blinding. The resurrection of the dead resembled the Night King's own perpetual passive ability, which granted strength to the undead upon their demise, allowing them to rise anew. Yet now, the undead within the city succumbed to a deep slumber, while those outside, despite the Night King's protection, began to suffer wounds. Their seemingly indestructible bodies were easily pierced by the swords of ordinary soldiers, already devoid of flame. Barrel after barrel of oak was catapulted from the city walls, bursting open upon impact, releasing a cascade of green liquid that ignited upon contact with the arrows. Waves of the undead were reduced to ashes. Reluctantly, the sun fully emerged from the sky, dispelling all darkness. In that moment, the Night King's eternal night ability was rendered utterly obsolete, stripped of its foundational presence. A cavalry unit surged from the flanks, clad in full iron armor, wielding blazing swords. The undead below finally caught sight of life, frenziedly charging towards the cavalry. The horsemen, unfazed, each held a small ceramic vial, hurling them at the undead. The vials shattered upon the ground, releasing a pool of green liquid. A volley of arrows soon followed. Flames erupted with a cacophony of explosive sounds intermingled with anguished cries, forming a fiery barrier in the direction of the city gates. The living were paralyzed with fear, hesitant to advance. Time dragged on, and the colossal giants that had surged against the walls began to encounter resistance. On the ramparts, sturdy logs, prepped for this moment, were hoisted by the crowd and thrust toward the giants. With a thunderous roar, a giant braced itself against the timber, initiating a fierce contest of strength. Though outnumbered, the human defenders found themselves at a distinct disadvantage against the Night King's enhanced giants. With a sudden surge of power, one giant sent 5 or 6 men sprawling to the ground, causing chaos as the logs crashed down upon them, leaving many bloodied and unconscious. At that moment, the giant discarded its long spear and massive shield, seizing a human body in each hand and swinging them with ferocity. Bodies flew in all directions, countless humans tumbling from the walls. Nevertheless, as the crowd dispersed, several gargantuan logs were lifted with collective effort, charging toward the giants on the ramparts. The impact against the giant's icy blue skin sent it plummeting to the ground below. Although it fell unscathed, its rage intensified, and it charged toward the walls once more. Meanwhile, the Night King activated his awareness. Within this perception, a red-hued steel sword was bestowed upon Rob by the commander of the Night's Watch. This was a Valyrian steel sword, the only weapon capable of threatening the Night King, and the sole sword of House Stark. The Night King unleashed his hive mind. The giant cast a resentful glance back before dashing toward the forest where the Night King resided. The undead began their retreat, leaving no corpses in their wake. In an instant, countless undead both inside and outside the walls vanished entirely. Yet, the surrounding forest remained teeming with the undead, severing all supply lines to Winterfell, rendering it a veritable outpost of humanity. At this very moment, over 100 undead sentinels were absent from their posts. In the depths of the forest, they resurrected, catching the slumbering elderly, women, and children by surprise, swiftly severing their throats. Awakened from their slumber, these undead sentinels approached Deepwood Motte stealthily, undeterred by the absence of resistance, while most adult men had gone to support Winterfell. In this way, they infiltrated Deepwood Motte as if it were an unguarded realm. All remaining forces of resistance were annihilated. Within a quarter of an hour, save for a few who fled into the woods, Deepwood Motte was left in ruins. A notification chimed, detection of subordinate, summoning 500 intermediate undead. The sound echoed repeatedly. The Night King realized his objectives had been achieved. More undead converged toward Winterfell, while his own sentinels ushered the undead into the sphere of his dominion. Once again, new human strongholds will be selected for invasion, ceaseless and tireless. Chapter 38. The Quest for Jaqen's Planned Daytime. Winterfell, the Council Chamber. Thus, if we are to secure a definitive victory in this war, we must journey to Bravos and locate the faceless man's acolyte, Jaqen. Robb inquired of Bran. Present alongside Robb were Catelyn and various lords of the north. Indeed, to be precise, it is the worshippers of the faceless god, known as the Faceless Men. The Faceless Men serve the faceless god, existing without form and undetectable, yet universally recognized. Undetectable, for each individual excels in disguise. Even when standing before you, they remain unrecognizable. Universally recognized, for they possess myriad faces, potentially those of your family, your closest friends, or even your beloved at your side, whom you know intimately, right up until the moment a dagger severs your throat. For millennia, they have remained detached from the world, the most formidable assassins and the most devout of followers. Their concealment methods so profound that even the Night King cannot perceive a trace. Our sole weapon against the Night King is the blade of Valyrian steel. However, the Night King will not simply stand there, allowing you to strike with your steel sword. It is only a lethal assassin who can approach him silently and unseen. The Lord of House Reed stood up. No offense intended, young lord. But rather than traversing the ocean to a city we have never visited in search of this so-called assassin organization, why not hand the steel sword to me? And I shall slay the Night King. Laughter erupted among the assembly, some even whistling in jest at the youthful Bran, despite his serious demeanor. Robb was about to shout for silence, his eyes betraying an unusual tension and fear, a feeling he had never experienced in the presence of his brother. Rather than seeing the person before him as his brother, Robb perceived him as a creature akin to the Night King. Bran smiled, just as he was laughing. He darted to the side of the Lord of House Reed with astonishing speed, almost leaving an afterimage. Drawing his sword, he placed it against the man's neck before he could react, a sudden gust brushing past him, leaving a chilling sensation at his throat. Turning to face the blade, he saw the cold glint of steel. A drop of cold sweat trickled down his cheek and into his collar, and the room fell silent. Not a soul dared to utter a word. At that moment, Bran, with a smile, gently withdrew his sword and sheathed it back into the Lord of House Reed's scabbard. The Night King is 10 times faster than I, and 100 times stronger. I truly do not comprehend where you gentlemen derive your confidence. Is it merely because we barely managed to drive off the undead with our utmost effort? Let us not forget, within the walls of Winterfell, we are surrounded by the undead. It is impossible for us, and we do not possess the forces to confront the Night King directly. Bran turned around, and the council chamber was filled with astonished faces. Do not forget, Bran swept his gaze across the crowd, who were still reeling from the recent shock. A seasoned lord had been disarmed in a mere encounter. We possess only one Valyrian steel sword. After speaking, Bran gracefully took his seat, a steaming cup of red tea before him. He sipped it leisurely, exuding an air of nonchalance, as if to suggest that this meeting no longer concerned him. Robb gently tapped the table. Enough. No further discussion is necessary. Robb declared decisively. I have summoned you, my uncles and elders, not to debate whether we should go, but to determine who shall go. At this, the lords exchanged glances. From the moment the Whites had emerged the previous night, they understood that Winterfell had transformed into a desolate wasteland. The 5 scouts sent out that morning had not returned. It was clear that the Whites had completely besieged Winterfell. Each lord remaining, steadfast and unyielding, was mentally preparing to confront death. However, it was a matter of honor for them to mount their beloved steeds, wield bloodied swords, and die valiantly on the battlefield rather than cower and be found suffering a humiliating death in some forgotten corner of the field. Robb's gaze swept over the assembly, and the lords lowered their heads, disappointment etched on Robb's face. Were it not for the fact that he was the only surviving Stark male of age, he would have preferred to go himself. Finally, a hand rose from the corner. I have some experience with sailing. The individual was clad in a coarse robe, tattered and stained with the blood of battle. And you are? Robb inquired, genuinely curious. As a member of a family that held honor above life itself, Robb had been raised with the weighty expectations of a noble heir. He struggled to comprehend why this man would choose to embark on such a perilous journey. Carmen Mandler, sir. From White Harbor, the man replied. At this moment, Robb understood. Catelyn had informed him on the way that White Harbor had not contributed a single soldier. He recognized Carmen Mandler, the only representative from White Harbor to reach Winterfell. I salute you, Duke of White Harbor, Robb said, bowing respectfully. Carmen Mandler was taken aback. He wished to clarify that he was not the Duke of White Harbor. Recalling the recent ennoblement of Lady Catelyn, he stood and returned the bow to the North's sole heir, embodying the simplicity of a farmer combined with a unique shrewdness. Bran observed all before him with a cold gaze, knowing that this man would never reach Braavos. However, it did not deter them. If the lords of the North were not given a glimmer of hope, they might soon collapse under the strain. Thus, a modicum of assistance was imperative. Bran stepped forward, gazing at the still figure of Caramandler, and gently placed his hand upon his head. A surge of verdant energy flowed from his hand, directly entering Caramandler's mind. A fiery red emblem manifested upon his forehead, reminiscent of the ancient fishbeam tree of the North. Simultaneously, Caramandler's eyes slowly rolled back, his consciousness soaring into the sky. In that fleeting moment, he transformed into a bird, surveying the entirety of Winterfell from above. Gradually, he ascended higher and higher. until Winterfell became a mere speck and the north was enveloped beneath the clouds. A voice echoed in his ear. Remember this sensation. He shuddered, instinctively imprinting everything in his memory. In the next instant, he felt as though his bones had been extracted, returning from the heavens to his corporeal form. The first sight that greeted him was Bran's somewhat fatigued gaze. I must say, Mr. Caramanler, your innate talent is quite lacking. Were it not for my guidance, your cluttered consciousness would likely have never returned. Bran remarked without mercy, leaving Caramanler in an awkward silence. Chapter 39. The Night King's southern expedition outside the city. Daylight broke. Yet the icy plains remained shrouded in eternal night, the cold winds howling through. The first rays of dawn had just begun to rise over the north, only to be swallowed by profound darkness. Although the sky was no longer as impenetrably black as before, a lingering gloom still weighed heavily upon the hearts of the people. The Night King observed the undead guardians returning in the dawn light, their hooves pounding the ground, blood staining their spears, with an endless horde of the undead trailing behind. Over 100 undead guardians knelt in unison, their silence echoing the stillness of their counterparts. From this moment forth, aside from the unbroken walls of Winterfell, no living soul remained in the north. The next steps of the plan were inscrutable upon the Night King's somber visage. With his current form, he feared even Winterfell might remain unconquered, let alone the entirety of Westeros. He required armor forged from Valyrian steel. Among the known Valyrian steel swords, the first was House Stark's great sword, Ice, which, at this juncture, still resided in King's Landing and had yet to be reforged into Widow's Wail and Oathkeeper. The second was Heartsbane, belonging to House Tarly, which had been purloined by Sam, who now lay deceased atop the wall. The third was a Valyrian steel dagger, used by an assassin to strike at Bran, which should now be in Catelyn's possession. The fourth was Longclaw, wielded by the commander of the Night's Watch. The Valyrian steel sword he sensed in his awareness. Currently, the most attainable seemed to be Heartsbane and Ice. Reforging the Valyrian steel from either would suffice for crafting a formidable suit of armor. Heartsbane lay within the Tarly ancestral lands of Hornhill, situated in the Reach. The Riverlands serve as the domain of House Tyrell, currently appearing quite secure and located at a considerable distance. Consequently, only one option remains, and it is the most lucrative: the Ice of the Greatsword in King's Landing. To acquire the ice, one must first send troops to the Riverlands. The Riverlands, often referred to as the Bandage of Westeros, see armies from the north and south converge upon it to assail King's Landing. With the north and south embroiled in battle on its soil, while House Tyrell also deploys forces from the north, making the Riverlands the focal point of conflict. Beyond the Riverlands, the north stretches flat and open, while the south lies barren, reminiscent of a miniature Poland within Westeros. For millennia, the rulers of the Riverlands have changed. Yet in the past century, the Tully family, through strategic marriages and adept political maneuvering, has claimed dominion over the region. Nevertheless, the landscape remains dotted with formidable hills, and the lords of the Riverlands are notorious for their selective obedience to commands. To seize King's Landing, one must first conquer the Riverlands. Winterfell, at present, poses little threat. The entire city is besieged, supplies severed, and the undead roam the vicinity, attacking any humans found nearby. Devoid of sustenance, this place has become a wasteland. In this moment of contemplation, the Night King, through his hive mind, conveyed his decision to the undead sentinels and higher-ranking whites. He intended to bypass Winterfell and head straight for the Riverlands. There was no need for supplies, no mobilization required. The Night King, mounted on his spectral steed, stood upon a hillside, flanked by giants and over 100 whites. Below, an endless throng of undead marched in eerie silence, clad in tattered garments and wielding broken weapons. At first glance, they seemed like a ragtag assemblage of defeated soldiers, yet their menacing aura was unmistakable. At this moment, winter descended upon the north, heralding not only darkness but also an everlasting chill. A bridge connects the north and the Riverlands, currently under the dominion of House Frey. For centuries, the Freys have profited handsomely from taxing merchants traversing this bridge, yet across the Riverlands, they are regarded as tasteless nouveau riches. Lacking noble bloodlines and sharp political acumen, the Freys have developed a unique character. While other families strive to integrate into the societal fabric, the Freys would rather face annihilation than compromise their identity, embodying an extreme disposition. However, now the bridge welcomes an entirely new clientele. Amidst the collapse of the North's stalwart defenders, the Night King and his undead hastened their march, arriving at the bridge after a grueling 2 days and nights. As they approached, the Night King gestured for his whites to dismount and regroup, dispersing into smaller units to conceal themselves. The Night King then heightened his senses, observing a throng on the bridge, where, under the looming threat of the undead, a multitude of northerners fled southward with all their possessions. At this moment, at the end of the bridge, 3 layers of defense were distinctly visible. The first layer consisted of a wall of human shields, the second was composed of soldiers wielding long spears, and the third showcased a row of wooden stakes standing resolutely on the bridge. Several soldiers adorned with the sigil of House Fry were vociferously shouting commands. Anyone wishing to cross the bridge could only pass between the wooden stakes, and all items that could not be brought through would be claimed by House Fry. The Night King observed intently and noted that the gap between 2 stakes was so narrow that even those with a slightly fuller figure could not pass through. A man, after shedding his fur coat, barely managed to squeeze through the narrow space. However, as he reached to retrieve his coat, he encountered another hand upon it, belonging to a soldier of House Fry. The soldier shot him a menacing glare and, attempting to seize the coat, yanked it twice with little success. Frustrated, he struck the man in the face, causing blood to gush from his nose, sending him staggering back to sit on the ground. Behind the soldier, numerous northern folk, some with families in tow, awaited their turn to cross the bridge, many pushing carts laden with their entire possessions, pots, pans, and more. The Night King gazed at the bridge for an extended period, recognizing that the undead sentinels lacked the capacity to perceive the unfolding events upon it. While they were preoccupied with the throngs on the bridge and yearned to charge forth and slay, the Night King discerned a different reality. There were 5 substantial gates along the bridge, some constructed of heavy iron. Most significantly, the bridge's surface sloped from south to north, ensuring that should conflict erupt, a single barrel of pitch could transform the entire structure into an inferno. As he observed the multitude crowding the bridge, accompanied by a steady influx of people from all directions, a sinister smile crept upon his face. After all, a scheming miscreant had once proclaimed that chaos is a ladder. It was evident that even in retreat, the number of elderly, women, and children from the north far exceeded the entire population of House Fry. Now, these individuals were congregated here. Some had pitched tents, while others were grappling with soldiers. The lords were either absent from Winterfell or had already secured passage south through their connections with House Fry. Those remaining were utterly destitute commoners. Unled, these commoners were lost and oppressed. Yet, once guided, they could become the most formidable force in the world. Presently, the situation on the northern side of the bridge resembled a colossal powder keg. A mere spark could ignite it. Undoubtedly, this powder keg had been forged by House Fry itself. The Night King directed his gaze towards the narrow gap between the 2 wooden stakes. The soldiers on either side had even purposefully shifted the stakes inward. Remarkably, the Night King, a being of dread, recognized that true savagery lay within House Fry. Chapter 40. The perils of Reborn. Outside the bridge at this juncture, a contingent of horsemen clad in black approached the bridge along the road. Approximately 20 individuals escorted a horse-drawn carriage. To the north of the bridge, a multitude of those awaiting passage gathered, unable to cross, as the biting cold wind swept through. In the blink of an eye, the cavalry arrived at the bridge, surveying the area for threats. After determining there was none, the commanding officer of the cavalry lifted the curtain of the carriage. Inside, a mother and her son were revealed. The mother, strikingly beautiful and not yet 30, held the hand of her son, who was under 10 years old. The boy wiped his nose, which had become frostbitten, and soon discovered it had frozen. With the fall of the north, the long nights and biting cold descended southward, gradually influencing the weather of the southern lands. The cavalry escorted the woman to the entrance, where they loudly proclaimed, "The last bastion of the Huthfire city, Lady Amber and Count Amber request an audience with Lord Fry." However, the soldiers on the bridge erupted into laughter. One soldier pointed at the underage heir of the Amber family, exclaiming, "Could this be Count Amber? I've seen many northerners like you. Each one claims nobility, yet in the end, they must all pass through the gate like commoners." The commanding officer's eyes widened in fury. His hair bristled with rage. Count Amber had perished defending against the undead at the gates of Huthfire city. The last bastion had been utterly destroyed, and now, the very people they sought to protect treated the descendants of the Amber family with such disdain. Yet, gazing upon the beautiful Lady Amber, the captain of House Frey's soldiers became intrigued. "Brothers, bring me another stake." He leered, his gaze fixated on Lady Fry. "Today, I will have that woman over there strip and crawl over this stake." As soon as the captain's words fell, a chorus of oaths erupted from the ranks of House Frey soldiers, and some even whistled. Several knights unsheathed their swords, but they faced the long pikes already raised by the soldiers of House Fry. At that moment, others on the bridge, unwilling to be exploited by House Fry, clenched their fists, their expressions tense. Truth be told, the Northerners had never held the Riverlanders in high regard. In their eyes, they were merely vultures on the battlefield, trailing behind the wolf banners, scavenging for scraps. Yet, the avarice of House Fry astonished them. A woman restrained several knights, asserting that now was not the time for desperate measures. If the few remaining family knights were lost, the struggles ahead would be even more arduous. Inside the carriage lay the last vestiges of the Amber family's wealth, the very foundation for their potential restoration, which could not be forsaken. It was then that the child, who had remained protected at the back, spoke up. He revealed a small piece of gold from his pocket. The glimmering hue of the gold immediately captivated the attention of everyone present. Despite the soldiers' relentless efforts to strip every northern resident of their possessions, they themselves were impoverished. For true nobility had their own raven channels. The Fry family had long since welcomed their kin into the city. These soldiers, in their recent endeavors, had extracted every ounce of value from the unfortunate, acquiring little more than a few leather garments and a cartload of pots and pans. A child, clutching gold, approached the wooden stake, facing an enraged crowd. The Fry soldiers had already retreated behind the stake, standing in a row with their long spears raised. The child spoke, beseeching, "Might someone please inform Lord Fry that the orphaned and widowed of House Amber seek his aid? We implore him, out of respect for past kindness, to allow us entry." As the spears parted, a lecherous-looking man emerged, weighing the gold in the child's hand. "Wait, I shall report this." The Night King observed this scene, a smirk nearly overflowing from his eyes. He seized an undead creature and activated his supernatural creation. After a series of agonizing groans, a body resembling the boy appeared at the Night King's side, albeit in tattered clothing, blood seeping from its wounds, as if it had just succumbed to death. With a wave of his hand, a steel sword plunged into that body. He summoned another undead, whispering a few words. "Eternal Night, activate." Instantly, the sky darkened ominously. Yet soon after, it began to clear, causing the onlookers on the bridge to assume that mere clouds had passed, temporarily obscuring the sun. Unbeknownst to all, one of the Fry soldiers had been silently slain by the undead, stripped of his garments, and discarded into the granary. The undead donned the soldier's attire and, swaying unsteadily, approached the throng. Before long, the reporting soldier captain stepped out, his demeanor arrogant as he surveyed the line of people and the northern residents behind them. The head of House Fry requests an audience with Count Amber. As a woman moved to enter, she realized that the soldiers had not budged from their positions. The captain, with a grotesque grin, then spoke. "Count Amber, you are requested to accompany me." The woman instinctively shielded her child, resembling a fierce beast protecting its young. "No, we shall not go. He cannot venture with you alone." Her voice was wild, akin to a lioness in rage. Yet the child, having trained his strength and swordsmanship since the age of 7, mustered all his energy to push his mother aside. "Mother, you know I must go. Even if it means relinquishing something, we have no retreat left. The House of Amber cannot be extinguished." Upon hearing his words, the woman fell silent, haunted by the memories of her husband and family perishing in the war against the undead. Now, her life's two desires remained: to protect her not-quite-10-year-old son and to restore the House of Amber. The woman paused in silence, gently brushing away the tears that fell, summoning a smile of encouragement. "Take care and be cautious," she urged. The boy, struggling to maneuver past the wooden stakes, followed the cavalry captain away from the bridge. A collective sigh of relief swept through the crowd. They believed that peace was at hand, for nobles were fond of compromise, often using concessions as leverage in negotiations. Even the soldiers across from the stakes relaxed, lowering their long spears and subtly easing their aching wrists. "I need to use the restroom," exclaimed a soldier, deliberately pulling his hat down to obscure his face. Go on, go on. A lazy donkey takes longer to relieve itself," retorted the leading soldier. Unbeknownst to him, the soldier had no intention of using the restroom. Instead, he ventured into the storeroom to the lifeless body of the boy created by the Night King. Gazing at the two eerily similar figures, a thought coursed through the hive mind. The Night King has arrived. Chapter 41. The fall of the city. The soldiers remained locked in a standoff with the northerners on the bridge, oblivious to the undead, disguised as soldiers, slowly approaching from the distance. As the soldier neared, the leader quickly called out, "Where have you been? Return to your post." But upon turning, he was struck dumb. There, walking towards him, was the soldier dragging the very corpse of the boy who had just entered. "This is disastrous," the leader thought, but it was too late to intervene. The soldier masquerading as an undead hurled the boy's body over the wooden stakes. Blood flowed across the icy bridge, leaving a vivid crimson mark. A woman from House Amber, witnessing her son's body tossed before her, trembled uncontrollably, her quivering hand gently brushing against his wide-open eyes. The sword embedded in her son's body had long fallen aside as his corpse rolled away, the sigil of House Fry glaringly prominent upon it. Snowflakes slid down the woman's fur garments as she knelt, staring at her once vibrant son, the eldest of House Amber, who had perished fighting against the undead. She collapsed in despair. Lord Fry declared that today everyone must pay to cross our great bridge. Whether noble or peasant, all must comply. Those who dare to haggle will face dire consequences. Yet, the grieving mother seemed to hear nothing, moving resolutely forward. Several knights had long forgotten notions of honor or resistance against the undead. The last scion of House Amber, under their protection, had been slain. Revenge echoed across the bridge as all the northerners clenched their fists. An elderly man of 60, trembling, dismounted from his cart, tearing off a wooden stick. A woman in her 50s passed her child to her daughter-in-law, shattering a clay bowl, tightly gripping the jagged shards in her hand. The northerners may have been few, but they feared not the battle. The entire bridge fell into a profound silence, the very air thick with an oppressive stillness. The mother, bereaved of her child, wandered aimlessly, her steps resolute as she advanced forward, flanked by a sea of desperate refugees from the north. With each step she took, the soldiers retreated, until wooden stakes were toppled one by one, rolling to the foot of the city gate. Among this group, the soldiers wielding long spears were few, yet they trembled with trepidation, backing away until their backs pressed against the city gate, realizing they had nowhere left to flee. The overwhelming dread stripped them of their initial arrogance. They flailed their spears in panic, until a crimson hue clouded their vision. As the sunlight cascaded to the ground, blood stained their eyes, and upon reopening them, they beheld their own headless corpses sprawled before them. Before them stood the soldier who had just discarded the lifeless body of the child, now possessing a pair of subtly icy blue eyes. After slaying him, the soldier turned and vanished into the city gate, but there was no time for further contemplation. Inside the city, in the council chamber of the Froey family, the elderly Count Froey, inquiring about the well-being of the eldest son of the Amber family, was startled by the uproar outside the walls. Hastily, he ascended the battlements, only to witness a soldier holding oil and a torch, intent on incinerating the bridge along with all those upon it. The old count, furious, struck the soldier across the face with a riding crop, causing the torch to fall and the oil barrel to wobble perilously close to spilling. A crimson mark appeared on the soldier's face, yet he dared not utter a word, standing silently by. Are you insane? Burning this bridge will take at least half a month to repair. How much will I lose? Count Froey exclaimed, gazing down. He saw the throng below had breached the city gates and were surging inside. Let them all in. Humph. A pack of rabble. Prepare the soldiers to subdue them. Not a single one of this lot is to escape. Count Froey commanded, dispatching his attendants to gather soldiers. Watching the ceaseless flow of people, his heart ached at the thought of the costs involved. This conflict could have been avoided entirely. He could have stripped them bare under the guise of taxation. Now, summoning soldiers would require funds, and should there be any damage to weapons, that too would demand financial remedy. He quickly summoned his vassal, Fredo, who was preparing to rally the soldiers, and instructed, tell the soldiers to use swords instead of arrows. If arrows must be shot, ensure every single one is retrieved. For every arrow lost, once the rabble has been quelled, they shall compensate. Fredo, fully aware of Count Froey's character, observed the count's grim visage, clad in the most extravagant silks of the realm, layered for warmth in this weather. In his hands, he toyed with a jade stone. Around his neck hung a thick gold chain supporting a golden heart-shaped mirror, and amidst his flowing white hair glimmered strands of gold. The vassal clasped his hands and departed to organize the soldiers. Only when one is not in charge does one realize the value of firewood, rice, and oil, lamented Lord Fry. His gaze turned towards the bridge, but his murky eyes could no longer discern the throng upon it. Snowflakes drifted gently downwards. Amidst the flurry, a streak of icy blue emerged on the bridge. Suddenly, a cacophony erupted as people desperately surged towards the city, trampling one another, their bodies blocking the city gate completely. Lord Fry widened his eyes, straining to comprehend the situation on the bridge, yet saw nothing clearly until a soldier's long spear fell to the ground in fear. No dead. The soldier shouted loudly. In that instant, Fry grasped the significance of the icy blue hue upon the bridge. Fury surged within him, a tense expression manifesting on his face. Quick, pour oil. Ignite it, commanded Duke Fry. Anxiously, he observed the motionless soldiers and swiftly approached one, his agile legs betraying his age. He kicked the soldier's leg, but to his shock, the soldier crumpled to the ground as though his bones had been extracted, the torch he had just picked up tumbling away. Lord Fry focused and noticed an ice spear embedded in the soldier's body. A chill gripped his heart. The clamor outside the city could not drown out the eerie silence atop the city wall. In this unsettling quiet, each footfall resonated prominently, each step weighing heavily upon Lord Fry's heart. Trembling, he spoke. Is it Fry? Are the soldiers gathered? He uttered words he scarcely believed himself. And as the footsteps grew clearer, the figure approached, casting a shadow of immense dread over him. At that moment, the soldiers surrounding him, each pierced by ice spears, opened their icy blue eyes, encircling Fry. What do you intend? I am your lord. Frey's voice quaked with rage and fear, his whip thrashing in the air. Yet, the soldiers showed no sign of fear. With expressionless faces, they extended their cold, unyielding hands, advancing slowly towards him. He staggered back a few steps until he collided with the city wall, finding no escape, and stumbled over it. This wall, constructed small and low to save resources, now bore witness to the downfall of its architect, Lord Fry, as he fell from the wall onto the bridge below. With a thud, he broke his leg and struggled to sit up, only to be met by the legs of the very Northmen he had once derided as rabble. Again, a resounding thud echoed as he was kicked down, countless feet trampling over him. Snow continued to fall, and night began to settle in. Below the bridge, the fleeing and shouting Northmen obscured the crimson stain beneath their feet. The city gate lay obstructed by corpses, while behind it, the undead wielding ice spears urged the trembling refugees, who clutched fishbone pendants and offered futile prayers. The Night King stood atop the city walls, gazing into the distance. There, in the sky, the sun began its gradual descent, while the moon had already emerged. To the west, the sun lingered, casting its final crimson glow, and to the east, the newly risen moon shone with a radiant brilliance. Snowflakes drifted down to the earth, blanketing the land in pristine white, untouched by the slightest speck of dust. How exquisite is the moonlight tonight. Chapter 42. The Night King's plan. After this night, the Fry family will utterly vanish from this world. That family, marked by insecurity, cruelty, and sycophancy, shall cease to exist. The undead marched over the bones scattered across the bridge, entering the city, and as they passed, the lifeless bodies on the ground opened their ice-blue eyes. A grand hunt commenced, with the undead as the hunters and humanity as the prey. And this night would bring no solace to any soul. Following this night, no creature in the city would require sleep. The Night King sat in the Fry family's council chamber, facing the very boy he had just manipulated, while the boy's mother had long since disappeared amidst the turmoil. The tides of time sweep away all, regardless of whether one was once noble or common. The Night King began to contemplate his next move. Having secured the vital northern entrance to the Riverlands, the splendor of the region lay before him. It was evident that as long as the undead flowed continuously across the bridge from the north, the conquest of the Riverlands would be inevitable. However, his true aim was not the entirety of the Riverlands. His singular focus remained on King's Landing, more specifically, the Valyrian greatsword ice. At present, Duke Ned had yet to face execution, and ice had not yet passed into the hands of Tywin in the south. It is crucial to understand that acquiring a sword from Cersei is a vastly different challenge than obtaining one from Tywin. After a moment's reflection, the Night King rose, finally noticing the small boy trembling in the corner. With a mere gesture, he lifted the child with his slender hand. The boy remained silent, his eyes reflecting an air of resigned submission. The Night King's sharp nails pierced the boy's skin, and just as he contemplated invoking resurrection, he hesitated, as if struck by a sudden thought, and withdrew his hand. Perhaps it was time for a different strategy. A hive-mind awareness began transmitting through the Night King's thoughts, and an image of a woman spread through the consciousness of all the undead. Go, find her, alive or dead, and bring her to me. It was the visage of the boy's mother. Inside the city, in a dilapidated dwelling, several knights sheltered alongside the boy's mother. The dawn was slowly breaking, illuminating the long-abandoned home, layers of dust blanketing the floor. "Milady, it seems there is no sound anymore." A knight softly uttered words that rendered the once clamorous street into a profound silence. "Have the undead departed?" he inquired, rising to investigate, only to be restrained by another knight. "Do you seek to court death? Do not implicate us," the companion admonished. The oppressive tension was unsettling. Only a tranquil atmosphere could drive a person to madness. The lady rose, while all around her trembled in fear, praying for the swift passage of the undead. Yet this woman, who had long resigned herself to death, unsheathed one knight's sword. By the time the knight grasped her intention, she had already stepped out of their hiding place, leaving several knights dumbfounded at the sight of their mistress. Upon the blanket of white snow, the dawn's light cascaded, illuminating a woman who trudged forth, struggling to carry a long sword. Her slender frame had exhausted all her strength merely to draw the sword, and now she could only drag it with both hands. The blade scraped against the snow-laden ground, producing a sound that pierced the stillness, sharp and jarring. One knight attempted to rush forth to halt her, yet was again restrained by a companion, whose eyes were filled with sorrow. Let the lady go? She is in torment. Death is her liberation, for this world is a hell. A few onlookers witnessed the lady dragging the sword as she exited the dwelling, their eyes wide with disbelief at the sight of a woman, barely able to lift the sword, vanishing from their view. The knight who had spoken earlier, however, broke free from his companion's grasp. You may cower here for eternity, he declared, drawing his own long sword. In the Amber family, we have soldiers who stand and die, not those who hide and live. He prepared to follow the lady outside, casting a glance back at his companions. At that moment, they too gazed at him. The unspoken bond of their squad allowed him to comprehend the sentiment in their eyes. Several rose in unison, drawing their swords, while the knight who had lost his weapon retrieved a table leg. Just as he sought another weapon, he was halted by the captain. This will suffice. They are all the same in the end, the captain remarked. They stepped out of the humble abode together. I should have perished beneath the hearth of the castle. It was the Lord who saved me. He instructed me to escort the young master and the lady away. Thus, I fled, and though I bore a mission, I still consider myself a coward. The captain spoke as they walked, the group enveloped in silence. Though they moved swiftly, every step felt as heavy as lead. Not everyone possesses the courage to confront death, yet those who choose to face it invariably harbor something within that is far more burdensome than death itself. Now, I believe it is time for me to embrace death, he concluded, a smile breaking on his face. He cleared his throat, and used to raising his voice for an entire day and night, and bellowed, Brothers, we are destined to die. Are you afraid? Laughter erupted among them, a lightness amidst the looming shadows. Save your strength, Captain. I will undoubtedly slay more undead than you. This was one of the more cheerful brothers, the spearhead of the cavalry unit, always leading the charge. Haha, Captain, what is there to fear? In the next life, I shall take the mantle of captain while you will serve as my soldier. We shall traverse the depths of hell together and remain brothers. He was among the younger ones, and during each charge, his older comrades ensured his safety, well aware that he was the only son in his family, who still needed him home. Ignoring the captain's words was the archer, who vigilantly scanned the surroundings. Each of his arrows served as a crucial safeguard for his brothers during their assaults. Observing the group before him, the captain revealed a fierce grin. Let this horde of undead understand the tenacity of the Northerners, and let the people of Hudjian comprehend the true nature of warfare. The captain advanced with swift strides, followed closely by a band of brothers with whom he had shared many brushes with death. Upon exiting the gates, they could see the solitary figure of a lady, wielding a longsword, moving purposefully. Armed with their own swords, the group rushed forward, only to halt abruptly. Before them, in the sunlight against the backdrop of deep snow, a slender woman wielded her sword, methodically severing the heads of the undead. Surrounding her lay 5 scattered heads. The headless bodies of the undead sprawled across the snow, silent and lifeless. Having been dead for quite some time, the blood within these corpses had long since dried, and the sound of her sword scraping against bone produced an unbearable creaking noise that sent a chill down one's spine. Behind her stood several armored men, utterly astounded by the scene. What a sight it was upon the earth. Chapter 43. A mother's resolve to survive. Captain, are we witnessing an illusion? Inquired a knight with a longbow, addressing the figures ahead. How should I know? These undead were never this easy to kill. Without wildfire, one-on-one is essentially a death sentence, replied the captain. Why don't you give it a try? He gestured toward the first to charge. In their path stood countless undead, who quickly encircled them without advancing, seemingly intent on keeping them rooted to the spot. As the lady felled yet another undead with her sword, the creature offered no resistance, merely allowing her strikes. The knight who had first charged became exhilarated. Captain, hurry up. These are a different breed of undead. They one-team move. Haha. With that, he charged forward, sword aimed at the neck of an undead. The excitement on his face faded into an icy chill, as if he had instantaneously lost all warmth. Looking down, he saw a hand piercing through his chest. Turning back to glimpse the captain behind him, he gasped, so cold, before collapsing to the ground. The captain's eyes instantly reddened as he rushed forward to embrace the lifeless body of his fallen comrade, urging a retreat. Suddenly, the undead who had struck previously extended its hand once more. Halt! It was Lady Amber, standing resolutely before the captain. The undead's clawed hand, poised to strike, was suspended in midair, motionless until Lady Amber summoned every ounce of her strength to lift her sword and sever its head. The icy blue gaze gradually dimmed. However, a despairing turn of events unfolded. The soldier, who had just succumbed to death, opened his icy blue eyes and stepped into the ranks of the undead. The circle of the undead tightened around them, ensnaring them in its grasp. One by one, the cavalry fell until Lady Amber and the captain stood back to back, swords drawn. Suddenly, the undead parted, creating a pathway down the center, revealing a blurred figure at the end, accompanied by a small boy. At that moment, the Night King remained silent, confidently and calmly advancing, seemingly facing the sword, yet it felt as if the sword was aimed at the two of them. Though there was no sword before them, countless undead stood silently by their side, bringing not only an unending chill, but also a profound hatred towards the living. Yet, the affairs of adults were, in any case, unrelated to the child. Spotting her mother ahead, young Amber broke free from the Night King's gentle grip. Mother! Her voice, tinged with a cry, seemed to punctuate all the fears she had harbored during this time. At that moment, Lady Amber, cradling young Amber, felt as though she had stepped into a dream. Amber, am I dead? At last I see you. Is your father also in the realm of the strangers? I still do not know how to face him. I failed to protect you. You must go. I do not know. Though her words uttered apologies, they concealed the long-held yearning she had never dared to hope for. She insisted that young Amber depart, yet her grip tightened more than ever. It was only when young Amber cried out in pain that she awakened from her reverie and looked around. Then, she enveloped young Amber in her arms, vigilant, as if guarding a newly hatched chick. The Night King observed this scene, feeling a wave of revulsion. These humans, their very essence, their emotions, their senses, taste, touch, hearing, sight, even pain, were all qualities absent in the undead. Regardless of how evolved the undead became, their singular sensation was that of eternal coldness, a chilling wind that seeped into the bones. If I had never known light, I could endure darkness, yet I once dwelled in the light, and your war has led me into shadow. Now, are all of you, all the living beings still breathing, prepared to enter the eternal cold? The Night King extended his hand, grasping the collar of young Amber's clothing, lifting her unexpectedly, causing Lady Amber to stumble. The Night King held little Amber in one hand, while his other hand gently caressed her soft visage. A frosty blue hue gradually enveloped her face, swiftly transforming it into a shade of purple as the ice seized her features. In that moment, Lady Amber was driven to madness, her voice rising in a desperate cry for her child. Frantically, she charged towards the Night King, only to be struck down by a nearby undead guard. The sole cavalry captain rushed to assist Lady Amber, who appeared utterly disheveled. The bloodstains on her fur garment clung to her, and her pallid complexion was illuminated solely by her strikingly bright eyes. The Night King halted his actions, gently placing the nearly frozen little Amber beside her mother. Lady Amber enveloped her child in a protective embrace, their blood-soaked garments cocooning them both. Meanwhile, the cavalry captain found himself restrained by the undead guard, rendered immobile as he could only watch the Night King approach with measured steps. The Night King regarded the two figures on the ground, and with a delicate grip, he seized Lady Amber's chin, redirecting her gaze away from her daughter. As she looked upon the ancient, horned, ice-blue figure before her, Lady Amber wiped away a tear with her sleeve. With her big, shimmering eyes, she cast a pleading look towards the Night King, despite her bloodied attire and pallor. It must be admitted that Lady Amber possessed an undeniable beauty. Yet, in the eyes of the Night King, this scene elicited a profound sense of revulsion, even prompting a fleeting suspicion that she might be mocking him. However, he quickly dismissed such thoughts. For the undead, coldness and resentment were the norm, and suspicion was not their forte. Grasping Lady Amber's face, the Night King spoke, "I have a task for you. Rest assured, it is merely a trivial matter for your kind, though my status renders me ill-suited." He released his grip, and before he could elaborate on the nature of the task, Lady Amber began to nod fervently, as if she would seize a sword to claim the Iron Throne without hesitation. Yet, she clutched her child even tighter. "The great sword ice of House Stark is now in King's Landing, as you have seen. My master, the undead giant, is in dire need of a suitable weapon." Upon hearing this, the giant standing behind the Night King recoiled in confusion. When had he become the master? The Night King, manipulating the other undead guards, nudged the giant with the handle of his ice spear, prompting the giant to stand at attention. "Lady Amber, my master commands you to go to King's Landing and procure that great sword," the Night King instructed, as he walked away, extending his palm to reveal a solid gold ingot, the size of a hand. With a snap of his fingers, the Night King summoned several wights to bring forth a chest, revealing an abundance of pearl necklaces, rubies, and sapphires, with mere gold tucked away in a modest corner. After this, more whites approached with a horse-drawn carriage. The very one Lady Amber had arrived at the bridge inn. However, the horse now appeared gaunt and emaciated, as if drained of life, its eyes an icy blue. Witnessing this scene, the Night King sighed heavily and kicked one of the whites leading the horse to the ground. It must be a true horse, a living one. The group quickly dispersed in search of the few remaining genuine steeds. Silence enveloped the scene. The mounted captain, restrained, gazed at the two individuals before him. He wished to warn Lady Amber against trusting the white and urge her to flee, but the words caught in his throat, swallowed by the reality surrounding them. With whites aplenty, he felt like meat on a butcher's block, helpless. At that moment, Lady Amber rose and pointed at the captain and young Amber, declaring, "I can agree to your terms, but I have one condition." A smile graced the Night King's face. "Do tell, my esteemed lady." It was rare to witness the Night King perform a gesture reminiscent of ancient rites. "I want them to accompany me," Lady Amber insisted resolutely. Yet the Night King had anticipated this. "They are already with you, my lady." Meanwhile, in the distance, two whites were mercilessly striking a trembling donkey. The Night King cast an awkward glance at Lady Amber, feeling a tinge of degradation, already planning to siphon half of the frost energy from those whites upon his return. He observed the donkey pulling the carriage as the whites loaded the chest onto it. Turning, he handed the reins to the dazed Lady Amber. "Madam, I wish you a safe journey." With that, the Night King departed, leaving Lady Amber rooted in disbelief, unable to grasp that he had let her go so easily. After placing young Amber into the carriage, the captain was also released, approaching Lady Amber with a complex expression. Suddenly, the Night King, now at least 10 paces away, turned and uttered a final remark that left both of them frozen in place. "You must make haste, after all. The frost poison I infused into young Amber's body will fully manifest within 10 days at most." Chapter 44. A veteran's decision to embrace death. The captain watched the retreating figure of the Night King, accompanied by his former comrades, their icy blue eyes glowing ominously. They followed the Night King in an orderly yet oppressive formation. Lady Amber had taken her seat in the carriage, beckoning him to join her. He tightened his grip on the long sword in his hand and turned, half kneeling before her. The lady, having lost her will to live, appeared particularly alarmed at his gesture. "Madam, I fear this next journey is one you must undertake alone. When I reach the stranger's domain, I shall have to face my old master and offer my apologies alone." As he spoke, the cavalry captain unfastened the wooden token he carried. Such tokens were provided to every soldier in Hearth Fortress, engraved with their names, ranks, and origins. However, the primary purpose of these badges was to ensure that, upon a soldier's demise, the bearer could swiftly ascertain the proper destination for the remains based on the information inscribed. The captain raised the token above his head, bowed deeply, and placed it to his left. Rising, he grasped his longsword. Lady Amber, observing his weathered silhouette against the swirling snow, tightened her grip on the riding crop. The captain sprinted forward, the distant figure of the Night King becoming increasingly discernible. "Halt!" he bellowed. The Night King, hearing the human voice echo through the thick snow, felt a flicker of curiosity. The familiar voice reminded him of the cavalry captain, a man who appeared as insignificant as an ant upon the ground, a mere rootless sapling in the forest. With a mere flick, he could be reduced to nothingness. The only reason he had spared the captain's life was due to the woman's plea. Yet here he was, foolishly pursuing him. A cruel smirk forced its way across the Night King's frozen visage. The massive undead army came to an immediate standstill as the Night King observed the man advancing, sword in hand. As the captain approached, he suddenly halted, one hand gripping the sword while the other lifted to his mouth, using his teeth to remove a glove before switching hands with the sword. His hair, long overdue for grooming, was matted with blood, dirt, and grime, while his stubbled face bore no semblance of order. All these signs spoke of the man's disheveled state, having journeyed from the northernmost Hearth Fortress to the Riverlands. Dark circles under his eyes betrayed the toll of sleepless nights on watch. Yet, the man, wielding his sword with one hand, hurled his glove toward the Night King. The glove fell midway to the ground. The Night King regarded him coldly. The man, with a face reddened by the cold, shouted loudly, "In the name of the last Earl Amber of Hearth Fortress, I, Captain Anahotes of the 3rd Cavalry, 5th Squadron, challenge you to a duel. This battle unfolds under the gaze of the 7 gods. Our captain seeks vengeance for all the fallen brothers, regardless of life or death, until one of us is no more." The Night King, intrigued, gazed upon the ant before him. Ah, courage. It is a perplexing thing. Sometimes, when one knows victory is within reach, They lack the bravery to charge forth and fight. Yet, when the certainty of death looms, they seize their sword. After all, who does not yearn to survive, to return home and watch their loved ones drift into slumber? How wondrous it is. The Night King looked to the sky, where his non-existent family seemed to linger in the depths of the night. The Night King cast his gaze upon Hortz, who was valiantly charging forward with his sword, struggling through the deep snow with uneven steps. Lowering his head, the Night King observed Hortz's arduous advance, stirring something within him. The captain of the cavalry's former companions now stood apart, their ice-blue eyes wide with intensity. As the captain approached, he was met by his archers, bowstrings taut and arrows poised. Countless times, these comrades had shielded him on the battlefield, their unwavering loyalty allowing him to entrust his back to them. Yet now, those ice-blue eyes, devoid of emotion, focused on him, aiming the very weapons that once safeguarded his charge. With a swift whoosh, it was uncertain whether the Night King had intentionally guided the arrow or if the fierce wind had veered it off course, but the sharp projectile struck true, piercing his knee. The cavalry captain, mid-charge, fell to the ground as if his steed had stumbled. Though he lay far from the Night King, he endured the agony, pushing himself forward with his feet and crawling with his hands, inch by inch. "I'm sorry, lad. I couldn't bring you back in the end," he lamented. Just before departing, the boy's mother had clasped his hand, urging him to teach her son well, to strike if he could not learn. How could he not understand her intent? In a final act of desperation, the knight, wielding a makeshift weapon fashioned from a table leg, struck at the ground where the boy lay, causing him to cough up blood. "Huh, old man," he chuckled, "I once said that against the undead. A table leg is as good as a sword, but now I dare not say the same. It truly hurts." The long sword had pierced his thigh, and as he crawled forward, blood flowed freely across the vast expanse of white snow, painting a stark crimson trail. This red, symbolizing unwavering loyalty, sent chills through his body and stirred unease in his heart. With each painful inch, his consciousness began to blur, the world around him swaying, even the sunlight appearing dizzying. Yet, in that moment, all rational thought, all physical limitations, were completely disregarded. Forward, forward. His internal anguish, struggle, and confusion coalesced into a singular command. Forward, forward, charge. Like Don Quixote, lance in hand, he launched repeated assaults against the windmills that could never be conquered. Yet, akin to Don Quixote, he too was destined to never vanquish the monstrous windmill. As he raised his eyes, the loss of blood induced visions. He was transported back to that fateful day in the church, where he had slipped a ring onto that delicate hand, uttering the words, "I do." From that moment on, they were bound for a lifetime of mutual devotion. He watched as dark tresses turned to silver strands, as the once firm and glistening sword gradually aged, becoming etched with wrinkles. It felt as if it were just yesterday, as if it were happening in the present moment. The figure, once adorned with flowing dark hair, gazed at its own departure, while the silhouette with hair as white as a whisper beheld its return. Alas, how I long to bring my band of brothers home for a simple meal together. But it is too late to return. Raising my gaze once more, I spotted in the distance a figure clad in bridal attire, watching me intently. The way her pouted lips and vexed demeanor appeared so endearingly charming stirred something within me. With a playful complaint, she remarked, "What took you so long?" Grasping my hand, she pushed open the sun-drenched gates. The spring breeze was gentle, and the sunlight was just right. The Night King advanced, only to find that the cavalry captain, having lost too much blood, had succumbed, leaving this world with a faint smile upon his lips. Chapter 45. 2 letters of distress in the realm of Hudjian. The city of Benlu stood tall, constructed from massive stone blocks, encircled by the Crimson Xia River and the Tungsha River. The sole entrance to the city was a drawbridge. The Tully family had erected Benlu, a fortress that boasted an unassailable reputation. Never had anyone breached its defenses through direct assault. Currently, its master was the arrow god of the Trident River, a stalwart figure of resolute mind, the king of Hudjian, and the guardian of Duke Edmure Tully, who was imprisoned yet concerned for his family. A heavy snowfall blanketed Hudjian for an entire day, when a horse-riding messenger, adorned with snowflakes, galloped to the foot of Benlu, only to tumble to the ground. As the crowd helped him to his feet, his first words echoed ominously. "The crossing city has fallen, the undead are coming." In Benlu, no one comprehended the true meaning of the undead. In times of peace, they stocked the granaries within the city with provisions. During war, they secured their belongings, donned armor, armed themselves with bows and crossbows, and took to the walls, a routine that had remained unchanged through the ages. The Tully family harbored no ambition to unify Hudjian by force. Aware that, Apart from their own Benlu, the entire region was devoid of defensible strongholds. Regardless of how many times the realm was unified, it would merely result in the invaders' resurgence, scattering the land into disarray once more. The Tully family maintained their standing through strategic marriages. Yet, there would always be lords of Hujin who dared to challenge the authority of the Tully family, and in their presence, the Tully family chose not to resist. When the gates were opened, they could not escape the provisions and water supplied by the Tully family. When closed, Benlu remained impregnable. This fertile land of Westeros yielded enough bounty to sustain its populace. Yet now, the undead were approaching. A messenger from the Tully family accepted the letter from the previous envoy. It was dispatched by the second son of House Fry. Edmure opened it, his uncle, Blackfish Brynden. At his side, the letter contained but 3 pieces of news. The first informed of the fall of the Fry stronghold at the crossing, where old Lord Fry had perished in battle, and its author sought the title of Duke of House Fry. Edmure's excitement was palpable. Ever since the Freys had constructed the Great Bridge, merchants traversing north and south had been compelled to pay taxes at their gates. The Fry family had grown increasingly affluent, and with their wealth, they had begun to regard their liege Lord Edmure with diminishing respect. Even at numerous feasts, Edmure expressed his intent to seize Reborn. Witnessing their misfortune, he felt a surge of excitement. However, a second matter swiftly transformed his expression to one of gravity: the emergence of the undead. And not merely 1 or 2, but a horde substantial enough to lay waste to entire cities. The third development plunged him into turmoil. The Fry family sought assistance. As the Lord of the Riverlands and the protectorate of peace among the families, it was the Tully family's duty to mediate conflicts and defend the realm. Yet, as he observed the Freys in distress, Edmure remained unmoved. In prosperity, they had aspired to challenge the Tully's standing and covet Reborn, but now, in their plight, they desired aid from others, a request that seemed nearly impossible to fulfill. If one were to liken the Fry family at this moment to a soul trapped in a dry well, Edmure would have relished the idea of filling that well with water and sealing it with a heavy stone. Thus, when faced with the Frey's plea for aid, Edmure felt not only indifferent, but also a hint of amusement. However, his uncle, Blackfish Brynden, held a different perspective. Blackfish, the younger brother of the previous head of the family, had gained considerable renown during the War of the Ninepenny Kings over a decade prior. Upon his return, his brother adhered to archaic traditions, insisting that he marry the daughter of the Lord of the Iron Islands as the foundation of the Tully family's legacy. In a fit of rage, Blackfish severed ties with House Tully, establishing his own house, with a sigil distinct from the Tully's trout, a black trout. Currently visiting Reborn and observing the messenger below, Blackfish recognized that the Tullys alone could not withstand the onslaught of the undead. The sheer volume of the undead surrounding the city could easily suffocate Reborn, which had been meticulously planned for a 2-year siege, with provisions sufficient for that duration, alongside weaponry, armor, and a reservoir formed by the dam. All measures were in place to ensure a continuous supply of food and water for the city over 2 years. However, unlike previous threats, this time the undead required no supplies and bore no concerns. They could effortlessly extinguish all lords of the Riverlands, save for Reborn, laying siege day and night without assaulting. The longest night recorded in history had already surpassed a decade. While it appeared that Reborn could cope, in reality, the entirety of the Riverlands had been driven to the precipice. The only solution lay in unifying the strength of the Riverland lords, preserving as many viable forces as possible, and dispatching messages to King S. Landing, Casterly Rock, Highgarden, and even Dorne, beseeching their support. Yet, Blackfish also perceived an opportunity, one that might finally bring about the unification of the Riverlands. A fierce quarrel erupted between the two, reminiscent of the time years ago when his brother compelled him to forge a union with the Ironborn. Edmure adhered to the most ancient wisdom of his lineage: family, duty, and honor. Family always takes precedence. Duty is a commitment to one's kin, and honor reflects the family's esteemed reputation. For millennia, the Tully family has not lacked lords with a fervent ambition. However, after pursuing such ambitions, most return to their family's essence, relying on wisdom for survival and strategic marriages to create a sustainable environment. Despite the rampant warfare across the continent of Westeros and the rise of various rulers, the Tullys have never sought kingship throughout the ages. 3 days after their heated exchange, a second letter arrived, revealing the fall of the town of Harrenhal. The lord of the town, along with the majority of his subjects, retreated to the castle of Crowstone, preparing for a final stand, while simultaneously requesting assistance from Reborn. This time, Edmure could no longer remain passive. Although he harbored some grievances against those lords who ostensibly respected him, but secretly regarded him with disdain. He understood the principle of mutual dependence. Controlling his anger once more, he approached Blackfish's chamber to seek counsel from the venerable elder, renowned for his military prowess. The now grizzled elder, stroking his not overly long beard, fell into contemplation. Suddenly, silence enveloped the room. It seemed Blackfish was not so much troubled by whether to mobilize troops, but rather by whether to voice a certain sentiment. At this moment, Edmure remained engulfed in a state of trepidation. Ultimately, Blackfish relented. He retrieved a map of the Riverlands from a cabinet and pointed to the location of the recently fallen Harrenhal, inquiring what Edmure perceived. Edmure, anxious, urged him not to speak in riddles, but to be forthright. Blackfish's long fingernail traced the path from the Fry crossing along the King's Road, bypassing Harrenhal, and culminating at the gates of King's Landing. Consider this carefully, nephew. There is no need for haste. You must exhaust all resources of House Tully, gathering every morsel of food available to Riverrun. In the shortest time possible, sell all the gold, silver, and precious jewels you possess, converting them into provisions and fortification materials. Then, you may ponder whether to fish atop Riverrun while the cries of the dying echo outside the walls, or to seek out the Night King and grovel at his feet, Blackfish remarked, laced with irony. Chapter 46. The night before King's Landing in the dungeons. Duke Ned Stark had acquiesced to acknowledge the legitimacy of King Joffrey's claim to the throne, donning a black cloak to join the Night's Watch at the wall, unaware that the wall had already collapsed and the North had fallen. For the sake of his two daughters' lives, Duke Ned, who had always held honor as the essence of his being, languished in the darkness of his cell. Meanwhile, a discussion commenced in the Great Hall, centering on the cowardly Lord of Harrenhal, Roose Bolton, who had deceived Robb Stark with a promise of 1,000 cavalry, but instead led his loyal bannermen in flight. Standing grandly in the Great Hall, surrounded by Cersei, Joffrey, Tyrion, and several ministers, along with a few Kingsguard, Cersei reclined languidly in her chair, basking in the sunlight that graced her face, reminiscent of the laziest of cats married to such a woman, surely adept at nurturing. Emperor Joffrey rested his chin on one hand, his golden locks framing a pair of piercing eyes fixed intently on the reporting Duke of Bolton. So, the wall has collapsed, and the North has fallen? The words belonged to Tyrion, the first to uncover the existence of the undead and return to King's Landing to report. In the ensuing days, he had tirelessly spread the word, yet was met with indifference. In the Game of Thrones, only opposition mattered. An enemy's enemy is a friend, even if that friend is not of human origin. At this moment, the reins of power lay firmly in the hands of Joffrey and Cersei, and no one dared to intervene. Tyrion was merely Joffrey's least favored uncle, not the envoy dispatched by House Lannister to save King's Landing. The Duke of Bolton spoke urgently. Yet Joffrey and Cersei, seated upon the Iron Throne, stifled yawns, as if the matter did not concern them. No, they reveled in the chaos. The fate of the North? What is that to me? Until Tyrion could no longer bear the scene and instructed the Duke of Bolton to return to his residence, while the Chancellor of the Exchequer would find accommodations for his retinue. As the others departed, Joffrey attempted to leave, but Tyrion's words halted him. He has betrayed House Stark. At this, Cersei's eyes widened, for she lacked the courage to support the North in resisting the undead. However, she was bold enough to consume the personnel and territory of Harrenhal, further weakening the North's power. Tyrion let out a bitter laugh. The skies darkened. Heavy clouds gathered above King's Landing, and a chilling wind began to howl. King's Landing, a city that enjoyed perpetual spring, now witnessed the descent of snowflakes. As the first of the undead appeared outside its gates, countless individuals looked skyward at this moment. Children, with innocent eyes, stretched their hands towards the door, as icy hexagonal snowflakes landed on their palms, melting into puddles. What is that? A child pointed at the snow, inquiring of the adults at home. Snowflakes? The adults hesitated, for snowfall was something they had only heard of, never witnessed. Cold was the exclusive domain of the bitter North, while warmth belonged to the fiery sands of Dorne, irrelevant to King's Landing. Amidst a flurry of snow, a carriage bearing a recently escaped widow and orphan arrived in King's Landing. Life? Aaron Amber. Aaron Amber, the last Countess of Amber from Hearthstone. Oh, from the North? Indeed. The guards paid little heed. Most of the impoverished from the North had halted their journey in the Riverlands, while the noble families had largely made their way to King's Landing. After a brief exchange, they permitted the two to enter the city. At this moment, the Guardian of the North, Ned, remained imprisoned, condemned for treason. Consequently, for the majority of the northern nobility, the guards were to be avoided like venomous serpents, fearful of being implicated and dragged into the same fate. In the distance, The Night King observed this once great city, where dragons once soared. The city was constructed of massive stones, bustling with human activity, vibrant markets, grand cathedrals, and towering palaces, all of which stirred the desires of the undead. It is no wonder that a mere iron throne could captivate countless heroes. Within this city alone, countless ambitious youths, determined to change the world and care for all living beings, found themselves entranced by its enchantment. Such a picturesque scene, devoid of bloodshed, indeed lacked something essential. The Night King gathered the power of eternal night, and the snowstorm intensified, causing passers-by to lose their way as darkness enveloped the sky. Akin to ominous clouds obscuring the sun, a most silent storm was brewing. At this juncture, Lady Amber, having just entered the city, held her son's hand as they temporarily found lodging in a small inn. The prices at King's Landing were several times higher than those in the North's largest city, Winterfell. Observing the sky gradually shrouded in darkness from her window, the lady understood that the undead were urging her to act swiftly. At that moment, young Amber sat on the bed, wrapped in a thick quilt, her little face turning purple from the cold, her lips trembling, and her innocent eyes fixed upon her mother. The innkeeper brought hot water, but Lady Amber's efforts to place a warm towel on her son's head proved futile. "Mama, I'm so cold." Young Amber's quivering lips uttered these words, piercing his mother's heart. She could fiercely slay 5 or 6 undead foes, and she had the strength to carry the last bloodline of House Amber away from the north in the face of destruction at the wall. Countless cold winds, countless days and nights, countless hardships had not deterred her steps. Women of the north were known for their ability to till the fields by day and sow by the light of oil lamps by night. Yet now, under the weight of her son's words, she held her trembling child close. A tear silently fell. As a human, she understood that she could not fulfill the Night King's mandate. As a mother, her sole desire was to protect her son, even if the entire city, the whole world were to perish. As long as she could witness young Amber grow into a successful man, it would all be worthwhile. The loss of what was once cherished only made it more precious upon rediscovery. The sky grew utterly dark since the onset of the snowfall. King's Landing had not seen a single ray of sunshine. The transition from midday to night was seamless and smooth. Outside the city, suspicions began to arise. Hunters discovered that a formidable beast seemed to have emerged from the forest. They showed no fear of death, and every hunter who encountered them met a grim fate. In an instant, the hunting community of King's Landing was thrown into chaos. Chapter 47. Countdown. 5 days. King's Landing. The Ambers, mother and son. Amidst a night of swirling snow, the city of King's Landing was cloaked in a pristine white veil. The unpleasant odors and cacophonous sounds roused Lady Amber and her son from their slumber. With her son in tow, Lady Amber ventured outdoors to the tailor's shop. Her own garments long since tattered, leaving her in a state of disarray, her pallid visage marred by bloodshot veins and fatigue evident in her eyes. As she approached the entrance of the tailor's shop, a figure was abruptly ejected from within, a small girl. The child rose silently, making no utterance, and attempted to depart, muttering softly as she passed Lady Amber, "Scoundrel." Lady Amber felt an inexplicable familiarity with the girl, as if she had encountered her before, yet the memory eluded her. This reverie was interrupted when a rotund man burst forth from the shop, hurling invectives at the girl and seizing her by the collar. "Where have you hidden the stolen goods?" he demanded. The girl, with her defiant large eyes fixed upon him, remained resolute, biting her lip. Yet the tears glistening in her eyes pierced Lady Amber's heart. "Ah, we are all wanderers in this world of misfortune. Who among us can claim superiority over the other?" A clear voice, tinged with a distinct northern accent, reached the rotund man's ears. "Sir, would this suffice for the losses incurred by your establishment?" The man turned to see a lady standing beside her son, a radiant gold dragon gleaming in her delicate palm. The small girl appeared taken aback, as if a memory had been stirred. A flicker of astonishment crossed the man's face. He had not anticipated that someone would offer payment for the girl. "Enough, enough," he exclaimed. "She merely pilfered some food. A single silver stag, no, merely a copper star, would suffice." His tone was tinged with embarrassment, for before him stood a woman of undeniable grace, and as an ordinary citizen of King's Landing, he felt a twinge of trepidation. Lady Amber regarded him coolly, disregarding his words, allowing the gold dragon to fall to the ground as she strode past him. "Excessive," she remarked. "I still require attire for myself and my son from this shop." The rotund man dropped the girl and took a few steps forward, retrieving the gold dragon from the ground, biting it firmly to leave a mark, and placing it carefully in his bosom. In King's Landing, 600 silver stags could procure a set of armor to bequeath through generations. A single gold dragon could be exchanged for 210 silver stacks. However, in the black market, its worth exceeded far beyond that, for no one would willingly trade a gold dragon for the lesser value of silver moons, let alone silver stacks. Even he, the proprietor of the tailor's shop, had only glimpsed such a pile of gold dragons during the tournament. The released girl watched as Lady Amber departed, her gaze filled with contemplation. Meanwhile, Lady Amber, having entered the tailor's shop, was immediately captivated by the splendid array of garments within. The rotund man approached, his face alight with joy and fervor, mingling with excitement. "Madam, please take a look. This garment is crafted from the desert silk brought by Dorne, as delicate as a dragonfly's wing, and currently the most fashionable style in King's Landing." Lady Amber gazed at the almost tearable material, lost in contemplation. Surely, this attire cannot be the favorite of the Silk Street maidens from Littlefinger's establishment? Lady Amber pondered. On this side, we have a coat made from the fur of the North's dire wolf. Are you familiar with the dire wolf? It is the emblem of the esteemed Stark family from the North. Donning it would elevate your nobility beyond that of the Starks. Lady Amber caressed the coat's supple fur, its white hue appearing rather appealing. Although it did not seem to be made from actual direwolf material, it should still provide warmth. Suddenly, as she brushed her hand across it, white fibers began to shed, revealing the faint black hairs beneath. Observing the plump salesman still passionately extolling its virtues, Lady Amber's expression grew cold. She turned and tossed the garment into the salesman's arms. "You see for yourself what this is made of." The salesman's face flushed with embarrassment. He certainly knew the true nature of the garment, yet there were no finer options available in the store. Suddenly, Lady Amber looked up and spotted a delicate outer garment adorned with pearls and agate, hanging high and appearing somewhat lonely. "What is that?" she inquired, pointing to the exquisite piece. The salesman followed her gaze and then turned back with a perplexed expression. "That is not for sale." Lady Amber's interest was piqued. "I refuse to believe that there exists anything in this world that is not for sale." She extended her hand, revealing at least 20 golden dragons nestled within her palm. The salesman gulped audibly, shaking his head with great difficulty. "That cannot be sold," he insisted, his voice strained. "And what about this?" Lady Amber pressed, her palm now cradling an entire gold ingot, occupying her entire hand. "What is that?" In that moment, the salesman envisioned many things, returning to his village adorned in silks, proudly announcing to his parents that he had purchased the village from the Lord, freeing them from the toil of daily farming. He imagined hiring a mercenary company, embarking on a voyage overseas to fulfill his childhood dream of exploring the world. Hosting a tournament, he could raise that very gold ingot high, declaring it the prize for the victor, amidst the thunderous cheers of the crowd. However, snapping back to reality, the salesman turned away with great difficulty, summoning every ounce of willpower not to gaze at the gold ingot in Lady Amber's hand. He shook his head slowly. "No, madam, that cannot be sold." As he uttered those words, tears nearly welled in his eyes. Yet, once more, another gold ingot appeared in Lady Amber's grasp. This time, the salesman truly wept, for he realized he had unwittingly invited this calamity upon himself. He feared that the sight would haunt his sleep and appetite for the entire month to come. Madame Amber gazed at the agitated rotund figure, a faint smile gracing her lips, finding his reaction rather amusing. She turned, tucking the 2 gold bricks into her bosom. "Since it cannot be, then I shall take my leave." Madame Amber walked slowly, quietly counting her steps toward the door. 5 steps, 4 steps, 3 steps, 2 steps, 1 step. Just as she was about to cross the threshold, the breathless voice of the rotund man called out, "Wait, wait." It seemed he had resigned himself to fate. "Madam, before selling this to you, I must convey something. While I may have exaggerated the qualities of my other garments, I assure you, there is no embellishment regarding this one." The rotund man offered a wry smile. "Once sold, I fear I shall need to take the swiftest carriage and flee King's Landing." This garment was part of the dowry when Queen Cersei wed King Robert, procured at great expense by Duke Tywin from Dorne, crafted from the finest silk. Legend has it that this silk is derived from a rare plant native to Dorne, from which only a single thread, as fine as a hair, can be drawn. Even the most skilled artisans can guarantee but a 30 yield. The jewels adorning it are each a rare treasure, obtained by Duke Tywin from the free cities across the narrow sea, intended as a wedding gift for his daughter and the king. A look of perplexity crossed Madame Amber's face. Why would such a treasure not reside within the royal treasury, but rather be displayed in your modest shop? The rotund man regarded her with a rueful smile. At the time, King Robert visited Silk Street without coin and, unable to procure funds from the treasury, left this garment as collateral. Who could have foreseen that this rotund man would become the legendary champion of the 7 kingdoms? A perennial victor at the tournaments, the liberator who overthrew the tyrannical Targaryen rule? Later, Queen Cersei, accompanied by a retinue of gold cloaks, approached. Her teeth clenched as she beheld this garment hidden in my back storeroom. To be honest, I trembled in fear, thinking my end was nigh. Yet, Queen Cersei, in her fury, left me with a single command: display it prominently, before turning away. Since then, each day, gold cloaks have patrolled my shop, casting glances to ensure the garment remains. Well, I have finished my tale. Whether you purchase the garment is entirely up to you. With that, the rotund man plopped down onto the ground, his flesh quivering as he resignedly lowered his head. Chapter 48. Fishing and baiting. King's Landing tailor shop. Madame Amber looked down at the seated rotund man and laughed. She retrieved her purse and emptied its contents onto the floor, revealing over 30 gold dragons scattered before them. Hire me a carriage. I shall take all the garments from your shop today. The rotund shopkeeper stood in stunned silence, tears welling in his eyes. A casual gesture from a person of such stature felt like a mountain pressing down upon him. Madame Amber took young Amber by the hand and exited the tailor shop. The rotund man rushed out after them. Madam, you have yet to tell me where you reside. I shall deliver it to you. Lady Amber turned around, pressing her forehead, realizing that she seemingly lacked a place to reside. Let me keep it at your place for now. I shall retrieve it when I find the time. The rotund man behind her was taken aback. Lady Amber understood a fundamental truth. Every exquisite treasure in this world bears its own price. As a destitute noble with no kin, her foremost task was to showcase her own strength. Like a peacock courting a mate, she would unfurl her resplendent feathers and articulate her needs before the right audience, ensuring that what she desired would be graciously offered to her. Do not rush. Lady Amber grasped her child's icy little hand. A fisherman must always provide morsels to the inconsequential little fish, thereby luring the larger fish that seek to devour them. As Lady Amber contemplated her path forward, she suddenly halted. Little one, after following me for so long, you have not thought to inquire? Behind her, a small girl was awkwardly concealed behind the wall, attempting to hide her form. Upon realizing she had been discovered, the girl did not shy away but emerged, wielding a diminutive dueling sword. Little one, it is not prudent for a young girl to brandish a weapon, Lady Amber remarked. Before her stood the girl, disheveled and clad in a patchwork of dirted garments. The young girl appeared hesitant, brandishing her sword as she spoke. Madam, I merely seek some money. I harbor no intention of harming you. You are a kind person. Lady Amber gazed at the girl before her, an inexplicable sense of familiarity surging within her. Little one, all my money is at the inn. If you are willing, you may accompany me to retrieve it. Yet, her eyes were fixated on the girl's face, which, despite its dirted state, bore features that allowed Lady Amber to recognize her identity. Thank you for your kindness, madam, the girl replied, sheathing her sword. However, I fear I cannot accompany you. As she turned to leave, a phrase from Lady Amber halted her in her tracks. Would you like to know about your brother Robb and your mother Caitlin? At this moment, the young girl, no, Arya Stark, turned back, raising her sword once more. Do you know me? Arya inquired. Relax, relax, Arya. There is no need for such tension. I am from the north. Yet Arya showed no sign of easing, her life of evasion having instilled an instinctive wariness within her. She approached, sword in hand, until Lady Amber uttered a single name, Amber. As a scion of nobility, particularly of the Stark lineage, the scholars had first instructed them in the names, sigils, and mottos of the various houses in Westeros before teaching them to read. When the Amber family is mentioned, the mind immediately conjures the last bastion of their lineage, the hearth of the last hearth, nestled near the desolate wall. Although Arya harbored mistrust, she recognized that lingering in the streets was unwise. She sheathed her sword and vanished into the throng of King's Landing. Mother, was that beggar or a thief? Young Amber inquired. No, my son, Lady Amber replied. That was your liege lord's family. They embody the glory of the North. Even in the absence of the Amber family, I wish for you to remember that the North takes pride in them. A peculiar sting of emotion welled in Lady Amber's eyes, perhaps a consequence of today's exertions, for spending money indeed demanded considerable effort. Upon returning to the inn, she hurriedly set out once more, visiting Flower Street and a jewelry shop, depleting her funds with each excursion. She also acquired a long-abandoned house. To facilitate the transport of her purchases, Lady Amber made a special trip to Mercenary Street. Initially, the mercenaries were reluctant to engage in such laborious tasks. However, when Lady Amber revealed a handful of golden dragons from her pocket, their demeanor underwent a complete transformation, shifting from indifference to fervent eagerness to serve. Naturally, the goods they were promoting were their own services. As Lady Amber returned to the inn, a seemingly endless procession of carts trailed behind her, laden with garments, jewels, and various everyday necessities. Upon her arrival, the atmosphere in King's Landing was electric. Men gazed at this newly widowed woman, endowed with unparalleled wealth, frequently showing up nearby in hopes of capturing her attention. Meanwhile, many pondered the significance of the Amber family's presence at this juncture. They would soon realize that while an umbrella may shield one from the rain, it is the umbrella that is most susceptible to the howling winds. Once it collapses and is discarded, only the denizens of King's Landing are left to confront the downpour. Chapter 49. Countdown. 4 days as Lady Amber clasped young Amber's hand and stepped into her newly purchased residence. 20 carts brimming with opulent items awaited at the entrance. The guards donned the finest armor, while the servants imperiously directed the procession of carts into the estate. The gilded nobles speculated on the display, uncertain which family was responsible for such grandeur. Simultaneously, invitations were dispatched to the prominent families of King's Landing, extending an invitation to a banquet on behalf of the Amber family. Though the Amber lands had been lost, the nobility perceived the title and wealth amassed over millennia now resided in the hands of this widow. In the wild, wolves are unchallenged by other creatures. Even lions refrain from hunting their carnivorous kin. Yet, should a wolf find itself isolated, all gentle intentions transform into fierce hunger. At this moment, Lady Amber stood within her estate, envisioning and planning her garden, appearing to anticipate a prolonged stay in King's Landing. However, her heart was no longer present in the corners before her. A tempest was poised to engulf the entirety of King's Landing, with her at its epicenter. No one could resist the allure of nobility. All the younger sons from families lacking inheritance were, at this moment, adorned in their finest garments, applying cosmetics, and vying for attention. For any who could catch the eye of Lady Amber at this banquet, it would be akin to ascending to the heavens in their predetermined lives. Families had equipped them with the finest guards, the most dignified attire, and the most opulent carriages. As the afternoon arrived, various families presented their invitations and entered in succession. The grand banquet hall buzzed with lively discourse, ranging from the boisterous to the reserved, from teenagers to bearded men in their 30s. The luxurious carriages parked at the entrance caused a blockage in the streets, forcing the arriving nobles to dismount and walk. Initially, the younger sons voiced their discontent as they stepped down from their carriages. These pampered gentlemen of King's Landing had always looked down upon others. Yet, as they advanced, the deeper they went, the more apprehensive they became, leading to a heightened sense of caution. There were 3 shields, the emblem of the House of Mornwood, and a rose. The High Garden had also sent representatives. At the forefront stood a figure of towering stature, resplendent as a palace, adorned with a wooden carving of a proud stag. Nevertheless, all of this was a facade. Highgarden would never favor a destitute noble from the countryside, for even the wealth displayed was but a mere drop in the ocean compared to the vast riches enjoyed by Highgarden, which ruled over the entire riverbend. As for Wind's Rest, apologies were in order. Those wishing to ally through marriage with Wind's Rest would have to queue. Eagle's Nest, perched high in the Moonshadow Mountains, feigned allegiance but offered no further actions, presenting an air of disinterest. However, this did not dampen the spirits of the local families in King's Landing, who engaged in exuberant conversations, their excitement palpable, as if they too were partaking in the festivities alongside these esteemed families. While others believed Lady Amber was dining with the elite lordly families in the inner hall, they were unaware that she was cradling her shivering child, her nails nearly digging into his flesh. Little Amber's curse had flared up once more violently than any previous instance. The child lay in bed, swathed in thick blankets, his face turning purple, his body icy. Lady Amber grasped his hand, desperate to shield his condition from the gaze of others, tending solely to her ailing son. Little Amber slowly opened his eyes, exhaling a chill that was markedly lower than his body temperature. "Mother, I am so cold." At that moment, Lady Amber's heart felt as though it were being torn apart, filled with resentment towards the heavens and despair towards the earth. She could face death unflinchingly, yet witnessing his suffering was unbearable. Names were being called from the entrance. Some belonged to the nobles of King's Landing, others to officials, and some to notable members of the King's Guard. Suddenly, a statement caught Lady Amber's attention. "The Chancellor of Pachier has arrived." The crowd erupted in thunderous cheers. The fish had taken the bait. As she gazed upon the young Amber, Lady Amber felt as if her heart were pierced by a dagger, stirring emotions that were nearly unbearable. With great difficulty, she loosened her grip on the small Amber's hand and wiped away a tear that had trickled down her cheek, managing to force a strained smile. The protagonist was about to make an entrance. Until then, everyone else served merely as a prologue. Lady Amber hurriedly exited, and as she did, the crowd's attention was captivated by her exquisite attire. How splendid it was! The smooth silk, immaculate and adorned with various opulent embellishments. Each piece a treasure in its own right. She approached the door with swift steps, and the elderly scholar, over 80 and frail, momentarily paused in surprise at her presence. Lady Amber hurried to him, lamenting the inadequacies of the servants while assisting the venerable scholar, Paitial, into the inner hall. As her delicate fragrance wafted into Paitial's nostrils, this octogenarian, still frequenting the silk street, felt a peculiar sensation resonate within his mind. Despite her inner disdain, Lady Amber exhibited an unexpected warmth, drawing closer to the scholar, whose aged hands occasionally brushed against her magnificent form, stirring his thoughts into a tumultuous reverie. With alacrity, she guided him to his seat, and as he reluctantly released her alabaster arm from his grasp, he sat, seemingly lost in the memory of her soft touch. The banquet commenced in earnest. With the main event now underway, a multitude of youthful, handsome, and vibrant second sons from noble families vied for attention, yet Lady Amber's gaze remained fixed on Paitial. She engaged him in conversation about King Robert's amusing anecdotes, recent trends, and the bygone wars of the Seven Kingdoms. When Paitial mentioned the imperial treasury under his stewardship, filled with treasures and significant artifacts, admiration gleamed in Lady Amber's eyes. In response to the old man's assertive gaze, she offered a captivating reply, unfazed by his occasional transgressions. In that moment, even the aged scholar found himself somewhat wistful. Observing the intimacy between the two, many hearts in the room shattered. They could scarcely fathom that youth and future potential paled in comparison to the present power, even if embodied by an elderly man. As the banquet drew to a close, remnants of the feast lay scattered about. Lady Amber, with a smile, escorted Paitial to the entrance, the grand doors slowly closing behind them. Yet, as the scholar appeared to shake off his frailty, his legs moved with a vitality surpassing that of the young. Peering through the door's crack to catch a glimpse of Lady Amber, she sensed a prying force, a voice echoing within her soul. Go to the inner hall. Find a room unoccupied. Upon hearing this voice, Lady Amber froze, a chilling sensation spreading throughout her being. That was the voice of the devil, the Night King. Chapter 50, A New Mission. As Lady Amber trembled and entered the room, every servant present discerned her palpable fear. A robust male servant, wishing to express concern, was met with her furious shout. Get out. Leave. The servant departed, disheartened, amidst the mocking glances of others. Lady Amber closed the door and leaned against it, her majestic form rising and falling, yet unable to suppress the turmoil within her. She gasped for breath, icy chills sweeping through the room. From the shadows, a figure slowly emerged, the very silhouette that had startled her awake countless times in her dreams. For 3 days, Lady Amber had been enveloped by fear of this very moment. In her dreams, flames raged, snow blanketed the ground, and the city of King's Landing crumbled. While she stood firm, a long sword in hand, surrounded by an endless throng of undying beings unafraid of death. Now, having quelled her fear, Lady Amber approached the Night King and bowed submissively. I greet you, my master. The Night King regarded her, captivated by her allure. She was a vision of ripeness, akin to a succulent peach, exuding vitality yet harboring a heart of ice. The Night King settled beside her. How progresses the plan? He inquired. My lord, the plan is unfolding smoothly. That lecherous old man nearly had his eyes pop out from staring at me today. Lady Amber replied. Too slow. The Night King retorted. Lady Amber looked up to find the Night King standing before her. Do you know how much I long for you? The tender words, usually reserved for lovers, now sounded like a death knell on Lady Amber's lips. A bronze dagger was placed against her throat. I can hardly wait to sever your head from your body. Lady Amber raised her gaze, her thoughts drifting to her son. The knowledge of impending death no longer terrified her. Much like many elderly individuals who, upon reaching their twilight years, purchase coffins and burial garments, finding an odd sense of solace in their presence, she felt a strange comfort. What truly frightened her was the thought of not witnessing young Amber's growth, of failing the Earl of Amber's trust in her. She bowed her head submissively. Do as you wish, my master. My life is yours to take. She spoke, by lowering her gaze. She failed to see the faint smile that graced the Night King's frosty visage. The bronze dagger vanished from her shoulder, and silence enveloped the room. Lady Amber remained bowed, kneeling until her legs grew numb, before finally rising with the aid of a chair. She noticed that the Night King's figure had already vanished, leaving behind an ice-blue bronze sword imprint on the table. As Lady Amber stepped closer to the mark, a voice resonated within her mind. Give it to your son. I trust you know how to proceed. You have 3 days to place the adjacent emblem next to the Valyrian steel sword of ice. A bloodstained emblem. no larger than a fingernail, appeared on the table, a symbol of hope once cherished by the wildlings of the north, now lying in silent desolation. The Night King had long since teleported away from King's Landing, and darkness had descended. The forest was enveloped in silence, with the once howling wolves now vanished. Under the moonlight, the silent undead bowed their heads, gazing mutely at the ground. Within the hive mind, a single command from the Night King would compel them to act, even if it meant dismemberment or immolation. In the aftermath of eradicating all living beings in the forest, the sole command bestowed upon them was to remain in place. As they observed the vast expanse of King's Landing in the distance, he harbored disdain for the city, which housed no fewer than 50,000 living souls. The stench of the living repulsed him, akin to the foul odor of rotting flesh that had fermented for days, an unbearable scent. The natural energy within the living beings thwarted his powers, rendering him unable to act. Only the dead who could rise again, experiencing the perpetual chill and embracing pain like himself, could attain everlasting peace. Thus, King's Landing must become a realm of the undead. Yet, the time had not yet arrived. Everything remained in abeyance. The stage was still being set. The moment for their entrance had yet to come. All was a predetermined choice of fate, allowing the characters on stage to emerge gradually. After all, if they did not emerge soon, there would be no further opportunity. Let suffering envelop all living beings, drawing the world into eternal darkness. The former endless night marked a change of seasons, but this time, the eternal night would never fade. The Night King entered the forest, surveying his army, the steadfast and resolute undead, the most formidable force in this world. The hive mind transmitted a command to all the undead. They began to disperse, leaves clinging to them like natural camouflage. Since Lady Amber's arrival in King's Landing, no carriage or horse seeking entry had succeeded. The frenzied undead tore at all passers-by, regardless of whether they came for trade or to chase elusive dreams. Ultimately, they were reduced to mere bones, their shattered eyes opening to hear the ancient battle songs, joining the ranks of the undead. However, time was indeed of the essence. The Night King granted Lady Amber 3 days, which also served as a deadline for himself. The roads could not remain perpetually blocked, as patrolling guards outside the city had already discovered large pools of blood. The residents of King's Landing, bereft of their loved ones, searched tirelessly outside the city. They had arrived here. The undead had reached King's Landing. This news would inevitably find its way to the ears of those within the city. If one were to forcibly invade King's Landing, amidst the ensuing chaos, it would be difficult to ensure that the great sword ice, forged from Valyrian steel, would not vanish without a trace. Ultimately, the singular purpose remains the acquisition of ice. Transforming this grandest city of the human realm into a hellish landscape is merely a secondary endeavor. Patience is paramount. Wait a little longer. There is no need for slaughter just yet. The Night King gently caresses the hilt of the bronze, short sword at his back, akin to tenderly stroking the hand of his most devoted lover. His mind is besieged by a cacophony of whispers, and within his icy blue gaze, there lies no calm, only madness. A millennium of solitude, a millennium of frost, a millennium of anguish. In this moment, all of it resides within that sword. The instant it is drawn, the carnage shall commence. Yet, before that, let Lady Melisandre compose her melody in King's Landing. The stranger among the 7 gods awaits, and the specter of death looms over the entirety of the city. The Night King gazes intently at the sprawling metropolis. He shall not slumber. He is devoid of sensation, unfazed by hunger. He merely watches, feeling nothing. Having observed for 1,000 years, food lacks flavor upon his tongue, and even the softest bed fails to cradle him into sleep, day after day, night after night. Chapter 51. Countdown to 3 days. King's Landing. The morning after the banquet is always an intricate tapestry of bustling activity. Amidst the clamor of merchants and the unpleasant odors that pervade the air, Lady Melisandre adorns herself in resplendent attire. At the entrance of her estate, curious heads occasionally peek out, as a wealthy and influential widow stirs the hearts of countless men. Among them is Ser Pate, who has arrived rather early. This chief scholar of King's Landing, who has outlived 2 kings, has appeared frail for over 2 decades, resembling a man on the brink of death. Yet, he is stronger than most, residing at the very core of imperial power, acutely aware of the predatory wolves lurking in the shadows. Only by presenting oneself as innocuous can one truly survive within this treacherous jungle. However, he also serves as Cersei's informant, aiding her in gathering intelligence from both within and beyond the court. Indeed, he revels in the filth that lies beneath the city's opulence. After the banquet yesterday, he returned home, tossing and turning in bed throughout the night, unable to find rest. With his eyes closed, his mind was consumed by visions of Lady Melisandre's enchanting form and the grandeur of her softness. The old man felt a stirring in his heart, and that night, he donned his garments and ventured into the vibrant red lights of Silk Street, seeking the company he had frequented for several years. He spent a considerable sum to summon her for the night, and as the hours passed, Sir Pate suddenly exclaimed, "Lady Melisandre." This outburst caused quite the commotion. By dawn, the elderly man, clad only in a scholar's robe and over 80 years of age, was expelled from Silk Street, trembling as he made his way home. Occasionally, wild dogs could be heard howling in the distance. Upon returning, he hurriedly donned thicker clothing. Fortunately, his constitution was robust, for had he been an ordinary octogenarian, this escapade would have cost him dearly. Dressed in his thick garments, Bachelor Pious gazed at his reflection in the full-length mirror. Quite dashing indeed. After a night of restlessness, he set out early in the morning to pay a visit to Lady Amber. However, upon stepping outside his own front door, he transformed back into the polite, tremulous, 80-year-old venerable scholar. Upon reaching Lady Amber's residence and presenting his visiting card, he was met with disappointment. "What? Lady Amber is not at home," he inquired of the estate's steward. The steward, observing the esteemed scholar who held a revered position in Junlin, responded with utmost respect. "The young master is unwell, suffering from a peculiar chill, and the lady has taken him to see a physician." Pious regarded him with suspicion. Just the day prior, he had delivered a visiting card, announcing his intention to come. Now, with Lady Amber absent, he suspected she was deliberately evading him. A wave of anxiety washed over him. Could it be that she had taken a fancy to some young gentleman and was discussing a potential union? A pall of gloom settled over his thoughts. He believed that, being a woman alone in Junlin, it would be easy to garner her affections with merely a display of genuine concern, even if he himself was a man of notorious repute across the Seven Kingdoms. Meanwhile, Lady Amber was indeed outside but still within the estate. She leisurely sipped water and admired flowers. Young Amber, invigorated by the bright sunny day, played nearby, reminiscent of their joyful times spent in her own domain. Shortly thereafter, the steward returned with news that Bachelor Pious had departed. Lady Amber shook her head in resignation. Alas, the elderly are far too quick to surrender. With that, she instructed the steward to deliver her visiting card to the chief financial minister, Lord Barishi, as she intended to visit him that afternoon. As the steward made his way with the card, he turned a corner and unexpectedly encountered the trembling figure of the 80-year-old scholar, leaning heavily on his cane and fixating his fiery gaze upon him. "What are you doing?" Pious demanded, his eyes ablaze, sending a chill down the steward's spine. "The lady has instructed me to deliver a visiting card to Lord Barishi," he hastily replied. At that moment, Pious felt a profound pang of sorrow. His sincere intentions had been misplaced. It became painfully clear that Lady Amber's affections were directed toward the powerful chief financial minister in Junlin. At 80 years old, braving the biting cold and shivering in the frosty air just for a chance to see her, she had chosen instead to visit the young master. Most disheartening was the steward's earlier assertion that she had left to tend to the child's illness, only to turn around and visit Lord Barishi. Pious could vividly imagine Lady Amber, with her delicate demeanor, gazing at the young master's sly face and exclaiming, "I want." "No, absolutely not." He snatched the visiting card from the steward's grasp. "I share a certain acquaintance with Sir Barish, and as fate would have it, I am also bound for his abode. Allow me to deliver this letter of greeting on your behalf." The speed at which the letter was seized was truly astonishing, considering it was executed by a frail elder. The butler, in a state of urgency, exclaimed, "How could I trouble you to deliver a mere letter?" He hastily attempted to take it back, but was met with a stern glare from Chancellor Pacer, which rendered him compliant. Upon the butler's return, the Chancellor swiftly tore the letter into fragments, allowing them to drift away into the foul waters of King's Landing, becoming utterly untraceable. Meanwhile, the butler, who had been sent back, was still reporting to his master, expecting to face Lady Amber's wrath. To his surprise, Lady Amber greeted him with a beaming smile. She too had not anticipated the swift progress of events, suggesting that this old man had executed such maneuvers before. Furthermore, neither she nor the Amber family had any notable ties to Sir Barish, making it unlikely that the butler could even enter his home. He was destined to return in disgrace. However, in the present situation, it was rather fortuitous. The gatekeeper reported that Chancellor Pacer had come to call once more, and to refuse him now would be rather impolite. Lady Amber pondered for a moment and instructed, "Let him in. I shall attend to him shortly," adorned and prepared. Yet, Chancellor Pacer found himself alone in the parlor, sipping tea for half an hour, still awaiting the presence of Lady Amber. Frustrated, the elder scholar disregarded the objections of those present and stormed into Lady Amber's chamber, only to be taken aback by the sight before him. There she was, her brow furrowed, and beneath her pallid complexion lay a gaze filled with worry. Before her lay young Amber, his complexion a shade of deep purple, his body cold to the touch, sending a chill through the air. In that moment, Lady Amber ceased to be merely a wealthy widow or the bearer of the Amber family's title. She transformed into a mother, consumed with concern for her child. Upon seeing Chancellor Pacer, she hastily wiped the tears from her cheeks and managed a feeble smile for the old scholar. In this instant, the elder was utterly captivated, for within the meticulously crafted scene, Lady Amber resembled a solitary leaf adrift in a turbulent world, a rose preserved amidst the flames. This ignited within Chancellor Pacer a profound sense of protectiveness and possessiveness. Observing the unconscious young Amber, Lady Amber collapsed into the Chancellor's embrace, weeping like a rain-drenched pear blossom. The warmth of her soft form startled Chancellor Pacer, who, abandoning all pretense, swiftly lifted her upright. Through her tears, Lady Amber cried out, young Amber may not survive." Chancellor Pacer quickly inquired about the specifics of the situation and suggested he summon the finest physician. However, Lady Amber responded, "Young Amber's ailment was instigated by the terror of the others in the north. I have sought medical counsel in the scholarly city, and they informed me that only Valyrian steel, forged from dragon fire, can eradicate it completely. The reason I sought an audience with Lord Baelish was due to rumors of his possession of a Valyrian steel dagger, with hopes of acquiring it at a premium. To my astonishment, Lord Baelish responded by inviting me to his residence alone, a proposition I declined with a formal letter. Yet, I remain uncertain how long I can sustain this refusal. If circumstances compel me, I may have no choice but to visit him tomorrow." Scholar Pycelle's eyes widened in indignation, his fury palpable. "How dare you, Littlefinger, to prey upon a solitary widow and her child, while I have yet to impose upon them myself? Such behavior is unbecoming of a son." In that moment, Pycelle pondered deeply. What significance does his dagger hold? Ice, do you comprehend? The largest Valyrian steel sword in the Seven Kingdoms, the Stark family heirloom, a symbol of authority in the north. Resolute, Pycelle gazed into the tear-streaked eyes of the beautiful maiden, a swell of accomplishment blossoming within him. He then dropped an explosive revelation. "Now, under my stewardship." Upon hearing his words, Lady Amber's face lit up with admiration. Yet, as a thought crossed her mind, a flush of color warmed her pale complexion. "Scholar, might you allow young Amber to use it? Rest assured, for a day? If not, half a day will suffice." A glint of mischief sparkled in Pycelle's eyes as he contemplated his agile legs and robust physique. Several key phrases danced in his mind: treasury, secret chamber, locked doors, soundproofing, solitary widow, and child. After a moment of contemplation, Pycelle resolved firmly, "Prepare yourself. Tomorrow night, I shall discreetly escort you and young Amber to the royal treasury. That place is typically secured, and apart from myself and a select few, no one possesses the key. I shall lock you and Amber within the treasury and return to collect you the following morning." Lady Amber gazed at Pycelle's age-spotted visage, suppressing her internal revulsion, her large eyes fluttering at him. Pycelle's intentions stirred, and sensing the absence of onlookers, with young Amber in a state of unconsciousness, his hands crept down her delicate neck towards her bosom, only to be halted by Lady Amber's intervention. "Oh no, please." The beauty's soft, melodious voice was more enchanting than the sharpest of blades. Nevertheless, her face flushed crimson as she forcibly removed the old man's hand from her bosom. Pycelle's gaze remained fixed upon her, his thoughts consumed by her striking beauty. Little did he know, Lady Amber's cheeks were aflame as she leaned against his chest, whispering into his ear, a warm breath igniting a tingling sensation akin to 100 claws scratching at his heart. "I truly have no desire. Please wait until they return from the palace before we proceed. By the way, I look splendid in a maid's outfit." Chapter 52 Countdown. 2 days as Lady Amber gazed down at Arya, who knelt before her, astonishment etched across her face. Arya had been sent that morning by the butler, who reported that this little beggar claimed to be the lady's friend, yet offered no further explanation. Upon her arrival, she had been singularly focused on finding the lady of the house. Unable to deter her, and knowing that the lady hailed from the north, where she indeed had acquaintances, the butler had refrained from intervening. Arya lifted her head, her voice a plea tinged with desperation. Tomorrow my father will face the executioner's blade. Can you?" Her voice quivered, revealing the torment she had endured over the past few days, suffering hardships she had never known in her first 10 years of life. Yet, amidst her anguish, a glimmer of hope persisted. Lady Amber, with a bitter smile, approached and attempted to lift Arya, but found it an impossible task. The small frame erupted with unexpected strength, her disheveled hair framing a face caked in dust, her tattered garments reminiscent of the most destitute of beggars. It was hard for Lady Amber to believe that this was the little princess of the North, the pampered second daughter of House Stark. Yet, in her own precarious state, how could she even contemplate rescuing Lord Ned? With their lord imprisoned, their homeland in ruin, and the fires of war raging, she felt like a tumbleweed buffeted by the wind, tossed wherever it may lead. What difference was there between herself and Arya? Perhaps she was even worse off. Arya still had family in the North, while she was left with nothing but her own solitude. The irony was that Arya still believed that the radiant figure she had seen at the banquet could somehow assist her. Lady Amber bent down and spoke to Arya. I cannot save Lord Ned. Every soul from the North knows that he, who values honor above life itself, would never betray his country. But I lack the power to aid him. Even at the height of House Amber's fortunes, we were merely seen as country lords in the eyes of those lords in King's Landing, unworthy of even being acknowledged. Arya, you must leave. Depart from King's Landing. Do not return to the North. It has become a desolate wasteland. Find a place where you can forget the traumas of your childhood and live a life of peace. Trust me, you will outlive everyone in this city. Yet, Arya clenched her lips tightly, remaining silent. Lady Amber sighed. Bring the butler to me. Shortly thereafter, the butler arrived, holding a weighty purse, which he handed to the lady. She then bestowed the purse upon Arya. As Arya regarded the purse, it appeared to her as a monstrous beast. In her desperate heart, it was not a gift, but rather the price of rejection. Wordlessly, she placed the purse on the ground and turned to leave, only to be halted by Lady Amber. The lady, ever vigilant, scanned her surroundings. Take the back exit, child. You have suffered enough. The lady silently guided her out through the back door, watching her solitary silhouette fade away. When did I begin to wander? She murmured to herself. The steward nearby, however, did not catch her words clearly. The previous afternoon, he had returned to the village, adorned in splendid attire, carrying a multitude of provisions and even acquiring a suit of armor for his household. That night, he dreamt of his yet-to-be-born son leading the charge in battle, securing a hereditary domain for their family. The villagers spoke of his success, praising him for becoming the steward of a prominent family. Before his departure, his mother grasped his hand, urging him to work diligently, promising that he would be able to bring his brother into the household once more. Aunts and uncles eagerly approached him, introducing young ladies they knew. To him, life seemed beautiful and fulfilling. He envisioned finding a country girl, perhaps not the most beautiful or understanding, and prone to complaints, but one who would make a good mother to his children and a loving wife. King's Landing, a fortress of stone, despite its relentless storms, always had inhabitants, and hope continued to bloom. Why am I sharing all this with you? I must be out of my mind. Lady Amber smiled, a smile both breathtaking and sorrowful. That night, news arrived from Maester Pycelle. A change was afoot in King's Landing. The time had come. By dawn, the entire city would witness Ned's execution, and the palace guards would be significantly diminished, presenting an opportune moment for her and young Amba to infiltrate the royal treasury. Outside the city, the Night King observed yet another wave of slain messengers on the roads. The hive mind transmitted commands to all the undead, gathering over 100 undead guards and a giant. They awaited the arrival of night, as King's Landing fell into a hushed stillness, save for the guards atop the battlements. The majority of the King's Guard would be dispatched to the execution site to maintain order. With only a few remaining to patrol the walls, this was the optimal moment for an assault. Regardless of the outcome, this grandest of human cities was destined to meet its final chapter. Chapter 53. The last day at dawn the following day, Maester Pycelle, moving with the gait of old age, descended from his dilapidated cart. Although he could be considered one of the wealthiest in all of King's Landing, he persistently donned tattered scholar's robes and traveled in a worn-out vehicle. No one knew how many treasures he had clandestinely removed from the royal treasury, for one cannot expect a king to remember how many pearls he possesses. As he emerged, he was accompanied by 2 attendants, one large and one small, both clad in scholar's attire like him. Outside the city, the Night King, having summoned the majority of the self-aware undead guards, found that the once impenetrable encirclement now bore a breach. A cavalry unit adorned with the trout emblem of Reborn surged forth from the encirclement, making their way toward King's Landing. A giant, wielding a massive ice spear, knelt upon the ground. My king, shall I charge forth and bring them back? The Night King regarded the imposing figure of the giant, his lips twitching involuntarily. A voice from the hive mind echoed in his thoughts. No, with your bulk. Even if you were to slay them all, it would likely arouse the gate guards' vigilance more than their report would. Moreover, the Night King gazed toward the city of King's Landing. A little mouse had already stealthily slipped through the encirclement and entered the city. Advance, proceed to King's Landing. Lift all restrictions on the undead, transforming the city into our paradise. In the execution yard, Ned Stark was bound with his hands behind his back, kneeling on the ground. A judge stood beside him, inquiring, "Do you confess to the crimes of treason and the murder of the king, conspiring to overthrow his reign?" Ned lifted his gaze to find himself before King Joffrey, Cersei, and his daughter Sansa. Below, a multitude of spectators watched. The former princess of the north, once cherished, stared at her father with a frigid expression, her heart heavy with bitterness and sorrow. How could she hope to save her father when she struggled to secure her own fate? "Do you confess to the crimes of treason and the murder of your king, conspiring to overthrow his reign?" The judge's voice echoed once more. Ned, in anguish, closed his eyes and gasped for breath. At that moment, he recalled the words spoken by Cersei the night prior. "If you confess your crimes, I will allow you to don the black cloak and take your place on the wall. Your 2 daughters will also be returned to the north." This man, who had fought a lifetime for honor, relinquished it in his final moments. "Do you confess to the crimes of treason and the murder of your king, conspiring to overthrow his reign?" The judge's voice grew urgent and menacing. Ned nodded, eyes still shut, and the crowd erupted in a thunderous outcry. They loathed this traitor, oblivious to the fact that it was his efforts that had brought decades of peace to King's Landing. From the throng, foul eggs and wilted vegetables were hurled at Ned, striking him as he stood resolute, enduring the torment in silence. Perhaps such insults to his character might slightly alleviate the guilt he felt for not ensuring that his dear friend, King Robert's progeny, ascended the throne. Instead, he had allowed Joffrey, the offspring of Cersei and her brother's illicit union, to claim the crown, filling him with an inner turmoil of guilt and unease. Cersei, with a smug smile, could hardly contain her eagerness to announce that Ned Stark, the protector of the North, would henceforth don the black cloak and take his post at the wall for the rest of his days. Yet, to everyone's astonishment, King Joffrey made his move. In the palace, at this moment, Lady Amber, under the guidance of Bachelor Pycelle, approached the entrance to the inner hall. Before they could enter, they were halted by the king's guard. "Who is this? I have not seen him before," inquired the king's guard. Bachelor Pycelle, moving with the frailty of old age, replied, "He is a newly arrived scholar from the Citadel. You see, I am far too old to fulfill my duties. I must familiarize him with my responsibilities within the palace." Nevertheless, the king's guard's probing gaze did not waver. "Who is he?" the king's guard pressed. "Ah well, a dwarf. You know, Tyrion is a dwarf. And our King Joffrey delights in using dwarfs to belittle his uncle." The king's guard revealed a cryptic expression. "Enter," he commanded. The 3 of them successfully entered the inner hall, where Bachelor Pycelle, trembling, produced a key and unlocked the door, gesturing for the 2 to enter. However, contrary to his earlier words, he did not lock them inside and instead turned to enter the treasury, securing the door behind him. At this moment, the elderly man, once frail, transformed, his steps quickened, his countenance fierce, and powerful muscles rippled across his body. "My lady, surely you do not wish for your child to remain ill forever." Outside the city, the soldiers of Storm's End had already charged to the city gates. Before the gates could open, they shouted urgently, "The dead are coming. They have surrounded King's Landing. Quickly, inform the king. The crisis has arrived. Prepare for battle." The soldiers atop the walls were stricken with terror at this news. Hastily, they descended to the execution grounds to inform King Joffrey. However, before they could reach the ground, they beheld a menacing mass of dark figures advancing rapidly towards King's Landing. In an instant, the walls of the city and every entrance brimmed with countless undead. The tales of the undead besieging the city, once mere rumors, had now become a terrifying reality. "It is over." This was the collective thought of all upon the city walls. One king's guard mounted his steed and galloped towards the execution grounds, filled with urgency and despair. "Lord Eddard cannot die. Absolutely not. He is the only one among us with vast experience in defending the city. During the rebellion against the Mad King, he led the charge and vanquished the Mad King's forces. If he falls, we are all doomed." At the execution grounds, Arya concealed herself within the crowd, watching her father. On the platform, amidst the astonished faces of the ruling elite, King Joffrey issued the command to execute. Cersei was bewildered. She had been utterly unprepared for a rebellion from the north. Tyrion was astonished as well. He had long known his nephew's political acumen was nearly non-existent, but he never anticipated his intelligence could be so lacking in all respects. The executioner raised his blade, pressing Ned's head down, the sword poised to strike. Arya unsheathed her dueling sword, which she had christened the Needle, now poised to accompany her into the abyss of death. Suddenly, a figure darted before her. Deftly snatching the sword from her grasp, he hoisted her onto his back and, turning swiftly, melded into the crowd, allowing her futile attempts to strike him as he pressed onward. Chapter 54. The unraveling of chaos within the royal treasury. Scholar Pazer lunged forward like a ravenous wolf. Young Amber bravely extended her arms to shield her mother, only to be brutally knocked down by Pazer's kick, struggling to rise. The scholar shed his academic robes, revealing a physique sculpted with sinewy muscles. "Madam, scream all you wish. This treasury is the safest place in the palace. The walls are at least 2 meters thick. No one will hear you. The more you cry, the more exhilarated I become," he sneered, his face marred by age spots twisted into a grotesque expression. Gazing at the fallen Amber, a perverse thrill coursed through him. Yet, Mrs. Amber remained unfazed, her countenance akin to that of one observing a lifeless corpse. Her gaze fell upon the Valyrian ice sword, a symbol of the North's supreme power, quietly resting on the shelf alongside pearls and agates, emanating a chilling luminescence. Nearby, countless oak barrels glimmered with an eerie green glow. It was wildfire. Clutching the emblem of the ice spear tightly, a frigid aura enveloped her, numbing her palm. Yet she resolutely refused to open her hand. She understood that doing so would draw the gaze of the undead towards the royal treasury. While she was unaware of the true significance of the ice in relation to the Night King, she was willing to use it as leverage, hoping that it might afford her and her son a chance to escape the clutches of the undead. However, reality held no alternatives. Sir Pazer charged at her, forcefully pinning Mrs. Amber to the ground. His hands gripped her wrists, pressing them down, compelling her to instinctively open her palm. In her hand, the emblem of the ice spear radiated a ghostly blue light. Outside the city, the Night King bore a faint smile. Before him stood the undead guards wielding ice spears, while beneath him, a ghostly steed bore a giant whose excitement was palpable as he brandished an ice spear as thick as a tree trunk. The giant was eager to assault the human stronghold, intent on trampling and crushing all in his path. Just as the undead prepared to launch their assault on the city, a sensation rippled through the Night King's awareness. To him, the entirety of King's Landing radiated an abhorrent essence of life. Yet, at that moment, a shadowy aura emanated from the depths of the city, carrying a sharp intensity. It was the ice spear emblem. There was no time for words as a portal enveloped over 100 undead and giants, clad in armor and mounted upon their steeds. The elite and intermediate undead vanished from the battlefield in an instant, commanded by the Night King. Meanwhile, the lesser undead relentlessly charged toward King's Landing. The crows overhead cawed ominously, and from their vantage, a dark mass loomed, sufficient in number to instill despair in any human kingdom. King's Landing was doomed. This was the thought that coursed through the mind of Come On, who bore Arya upon his back, when suddenly a sense of foreboding enveloped him. A sharp sting pierced his awareness. He distinctly felt a sword pressed against his back. "Sir, turn around." A coarse voice beckoned. Accompanied by the clattering of metal chains and armor, it was the King's Guard. Before him, a member of the King's Guard galloped toward him on horseback. But the steed stumbled and threw its rider to the ground. Ignoring his own disarray, he raised his helmet and shouted towards the execution site, "Spare him. Undead. The undead are coming. Lord Ned must not die." Yet, as he looked up, he beheld the headsman clutching a severed head, eyes tightly shut. The surrounding throng roared, extolling their king and celebrating how King Joffrey had thwarted the treacherous schemes of that traitor. King Joffrey, sword aloft, stood smugly before the crowd, reveling in their adulation, while casting a disdainful glance at his uncle Tyrion and widening his eyes in disbelief at his mother, Queen Cersei. And of course, there was his betrothed, Sansa Stark, the fairest princess of the North, Ned's eldest daughter. He could hardly contain his anticipation for Sansa's anguish and struggle. However, as he looked toward her, she regarded him with a detached expression, as if an outsider to this grim spectacle. Even with her father's head before her, she displayed no sign of concern. At that moment, no one paid heed to the words or actions of a mere guard. The death of this prominent figure in the Seven Kingdoms had elevated the atmosphere of the execution site to a fever pitch. Suddenly, a thunderous explosion erupted, and a massive shockwave swept across the execution grounds, overturning tables and scattering countless warhorses. As the shockwave surged, it knocked the helmet off the King's Guard who had pressed his sword against Come On, momentarily blinding him. Seizing the opportunity, Come On thrust his own blade into the guard's chest. "The Stark family sends their regards," were the final words the King's Guard heard before his demise. Meanwhile, Arya, staring vacantly at her father's head in the distance, ceased her struggles, allowing this unfamiliar stranger to carry her away from the city. Moments earlier, in the royal treasury, as Maester Pycelle indulged in his perverse yet delectable feast, an icy chill enveloped the royal vault, causing the temperature to plummet drastically. However, the exuberantly excited Sir Pasher remained utterly oblivious, believing that this enclosed space was perpetually cool. It was not until a cold hand patted his shoulder that he reacted. "Oh, do not touch me. I am preoccupied," Sir Pasher exclaimed. Suddenly, he froze, a chilling dread enveloping his heart. This was the royal treasury, was it not? The key was in his possession, was it not? He had locked the door himself. Had he not? There could not possibly be anyone else here, could there? Turning around, he was met with the visage of a figure with icy blue skin. 3 menacing grooves marred the top of the figure's head, and its pockmarked face bore a pair of frigid blue eyes, clad in leather armor reminiscent of a bygone era. Behind it hung an obsolete bronze sword, its body exuding an ethereal blue glow akin to ice frozen for millennia, while it wielded a spear of glacial ice. Yes, it was the Night King. In that moment, everything fell into place for him. He comprehended why the spies of King's Landing had not received any news from the outside world for several days, why Lady Amber was so affluent, and why young Amber suffered from an incurable chill. It all became clear. The elder who had served 2 monarchs and would serve a third, who was cautious with his superiors yet madly reckless with his subordinates, had finally paid the price for his sordid deeds. The figure gazed upon the frail, naked form of the 80-year-old man with a grotesque expression. In the next instant, a head crowned with white hair, its curled beard as pale as snow, detached from its owner's body and fell heavily to the ground. The body, strong yet filthy, collapsed as well, blood gushing from its neck. The Night King regarded the disheveled Lady Amber on the floor and extended his hand. "Congratulations, my lady. Cherish your time. You have secured an hour's reprieve for your son." With that, the Night King picked up the emblem of the ice spear and placed it into Lady Amber's hands as she rose. The emblem would ensure that no undead would take an interest in her for the duration of 1 hour. Furthermore, I have imbued the emblem with a special attribute. As long as your son wears it, his curse shall be forever lifted. This is my final act of patience for the living. The Night King then kicked the locked door, causing it, along with the surrounding walls, to collapse with a thunderous crash. The immense noise summoned the royal guard from throughout the palace, and upon witnessing the Night King in the royal treasury, they drew their swords. Vowing their lives to the glory of their king, they fearlessly charged towards the Night King. Roar! The giant's thunderous bellow instilled fear in all present. The palace was too low for him to stand upright, forcing him to hunch as he brandished his ice spear, staining the palace with the blood of the royal guards. The palace descended into utter chaos. Fleeing maidens and looting servants rushed towards the treasury, while the royal guards, lacking the energy to restore order, were overwhelmed. All those who held command over the King's Guard have gathered at the execution grounds. King Joffrey, Cersei, Jaime, and even Tyrion are absent. The once united King's Guard has disbanded, with some engaging in futile resistance, others hastening to report to the execution grounds, and a few fleeing in panic. In an instant, the royal palace is thrown into chaos. The bodies of the King's Guard lie strewn across the ground before the royal treasury, their blood staining the inner sanctum a deep crimson. The Night King, wielding the Valyrian steel sword ice in one hand, gently uncaps an oak barrel filled with wildfire in the other. These instruments of death, remnants from the reign of the Mad King, have enabled him to breach the defenses of the wall, and now they will assist him in obliterating the entirety of King's Landing. A spark falls from the Night King's grasp into the wildfire, igniting a colossal mushroom cloud that erupts, sending a shockwave throughout the palace and into every corner of the city. This wildfire had been buried underground during the Mad King's final moments, awaiting the arrival of Robb Stark to ignite it, intending to take the entire city down with him. Over the years, Robb had dedicated significant effort to amassing these perilous substances, storing them within the royal treasury. Now, they have been ignited by the Night King. In the blink of an eye, the palace is reduced to ruins, and at the site of the royal treasury, a vast pit emerges, as if a deity had struck the earth with a colossal hammer. At the center of this chasm, the Night King reveals a sinister smile amidst the unending flames. Flanked by the unscathed giants and the undead guards, people flee, the flames licking at their bodies, writhing in agony. Yet no matter how they roll or struggle, those ensnared by wildfire cannot extinguish the flames, even if they leap into water. They are consumed, charred beyond recognition, reduced to mere cinders. The royal palace, along with the Iron Throne, burns in the wildfire. Countless souls have fought for dominion over that coveted iron seat, now transformed into a pool of molten metal. Chapter 55. The fall of King's Landing roars. The giant finally breaks free from the confines of the palace, howling to the heavens with a thunderous roar. The undead guards raise their ice spears, the hooves of their ghostly steeds echoing like the ticking of a death clock. The charge commences. At the execution grounds, the populace, who had previously clamored excitedly for the death of their monarch, is now engulfed in a wave of terror, scattering in all directions. Underfoot, countless souls perish beneath their own kin's feet, while the king's guard, tasked with maintaining order, find themselves swept away by the frenzied crowd, trapped amidst the chaos. The Night King unleashes the long night. Though diminished by daylight, the power of eternal darkness descends as clouds obscure the sun, shrouding the sky in gloom. Beneath this ominous canopy, at least 500 soldiers, armed with massive spears, encircle the giant. The soldiers fought fiercely, with King Joffrey and Cersei observing their efforts. Protecting their homeland was imminent. Rows of long spears launched repeated thrusts. However, despite the valiant soldiers recklessly driving their spears into the giants, it proved futile. For the formidable undead giants, the pain they inflicted was akin to a mere mosquito bite, entirely unperceived. The giants roared in fury, grasping the icy spear's end and sweeping it aside, causing soldiers to fall in droves. Unfazed by death, the spectral steeds bore the undead guardians into the fray, cutting through the crowd like a tiger among sheep, relentlessly harvesting the onlookers. At that moment, Tyrion gazed at the distant figure of the giant, immense and towering, resembling a celestial ice-blue pillar. A profound despair enveloped him. Jaime shielded Cersei and Joffrey, urging a retreat. Yet escape was impossible as the gathered crowd had encircled the execution ground completely. Just moments ago, the once emboldened Joffrey now cowered in a corner, trembling, as he had yet to savor the pleasures of power. His end was swiftly approaching. Before long, the execution ground was strewn with lifeless bodies. The Night King initiated the resurrection of the dead. The fallen opened their ice-blue eyes, seeking out the living within King's Landing. The entire city resembled a hellish purgatory. The Night King, wielding a colossal sword, approached the execution site. He still required a blacksmith to forge armor from the great sword. He recalled that in King's Landing, this very ice blade had been reforged into 2 swords. Thus, he deliberately instructed the undead guardians to spare the lives of those at the execution site for his own future use. He leaped from the execution ground, gazing upward to find Petyr Baelish, the Spider Varys, the Kingslayer Jaime, Tyrion, and Cersei gathered above. Just as he had hoped, these renowned figures of King's Landing should possess knowledge of a skilled blacksmith. Armed with the great sword, he advanced toward them step by step, ready to inquire. However, Petyr Baelish suddenly fell to his knees, revealing that he had slit his own throat with a dagger. Blood gushed from his neck, pooling around him. The Night King was rendered speechless. Then, turning to the Spider Varys, he noticed blood trickling from Varys' lips, his complexion turning ashen as he curled on the ground, gasping. Before succumbing to death, the Night King was incensed. What madness is this? One slits his throat, another poisons himself. He charged towards the Kingslayer Jaime, vowing that this time, he could not allow him to perish. Yet, upon seeing the Night King, Jaime reacted as if beheld a beautiful maiden, raising his sword and striking down towards the Night King's head, murmuring to himself about glory, defending his homeland, dying on the battlefield, protecting the king, perishing before the monarch, not as a regicide, but to clear his name of injustice. Lo and behold, the Night King swiftly swung his sword, the sharp Valyrian steel cleaving through him effortlessly, severing him in twain. Now, it was futile to even pose a question. One could hardly manage to form a complete mouth. The Night King sighed in resignation, lamenting his inherent goodness, forced into such dire circumstances. It was all a matter of being compelled, witnessing his brother's demise. Tyrion seized a dagger, his short legs propelling him swiftly towards the Night King. The Night King pondered, merely wishing to inquire, believing it unnecessary to resort to further violence. Thus, he raised his colossal sword high, striving to avoid striking him. Tyrion dashed forward, reaching the Night King, only to find the towering figure gazing down at him. His countenance was cold, his eyes aflame with rage, fixated on the Night King's face. A dagger glimmered with a ghostly light. He leapt forth, driving the blade into the Night King's knee. The dagger bounced off the hardened joint, failing to break the skin. Undeterred, he continued to stab at the Night King's smooth, icy shins. The Night King regarded him in silence, feeling a semblance of itchiness, a sensation long absent since his transformation into the undead. How he envied these mortals before him, capable of feeling pain. The Night King mused, delivering a casual kick that sent Tyrion sprawling 3 to 5 meters away. rolling twice before collapsing onto the ground. Then, as the Night King shifted his icy blue gaze from Tyrion to Cersei, he found himself at a loss for words. Sensing that perhaps he had ventured out on an ill-fated day, Cersei, with a crooked mouth and drooling from the corner of her lips, emitted a foolish laugh, having succumbed to madness. Yet, even in her derangement, she clutched Joffrey tightly to her chest until she ultimately shattered, her hands trembling uncontrollably, unable to protect him any longer. Joffrey rose, the heir to the Seven Kingdoms, a king who loved his people as his own children, a scion of House Baratheon and the Lannister family of Casterly Rock. The rightful successor of King's Landing. He embodied the complex legacy of two great kingdoms, a protector of the realm and the legitimate heir to the throne of Westeros. However, in that moment, Joffrey was merely a pitiful boy, having just lost his father, with a mad mother, and witnessing his uncle cleaved in twain. He shouted, "I am the king," brandishing his sword at the Night King, too frightened to take a step forward. The Night King observed this pitiable figure from a distance, sheathing his massive sword and turning to depart. Behind him, Joffrey's voice echoed, "You killed me. I tell you, I care not what monster you are. Today, you have destroyed my kingdom. This I shall remember forever. One day, you shall pay the price. One day, you do not kill me. One day, I shall take your life. You have caused me to lose everything. I will kill you, torment you, suppress you, annihilate all that you hold dear. Destroy." The spirited golden-haired youth, facing the endless horde of the undead, proclaimed his declaration with fervor. His voice rang out, yet the Night King, troubled by the noise, turned away, abruptly silencing him. Joffrey Baratheon found himself seized by the throat, lifted effortlessly from the ground. His complexion swiftly morphed into a deep shade of purple, blood bubbling forth as he struggled to breathe, his hands clawing at the Night King's grip in vain. "You are too loud." The Night King's hand tightened, as Joffrey's neck was crushed like a squeezed orange, blood oozing forth. The Night King cast him aside, and the still-living Joffrey writhed in agony upon the ground, blood choking his lungs, slowly suffocating him. His neck, a grotesque sight, was a gruesome mess of torn flesh and blood. The deranged Cersei beheld her beloved son, Joffrey. In his torment, tears streamed down her cheeks, yet her feet and arms remained unyielding as she began to dance around his gradually lifeless form. Her childish movements resembled a young child playing with a skipping rope as joyous music echoed in her heart, while painful tears cascaded down her face. Until the Night King departed, until the anguished cries of countless households rose, until the undead surged into every dwelling, every home, every alley of King's Landing. Suffering spread. Darkness encroached. The Night King left the execution site, making his way to Smith Street, intent on seeking the blacksmith to forge the finest armor from Valyrian steel. The undead guards had departed, and as long as the Night King's orders remained, they would never harm those atop the platform. Tyrion awakened, his vision clouded with bloodshed. Witnessing his brother torn asunder, blood staining the execution platform, his sister, disheveled and drooling, danced around the corpse of her son. The mountain of corpses and sea of blood before the execution platform had vanished, as the undead departed in search of sustenance. With his stature lacking, he bore the immense pain in his chest, dragging his bleeding legs step by step towards his sister. "Cersei, it is over." Cersei opened her bewildered eyes. "Over?" She looked down at her brother Tyrion, only to see the lifeless body of her son, along with the dismembered form of Jaime, her kin and lover. "What is over? What is this sound? Enchantment? Innocence?" Swaying, Cersei's laughter stretched from the center of her face to the corners of her mouth, while two streams of blood-tinged tears flowed from her eyes. "It is not over, brother. Who do you say I am?" Cersei pointed to her exaggerated visage, questioning Tyrion. "It is over, sister. We must flee. Escape. Fleeing to Casterly Rock, seeking vengeance with my father. Do not delay any longer. Sister, time is running out." Tyrion's voice trembled with fear. He had never feared death. When he confronted the Night King, he had long been prepared for demise. Just as Jaime yearned to redeem his reputation as a regicide through rebellion against the undead, he too longed for a grand and glorious death. Yet, his sole fear was the thought of abandoning Cersei and fleeing alone. At his core, he held profound regard for his family, even if they were all wretched souls. However, Cersei looked at him and said, "Incorrect. No reward for you. Allow me to reveal my true identity. I am the Frog Witch." Her face, once stained with blood and tears, now bore two dry streaks of crimson, as if tracing an ancient path that guided the soul's direction. At that moment, overlooking the entirety of King's Landing from within the city, he beheld the countless undead encircling it, their numbers continually augmenting. The entire realm of King's Landing had descended into despair. Chapter 56. The young hero, Jandrai King's Landing was ablaze, flames engulfing the city, accompanied by the anguished cries of its people. This city, established by House Targaryen and the seat of the Iron Throne, was enduring an unprecedented catastrophe. The ill-fated citizens of King's Landing found themselves once more embroiled in warfare, yet this time, there would be no escape. Amidst the ongoing chaos, the Night King arrived at Smith Street, where the Valyrian steel greatsword had been teleported to the woods beyond the city, guarded by a contingent of 10 undead sentinels. Smith Street, known for possessing the finest metallurgy in all of Westeros, had produced countless exceptional weapons. However, chaos reigned. The once thriving Smith Street was devoid of life. The undead roamed freely while all doors were tightly shut. People hid in corners, trembling and praying, seeking a modicum of psychological solace. The Night King traversed each shop along Smith Street, and wherever he passed, tremors followed. In some smithies, lifeless bodies awakened with ice-blue eyes, breaking through doors. Others, besieged by the surrounding undead guardians wielding ice spears, smashed locks to enter, leaving trails of blood and echoes of despair in their wake. He advanced, with coldness and fire as his backdrop, pain and wailing intertwined. Eventually, he arrived at the square. Towering statues of the 7 gods loomed, their surrounding fountains dancing with the twilight, the water vapor settling on the ground, forming a thin mist. In all of King's Landing, he was the only soul still outside, seated upon the steps beneath a statue, wielding a tattered cloth to polish his mighty hammer. Despite the falling snow, he donned leather armor that revealed his muscular arms and robust physique. Surrounding him lay at least 5 or 6 undead, their skulls caved in from powerful blows. Despite the daylight, and even with the perpetual night's influence, the combat prowess of the undead diminished. Yet, the ability to pierce through the hardest skull of an undead was a testament to the man's considerable strength. The undead guard, eyes gleaming with menace and armed with a frosty spear, was poised to charge forward and impale the man. However, a mere glance from the Night King halted his advance, and he retreated, disgruntled. The Night King approached the man slowly. Before he could utter a word, the man grasped his hammer and spoke with a somber tone. I once believed my hammer would serve solely to forge iron, yet today, it finds itself stained with blood. Rising to his feet, he gripped the hammer firmly, ready for battle. The snug leather armor clung to his muscular form, and one could easily imagine the immense power concealed within his not-so-tall stature. The Night King, intrigued, pondered why this youth dared to remain outside when no one else in King's Landing did. The Night King inquired why. His voice, frigid and devoid of warmth, momentarily stunned the man. The man, taken aback, had assumed that the undead were mere mindless creatures driven solely by instinct. Yet, before him stood a being with strikingly different ice-blue skin, possessing clear consciousness and thought. Initially, upon seeing the horde of undead approach, he believed his fate was sealed. What? Why? He instinctively replied, the Night King's authoritative tone even causing his poised hammer to relax. Everyone has retreated indoors. Why are you outside? The Night King pressed again. The man lowered his hammer and spread his arms. To echo the tales of heroes, I am a willing sacrifice. A valiant warrior standing guard over King's Landing against your monstrous kind. In such moments, there should be a cup of farewell wine at my side, and a fair maiden holding my hand, tearfully urging me to return. My child and I await your return. However, in reality, I am merely an apprentice blacksmith left outside the forge by my master. The undead have come. My master dashed inside and shut the door. I pleaded for him to let me in. He casually tossed me any hammer from within, not even granting me my favorite one. The man's expression bore the weight of resignation, mixed with a tinge of sorrow. Do you regret it? The Night King queried. Regret? Never. There are many orphans like me in King's Landing, and perhaps decades from now, tales will be sung of an orphan who stood alone against the endless horde of the undead. Do you not find that exhilarating? The Night King regarded the man, clearly caught up in his excitement, and contemplated for a moment. What is your name? Jandrai, the finest apprentice blacksmith in the 7 kingdoms. He declared, but that matters little, for I shall also become the protagonist of the greatest legendary tale in the future. The man, wielding his hammer, appeared somewhat awkward. Rest assured, when I make a hole in your head shortly, I shall be gentle, said Jandali. The Night King looked at him in exasperation, as if all men were obsessed with inflicting harm. How detestable. It was truly enviable. Once he finished his work, he would castrate him. Let us strike a bargain. The Night King fixed his piercing gaze upon him. Speak. Jandali, wielding his hammer, stood cautiously on guard. Can Valyrian steel be reforged? The Night King inquired. Disregarding the crimson stains and white, tofu-like substance adorning the hammer. Of course, that is a hallmark of King's Landing. Only my master and I possess this skill. Long ago, our forge was dedicated to the maintenance of Valyrian weapons for the Dragon Kings of King's Landing. Jandali felt at ease conversing with the Night King. When one truly believes they stand on the precipice of death, they relinquish all pretense, confronting all matters with the simplicity of human nature. He even entertained the notion that the Night King was a variant of the undead, one who had not fully transformed, retaining a semblance of consciousness. With a hint of compassion, he gazed at the darkening sky and remarked, "When the time comes to fight, you'd best stay clear. I wouldn't want to accidentally strike you with my mighty hammer." He did not regard the Night King's seemingly frail physique, his slender arms and legs, as posing any real threat. However, the Night King pondered for a moment. "I shall provide the materials. Assist me in crafting a suit of Valyrian steel armor. I will speak to the giant general and secure your release. Furthermore, while they are preoccupied with slaughter, I have discreetly hidden away a considerable amount of gold dragons and gemstones. I could share half with you." The Night King concealed his true identity once more, believing that if revealed, he would be deemed the architect of King's Landing's downfall. And no young man would hesitate to deliver a fatal blow. After all, in tales of adventurers, every dragon is immensely powerful, yet countless youths charge forth, undeterred, toward the dragon's lair, whether to rescue a princess or for the glory that comes with slaying a dragon. Fame and fortune are indeed alluring. Yet, upon hearing this, the youth erupted into laughter, his mirth adding a touch of humor to the blood-stained whiteness of King's Landing. "What? You don't believe me?" the Night King teased, a hint of mockery in his tone. "I do believe. How could I trust you when you failed to preserve your own life, reduced to this ghastly state?" Jandali retorted. With that remark, the Night King's defenses crumbled. He had indeed become a mere shadow of his former self. Oh, how splendid. Lies do not wound. But the truth is a sharp blade. It dawned on him that he, too, was like Jandali, once possessing everything he spoke of, though perhaps he had never truly held it. The cup of warm wine offered by the Lord during the campaign against the children of the forest. The worried yet forced smile in the eyes of his wife as she held their child while watching him. The piercing agony of a dragonglass shard thrust into his heart, transformed into the undead, and the chilling despair that ensued. Manipulated by the children of the forest, he reluctantly grasped the weapons prepared for him, leading the charge into the human city, overwhelmed by despair. The tip of the spear poised perilously close to his lord's head, he endured the agony and struggle. Those who believed they were honoring the ancient tradition of protecting the forest surrounded him, singing and dancing with the fervor of the children of the forest. He was filled with rage, longing to wield his bronze sword and sever their heads from their shoulders. After enduring countless hardships, he finally broke free from their control and returned home, only to be met with the disheartening news from his wife that they sought to capture him in exchange for a reward. Stumbling across the ice plains, every undead being reminded him of his former self, standing outside the towering city walls, hesitating with every step. Since neither the realm of humanity nor the forest of the children of the forest could accommodate him any longer, he resolved to create a world of his own, devoid of both humans and the children of the forest. The Night King had completely lost his patience. In a swift motion, he seized Jandali by the throat before the latter could react, causing Jandali's hammer to fall helplessly to the ground, clattering as it did so. The chilling voice echoed in his ears. "Take a good look. A hero?" The Night King gripped Jandali's neck, lifting him off the ground as Jandali struggled desperately with his dangling feet. Turning around, he witnessed the blacksmith's shop, where one after another, the blacksmiths were driven out by the icy spears of the undead guards. The blood-stained icy spears, even under the eternal night, gleamed with a piercing brilliance. With a smile, a thought surged within the Night King. He brought Jandali closer. "Jandali, shall I show you a trick?" At that moment, Jandali had no mind for such distractions, desperately clawing at the Night King's hand to free himself and catch his breath. His nails scraped against the Night King's skin, producing a hissing sound. But the Night King remained unfazed. The hive mind conveyed commands to all the undead guards present, driving the blacksmiths into the square, surrounded by a ring of undead guards wielding icy spears. In the frigid embrace of winter, most of these blacksmiths wore only a single layer of clothing, while those clad in armor, prepared to resist to the bitter end, lay lifeless on the ground, blood seeping from their wounds. At least 400 to 500 blacksmiths, whether from fear or cold, trembled as they huddled together, seeking shelter from the spear tips while relishing the rare warmth of proximity. The Night King ascended step by step to the altar of the 7 gods. Before him stood the terrified blacksmiths under the icy spears, Beside him was the astonished Jandeli, and behind him loomed the colossal statues of the 7 gods, some bearing smiles, others expressions of intimidation. The Night King's smile concealed an indescribable sorrow and madness. This time, he would be heard. He would be seen. He would be understood. The Night King bellowed, all undead, move forward. The people within the circle have succumbed to madness, frantically pressing against their companions, indifferent to the frail and elderly who are trampled beneath foot. Jon's pupils constricted as he beheld the undead guards, under the Night King's command, raising their weapons in unison, taking a step forward. Who are you? Why do they heed your command? Jon exclaimed, disbelief etched upon his face. Yet, the Night King paid no mind to his utterances or reactions. Advance. The Night King's voice resounded once more. The tips of their weapons glided effortlessly into the bodies of the blacksmiths, releasing a cascade of crimson blood that bloomed like roses. Lethal in its beauty, agony and wails filled the air. Some, with eyes wide in fury, charged toward the points of the weapons, only to be pierced through, while others knelt in despair, praying to the 7 gods. No, stop. Jon yearned to rush to the side of the undead guards to halt their onslaught. Even without his hammer, determined to carve a path through the encircling throng. Yet, he stumbled, collapsing to the ground, and upon glancing back, he found his feet frozen to the earth, a harrowing creation of ice. Advance. Close ranks. The Night King's voice echoed, akin to a devil's, tolling the bell of doom. A chilling cold enveloped him, where blood and suffering intertwined, madness painting the backdrop of eternal night. At last, the square fell silent, with only Jon remaining. Terror-stricken as he beheld the scene before him, he turned to face the Night King, who wore a sinister smile. You fiend. The Night King descended from his platform with a few light steps, advancing directly toward Jon. Jon exerted every ounce of strength in an attempt to free his feet from the icy grasp, but it was futile. The sound of those light footsteps echoed like the ticking clock of his own life. Yet, the Night King did not harm him. Instead, he leaned closer, whispering words devoid of warmth into Jon's ear. Do not be hasty. The spectacle has only just begun. Rise from the dead, awaken. Night fell, the moon casting a pallid glow. Amidst the heaps of corpses on the marble square, a hand gradually rose, followed by countless others, bloodied and mingled with flesh. Slowly lifting beneath the moonlight, an icy blue light began to shimmer in the eyes of the deceased blacksmiths, while silence enveloped the night. In the deathly stillness, only the blacksmiths, rising slowly, carried within their silent bodies eternally frigid and suffering souls, wailing incessantly. Under the moonlight, the statues of the 7 gods appeared remarkably sacred, gleaming. Jon gazed at the unfolding scene and finally grasped the truth. You are. His voice trembled, his visage quaking. All the youths believed they would be the valiant dragon slayer, destined to wed the princess and claim the dragon's treasure, to bear the title of dragon slayer, surrounded by beauty, welcomed by kings. Yet, most youths, upon encountering the dragon, found themselves paralyzed by fear. Ultimately, it transformed into a heap of inconsequential desiccated bones within the lair of the dragon. Night King. The voice of Jandari finally resonated. The undead sentinels, under the Night King's sway, erupted into laughter, their heads thrown back in mirth. Beneath the moonlight, a group of undead wielding blood-stained ice lances grinned widely. Their gaunt faces devoid of any elasticity, pallid hair mingled with an unknown crimson hue. The ice-blue chest revealed prominent ribs, casting a ghastly glow in the lunar light. The Night King too laughed, gradually making his way to Jandari's side. The extraordinary creation was undone. Now, shall we negotiate? The forge behind the statue belongs to your master. Does it not? I have yet to make a move. Chapter 57. The reaction of Riverrun. In Riverrun, Blackfish voluntarily requested to venture into King's Landing to gather intelligence. Although Lord Edmure Tully disapproved, he had never succeeded in thwarting his uncle's ambitions. Even his father, Blackfish's brother, could not restrain the restless spirit of a wayward son from seeking adventure. However, long before reaching King's Landing, Blackfish beheld a conflagration rising into the sky, and a seemingly endless throng of undead ahead. He swiftly turned his steed, racing back toward Riverrun. This stubborn old man relied not on personal valor in battle, but rather on cunning and intelligence. He understood all too well that King's Landing was doomed. The siege by the undead left no openings. The overwhelming numbers of the undead guaranteed their ability to crush any formidable foe. Were there walls for defense, given the state of King's Landing? Holding out for several days would be feasible, yet the ultimate outcome would still be the fall of the city. What surprised him, however, was how swiftly King's Landing had succumbed. He muttered a curse, blaming Cersei's incompetence and Joffrey's misguided leadership. Thus, he had no choice but to retreat to Riverrun. At Riverrun, atop the city walls, the patrolling soldiers observed Blackfish returning in his black cloak, puzzled as to why he had come back so soon. Yet they gave it little thought. Without pausing to remove his cloak, Blackfish hurried directly to Edmure's study. At that moment, Edmure was engaged in a playful game with a maid, and upon seeing his uncle's arrival, he felt a wave of embarrassment wash over him. Blackfish, however, paid no heed to such trivialities. An unprecedented urgency marked his countenance. Just as Edmure was about to inquire about the matter at hand, Blackfish's first words left him in shock. King's Landing has fallen, and Joffrey and Cersei are missing. Edmure's astonishment was palpable. How could this be? King's Landing, although lacking our geographical advantages, possesses walls that, even under relentless bombardment from the finest trebuchets day and night, would require at least a month to breach. The troops stationed there, not to mention the 4,000 Kingsguard, each renowned knights of the Seven Kingdoms. How could this happen? Edmund found himself in a state of distress. The fate of King's Landing held little significance for the lords who possessed independent territories, taxes, and subjects. Even without the support of the Iron Throne, the city of Storm's End stood resilient, untouched by the conqueror Aegon during his campaigns against the Seven Kingdoms. However, what weighed heavily on his mind was the realization that, in terms of defensive strength, Storm's End was hardly inferior to King's Landing. In fact, the latter's fortifications were arguably even more formidable. Yet, within mere days, King's Landing fell. This indicated that if the undead were determined to assault Storm's End, the city too would succumb in a matter of days, potentially transforming this ancestral fiefdom into a haven for the undead. He turned to Blackfish, his eyes brimming with hope. You must see it differently, do you not? Edmund clung to a final shred of hope, yearning for Blackfish to provide the answer he desperately sought. But Blackfish, with a heavy countenance, shook his head. Flames engulfed King's Landing, its gates flung wide open, as the undead encircled the walls, streaming in. This would be a massacre. After the bloodshed, not a single human would survive in King's Landing. It was over, Edmund thought, painfully shutting his eyes, silently mourning for his liege lord, the long-standing prince, and the newly crowned king, Joffrey, who loved his people as his own. What should we do? Edmund was utterly at a loss. His panicked gaze fixed upon his uncle's face, hoping for a strategic suggestion akin to those Blackfish had once provided on the battlefield, leading them to victory through cunning and wit. Yet, Blackfish too closed his eyes in anguish. He had initially believed that the undead had bypassed Storm's End out of fear for its defenses, only to realize that they regarded the vast city with disdain. Blackfish contemplated the dire circumstance. When the disparity in strength between two forces is insurmountable, self-preservation becomes an insidious dilemma. Much like when Conqueror Aegon soared over the Riverlands on his dragon, the former king of the Riverlands had at least had the option to surrender. Now, the Riverlands faced only two fates, survival or annihilation. Blackfish ran his fingers through his hair and sighed. After all, he was no longer the spirited youth he once was. Had the boy he used to be still existed, he would have undoubtedly stood defiantly before the undead, declaring that any who wished to pass must first tread upon his fallen body. Yet, debts remained to be settled, and Storm's End required safeguarding. Ancestral lands could not be lost. Blackfish turned to Edmund. Cease your musings. Remain vigilant regarding the water levels in the reservoir, and ensure we have ample provisions. The influx of citizens we have received in recent days is considerable. Allow them to undertake basic training alongside the troops. We do not seek them to fight, but rather to muster the courage to push the boulders and logs down when the undead approach. If you hold steadfast within Storm's End, one day the clouds will part, revealing the moonlight. Upon finishing his words, he bowed deeply to his lord and nephew, Edmure. Edmure was taken aback. He had never anticipated that this uncle, who would rather forge his own path than adhere to family traditions, would one day lower his head before him. Momentarily at a loss as to whether to assist him or not, Edmure could only watch as he knelt. Before he could speak, the Blackfish interjected. I have come not solely to report the intelligence I have gathered. You will inevitably learn of it in due time. The crux of the matter is, I must depart. The Blackfish's eyes bore traces of struggle, yet his expression was resolute. Even if we fortify ourselves against the undead siege, we can only endure for 2 years at most. Ultimately, we cannot escape the predetermined fate of annihilation. He paused for a moment, surveying his surroundings. Chapter 58. The Fall of Pink City in the Evening. The Blackfish rode forth from Riverrun, driven by a singular purpose, to consolidate all forces in the Riverlands to resist the undead army. Since the Night King's primary objective was King's Landing, The Riverlands, save for the Tully family, had not suffered significant losses. Now, the various lords of the Riverlands had, to varying degrees, received news of the undead invasion. Some were aware of the Tully family's demise, while others, with scouts lingering near King's Landing, had witnessed the undead surrounding the city. This region, the wealthiest in all of Westeros, mobilized with remarkable swiftness upon receiving the news. Indeed, the citizens of the Riverlands had long been accustomed to such mobilizations, from the ancient incursions of the Kings of the Rock to the recent raids of the Iron Islands, and the War of the Ninepenny Kings, wherein Robert rebelled against the Iron Throne. It could be said that blood and tears formed the very character of the people of the Riverlands. Here, lords need not dissuade their vassals from abandoning the ancestral lands. Each individual understood that if they failed to seek refuge within the towering castles before the invaders' arrival, they would face only slaughter. The enemy would mercilessly eradicate all living forces in the Riverlands. For the people of this region, the passage of soldiers was as palpable as the passage of time, a sentiment echoed through generations. Yet, the Riverlands were also renowned as the finest source of soldiers among the Seven Kingdoms. The soldiers here obey commands, displaying bravery, intelligence, and unwavering resilience. At this moment, the Blackfish arrived at the territory of House Piper, south of Reborn, in Pink City. Before he could enter, a chilling atmosphere assailed him. The once bustling Pink City now stood deserted, as everyone had retreated into the castle, having had ample time to prepare. After announcing his identity, the gates swung open, revealing the Lord of House Piper, a man in his 50s clad in armor, who personally came to welcome the Blackfish. As the Blackfish entered Pink City, he observed a scene of bustling activity, men donned in armor, horses equipped with saddles, and flaming torches illuminating every corner of the walls. It appears that they are thoroughly prepared for battle. However, the Blackfish, well acquainted with the lords of the Riverlands, knows that this is merely a facade. Unlike Eagle's Nest City, which is fortified by towering mountains, making it easily defensible yet difficult to assault, or Flowing River City, where the triumvirate river rushes past, Red Powder City has long been a mere defensive outpost, positioned as a horn opposite Flowing River City. Any attack on Red Powder City necessitates vigilance against potential rear assaults from Flowing River City. An assault on Flowing River City without tenfold the necessary troops and ample preparation would only allow the Tully family to fish idly atop the city walls, lamenting in futility. Soon, the Blackfish and Lord Pie Bow entered the council chamber. Do you know? The undead have arrived. The Folii family has fallen. Lord Pie Bow exclaimed excitedly to the Blackfish, his expression suggesting he regarded this news as a closely guarded secret. The Blackfish fixed his gaze on Lord Pie Bow, and his opening words left him stunned. This afternoon, Juneland City has fallen. It was the work of the undead, declared the Blackfish. Impossible. Lord Pie Bow's excitement transformed into sheer terror. How could Juneland possibly fall? It is defended against the undead. There was no chance of surrender. The walls of Juneland are thick enough to accommodate a cart. There are 500,000 souls there. Even if the defenders were rotated on the walls, they could hold out for months at the very least. Lord Pie Bow, flustered, looked at the Blackfish, for in his memory, Juneland was a city he could only admire from afar, never daring to dream of. This city boasts the largest population, a thriving economy, and attracts the finest talents from all trades across the Seven Kingdoms. It is said that every craftsman, whether a blacksmith or a leatherworker, upon gaining a certain renown in their own territory, aspires to go to Juneland first. Only in Juneland is there a stage grand enough for them to shine, their land of fame. Similarly, if one wished to mock a local master craftsman, they would say, with your skill, why not go to Juneland? Furthermore, all knights seeking to make a name for themselves would first choose the martial competitions in Juneland, where strength and blood collide, the highest arena for competition. Yet, to witness the city of the finest knights, the best weapons, and the thickest walls turned to ashes overnight is a shock beyond imagination. However, before the weight of this revelation could settle, the Blackfish's next statement left him even more astonished. The war has long since commenced, Sir Pie Bow. Prepare your food supplies, resources, soldiers, and populace in your territory, and join me in defending Flowing River City. Every ounce of strength in the Riverlands is now invaluable. This pronouncement plunged Pie Bow into deep contemplation. If it were possible, he would prefer not to go to Flowing River City at all. Although the Tully family is nominally the feudal lord of the Riverlands, the lords have never held them in genuine esteem, viewing them as a family that relies on marriage alliances as their primary means of advancement. Almost all the lords of the Riverlands operate independently, heeding mandates only when convenient. And some burgeoning families, such as the Folii family, even regard Flowing River City with envious eyes. Entering the city of Binliuching signifies a formal submission to the jurisdiction of the Tuli family, resulting in a complete loss of independence. Moreover, the current lord, Edmure, is far from an ideal choice. His indecisive nature is looked down upon even by Bo. It can be said that if the Duke of Binliuching were akin to a black fish, I would hastily venture there without a second thought. Seizing the opportunity to secure a favorable position, Binliuching is destined to be an impregnable fortress. However, the renowned archer Edmure struggles to clarify his relationship with his uncle, the black fish, let alone unite in defense. After a moment of contemplation, Bo fixed his gaze on the black fish. A familiar look in his eyes that instantly conveyed his warning. You would do well to harbor no other thoughts. In the face of imminent danger, the realm of Hujian cannot afford further internal strife. Only then did Bo regain his erstwhile enthusiasm, albeit tinged with a palpable distance. Whenever the black fish mentioned the need to retreat to Binliuching, Bo would deftly change the subject. Observing this, the black fish understood that persuading him in the short term was an unlikely endeavor. In a fit of exasperation, he noted that even with the army looming and the entire Hujian facing the specter of death, the lords of Hujian primarily thought of power struggles. Fixated on maintaining their independence, they chose to turn a blind eye to the threats before them. Yet, the black fish was acutely aware that time was of the essence. Every fleeting moment was a race against death. After conversing with Lord Bo of Hongfen City, he mounted a fresh steed and galloped to other castles. For some lesser lords, he dispatched other knights to relay his messages. However, after his rounds, aside from the lords already close to the Tuli family, he found little success among the major lords of Hujian. Even those who agreed to assist him required several days to prepare. For a full 2 days and nights, the black fish remained sleepless and unyielding. In his youth, he could march thousands of miles with his troops. Now, he was nearly sacrificing his life to procure a glimmer of hope for Hujian. By the time he had visited all the lords of Hujian, the sun had set on the third day. As night enveloped the world, the black fish returned along the same path, mechanically guiding his steed. Not even the biting cold wind could rouse him from his profound fatigue. It was not until he beheld flickering flames ahead that he became instantly alert, his previously unfocused gaze sharpening. Before him stood Hongfen City, the first place he had visited. The city gates stood wide open, and the beacon towers blazed brightly. The few catapults that remained were now entirely inoperative. At the base of the walls, the relentless undead surged into Hongfen City, mercilessly devouring every living soul within. Fully armed soldiers, bewildered and clutching their long rifles, found themselves encircled by an overwhelming tide of the undead. In a chaotic surge, they were crushed beneath the onslaught. Some with their throats slit, others left unrecognizable. Chaos reigned. Everything had descended into disarray within the Crimson City. It was all happening too swiftly. The heart of the black fish ached faintly. Oh, seven gods, grant humanity but a moment's respite. Even if you are resolute in your intent to eradicate humankind, allow them a few days to meet their end with dignity. Flames erupted within the city, engulfing the uneven wooden structures, rapidly merging them into a conflagration. The crimson flames soared towards the heavens. At that moment, a squadron of cavalry burst forth from the city, pursued relentlessly by an endless horde of the undead. Clad in iron armor, even their steeds bore chainmail, adorned with sharp spikes on their bridles. Yet, they remained doggedly pursued by the undead, who clung tightly to their heels, occasionally dragging knights down from their mounts. The sight of the living drove these creatures into a frenzy, as they sprinted after the galloping horses, clutching desperately onto the chainmail, even if it meant being trampled beneath the hooves. Though their bodies were shattered, limbs scattered like broken fragments, they refused to relent. The insatiable thirst for life sent chills down the spines of all present. Recognizing the heraldry on the banners and the indistinct figure ahead, Blackfish discerned that it was Lord Bo, whom he had visited just 3 days prior. Summoning his resolve, he seized the reins of his steed and raised his whip, his longtime knights understanding his silent command and tightening their grips on the reins in anticipation of his order. The 7-man team surged forth like arrows loosed from a bow, forming a sharp point as they charged ahead. At that moment, most of the undead had infiltrated the Crimson City, with only a scant few remaining outside the city walls. Without any defenses, and requiring no preparation, Blackfish's knights, employing their remarkable equestrian skills, sliced through the thin line of the undead surrounding the city of Jinlin as effortlessly as a steel blade through butter. The howling undead, caught unawares, were skewered by the lances, almost simultaneously. These cavalrymen, specially trained by Blackfish, discarded their lances and unslung their shields. With one hand gripping the reins and the other wielding their shields, they galloped straight ahead, toppling every undead that stood in their path, trampling them underfoot. Any undead that dared to charge forward were swiftly cast down by the knights' round shields. Blackfish carved out the last semblance of an escape route for Lord Pybo's cavalry, as the elite reconnaissance team, like a finely honed dagger, pierced through the weakest point of the undead. In this moment of urgency, no time was spared for lengthy explanations. Their years of camaraderie had ingrained in them the formations required for a cavalry charge. The fully armored Lord Pybo served as the sharpest spearhead of the entire cavalry unit, with Blackfish flanking to secure the unimpeded charge of Lord Pybo, whose vassals also formed a protective barrier on the sides. Behind them marched a battalion of heavy cavalry, heedless of the undead that stood in their path, their sole focus being to break free from the encirclement. The heavily armored horsemen surged forward like arrows released from a bow, determined to advance without retreat. They vowed to pierce through the ranks of the undead without faltering. As reinforcements of the undead began to converge, a singular undead's awareness triggered a hive mind, alerting all others to the presence of the cavalry. Some undead even abandoned their immediate prey, rushing from the city to intercept the horsemen. Yet, they were a moment too late. The cavalry's speed not only remained unimpeded but accelerated, as even while some riders were dragged down by the undead, the cavalry behind them surged past, continuing their relentless advance. The undead not only failed to halt the cavalry's charge, but found themselves trapped at a narrow entrance, unable to move forward or retreat. With tears streaming down their faces, the knights recalled their families left behind in the city and pressed forward recklessly, charging ahead. Soon, a gap in the encirclement was breached, the earth reverberating with the thunderous sound of hooves pounding against the ground, creating a tremor beneath them. Chapter 59. Perseverance in the flames. The horses galloped away, gradually leaving the pursuit of the undead behind. The stillness of the night was shattered by the rhythmic clatter of hooves, startling birds into flight from the forest. As the Pybo family cavalry and Blackfish escaped, the exuberant young men tossed their helmets into the air, celebrating their hard-won victory, while the middle-aged men, burdened by families, wore expressions of bitter resignation. With no money, no supplies, and no loved ones, they felt they had lost everything for which they had fought a lifetime. Yet, they were fortunate to be alive, having successfully broken free from the undead's encirclement, leaving them behind. However, Blackfish began to ponder. He observed that the undead ceased their pursuit once they reached a certain distance, retreating back to Red Powder City. The undead appeared to be confined within a specific area. Once one escaped that zone, the simplistic-minded undead would turn back. This was a crucial observation for Blackfish, even in the most exhausting moments. A competent commander must meticulously analyze all gathered intelligence, seeking even the faintest glimmer of opportunity for victory within the minutiae. Yet, circumstances no longer permitted him such contemplations. Trouble had arisen. The cavalry halted their steeds to celebrate their hard-earned victory, only to witness the previously resolute Lord Pybo sway unsteadily before toppling from his horse, crashing to the ground. Panic ensued among the cavalry, for the once robust Lord Pybo had never exhibited such a condition. His loyal subjects dismounted their steeds and assisted him to sit beneath a nearby tree, yet they observed his visage contorted in agony as he clutched his abdomen. Blood flowed from his palm, cascading down to stain the ground below. Blackfish approached, surrounded by a throng of loyal followers, all gathered around the venerable lord, who, despite being over 50, still displayed unwavering courage, having successfully led them out of the encirclement of formidable foes. In the darkness of the night, Lord Pybo sat beneath the great tree, illuminated only by the dim flicker of a few torches in front of him, gazing at Blackfish and his retinue. Lord Pybo bore the pain with stoic resolve, forcing a faint smile across his wrinkled face in a futile attempt to reassure those around him. However, the effort seemed to aggravate his wounds, causing him to sharply inhale. He slowly withdrew his hand from his abdomen, revealing 5 gaping wounds that appeared as if 5 fingers had been forcibly thrust into him and then yanked out. Though Lord Pybo had done his utmost to staunch the bleeding from the 5 gashes, crimson continued to seep, staining the armor over his belly a deep scarlet. Witnessing this sight, several of his longtime companions felt their vision blur with tears. Seasoned by years of warfare, they understood all too well that such wounds were nearly fatal. Had Red Powder City still stood, they might have sought the finest physician, not expecting a complete recovery, but at least hoping to preserve his life. Alas, it was far too late. His loyal subjects could scarcely fathom their lord enduring such grievous injuries, managing to escape the relentless pursuit of the undead, and only succumbing once he was entirely out of danger. In that moment, several among them, their eyes glistening with emotion, grasped their swords and prepared to mount their horses, intent on returning to confront the undead in a desperate stand. Yet, Lord Pybei's thunderous voice halted them. Do you wish to witness my unwilling demise? Stay right where you are. He turned to Blackfish, mustering his strength to speak. Old friend, I fear I may not last much longer. Blackfish, visibly pained, though accustomed to the ebb and flow of life and death on the battlefield, found it heart-wrenching to bid farewell to a friend of nearly 30 years. Old companion, take them to Flowing City. Though our numbers are diminished and our supplies scant, this cavalry is the culmination of decades of effort, forged into heavy cavalry. He had initially intended to showcase his pride before his old friend, but the first display had devolved into a flight for survival. Lord Pybei managed to smile. Even at this dire juncture, he could not resist a jest, yet none among the gathered could muster a laugh, their gazes fixed intently upon him. At last, Lord Pybei adopted a grave demeanor. He addressed his loyal retainers. Have the young men fetch me some dry wood. When I pass, I wish my body to be burned. I do not wish to become a burden even in death. His subjects, faces etched with sorrow and fury, accepted their final task from their lord. Knights of the Pybei family, heed my command. The crowd's expressions grew solemn as they awaited their lord's final command. Henceforth, Heiyu Blind and Tuli shall be your new sovereign. By the testament of the 7 gods, from this day forward, you shall serve as his steadfast shield and the sword that cleaves through darkness. So shall it be today, and every day henceforth, until death do you part. Ignoring the mournful gazes of the assembly, Lord Pybei cast a proud glance at Heiyu. Old friend, this is my final gift to you, haha. In the art of training soldiers, you still fall short of my prowess. A sudden movement caused blood to seep from his abdomen. Eventually, as Lord Pybei surveyed his surroundings, he beheld only unfathomable darkness, prompting a heavy sigh. How disheartening. Listen to me, old friend. I entrust these young men to you. Upon your return, have them assassinate Edmu and seize Benliuching. I have faith in your fortification skills. Yet you know well the nature of your own nephew. The whole region knows he is uncontrollable, and he shall be your demise. At this moment, Heiyu's face was etched with bitterness. He could neither reject his friend's dying wishes nor betray his family's interests. Observing Heiyu's silence, Lord Pybei scoffed. Very well. Must I truly play the villain? You have never heeded my counsel. I warned you against participating in that trivial conflict over the 9 copper coins. You ought to have barred the gates of Benliuching and left them to their fates. Yet you insisted on joining, and upon your return, you quarreled with your brother. Before he could utter more, the young cavalryman, laden with firewood, returned. Lord Pybei instructed them to set the wood aside and, with great effort, positioned himself atop the pile. Blood had already stained his abdomen, each drop falling to the ground with a somber rhythm. Grasping a torch, he turned to the crowd. Leave. The assembly was taken aback. Regardless of his status as their lord, abandoning a dying elder alone in the vastness of the forest was unbecoming of a knight. Begone. Do you wish to witness my downfall? Lord Pybei's fury erupted, resembling a lion with bristling fur. Recognizing his resolve, the loyal retainers and knights fell silent, retreating step by step until they mounted their steeds, following Heiyu, who turned back thrice. At last, the surroundings were devoid of any presence. Tears streamed down Lord Pybei's face as he clutched the torch. Young ones, the hope of rebuilding Homefin City rests upon your shoulders. Wiping away his tears, he released his grip, allowing blood to flow freely from his wound, raising the torch to survey the enveloping darkness. He vividly recalled his youth, aspirations as lofty as the heavens, yearning for the Iron Throne. Now, amidst the whispering winds of the verdant woods, stars adorned his temples, each droplet a testament to his resolve, awaiting the dawn. Weakened, he collapsed against the firewood, the torch ablaze in his grasp, igniting a fierce conflagration. A body, weathered by the vicissitudes of life, burns within the flames. The fire rages on, consuming both soul and flesh until nothing remains but ash. All things return to dust, and dust returns to earth. Chapter 60. The Feast of the Gods upon the endless expanse of ice, the staggering undead advance. Their silence a testament to the stillness of the world. The north has long become a desolate wasteland, with only the occasional remnants of dilapidated houses hinting at the former splendor of this harsh land. Alas, prosperity fades swiftly, time flows like water, and the Night King has returned. Under the relentless toil of Gendry, a suit of protective armor emerges from the molten iron and flickering flames. In that moment of its unveiling, the entirety of Westeros fell into a hushed reverence. The howling winds swept through, trees swayed, and countless birds circled in the air. Reluctant to depart, the weeping of the fish leaping wood served as a reminder from the old gods. Flames fell from the heavens, crashing upon the Iron Islands, heralding the return of the Lightbringer. At the starry September of Old Town, the radiance of the seven gods once again illuminated the largest sept on the continent of Westeros. Meanwhile, in the Riverlands, a mere novice received the divine mandate from the seven. The power of the deities had once more descended upon the mortal realm. The mother walked upon fertile ground. Warriors raised their spears. The old crone evaded the ravages of war. The blacksmith forged monstrous creations, and maidens awaited their betrothal, while the stranger presided over eternal death. Where is the father? As the novice pondered, a force of judgment enveloped him entirely. Hear my words. You walk among mortals as if traversing my kingdom. Your deeds are my deeds. Your promises are my promises. Your words shall not be disobeyed, and your actions shall not be disrespected. You are the father. You are the judge. In the free cities, Daenerys Targaryen, having endured a night of fiery tribulation, emerged from the smoke with her 3 young dragons. The flames had reduced her garments to ash. The rising sun served as her backdrop, the swirling smoke her legion, and the raging fire coursed through her veins. Unbeknownst to the Night King, who donned his armor at that moment, the gods had already made their move. He returned to his place of origin, upon the icy plains beyond the north. He left as a solitary figure, forsaken and alone. Yet now he returns surrounded by a constellation of power. The tides have shifted. Regardless of how time may flow or how the mortal realm may transform, the icy plains seem eternally unchanged. He strides forward, each step upon the frozen ground a testament to unyielding time, and the passage of years reveals no trace upon him. Perhaps it is time to eradicate the North entirely. The Night King gazes back upon the path he has traversed, realizing how much time has passed and whether he shall ever return. He still owes a certain young woman a cinematic invitation. Messages from the hive mind echo forth, summoning the undead toward Winterfell. This battle will shatter Winterfell. In Winterfell, young Rickon grasped Bran's hand. Brother, can you demonstrate that once more? Which one? Bran inquired, a smile gracing his features, reveling in every fleeting moment. That. Little Rickon exclaimed, his face flushed with frustration, unable to articulate the spectacle he longed to witness. Suddenly, Bran extended his hand, and within his palm, a slender green sprout swiftly blossomed into a flower. How remarkable! Rickon gazed at the flower in Bran's hand, his eyes sparkling with wonder. Here, this is for you. Bran plucked the flower and placed it into his brother's hands. Hooray! Little Rickon cheered with delight. Yet, at that moment, a horn echoed from the castle walls, casting a shadow over Rickon's joy, as if he were blaming the sound for interrupting his bliss. Meanwhile, Bran wore a grave expression, sensing a shift in the atmosphere. What was amiss? A messenger, breathless and hurried, approached the two. Lord Robb commands that young Master Bran and young Master Rickon return to House Stark immediately, without delay. Bran regarded him, nodding in acknowledgement. Understood. You may return and report. I will escort Rickon to our mother and then seek out Robb. Upon reaching the castle walls, Bran spotted Robb directing the troops in battle and approached him with a greeting. Is there something different this time? Robb's demeanor was solemn. After a moment of contemplation, he finally spoke. Indeed, it is quite different. Come, take a look. Bran peered down, and beneath the walls, amidst the endless throng of the undead, a giant stood out prominently. Towering at least a third taller than the last giant they encountered, it exuded a palpable sense of danger. Bran rolled his eyes, his consciousness spiraling with the crows that circled above. At last, he caught sight of a figure clad in iron armor. A chill ran down Bran's spine. The Night King had emerged. In the north, daylight was scarce, and shadows lengthened. Under the influence of the eternal night, the sky darkened almost instantaneously. Thunder rumbling and lightning flashing. The brilliance of the lightning illuminated Bran's sweat-drenched face. The war had begun. The horde of undead charged forth, their cries echoing, while the defenders on the battlements, having honed their skills over the past months, displayed newfound experience in combating the undead. The catapults atop the walls emitted a whistling sound as they launched barrel after barrel of wildfire, which, upon impact, erupted upon the scarred ground before the walls. Archers, clad in black, drew their bows, sending arrows tipped with fiery oil soaring through the night sky in a graceful arc, landing amidst the recent explosions of wildfire. The inferno blazed fiercely, forming a protective barrier that kept the undead at bay, even as the burning creatures shrieked in agony. As they surged through the flames, the air was thick with the acrid scent of charred flesh. The undead below were consumed in waves of fire, yet they displayed no sign of fear. The skeletal remains lay exposed in the wilderness, and the hero perished in the mire. The three-eyed raven ascended further, revealing in the distance at least a dozen colossal logs. propelled toward the city gates by the relentless undead. Farther beyond, 5 enormous trebuchets emitted a disconcerting creak. "Take cover," Bran shouted, his voice resonating through the chaos. No sooner had he spoken than a massive steel sphere hurtled from afar, striking the wooden tower behind them with unerring precision. Soldiers atop the tower, their faces etched with terror, plummeted from its height. The tower was cleaved in two, emitting a couple of anguished groans before it collapsed with a thunderous crash. A deafening explosion ensued, engulfing the tower in flames. The steel sphere, now a harbinger of destruction, detonated amidst a shower of iron fragments, hurling pieces towards the individuals atop the city walls, accompanied by a sound that surpassed the speed of sound. Bran bent low, raising his hands. A surge of green energy emanated from the center of his palms. Enormous vines unfurled before them, swiftly creating a barrier that shielded the space between the tower and the city wall. Several metal shards, having severed a few vines, ultimately found themselves immobilized atop the largest vine. Chapter 61. The battle at the gate. Witnessing the colossal vines extending from the city wall, the Night King was taken aback. Was this truly the Bran who had once merely rolled his eyes? Had the old gods intervened once more? A spear of ice materialized in his grasp, aimed directly at the vines, crackling with thunder and illuminating the icy blue shaft. However, by the time he launched his attack, the defenders had already sought refuge behind the thick walls. Even though the icy spear pierced through the vines unimpeded, it was futile. Meanwhile, amidst the turmoil atop the walls, the advancing horde of the undead had breached the formidable barrier of wildfires. The raging flames, once a fierce deterrent, were extinguished as the undead pressed forward without hesitation. The colossal logs battered against the city gates, one undead falling only for others to take its place. A massive log ignited by the flames was disregarded by the relentless horde as they forcibly maneuvered it to clear the way for more logs. Arrows rained down from the walls, while below, the undead surged like a swarm of leeches. On one side stood the fearless, undying undead, and on the other, the last flicker of humanity in the north, vowing to resist to the death. The Night King surveyed the scene atop the walls. Within his senses, a vibrant green energy radiated life, obstructing his gaze and disrupting his teleportation abilities. Suddenly, a tremendous surge of green energy erupted from the very heart of Winterfell. At its epicenter, Bran, cloaked in black, held a candle, its flame flickering with a soft glow. Beside him lay a hexagram, with a star coin positioned directly above it, a sword in the center, and a branch of fishbeam wood below. A formidable power, a transcendent force, descended from the heavens to the earth. He was communing with the old gods. The fishbeam staff in his hands shimmered with specks of green light. All the power converged here, creating a slight void of green energy surrounding the entire Winterfell, allowing the sensing force to detect this moment through the gap. The Night King, witnessing this scene, understood that waiting was no longer an option. Should he channel the strength of the old gods, the situation would become increasingly unpredictable. The army of the undead surged forward, and the spectral steeds began their charge, accompanied by tumultuous winds and flickering lightning, their ice spears gleaming ominously. The rhythmic pounding of hooves thundered upon the flames. And with a volley of throws, the soldiers atop the walls found themselves pierced by the ice spears, falling like raindrops. The giants approached the city gates, their massive hands sweeping aside the surrounding undead, seizing great trees to crash against the gates. With a roar of thunder, the impact of the timber against the gates reverberated, deforming the entrance as a colossal log was driven into it. Behind, a dozen catapults were deployed, ignited steel balls soaring through the air, engulfed in flames as they struck the walls. Following a cacophony of explosions, the battlements were strewn with severed limbs and remnants of the fallen. Before a grand gate, the undead wielded timber to batter it down, while behind, Robb Stark, gripping his Valyrian steel sword, watched anxiously as the gate twisted under pressure. Flanked by his most elite spearmen, each spearman held 2 small vials of wildfire, one for the enemy, the other to douse themselves in a desperate act of self-immolation. With a thunderous crash, the gate was flung wide. Suddenly, the previous tumult subsided, leaving only the occasional rumble of thunder to remind everyone that the end was not yet upon them. At the gates, dust swirled amidst the eternal night, a profound darkness enveloping all as they held their breath, awaiting the final judgment. Behind the spearmen, the archers anxiously ignited their arrowheads, dipped in brown oil, flames licking the tips, as the gate was drenched in wildfire. Below the battlements, barrels of wildfire were neatly stacked, each punctured to ensure they could ignite smoothly. The explosion of wildfire would devastate the entire structure of the walls, but if the undead could not be halted, the walls would become irrelevant. In the midst of silence, enormous hands grasped the doorframe within the wall. A A colossal figure rose before the onlookers. This figure let out a roar towards the heavens. Its ice-blue skin adorned with crimson markings, wielding an ice spear as thick as a man's arm with wild abandon. Robb gazed at the figure, drawing his Valyrian steel sword. Ready. The archers knocked their arrows, and the crossbowmen drew back their strings. Fire. Countless arrows, engulfed in roaring flames, were loosed from their hands. Instantly, flames encircled the giant. A fierce explosion unleashing intense heat upon all the undead. In that moment, the doorframe of the city gate was cleared of all attacking undead, the violent shockwave propelling the giant skyward. Outside the city walls, the undead surged in like a relentless tide, flooding through the city gates. Yet, in an instant, they were reduced to ashes by the still-burning wildfires. Just as the crowd exhaled in relief, believing the undead would hesitate to enter, a thunderous roar echoed forth. A green brick plummeted from the archway, followed by a cloud of dust, shaking the very ground beneath them. The city gate had collapsed. A chill gripped everyone's hearts. Despite the flickering embers still ablaze, and the giant crushed beneath the rubble, howling in agony, all understood that their moment of reckoning had arrived. Robb gripped his Valyrian steel sword tightly, the blade reflecting the cold light of lightning upon his face. Determined, resolute, courageous, and steadfast, these knightly virtues he had learned commanded him to yield not a single step. With the flames no longer obstructing them, the undead surged forth once more, howling and frenzied, intent on devouring every last soul. The foremost undead displayed a ghastly visage, its skull stark white, with but a few teeth remaining, its long, pallid hair caked with mud from unknown origins. Its desiccated skin bore no moisture, and though its shrunken calves were barely clinging to flesh, it charged forward with unyielding ferocity. Robb assumed a stable stance, channeling all his strength into a singular focus as he raised his Valyrian steel sword. The undead's claws lunged straight for his head, yet he deftly evaded the onslaught. In a flash of cold light, he cleaved the creature in two at the waist. A spearman thrust his flaming lance into the undead, igniting them in a fiery blaze. Yet it proved futile. The undead swarmed like ants, an endless tide. Even those engulfed in flames showed no fear of death, relentlessly attempting to stab their sharp claws into the hearts of the soldiers. Despite the spears held steadfast, the human soldiers were visibly pushed back by the relentless onslaught of the undead. Robb swung his Valyrian steel sword once more, flanked by over 20 warriors of House Stark. Each soldier wielded a flaming longsword, their synchronized strikes taking down swathes of the undead. They shielded their young lord while earnestly combating the relentless horde. Just as the battlefield seemed to clear a space for them, a distant sound of galloping hooves emerged under the lightning's flash. A mounted undead sentinel raced toward Robb at a breakneck pace. The sound of hooves echoed lightly as one Stark warrior, standing in front of Robb, was sent flying by the charge. The flaming longsword slipped from the warrior's grasp, but with his last ounce of strength, he collided with the undead sentinel. Flames, accompanied by the essence of wildfire, cascaded onto the sentinel, igniting it in a fierce blaze. Yet, the undead sentinel, unfazed, merely placed a hand upon the burning spot on its arm. The flames extinguished, leaving no ripples in their wake. The undead sentinel brushed off the dust clinging to him from the fiery zone. Swiftly, the specter charged forth, plunging a frost-forged spear into yet another Stark warrior's chest. It was not until he caught sight of Robb amidst the crowd that he spurred his steed forward, galloping towards Robb with the spear poised menacingly downward, aimed directly at his heart. In that moment, Robb stood ready, sword in hand, the rhythmic thud of hooves resonating against the ground, delivering a profound psychological impact. The sharp tip of the spear became unmistakably visible. Suddenly, Robb deftly evaded the frost spear, slashing at the horse's leg with his Valyrian steel sword. The horse's leg shattered under the strike as if it were fragile glass, severed into two segments, and collapsed to the ground. With tremendous inertia, the specter's steed rolled, throwing the undead sentinel violently to the earth, yet the spear remained clutched tightly in his grip. Robb rushed forward, delivering a downward slash at the still prone undead sentinel, who raised the frost spear in defense. The once formidable spear, capable of piercing through the toughest of armors and cleaving any weapon, was effortlessly severed in two, akin to a chef's knife slicing through butter, encountering almost no resistance. Consequently, the frost spear shattered in the sentinel's grasp, scattering into shards of ice across the ground. In a moment of peril, the undead sentinel narrowly evaded Robb's Valyrian steel sword. Before he could regain his footing, another strike came forth. A radiant green light flickered upon Robb's chest, a blessing from the old gods, bestowed by Bran in the final moments before the ritual, a protective barrier for his brother. The green luminescence erupted with blinding brilliance, propelling the sword downwards with unimaginable speed, the blade piercing effortlessly into the undead sentinel's skull. The icy blue eyes gradually dimmed, the ravages of time creeping across the sentinel's aged visage as the Valyrian steel sword shattered the magic that sustained his existence. Then came the sound of ice fracturing, as the fallen undead sentinel transformed into a scattering of ice shards, slowly vanishing into the earth. The cold wind howled once more, tousling Rob's disheveled hair, while lightning illuminated the beads of sweat dotting his face. The blood that had adhered to the Valyrian steel sword had long since dried, yet its chilling aura remained. Unblemished by years of battle, the blade devoid of any scars. Rob steadied his sword, flanked by the remaining 9 Stark warriors. In the distance, the pike men lay amidst a chorus of wails, overwhelmed by the undead horde. Flames occasionally erupted, setting ablaze a cluster of undead, ignited by the wildfire they had used in their own demise, this time consuming both themselves and the undead they had once been burdened with, turning them to ash. The archers released their arrows one after another. Even though the effect was minimal, their bows remained steady in hand. However, when they reached behind to retrieve more arrows from the quiver, their fingers met only emptiness. In the midst of rising tension, the lead archer turned to his companions, a serene smile gracing his lips as he produced a vial of wildfire, pouring its contents over his head. The corrosive essence of wildfire almost instantaneously seared his skin, transforming his once vibrant visage into a visage of decay, as streams of verdant liquid cascaded down his face. His skin was ravaged, blood mingling with flesh, flowing from his scalp and surging down his body. He appeared like a malevolent specter. Turning his bleeding head towards his comrades, he proclaimed, "Brothers, I shall take the first step." Discarding his longbow, he grasped a torch and charged towards the undead. The other archers watched as he was engulfed by the horde of the undead, who gradually piled upon him like a looming hillock. A violent explosion resonated, followed by roaring flames. The entire mound of undead was ignited, countless figures ablaze, fleeing across the battlefield, ultimately reduced to mere ashes. The remaining archers gazed at their former companion, whose remains were utterly obliterated, their faces betraying no emotion, until one individual quietly opened a vial of wildfire. "Captain, if one must play the hero, let it not be solely you," spoke a voice. "When I enlisted, the village girl, Sohwa, looked down upon me. This time, let her witness my prowess." A brawny man, resembling a bear and clearly of giant lineage, cast aside his bow and drew forth an oak cork. "My brothers have always shielded me, positioning me in the center of battle to keep me safe. This time, do not restrain me. I shall take the lead." A visibly younger man beside him also withdrew an oak cork. Flames surged among the undead, as one after another. Human figures with ravaged faces and broken bodies rushed into the throng of the undead to ignite themselves, until a vast expanse of ground was cleared by the flames. No undead dared approach. At last, when the final archer, bearing the scars of battle, charged into the inferno, he found that no undead remained. Gazing at the fallen, still ablaze, he felt tears welling in his eyes, desperately searching for something. Ultimately, he collapsed to the ground, the torch igniting the wildfire upon him, flames crackling and consuming him. Yet, amidst the flames, he seemed entirely oblivious to the agonizing pain, murmuring softly, "You lot, leave some for me. When the stranger comes to take me, my wife will mock me." With his last whispered words, the flames devoured his body. Rob and his 9 Stark warriors stood as the sole survivors in that desolate expanse. Before them lay a vast expanse engulfed in flames. The once mighty city gate now reduced to a haunting ruin, illuminated by the fire that brightened the sky beneath the eternal night. In the face of apocalyptic dread, they offered their bodies as kindling, casting light upon the shadows of the undead. Amidst the tumult of thunder and lightning, pristine hexagonal snowflakes descended from the heavens, while in the distance loomed the remnants of the city gate, besieged by an unending horde of the undead, a dark mass stretching into the unknown. At this moment, 9 warriors of House Stark stood, each bearing wounds, their swords stained with blood, yet the flames upon their blades had long since extinguished, rendering them incapable of inflicting harm upon the undead. They turned their gaze towards their lord. Rob's sword was embedded in the ground, and he sat beside it, gasping for breath. The green light upon his chest flickered weakly, nearly imperceptible. As the eyes of his comrades fell upon him, Rob, with a grave expression, rose to his feet, his legs strained from prolonged exertion, veins bulging painfully yet numbly. Rob's countenance twisted in anguish as he struggled to rise, surveying the 9 remaining warriors of the north, the last bastion of hope. Before them, a multitude of undead closed in, encircling them. They stood like a solitary boat tossed upon the tempestuous seas, on the verge of being overwhelmed by the surging waves. Robb gripped his Valyrian steel sword tightly, embodying the honor and glory of House Stark, which had ruled the North for a millennium. He resembled an elder shark, futilely thrashing with a paddle against the relentless tide, charging toward the inexorable horde of the undead, with his 9 companions trailing closely behind him. They formed a sharp arrowhead around Robb, even as fatigue weighed heavily upon them, blood marking their every movement. Suddenly, the advancing steps of all the undead ceased. The once howling horde fell silent, the battlefield cloaked in a profound stillness, interrupted only by the sporadic crackle of flames, the solitary sound in this desolate expanse. A bolt of lightning illuminated the battlefield momentarily, revealing a path through the throng of undead. First, 100 or so undead sentinels parted to make way, and then, amidst the flash of lightning, a figure emerged, its skin an icy blue, clad in gleaming Valyrian steel armor. The Night King had arrived. Robb fixed his gaze upon the distant Night King, tightening his grip on the Valyrian steel sword. This blade, capable of slicing through iron as though it were mere clay, imbued him with the courage to confront the undead. Under the might of this sword, any undead would either be cleaved in twain or reduced to shards of ice. Though his strength waned, Bran's words echoed in his mind. Only Valyrian steel can harm the higher undead. Robb thought, brother, perhaps we need not call upon the faceless men after all. He is far too arrogant. The Night King observed Robb, who raised his sword, with keen interest. In his perspective, armed with extraordinary power and speed, Robb posed no threat. However, the fact that he could keep the army of the dead at bay outside Winterfell and inspire so many to willingly sacrifice their lives for House Stark spoke volumes about the Stark family's influence in the North over the millennia. If circumstances allowed, the Night King would not mind sparing Robb in exchange for Bran. Beneath the night sky, the 10 men ceased their advance, standing together with their swords raised, vigilantly watching the Night King from a distance. Mortals. After a brief utterance, Robb was taken aback. He had not realized that the undead could communicate. He had always believed that while these beings possessed some intelligence, they acted solely on instinct. The collapse of the wall was due to Todd's interference. I am the ruler of the Frostlands, the king of the dead, the creator of the night. You may call me the Night King, he proclaimed, offering a succinct self-introduction. Robb, having only glimpsed him from outside the wall, maintained the decorum befitting one of the highest nobility in Westeros, even in such dire straits. He lowered his sword, performing a simple bow. The North knows not of your Night King. We recognize only you as the invaders of our homeland. Any further words you utter now hold no significance. I shall say but this: should even a single soul from the North survive, it will be the North that extinguishes the undead. It was so in the past. It is so in the present, and it shall be so in the future. His tone was resolute, having prepared himself for the noble sacrifice that lay ahead. Yet within, he felt a profound urgency. He was uncertain when Bran's magical array would be ready or what its effects would be. He had already arranged for his mother to take Rickon and the elderly and weak of the North by ship to safety. Now, he was merely buying precious time for their departure and for Bran. The undead guards surrounding the Night King displayed fierce expressions, brandishing their ice spears, ready to engage in battle. However, the Night King stayed their hands. He regarded the 10 men in the center, raising one hand as an icy blue energy enveloped the entire battlefield. With a roar, a giant emerged from the ruins. Countless corpses, untouched by the flames of the wildfire, rose from the ground, their ice-blue eyes filled with hunger. The Night King turned his gaze towards Robb. Now, I offer you a chance to surrender, though it comes at a small price. Deliver Bran into my hands, and I shall preserve your Winterfell and the lives of over 300,000 souls within its walls. Robb glanced around, witnessing friends and brothers who had previously fallen now standing, their blood having turned a dark purple, yet still joining the ranks of the undead. Robb was initially inclined to agree, hoping to buy some time, yet the hopeful gazes of the 9 Stark warriors surrounding him ignited a profound realization within his heart. For millennia, the Stark family has not ruled the North through sheer force or fear, but rather through their honor, responsibility, and a touch of stubbornness. In the eyes of House Stark, the lines between right and wrong are eternally clear. All who support them believe that their actions are just. Thus, where duty lies, life and death follow. However, should he concede, even slightly, allowing a hint of relaxation or indecision to seep into his tone, the faith of the entire Stark family, and indeed, the North itself, would shatter. In that case, there would be nothing left to discuss. Robb declared, wiping his Valyrian steel sword with his battered armor, preparing for battle. The Stark family would never abandon a single soul from the north, regardless of their surname, until the last drop of blood is shed. Every member of House Stark shall not surrender. Upon hearing their lord's words, the 9 Stark warriors silently raised their trembling longswords, wearied from battle. As soon as the words left his lips, the Night King's expression turned grave. He had intended to spare Robb. But the stubborn young man showed no inclination to accept mercy. The Whites glanced at the Night King once more, seemingly inquiring whether they should annihilate the Stark warriors right then and there. The Night King merely shook his head, a chilling spear of ice appearing in his grasp. "You are worthy to die by my hand." With the icy spear in hand, the Night King advanced, and a Stark warrior lunged at him, aiming for his unprotected head with his longsword. The Night King recognized it as merely an ordinary steel blade. He did not flinch or evade. With a single strike, the warrior felt as though his sword had struck a solid wall, his arm numbing and his palm splitting. The Night King's spear swung forth, piercing the warrior's heart, and with a swift kick, he sent him flying. The spear was extracted from the fallen warrior's chest. The remaining 8 exchanged glances. "My lord, we shall take our leave first. My lord, the Northmen never yield. My lord, during that year of heavy snow, when we reaped nothing, it was the Stark family's porridge kitchen that sustained us beneath Winterfell. Now, I return this life to you. We are even." The Night King approached step by step, like a demon from the depths of hell, his calm, ice-blue eyes surveying them all. As he drew nearer, closer still, he finally stood before them, sword at the ready. One vial after another of wildfire essence was uncorked by the Stark warriors and poured over themselves. The corrosive liquid instantaneously ravaged their scarred bodies. Pain engulfed them, yet it did not deter their advance. They ignited their bodies in flames and charged forward. Inescapably, the expression of the Night King morphed into one of terror and disbelief, as if he had never anticipated that these individuals would dare to act with such audacity. The first assailant charged at him, only to be pierced by a spear, which the Night King attempted to extract, but found the man clinging desperately to the icy weapon. In a moment of desperation, he wielded the spear like a club, repelling another fiery adversary. However, he was soon besieged by 6 others, who had ensnared his arms, thighs, and waist. For a brief moment, the Night King found himself hindered in his movements. "Young master, kill him. Our lives will be worth it." Robb, with tears glistening in his eyes, raised his Valyrian steel sword and thrust it directly at the Night King's chest. In the next instant, a resounding clang echoed as steel met steel, revealing that the Valyrian blade, typically capable of cleaving through any armor and severing any weapon, was repelled by the Night King's formidable armor. The Night King raised his arm, 2 charred bodies still clinging tenaciously to him, while his palm grasped Robb by the neck, lifting him effortlessly as Robb writhed in agony, desperate to escape. At that moment, the Night King's fear and disbelief vanished, replaced by a mocking smile, as if to convey to Robb, "I was deceived, my apologies, it was all an act." With a slight motion of his hand, a sickening crack resounded as Robb's neck was twisted, his arms falling limply to his sides, while the Night King carelessly discarded his warriors to the ground, extinguishing the flames that still clung to their bodies. Suddenly, the earth began to tremble, and a furious wind howled. A colossal surge of green energy descended from the heavens, cascading over Winterfell and its surroundings. The visage of the old gods, carved into the ancient weirwood, opened its bloodshot eyes, while countless weirwood trees swayed with colossal might. The sound of roots snapping echoed as tendrils emerged from the earth, transforming rigid branches into supple yet resilient appendages. The weirwoods had awakened. Countless trees surged forth from the forest, and all the undead in their path were ruthlessly torn to shreds by the wrathful treefolk. The head with ice-blue eyes gazed in agony at its scattered body. Bran's magical array had been established. Chapter 64. The Emergence of the Old Gods. Ding. The system detected a reduction in the number of undead to 900,000, sensing a diminishing power. Ding. The system noted a decrease to 800,000, with teleportation abilities weakening. Ding. The system registered a decline to 700,000. Extraordinary creation power waning. Ding. The system observed a drop to 200,000 undead, triggering a special mission, the Lament of Night. Mission objective, an uninhabited north. Mission description, extraordinary power increased by 100. Extraordinary speed increased by 100. Reward, God-slaying bronze sword. Activation of extraordinary hardness. Extraordinary hardness. Each part of the body possesses double the hardness of its original form. As the snowstorm commenced, The host could summon a vast blizzard within a 50-meter radius, endowing each snowflake with the lethality of a blade. Night King, hearing the chimes echoing in his mind, lifted his gaze to behold the sky tinged with a pale light, although the deep night had not yet waned. The heavens were illuminated. The eternal night had been shattered. Suddenly, a thought struck Night King, superb hardness. Sensing his body, his expression instantly fell. G2, move a little, will you? What's wrong, G2? With a heart full of complex emotions, Night King strode directly towards Bran. At that moment, Bran, wielding a slender staff made of fishbone, clad in a dark robe, waved his staff, and a vine sprouted from the ground, rapidly growing tall to elevate him forward. He was enveloped in a visible aura of green energy. The giant roared and charged forward, but with a gentle flick of his staff. A wave of green light sent the giant flying. The giant landed as if unscathed, charging again, only to be sent tumbling back once more. Enraged, the giant seized a thick ice spear that had fallen nearby and hurled it with all his might. Bran, staff in his left hand, raised his right, and a beam of green light surged forth, rapidly growing close to his palm. The ice spear advanced only slightly before being obstructed. Bran frowned slightly as the green light illuminated the path ahead. The sound of cracking emanated from the ice spear, followed by a resounding shatter as it fractured into countless shards. The giant attempted to advance again, but was thwarted by Night King. A hive mind message reached him, commanding the giant to hold off the trance alongside the undead guardians, with the sole requirement to delay the trance. Night King gazed upon the radiant Bran, whose cheeks seemed to be frosted with ice. Are you now the young boy Bran? Or the green seer? Or perhaps the three-eyed raven? Or should I address you by another name? The old gods. At that moment, the vine had lifted him high. Bran, or the old gods, looked down at Night King and spoke slowly. Bran is the three-eyed raven. The three-eyed raven is the old gods. This is the choice of fate. Everyone is ensnared within the web of destiny. There is no escaping it. Night King's countenance shifted, a smile curving his lips, and the eternally cold aura dissipated in an instant with the emergence of his grin. Ha! You speak of fate. A fierce blizzard swirled around him, with snowflakes slicing through the air like blades, touching every inch of the earth and every dwelling. Night King laughed uproariously, the icy aura reflecting the sunlight that danced upon the snowflakes, revealing a cheerful boy. Fate, merely something to be trampled underfoot. A bronze sword materialized in his hand, its sharp, rusted gleam illuminating his face. Supernatural creation, coupled with extraordinary speed, activated as segments of an icy stairway emerged from the ground. As his foot hovered above the ground, an expanse of emptiness surrounded him. Upon the moment his toes touched the earth, an icy celestial staircase manifested, leading straight to Bran's location. With unrelenting speed, the Night King leapt forth, propelled by an extraordinary velocity coupled with immense power. His sword aimed directly at Bran's position. The omnipresent green awareness surrounding Bran frantically alerted him to the impending danger. However, the doubled extraordinary speed afforded him no time to react, and the bronze sword was already upon him. With his staff firmly pointed ahead, Bran conjured a verdant shield that rose before him. Yet, the Night King's blade did not pierce the barrier he had prepared. Instead, the sword, imbued with eternal frost, thrust straight into the vines beneath him, instantly freezing them into sculptures of ice. Come down. The Night King's menacing visage loomed over Bran. In that instant, the frozen vines shattered with a thunderous crash. A surge of green energy lifted Bran, gently lowering him to the ground. Meanwhile, the Night King, deprived of his support, found himself engulfed by a tempest of snow and ice, one of his feet striking downward towards Bran's position. Chapter 65. The demise of the old god's emissary Bran brought his staff down forcefully against the ground, and from within, a green protective barrier emerged. The Night King's foot collided with the shield, causing the once light green area to darken to a profound emerald hue. Clearly, Bran had amplified the energy output at that specific point. A tone resonated, indicating the reduction of 10 undead guardians under the Night King's command. The system's voice echoed once more, signaling that time was running short. With the bronze sword now in hand, he thrust it down with great force against the barrier, which shattered like fragile glass. When he raised his gaze again, he found Bran had already evaded to the side. The Night King activated his extraordinary speed, racing towards Bran to deliver a lethal strike. However, the ground began to sprout with vines, and despite his swiftness, they grew even more rapidly. With a flurry of strikes, the vines fell beneath his blade, their severed ends restrained by a force preventing them from regenerating. Bran sensed this force, a power that silenced all things. Alarmed, he exclaimed, "You are not the Night King. Who are you truly?" The Night King, sword in hand, faced an onslaught of rising vines, which he relentlessly severed. The robust vines crashed to the ground, losing control, yet were caught in the tumult of two conflicting forces, rolling about chaotically. In that moment, the entire ground transformed into a sea of green ripples. Suddenly, the Night King ceased his assault. Blade-like snowflakes swirled around him, and countless green vines that had yet to emerge were effortlessly sliced away. The myriad of snowflakes, driven by the storm and under his command, surged towards Bran. In response, Bran brandished his staff, conjuring a wave of green energy that swiftly dissolved the snowflakes before him. As the other snowflakes broke free from the Night King's control, they collided with the houses behind him. At this moment, Winterfell had seen the majority of its inhabitants evacuate, while those who remained sought refuge in hidden corners. The houses stood vacant and desolate. The razor-like snowflakes swept through, leaving many structures riddled with wounds, and in the nearby streets, buildings crumbled with a thunderous crash. This ancient city, a testament to a millennium of history, had finally been reduced to mere ruins. Ding! The number of undead sentinels under the host's command had diminished. Undead sentinels remaining, 80. The situation grew increasingly dire. The Night King raised his hands, initiating his extraordinary creation. In the tempest of wind and snow, countless ice spears materialized, their sharp tips radiating a chilling glow. The spears, propelled by the wind, surged forth with a fierce whistle towards Bran, shattering into fragments of ice upon impact. Bran brandished his staff, unleashing a fierce green beam toward the Night King. This radiant light, reminiscent of blades and swords, symbolized the essence of growth. Wherever the beam traversed, vibrant green emerged, awakening seeds that had lain dormant in the frozen earth for a millennium. As if summoned by a powerful force, they erupted into frantic growth. In the blink of an eye, they completed the miraculous transformation from sprouting to breaking through the soil. The green light cascaded down, bringing forth life anew. The Night King, witnessing this, felt a surge of delight, eager to test whether his enhanced body could withstand a divine strike. He stood firm, unyielding, clad in Valyrian steel armor that glimmered ominously. Raising his arms to brace against the green light, he tilted his body slightly, prepared to evade at any moment. A blizzard swirled behind him, shielding him from the impact of the radiant force. In that instant, chaos reigned. On one side, relentless snow and ice besieged the land, the ground encased in a thick layer of frost, while snowflakes danced in the air, darkness enveloping the scene, punctuated by flashes of cold light. On the other side, life stirred and blossomed, the essence of spring manifesting as grasses began to sprout and flowers exuded their fragrance, illuminated by the fierce green glow that bathed the world. Soon, cracks began to form in the Night King's Valyrian steel armor, which shattered into fragments, hanging loosely from him. The unimpeded green beam struck his arm, yet he transformed his palm into a fist, bringing it down upon the light. The two forces clashed, with the green glow fracturing and erupting in a thunderous explosion of energy. When the dust settled, one side remained shrouded in ice and snow, while the other thrived in verdant life. Among the blossoms, Bran raised his staff, surrounded by a play of light and shadow, as countless green beams flickered into existence around him. However, the Night King sensed a critical message. His energy was waning. Even maintaining the most basic illumination was becoming a struggle. It dawned on him, the old gods had been summoned through Bran's guidance, whose primary obsession was the salvation of Winterfell. Thus, a multitude of tree men had been called forth, and it was abundantly clear that if he could not swiftly vanquish Bran, even if he ultimately triumphed, he would likely find himself unable to break free from the north and advance southward, destined to return to the frozen tundra and face the Great Bear once more. Moreover, the current situation is markedly different from the past. Every major city is now fortified, and the deceased are cremated in advance. One can no longer effortlessly muster a grand army as before. Most critically, the deities have devised corresponding contingencies to ensure one's complete obliteration. The long night, which once arrived as a natural cycle, has transformed into a scenario where the gods select their avatars, descending into the mortal realm in corporeal form. The Night King, dodging left and right, narrowly evades a green light, yet the ominous sound of a colossal footstep reverberates nearby. Before him looms a tree giant, its visage a grotesque amalgamation of ancient deities. Charging towards him, a sense of dread envelopes the Night King. This is disastrous. The system's alert chimes at an opportune moment. Ding. The number of undead guardians under the host's command has dwindled to 50. The tree giant bears several undead guardians, clinging desperately to its roots in a futile attempt to halt its advance. Even as they are dragged along the ground, crushed into fragments, their resolve remains unyielding. However, it is to no avail. The tree giant's progression faces not a shred of impediment, continuing its relentless march, even the immortal giants being unceremoniously towed behind in utter disarray. A verdant radiance emanates once more from Bran's side, as long as there are souls in this realm invoking the names of the ancient gods. Bran's energy can be replenished endlessly. With the green glow ahead and the tree giant looming behind, the Night King finds himself perilously close to doom. The hive mind activates. An echo of information transmits through the Night King's consciousness into the minds of the undead. A beam of green light surges through the Night King's form, propelling him away, the bronze sword crashing onto the icy surface. In the blink of an eye, the tree giant stands before him, ensnaring him in layers of paper and roots, rendering him immobile. Simultaneously, on Bran's side, an even brighter green light coalesces upon his staff. In an instant, the colossal green radiance rushes towards the Night King. Yet, Bran senses something amiss. The two adversaries, once evenly matched, now reveal a stark disparity. The Night King's defeat is imminent, and his life hangs by a thread. Suddenly, a potent sense of danger manifests behind him. Bran, unable to maintain the green light, extends his hands, emanating a faint green glow, swatting at the threat behind him. There, he sees a ragged figure, clean of visage yet bleeding profusely, with eyes glowing blue, clearly a newly emerged undead soldier, wielding the god-slaying bronze sword, lunging toward him. The tip of the bronze sword is mere inches from his nose. Fortunately, it is deflected, lacking the enhancement of the Night King's extraordinary power, its force diminished. Just as Bran breathes a sigh of relief, the ensnared Night King senses the proximity of the bronze sword to Bran. The icy wind howls, gathering into a tempest that violently collides with the bronze sword. The feeble green glow shattered in an instant, as the bronze sword, stained with a hint of crimson, flew back into the hands of the Night King, carried by the howling wind. The Night King turned and, with a single stroke, unleashed a massive icy blast that cleaved the treant in two from top to bottom. In the distance, Bran collapsed to the ground, a gaping wound upon his head, rendered powerless. At that moment, the heavens transformed. Chapter 66. The transformation of the heavens. The sky was drenched in blood red, as crimson rain poured down amidst the scarlet firmament. The gods fell, and the heavens wept blood. Across the entire world, every tree, every flower, and every plant-related entity appeared as though life had been siphoned away, instantly becoming lifeless and desolate. The flora withered, seeds deteriorated, and fruits and trees succumbed to death. At this juncture, the old gods' devotees felt a sudden jolt in their hearts, as an overwhelming sorrow surged from the depths of their souls, uncontrollable tears streaming down their faces. All the fish and wood began to decay and wilt, while the omnipresent power of the old gods began to retract entirely. The very concept of vitality turned ethereal, and the growth of all living things came to an abrupt halt. The vessel of the gods had perished. Perhaps the essence of the old gods lingered. Yet under the destructive force of the god-slaying bronze sword, the corporeal forms of the old gods were annihilated. Millennia of memory and faith, everything associated with the old gods in the mortal realm, began to crumble and wither. The stars dimmed, and above the divine realm, a tempest swept through the very center of the divine kingdom, heralding its decline. A tender sprout emerged from within the divine realm, while the gods may never truly perish. The next incarnation may very well be a new deity, even if it still bears the name of the old gods, wields the authority of nature, and symbolizes divinity through the fish and wood. It would be an entirely new god, with fresh memories and diminished power. Now, amidst the tempest, the sapling strained with all its might to take root and sprout in the realm of the gods. The fledgling deity's meager strength proved insufficient to survive in the remnants of its predecessor's divine kingdom, swaying precariously in the storm as if it could be uprooted at any moment. If there were no longer any souls to utter the name of the old gods, nor any to offer prayers to them, the old gods would fade into oblivion. Fortuitously, there remained those who, with tears in their eyes, called upon the gods, yearning for the return of their faith. The growth of a deity must traverse the realms of both the forest kin and humanity for a millennium. Yet the demise of a god requires but a single sword strike. However, the morning star shone brightly in the sky, the power of 7 stars coalescing into a magnificent divine kingdom that appeared in the deepest reaches of the heavens. In that moment, within the cathedral of the learning city, all clergy knelt in prayer. The long-lost divine kingdom of the 7 gods, vanished for nearly 1,000 years, re-emerged in the world. The radiance of the seven gods' kingdom pierced through the forsaken realm of the old gods without obstruction. The majestic Heavenly Father cast down his light. The merciful Holy Mother showered abundant strength upon the sapling, and the valiant warrior brandished a colossal sword, shielding the sprout from the tempest. While the elder cradled the tender shoot with her hands, the blacksmith forged eternal vessels, placing them atop the tender heads of newly sprouted seedlings to protect them. A maiden sang for him, while a stranger dispelled the specter of death. The decaying realm of the gods emanated a radiant aura. The seven deities' seven incarnations merged into one, a singular entity with seven facets, embodying the unity of the seven gods. Simultaneously, a message was conveyed to his agent, the Great Sparrow. From the divine realm, the old gods have fallen. Upon hearing this news, the Great Sparrow's initial reaction was disbelief. No one could slay a god. Deities may weaken, yet they never perish. As long as mortals remember the gods, they exist eternally. However, gazing at the blood rain descending from the heavens, he could no longer deny it, and a chill gripped his heart. Since the faith of the seven gods took root in the land of Westeros, the belief in the old gods had waned repeatedly, to the extent that even the fundamental natural authority of the old gods had been usurped by one of the seven gods, the crone, who seized the vital concept of abundance. It appeared that the seven gods had preserved the nascent old gods, but in truth, they were safeguarding the concept of nature itself, preventing its immediate demise. Yet, it seemed unlikely that the seven gods would grant the old gods another millennium to grow and spread their faith. Nevertheless, the repercussions of the old gods' demise had yet to fully manifest. The swiftness of their fall left no deity capable of inheriting the concept of nature. This power was overwhelmingly potent, too heavy for any god to bear, and no deity dared to uphold it. In this dire circumstance, all things tied to nature upon the earth would inevitably endure a period of agony, lasting from a century to a millennium. The seeds sown by farmers would yield nothing come harvest time, leading to famine. Fruit growers wept in their fields, while shepherds watched their starving lambs perish slowly. Should the situation persist, humanity itself might face extinction. Such is the impact of a fallen deity, particularly one whose ecological niche within the pantheon is of paramount importance. However, what intrigued the Great Sparrow even more was the identity of the one who had slain the old god. Was it the Night King? He too was an emissary of the old gods, embodying the crucial authority over the decay of all things within their natural order. Indeed, the decay of all things. It was unexpected to discover that this concept signified such a profound meaning. The old would completely decay, and the new would supplant the old. Below, the conflict between the seven gods and the Night King was likely unfolding. The Night King would not relinquish the authority of decay, in a sense. Decay itself was synonymous with the Night King. Conversely, the seven gods would never permit such a force to roam unchecked within the natural authority. Such a scenario would lead to an incompleteness of the natural power, and the seven gods, having absorbed that authority, would also become incomplete. However, the Great Sparrow now contemplated a different matter. If the Night King, as a divine emissary, could slay gods, might he not also test his own judgment and ascend to divinity? Of course, he understood that his current power was woefully inadequate. He was merely a blade in the hands of the seven gods, who required this very weapon to strike at the Night King. Yet, the seven possessed seven such blades. Should these blades be successively shattered, the dominion of the seven in the mortal realm would entirely revert to him. To avert failure, the seven would undoubtedly augment their strength through him, perhaps even descend themselves. He feared that at that juncture, he would have no say in the matter. The Great Sparrow was a lowly cleric nurtured in the Citadel of Learning, who, during his tenure as a junior cleric, took a keen interest in the plight of the common folk. While other clerics mingled with the nobility within their grand castles, engaging in revelry with the lords of Westeros. He often visited the slums to offer aid. Observing the frail children and the mothers devoid of milk, he extended what assistance he could muster. He was a peculiar figure among the clergy, while nobles displayed their generosity, returning with substantial sums of golden dragons from their charitable acts. He alone handed over a meager, muddy handful of copper coins to the bishop. Others deemed him foolish for squandering his time in the slums. Yet he recognized that a few golden dragons were trivial to the nobility, whereas those copper coins represented everything to the impoverished. The essence of the Citadel's philosophy could be encapsulated in the words of Dr. Malwyn. In the world the Citadel sought to construct, there was no place for sorcery, prophecy, or glass candles, let alone dragons. Chapter 67. The Vale Conference at the pinnacle of the Moonlight Mountains. The resplendent and sturdy white stones formed the foundation of 7 white towers, accompanied by white city walls, all surrounded by sheer cliffs. The Eyrie, the fortress of the Vale, had long been regarded as impregnable. Encircled by the Moonlight Mountains, its sole access point was guarded by the Knights of the Blood Gate. Except for the conqueror Aegon, who once approached the Eyrie with his 3 dragons, it could be said that for millennia, the inhabitants of the Eyrie and the entire Vale had lived their lives in unchanging routine. Occasionally, enemies would invade, but upon witnessing the towering cliffs, they would inevitably retreat. At this moment, following the demise of Jon Arryn, the protector of the East and the foster father of King Robert, the nominal ruler of the Vale was his 9-year-old son, Robert Arryn. However, in reality, all matters within the Vale were dictated by his mother, Lisa Tully. At this juncture, the lords of the Vale gathered together. Their lord, Robert Arryn, a mere boy of 9, stubbornly insisted on tugging at the beard of a lord in his retinue. The lord, indulgently cradling him, winced as the boy yanked a tuft of hair, causing him to inadvertently let the child tumble from his lap. "Robert, my heavens! My dear son!" Lisa Tully spread her arms wide and rushed over, enveloping her son in an embrace as tears streamed down her cheeks. "Grafton, look at what you have done to your lord." The little boy, unscathed, nestled in his mother's arms, peeking furtively at the elderly man whose beard he had just tugged. The old man stood awkwardly, a patch of his beard missing, caught in a state of indecision, neither standing nor sitting comfortably, his hands fidgeting in front of him or behind his back, feeling misplaced in every position. This venerable figure, capable of leading the valley's cavalry against enemies tenfold in number and administering the largest city and port in the valley, now found himself at a loss for words before this mother and her orphan child. At last, with a heavy sigh, he relinquished his dignity and offered an apology to the pair. However, the day's principal proceedings were yet to unfold. Although Lisa Tully was timid and petty, her insatiable desire for control bordered on madness. Yet, she could discern the significance of matters with clarity. Soon, a new group of individuals entered the hall, filling every seat with the valley's nobility and their kin. Lisa Tully declared the commencement of the Valley Lords' Council. The first item on the agenda was introduced as a creature, partially concealed, was brought forth and placed upon the table. The attendant who carried it was covered in blood, his hands riddled with small puncture wounds, as if pierced by a sharp object. Upon placing the creature on the table and covering it with a cage, the assembly leaned in for a closer look, and gasps of astonishment filled the air. "Heavens, what is this?" The creature surveyed the crowd, unflinching, and opened its mouth, emitting a piercing cry that warned the onlookers to keep their distance. Yet, its massive head juxtaposed with its frail body and lack of feathers unmistakably indicated that it was a cub, remarkably, the size of a dog. To be precise, it was a hatchling of a giant eagle. A fervent discussion erupted among the attendees. "Goodness, I had always thought the giant eagle knights were mere legends. By the 7, a miracle has graced our realm. How can this be? Giants eagles truly exist." Lisa Tully observed the astonished faces around her, her brow furrowing as she thought. "These people have disturbed my son. I wonder if he will be able to sleep well tonight." Raising her voice, she commanded, "Silence." The hall fell instantly quiet, not only due to the Ellen family's formidable cavalry, but also because of the ingrained deference the populace held for the Ellen family leaders over the millennia. Mercenary Boron had discovered this nest of giant eagles to the north of Eagle's Nest City, comprising 5 hatchlings, with no sign of their mother. This was a gift from the 7, a boon to help us withstand the mighty foes from the north. The valley's nightly order from Eagle's Nest City would take 3, with the remaining 2 available for your distribution. The crowd displayed expressions of dismay, contemplating their next move. "Your method of allocation is rather unwise. It would be better to assign everything to your cavalry." Yet, no one dares to speak up. For no one can predict the actions of a widow who has lost her husband and is left with only a son, particularly one as obstinate as she. If there are no objections, let us proceed to the next agenda. The assembly hesitated, and ultimately, silence prevailed. Let us examine the documents sent from the academy. A servant stepped forward, holding a tray laden with a substantial stack of papers. Each individual received a copy, and they began to scrutinize the contents. Despite having gathered varying reports on the undead invasion from different sources, the stark reality presented in this document was still shocking. The north lies desolate. King's Landing faces a massacre, and the Riverlands have been shrouded in darkness for 10 days. Each line, each item, weighed heavily upon their hearts, making it difficult for them to breathe. As they set down the documents, a collective thought emerged among them. This is disastrous. The valley, surrounded by mountains, is defensible, but the fall of the Riverlands means the Bloodgate is perilously close. The land route to the valley lies wide open, with the Bloodgate Knights guarding it. Even facing an enemy tenfold their number, the lords felt a sense of confidence in their ability to withstand the assault. Moreover, they needed only to hold for a day or two, light the signal fires, and reinforcements would arrive. However, these are the undead, the long-standing nightmare of Westeros. The harbingers of the long night, the ominous sign of winter's approach. Furthermore, after the north falls, the bight, connecting the north to the valley, will also face the undead, and the sea routes are similarly exposed. None possess the confidence to confront the relentless tide of the undead. At this moment, Lisa Aaron spoke up. Another piece of news. I know it may be difficult for everyone to accept, but it must be conveyed. Most importantly, you may have noticed. For instance, animals are no longer growing. Vast stretches of flora and trees have perished, and crops can no longer be sown. I trust you have all perceived this. News comes from the starry September, a divine revelation from the Seven. The Lord sat upright, for the valley has the Seven as its predominant faith. Following the destruction of the headquarters of the Seven in King's Landing, the second largest starry September in Westeros has officially become the new center of the Seven's faith. The old gods have fallen from grace. A tempest of turmoil swept through the hearts of the lords, each one silently protesting. This is false. It cannot be. This madwoman is deceiving us. Chapter 68. The return of Catelyn, however. The shock still lingered in the air when another revelation spilled forth from the lips of this woman. Facing the stunned assembly, rendered speechless, she cleared her throat softly and declared, "It was the Night King." Finally, the lords awakened from their stupor. "How is this possible?" murmured the elderly Lord Gregor, who had just lost a tuft of white beard. The astonishment of others was beyond measure. Imagine, the people of Westeros, who had once been locked in brutal combat with swords and daggers, suddenly receiving the news that they should lay down their arms. A divine war is upon us. How could the valiant lords of the Vale accept such a proclamation? One slightly younger lord rose to his feet, bowing respectfully. "My lady, have you perhaps received some erroneous information? I do believe that the faith in the old gods has waned, for we in the Vale have always revered the Seven." However, pausing for a moment, he hesitated, seemingly concerned that his next words might offend some. Yet, he steeled himself and continued. "To weaken the faith in the old gods has indeed been our long-standing endeavor on the continent of Westeros. Nevertheless, the old gods still possess a substantial following here. And I am not suggesting that your message is incorrect. Rather, I question whether it is premature to declare the old gods extinct, especially with the claim that they have been vanquished by the Night King." Unexpectedly, a victorious smile spread across Lisa Tully's face. With a clap of her hands, an elderly figure emerged from behind the screen, leaning heavily on a cane, her white hair cascading down as she shuffled forward. As the lords exchanged puzzled glances, a sharp cry pierced the air. "My heavens! Lady Stark, how have you come to look this way?" The aged woman lifted her wrinkled visage, her murky eyes devoid of any glimmer of life. The assembly gazed intently, striving to recognize the faint outline of the once vibrant Tully family's eldest daughter, the flower of the Riverlands, and the wife of the North's guardian, Ned Stark, a mere shadow of her former self. However, the most jarring realization for the lords was that this stooped old woman bore little resemblance to one of the highest-ranking noble women in Westeros. Instead, she appeared more akin to a laborer of the fields. No, given her age, she could not even be mistaken for a seasoned farmer, but rather resembled a frail crone. This was utterly abnormal, completely unforeseen by the lords of the Vale. Meanwhile, her sister, brimming with smugness, seemed to regard the looming threat of the undead with disdain, finding delight in witnessing her sister's disfigured state. "Oh, Catelyn, how splendid you are! Ned adores you. Father loves you. And so does Peter. Do you know that day I got him intoxicated and shared a bed with him? He called your name all night long. Did you know? That was my first time, and I gave it to him. Yet he only uttered your name throughout the night. How deeply he loves you." Lisa clenched her fists, her nails digging into her flesh. "If it weren't for that incident, I would not have been labeled the Riverlands' infamous harlot, devoid of virtue. Why must I endure this wretched existence in the remote Moonlight Mountains, marrying an octogenarian like Jon Arryn? Catelyn, you are truly cursed. Fortunately, the Seven gods have not been unkind to me, granting me a son, a guardian of the East, the heir of the Vale, the sole bloodline of House Arryn. And now, let those lords of the Vale who once adored you in your youth, upon hearing of your marriage to Ned, witness your current state. Observe your disgrace." Lisa's heart surged with excitement, her chest heaving against the constricting fabric of her gown. Yet, as Catelyn uttered her first words, she was rendered speechless. "I am Catelyn. However, in this moment, I would prefer you to address me by another name, the avatar of the Seven gods, the ancient matron." A radiant power emanated from Catelyn. a visible light illuminating all those present. This force, gentle as a warm breeze, swept over everyone in the hall. The elderly, somewhat stooped lords found themselves standing tall, while the youthful lords discovered newfound strength coursing through their limbs. Those lords, haunted by old battle wounds that had long robbed them of sleep, marveled as their long-standing injuries healed beneath the glow. In an instant, every lord, young and old alike, descended from their seats, kneeling fervently in prayer to the representative of their sovereign, save for Lisa, who remained on her lofty throne, her nails digging into her flesh. At last, the brilliance faded. Lisa forced a smile, more sorrowful than tears. She descended the throne, reaching out to clasp Caitlyn's shoulder, intent on inquiring when she had become the emissary of the seven. Suddenly, Caitlyn cast a piercing glance her way, momentarily freezing her in place. The other lords followed suit, scrutinizing her as well. Lisa withdrew her hand, turmoil roiling in her mind. What madness was this from the lords of the Vale? For a millennium, to whom had they sworn their loyalty? Who had steadfastly safeguarded their security? Who was the true guardian of the East? They had all forgotten. A mere trick. A flicker of light, that deceiver Caitlyn. They were foolish enough to believe her. Lisa, harboring no true faith in the seven, failed to perceive the warmth of that light, akin to a mother's gentle caress upon her child's head. Instead, her fixation led her to unwaveringly conclude that her sister was nothing but a consummate fraud, despite having always been kind and loving towards her, always placing Lisa's needs above her own. Caitlyn then spoke. Gentlemen, the most perilous moment has arrived. This is the hour of humanity's survival. The undead have utterly decimated the north, and my son Bran. At this juncture, a hint of sorrow flickered across her features, yet swiftly, a surge of clarity swept through her, absolute rationality seizing her consciousness. He has been possessed by the malevolent old gods, wielding his body in a battle against the uncontrollable creation known as the Night King. Ultimately, it led to the demise of my son Bran, resulting in his very obliteration. Now, I am ordained by divine will, bearing the intentions of the seven gods, and embracing the power of the crone. I shall eradicate the existence of the Night King, punish all blasphemers, safeguard the valley from invasion, and ensure the eternal existence of the human realm. Chapter 69. The Desolate North. In the north, Winterfell has been reduced to ruins due to the fierce battle between the two adversaries. Once towering edifices and humble abodes now lie in tatters. The clash between deities and gods' lairs has left the very fabric of Winterfell in tatters. The relentless cold wind sweeps through, and an eternal night blankets every inch of the north. At this moment, the Night King stands, weary and worn. The price of god-slaying is manifest. Countless tree men have nearly obliterated the undead army he painstakingly cultivated. The surviving undead number less than 100,000, and the 50 or so undead sentinels are battered, missing limbs and bearing wounds. Only the giants among the higher undead remain active. Yet, he has fulfilled his long-held desire for vengeance as both a time traveler and the Night King. He seeks retribution against the world and the very force that birthed him, an unending agony, a chilling, eternal torment. For millennia, he has known only the forward march, step by step, with no respite. Now, the enslaved have overthrown their master and brought about his demise. With fewer than 100,000 undead, the North is now devoid of humanity. The North stands desolate, and he has accomplished it. Ding. Special task, the Lament of Night completed. Ding. Reward, extraordinary ability, ice summoning. Ding. Extraordinary physique enhancement. Congratulations, host, you have acquired a new ability, unmelting ice. Ding. Extraordinary speed enhancement. Congratulations, host. You have acquired a new ability, distance bridged. Ding. Reward, special ability, ice manipulation. Ding. Snowstorm enhancement. Congratulations, host, you have gained the special ability, frozen earth. The Night King gazes into the unfathomable darkness before him. A wave of solitude, unyielding for millennia, washes over him. System, do you claim I can return? The system remains silent, as it always does. He looks to the heavens, where the stars twinkle with dazzling brilliance, seemingly unchanged through the ages, yet ever in flux. At this moment, the north lies entirely encased in ice, under the influence of eternal night and the frozen earth. Snowflakes fall incessantly, and sunlight can no longer grace any part of the north's land. A colossal ice disk materializes beside the Night King, an extraordinary creation, forged from ice stronger than most weapons in existence. He steps forward, placing his foot upon the disk. Ice manipulation activates. The disk ascended, bearing its master towards the stars. He beheld the clouds high above, their icy veneer appearing tantalizingly close, yet seemingly perpetually unreachable. He understood that the palace of the gods resided atop such heights. Yet, indifference enveloped him. 7 deities. King of light. God of many faces. Regardless of your identities, you observe the earth's transformations from this celestial expanse at every moment. However, at this juncture, the north no longer occupies your gaze. Gazing downward, he beheld an expanse of white and black, an icy realm where the north lay. Countless mountains interlinked, their towering peaks formidable and insurmountable, delineating the valleys below. Hills cascaded, their rocky facades diverse, representing Kaya. Rivers converged in intricate patterns across fertile lands, yet now shrouded in darkness, known as the riverlands. Blossoms stood tall amidst verdant landscapes, a representation of the high court. Deserts sprawled, clad in yellow garb, donned with silken sashes, embodying Dorn. Tempests gathered, tumultuous waves crashing, encapsulating the fortress of winds. The Night King closed his eyes, surrendering to the enveloping forces of night and ice. Exhaustion weighed heavily upon him. After millennia, every creature yearned for repose. Even humanity, after a century of toil, subconsciously craved eternal tranquility. Yet, since his peace was shattered, he had relentlessly forged ahead for 10,000 years. The ice bore him higher and higher, his azure skin crusted with frost as temperatures plummeted. Gradually, he found himself encased in ice. Even in this moment, he could still perceive the world around him with clarity. Yet he emptied his mind, allowing thoughts to flow through, erasing them entirely, leaving no trace behind. The power of ice that had governed him was relinquished. His ice-formed body plummeted from 10,000 meters, hurtling faster and faster. 7 deities. I concede. The Night King mused. Grant me peace. Allow me to vanish. Let me pass away as an elder, naturally. His frail form struck the ground, shattering the icebound earth, creating a vast pit. Within, the Night King curled into himself, seemingly enveloped in eternal serenity. Snowflakes in the north continued their relentless descent. A few scattered undead stood erect, while their undead sentinels remained motionless, brandishing icy spears. Giants surveyed the horizon. The undead legion awaited, poised for the return of their leader, ready to unleash their ravenous, tormented fury upon the world once more. In this moment, they lay tranquil, akin to slumbering infants. Chapter 70. The death of the giant. At this moment, a squadron of cavalry emerged from the Bloodgate, heading directly for Winterfell. The contingent was modest, comprising merely 20 riders on swift steeds. Clad in the most mobile leather armor, they appeared to be scouts dispatched to gather intelligence. The cavalry, having traversed the rugged terrain, finally arrived at the edge of the north. Before them loomed towering glaciers and snowdrifts capable of engulfing a man. Further ahead lay the castle of the north, now shrouded in complete darkness. Observing the situation, the captain of the cavalry commanded his men to dismount. They proceeded on foot, leading their steeds, wielding long swords that shimmered with a pearlescent glow. Swiftly, they cleared a path, and soon the cavalry reached Winterfell. The Night King, sensing their presence, paid them no heed. At this moment, the entirety of the north lay under his dominion. These mere humans would soon succumb to the relentless assault of the undead without his command. He empathized with the hunger and torment of the undead. However, while men may harbor no malice toward the tiger remains a threat to their lives. The cavalry raised their luminous lances and charged towards a distant, silent giant. Empowered by the might of the 7 gods, their lances pierced the giant's chest without resistance. The giant let out a thunderous roar, bearing the enormous lance, and hurled an icy spear at the mounted knights. The spear traced a graceful arc through the air, only to vanish from sight. Enraged, the giant began to sprint after the knights, who fled for their lives, the giant's bare feet pounding the ground behind them. As they rounded a corner, they unexpectedly encountered 19 knights, clad in full armor. Each wielded a magnificent, glowing lance. The giant, in a fit of rage, extracted the lance embedded in its body and knocked one knight off his horse, only to be met with several lances that pierced its leg. The giant, unable to evade, sustained a grievous wound. Meanwhile, the knights, emboldened by their numbers, charged repeatedly at the giant. The giant retaliated with powerful fists, yet the knights deftly dodged. A long sword grazed the giant's flesh, followed by a swift horse that darted past, leaving the giant unable to react. Yet, as one horse passed, another knight appeared, deftly slicing through the giant's form. From the right and the left, they struck from all angles. In a fleeting moment, the giant's body was marred with wounds. 2 horses, tethered together, gallantly surged toward the giant's position. With a resounding crash, the giant fell to the ground. Struggling to rise, it lifted a foot, only for a sword to sever it entirely. Raising an arm, it found its entire limb cleaved away. In a helpless fury, it roared in anguish, sending a plea through its hive mind. However, the undead remained motionless, awaiting the Night King's command. Only the assailed giant could mount a defensive counterstrike. But now, peril had arrived. Ropes flew through the air, ensnaring the giant and dragging it across a dozen horses toward the valley, until the giant's icy exterior was chipped away by the stones along their path. The unyielding ice was entirely composed of his flesh and blood. The giant's feeble wails echoed hauntingly around the vicinity. A knight, wielding a longsword, swung fiercely at the giant's neck. Yet, despite the enhancement of the seven gods' magic, the quality of the sword remained dubious at best. The blade shimmered with starlight, cleaving halfway through, only to become lodged in the giant's neck. The giant could emit no sound, with only a severed neck still tenuously connecting its head, which stood rigid and unable to bow. It was not until another longsword severed the giant's head that the situation changed. A net was cast towards the giant's head. As a cavalryman dismounted to claim it as his trophy, he reached for the giant's head, only to have his hand caught in the giant's jaws. Instantly, he yanked his hand back in pain, struggling to free himself from the giant's grip. However, upon freeing himself, he looked at his hand to find 3 fingers severed at the base. Blood flowed from the stumps, drenching his arm as if it had been pulled from a pool of crimson. A piercing scream erupted from him, filling the forest with its anguish. At that moment, the icy blue light in the giant's eyes began to fade, until no glimmer remained. After a long silence, no one dared to retrieve the giant's head. Finally, the cavalry captain used his lance to lift the giant's head and hung it upon his horse. Over 20 scout cavalrymen, shrouded by eternal night and biting cold, galloped desperately toward the valley. The whip cracked, leaving trails of blood behind. Meanwhile, the Night King, who had been relishing the rare tranquility, heard a voice. Ding. The system detected the death of a high-level undead under the hostess command. Current count of high-level undead under the host. 0. The Night King opened his eyes, which he had resolved to never open again. The night deepened, and the snowflakes began to swirl with greater fervor. The wind. A fierce wind. It was everywhere in the north. Ice and snow were blades, and the wind was the arm wielding them. The cavalry surged toward the valley, the Bloodgate looming ever closer. They anticipated the moment they could inform the envoy of the 7 gods that they had slain the greatest threat among the undead, the giant. They longed to assure their lord that there was nothing to fear from the undead. As long as they wielded weapons blessed by the 7 gods, they could withstand anything. They dreamed of the day, in their old age, when they could hold their grandchildren and recount the heroic deeds of their youth. They even yearned for the distant maiden who resided in their hearts, hoping that the reward from their lord would finally afford them the means to wed her. Suddenly, their vision turned blood red. What is happening? Am I flying? The world has turned upside down. In the final moments of awareness, they saw their own headless corpse still seated upon the horse. Oh, so I am dead. Chapter 71. The conclusion. The Night King, roused by the death of the giant, came to a profound realization. Once the annihilation of the world commenced, it was an inexorable tide that could not be halted. Even if he wished to put a stop to it, the deities, intent on preserving the integrity of the ancient divine authority, would not spare him. Thus, he began the siege of cities, commencing with Eagle's Nest. The narrative concerning Eagle's Nest unfolds from 2 perspectives. One involves the aged crone, an avatar of the 7 gods, possessing Caitlin and her power struggle with her sister Lisa. This aspect will delve into the contention between royal authority and divine power, with Lisa and her son, alongside the lords loyal to her, representing the former, while Caitlin, the Knight of the Giant Eagle and the Lord who upholds the faith of the 7, embodies the latter. Ultimately, Caitlin overcomes her sister, only to discover that the Night King's undead army looms ominously at the gates of the city. The decisive battle ensues, resulting in her defeat. However, a token representing the crone's power, yet to be determined, falls into the hands of a scholar, who subsequently delivers it to the Great Sparrow. Next, the narrative shifts to the tumultuous Riverlands, home to the Tully family. The central conflict here revolves around the capable Blackfish, Brynden, and Lord Edmure. This segment focuses on the issue of succession, whether legitimacy, bloodline, or capability holds greater significance. The climax sees the heavy cavalry supporting Blackfish clashing with the family soldiers loyal to Edmure, as the specter of war looms large. Blackfish, having forsaken familial honor in his youth, now seeks solely to defend his nephew in the Riverlands. Yet, Edmure, upon sighting the formidable heavy cavalry, assumes Blackfish is poised to seize control of the castle. In a preemptive strike, he dispatches troops to encircle Blackfish's abode, capturing him and expelling him from the riverlands, while the red-cloaked cavalry falls one by one. However, 5 who escape the massacre launch a coordinated assassination attempt against Edmure within a single day, resulting in his untimely demise. As the Riverlands finds itself leaderless, a heavy snow descends from the heavens. The Night King unleashes a tempest of ice and snow, freezing the 2 rivers before the castle, allowing his undead army to surge forth and obliterate the Riverlands. In these 2 segments, the Night King's sole involvement lies in the mercenary Boron, who aligns himself with the Night King and is dispatched to execute a stratagem of subterfuge. Under this cunning plan, Boron continually incites Edmure, ultimately leading to a rift between Edmure and Blackfish. The narrative then progresses to Castle Rock, where 3 factions vie for dominance. First, Cersei's return to Castle Rock. As previously mentioned, she shall inherit the powers of the Toad Witch, endowed with prophetic abilities. Second, the venerable Tywin, a traditional lord with the largest retinue and army. Third, the clever Tyrion, who serves as a conciliatory force between the 2. Cersei will maintain her persona as a beautiful yet deranged figure. The storyline at Castle Rock will eschew overtly surreal elements, focusing instead on the meticulous deployment of forces and the continual acquisition of intelligence regarding the undead's strength and tactical maneuvers through prophecy. Humanity, relying solely on its own might, will strive to mount a tragically heroic resistance. The finale remains grim, with Castle Rock meeting its demise and Tywin falling in battle. After murmuring, "I gradually comprehend all of this," it turned to ashes. Tyrion set sail in search of Daenerys. Following this was Storm's End, which would receive monumental enhancements. The Lord of Light bestowed upon the Red Priestess the magic of flames, while Renly garnered the allegiance of Soros, the one capable of resurrecting the dead. Soros possessed the ability to revive the deceased, not one by one through incantations, but en masse beneath his staff, restoring them to their fullest vigor, with injuries healing instantaneously. The Red Priestess and Soros proposed a unification of their forces to jointly combat the undead, leading to the consolidation of their armies under the pressure of the undead threat. However, neither could assert dominion over the other, resulting in a lack of unified command. Conflicts arose between the 2 over trivial matters, and within a month of their alliance, they pursued their individual agendas, though their armies remained united. Ultimately, Renly sought to forge an alliance with the Reach by marrying Margaery, inviting Stannis, whose tensions were already palpable, to the wedding in hopes of easing relations. Stannis, upon gathering intelligence, was misled by Boros into believing that Renly had amassed 1,000 soldiers to lure him into a trap at the wedding, intending to kill him and seize control of Storm's End. On the day of the wedding, Stannis deployed his entire force, surrounding the venue. The Red Priestess unleashed her fire magic, incinerating the entire celebration, resulting in the demise of nearly all the nobles from Storm's End and the Reach in attendance. Renly perished on the spot, while Margaery, on the brink of being consumed by flames, awakened the power of one of the embodiments of the 7 gods, the Maiden. Ultimately, she fought her way through and returned to the Reach. Meanwhile, Soros was captured and handed over to the Red Priestess. Upon receiving word from Boros, the Night King, accompanied by his undead army, seized the opportunity amidst the chaos in Storm's End, swiftly obliterating it. Interspersed with battles against the Red Priestess, the final outcome revealed that the power of fire stemmed from life and sacrifice. After all the offerings were made, the Red Priestess and Soros became sacrifices themselves, merging the forces of life and death, ultimately ushering forth the Lord of Light. This also unlocked the second form of the Lord of Light. His left hand wielded the power to heal all and resurrect everyone, embodying the dominion of immortality and time. His right hand commanded the flames, capable of melting and incinerating all. This narrative encompasses roughly 3 chapters, culminating in the Night King, empowered by the system, slaying the Lord of Light. From that point on, fire vanished from the world, and people basked in the sun without feeling warmth. Following the fall of Storm's End was the Reach. Margaery emerged as one of the embodiments of the 7 gods, the Maiden, while Olenna appeared as another embodiment, the Blessed Mother. One could bestow buffs upon the soldiers of Storm's End, transforming them into unyielding berserkers. The other represented wisdom, compassion, and abundance, as only the Reach once again bore fruit and fragrance throughout the world. The ultimate conclusion saw the 2 combine their strengths to contend with the Night King. The aged Rose met a direct demise, while the young Rose, bearing her Virgin Mary relic, fled to the Old Town. There, she encountered the awakening Father's power embodied in the Great Sparrow. Although the Great Sparrow feigned solace, he wielded a dagger imbued with judgmental power, ultimately plunging it into her back. At this juncture, the Great Sparrow possessed 4 relics of the 7 gods' might: Caitlyn's crone, the Virgin of the Old Rose, the Maiden of the Young Rose, and his own father. As the river bay faced obliteration, a multitude of wars would erupt. The first was a transformation of the undead. The technology of the monstrous mountain, as revealed in the season's finale, would be employed on a grand scale to combat the soulless. The second was the illusionist witch, followed by the alchemist. The fourth involved the great crossbows, which would be fitted with Valyrian steel tips and transported to the battlefield. Next came Dorn, or the Red Viper, an incarnation of one of the 7 gods, awakened the power of the warrior. Empowered by this warrior strength, the Red Viper devised a neurotoxin capable of paralyzing the undead, rendering them immobile. With each victory, whispers of the assault on King's Landing reached the Red Viper. However, the monstrous mountain fell to the Night King. He murmured to himself, still awaiting an apology. Grasping his spear, he harnessed the might of the warrior, charging towards the Night King under the guise of his allies, ultimately blossoming into a vivid crimson flower upon the stark white ice. Dorn met its end. In a brief interlude, the Night King bestowed Dorn upon Boron. Accompanied by a young blacksmith, they had scarcely arrived in Dorn before they were ambushed by the surviving Dornishmen. Subsequently, with the assistance of the ravens and the faith of the 7, the Great Sparrow gathered 6 of the 7 incarnations' relics. It was then he discovered that the 7th relic belonged to the Night King. The power of the stranger had, in ancient times, been conferred upon the Night King by the 7 gods, thus liberating him from the control of the old gods. This was the 7S design, aimed at weakening the old gods, but unforeseen interference from a traveler caused the strategy to collapse, leading to the Night King's triumphant rebellion against the deities. Thus, on one side stood the Night King, freshly victorious over the Lord of Light, while on the other loomed the Great Sparrow, now endowed with 6/7 of the 7 gods' power. A fierce battle ensued, culminating in the Night King's victory and the Great Sparrow's annihilation. Following this, the drowned god of the Iron Islands unleashed the waves, while the Night King froze the surface of the sea, creating a direct ice bridge to the Iron Islands, through which the undead army surged, obliterating the Iron Islands. The drowned god's successor, Euron, led a fraction of the populace to flee by sea. The final confrontation was on the horizon. On one side stood Daenerys, uniting all the forces of the free cities, along with her 3 dragons, and Euron, wielding the power of the drowned god, alongside the last vestiges of the old gods and the 7 gods themselves. On the opposing side was the Night King and the entire undead host of Westeros. In this ultimate clash, the Night King prevailed. Following this battle, eternal night descended, encasing the world in ice. The traveler, believing they could return to their school, ultimately found themselves confronted with an everlasting solitude.